Get up, you lazy girl. Today is the day when Kunlun Sect recruits disciples. All children between the ages of 5 and 10 with spiritual roots must attend. Consider yourself lucky you don't have to work today. Hurry up and stop pretending to be dead. A woman clad in ancient attire bellowed fiercely, pushing and scolding. Li, still groggy, blinked her eyes open, her head spinning. The pain radiating from the back of her skull made her wince. She propped herself up, desperately rubbing her throbbing temples. Suddenly, the outside light felt painfully bright, prompting her to shield her eyes from the intrusive sunlight. Upon doing so, she was startled. When did her hands become so small? Just moments ago, hadn't she been arguing with her mother, only to be accidentally shoved down by her brother? What on earth was happening now? In shock, Li quickly scanned her surroundings, in her line of sight. The woman in tattered, ancient clothing was glaring at her in anger. The dilapidated room around her resembled the humble abodes of impoverished families depicted in historical dramas. Lie, get up quickly. I need to dress your brother. Look at your unfortunate luck. It's likely you won't manifest any spiritual roots. You fell last night, didn't you? We, the poor, can't afford to be so delicate. Hurry up. The woman scolded as she walked away. Lie opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. An unsettling premonition washed over her, especially as she glanced down at her patched up, shabby clothing. Upon closer inspection, she realized she was wearing an old blue cotton robe of ancient design that a dreadful possibility struck her, and she pinched her thigh hard. The pain made her gasp. It hurt terribly. What more was there to comprehend? It seemed she had unwittingly become part of a common trope, had traversed into another realm. Get out, you lazy girl. If you don't hurry, there'll be a fine. The woman's voice echoed again. Li quickly rose, clutching her throbbing head, and stepped outside. All she could do was hope that she might successfully manifest spiritual roots, allowing her to escape this wretched place. The woman was not kind-hearted, and she knew nothing of the ancient skills required here. If she couldn't blend in, her true identity would surely be exposed within half a day. It was said that those discovered to be borrowing another's body would face dire consequences. Though her mind was filled with questions and dread, Li hurriedly followed the woman to the village's eastern end to queue for the spiritual root assessment. Along the way, the chatter of the surrounding villagers provided her with a wealth of useful information. They spoke of the current spiritual energy scarcity on the Yanhuang continent, where single spiritual roots were the most efficient for cultivation, while 5 spiritual roots were deemed nearly useless. The disciples from Kunlun Sect were there to conduct the assessments. They mentioned that such an opportunity was rare, and had it not been for the recent war between the cultivation world and the demon realm, which had resulted in significant losses, this small village would not have had anyone sent to recruit disciples. Upon reaching the eastern end of the village, Li noticed an eerie silence enveloping the entire area. It was only then that she realized nearly all eligible children from the town had gathered here. The children stood in neat rows, being assessed with a spherical device by 2 ethereal figures clad in white. They were quiet and subdued, whether in fear or for some other reason. She could not tell. After Li and her brother joined the queue, fragments of unfamiliar memories began to surface. The original owner of this body was named Li, and she was 5 years old. Since the original owner's earliest memories, she had endured a life of hunger, cold, and daily beatings. There were supposedly 6 older sisters, all sold off as child brides or servants, and one had even been strangled at birth. Such was the cruel reality of ancient times, where women held no status whatsoever. It wasn't until she was selected for the dual spiritual roots of water and wood that Li began to grasp the gravity of her situation. Accompanied by other children with spiritual roots, they followed the path of cultivation, her mind still reeling from the transformation. Even as her original mother babbled on about various matters, Li barely registered the words. Her mind was an overwhelming whirlwind of confusion. Upon opening her eyes, the world had dramatically transformed, and she struggled to adjust. However, the methods of the cultivators were indeed astonishing. Li watched as one of the cultivators tossed a chestnut-colored wooden boat into the sky. With a flick of their sleeve, they guided the children with spiritual roots, including Li, onto the vessel. Yet, given her existing injury and her long-standing fear of heights, Li's face turned pale as she ascended, finding no other recourse. She cautiously moved to the center of the boat, closed her eyes, and wrapped her arms around her knees, hoping to find some comfort in the act. Li, what's wrong? Don't be afraid, it's safe. Her cousin, Zhang Kaiping, expressed concern, having known little of her cousin, and with Zhang Kaiping herself having tested for the least favorable 5 spiritual roots, Li Yi found it unfair. Here was Li Yi, the girl often trodden upon, yet she had emerged as a prodigy with dual spiritual roots, while her cousin was left with the meager 5. I'm scared. I'm so afraid ill fall. Zhang Kaiping, who hailed from a well-off family and was accustomed to being pampered, had always looked down upon those like Li Yi. What's there to fear? This is a technique of the immortals. How could it be dangerous? But don't worry, I'm here. They'll protect you. Zhang Kaiping's lips curled into a smirk, yet she tried to maintain a facade of concern for Li Yi. Li Yi felt a deep-seated aversion toward her cousin's pretentious demeanor and feigned discomfort, remaining silent. However, the conversations among the other children aboard the flying vessel piqued her interest. From their spirited discussions, it was evident that many hailed from cultivation families. Have you heard? The legendary genius, Master Mo from Kunlun Sect, is also recruiting disciples this time. Master Mo possesses an extraordinary wind spirit root and, at a mere 60 years old, has already reached the golden core stage. No one in the cultivation world has ever progressed as swiftly as he has. What's more, Master Mo is known for his approachable and amiable nature. To become his disciple is akin to receiving a divine blessing. An envious girl, around 10 years old and already at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, exclaimed, adorned in luxurious robes. I don't think it's that simple. Master Mo is indeed formidable, but if he were truly so approachable, why does he have no disciples? This time he's only selecting one personal disciple. If he's to choose a disciple, surely it must be a genius with a heavenly spiritual root. Look around, not a single one of us possesses even a single spiritual root. So let's not entertain such discussions. None of us stand a chance. Another figure, stern in demeanor, observed a boy around 10 years old with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refining, who spoke with remarkable rationality. Listening to the exchanges among the others, Li Yi felt her headache lessening. However, the mention of Master Mo stirred an inexplicable unease within her. Was a person who had reached the late golden core stage at the age of 60 truly formidable? Moreover, why was it that no one seemed to know Master Mo's true name or legal title? We are required to remain in Yin country for 2 days, awaiting the completion of the spirit root test for all eligible candidates. You, alongside those with spirit roots, shall return to Kunlun Sect together. These 2 cultivators did not head straight back to Kunlun Sect, but lingered in the imperial capital. Naturally, the children aboard the flying vessel lacked the authority to voice any objections, as Li Yi obediently followed the steward into what was to be her temporary residence. She was pleasantly surprised by the lavishness of the accommodation, which turned out to be a beautifully elegant room within a royal mansion. Yet, scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed when a knock resounded at the door. Please enter. Upon receiving permission, the door opened gently, revealing a young lady of about 15 or 16 years, dressed in a light pink gown, her hair styled in 2 buns, who entered carrying a large tray. The girl first offered a polite bow to Li Yi before smilingly stating, "Little fairy, this is a set of clothing, various pieces of jewelry, and 100 taels of silver prepared for you by the Iwang mansion. Please try on the garments and see if they fit." She added, "I will be at your service until your departure for Kunlun Sect. Should you require anything, do let me know, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes." The young lady's kindness was overwhelming. However, Li Yi felt slightly taken aback. Indeed, the mansion I reside in is none other than the illustrious Iwang mansion, a favorite of the emperor. Little fairy, you flatter me too much. If you don't mind, please call me Liar. The maid named Liar smiled knowingly. The clothing and jewelry are prepared for every fairy and spirit child with a spirit root in our Iwang mansion. Very well, Sister Liar. Please refrain from calling me Little Fairy. It feels rather awkward. You may call me Yi instead. Yes, Miss Yi, Liar responded. Could you tell me about the selection of spirit children? Certainly. The selection process in Yin country has been ongoing for about a month now, and it will conclude in a few days. However, I do not know much. Our Iwang mansion's heir, Murong Yunli, is 14 years old and possesses a spirit affinity with water, wood, and earth spirit roots. The second prince, Murong Shiji, also has a spirit affinity and is exceptionally talented, being a genius with a single fire spirit root. Are all those chosen with spirit roots residing in Iwang Mansion like me? Yes. However, Liar hesitated. Only those with single or dual spirit roots receive preferential treatment. It was evident that Liar, a well-trained maid, spoke and acted with exceptional decorum, quickly engaging in amiable conversation with Li Yi. As they conversed joyfully, a hasty knocking at the door interrupted them, clearly signifying a lack of manners. Liuya, opened the door quickly. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. It was indeed the voice of Zhang Kaiping. All right, cousin, I shall open the door for you. Liuya, your clothing and jewelry seem to be of much finer quality than mine, Zhang Kaiping remarked, her tone tinged with irritation as she surveyed Li Yi's attire, although her expression quickly reverted to neutrality. By the way, I just heard someone say that the capital remains lively even at night. After we dine, shall we take a stroll? Li Yi fell silent. After all, her small stature made her feel inadequate. Furthermore, her cousin's demeanor was less than pleasant, causing her to glance at Liar. Before Liar could speak, Zhang Kaiping interrupted her with a brusque tone. I believe we can go out without being restricted by your mansion, right? Of course, that is permissible. Yet, as they prepared to venture out, an unexpected figure joined them, none other than the renowned Murong Yunli, who approached them with an elegant demeanor. Whether due to his formidable martial prowess or not, he had come without any guards, accompanied only by Liar, to join them on their outing. With Murong Yunli present, the group fell into a hushed silence. He seemed to notice the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward and, in a friendly manner, reassured them. There is no need to be concerned about our identities in the mundane world. Once we enter the realm of cultivation, we shall all be fellow disciples. Young Master Murong, you are too kind. To be honest, none of us has ever visited the capital before, Zhang Kaiping replied sweetly. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Murong Yunli, her cheeks faintly flushed, enhancing her allure. Indeed, recently Yin country has welcomed immortal masters to recruit disciples, bringing about much celebration. It is livelier than usual. Under normal circumstances, we would have a curfew at night, Murong Yunli explained amiably as they walked along. However, Li Yi was too small to keep pace with them. Thus, she found herself enjoying the privilege of being carried by Liar, who seemed unfazed by the weight. Continuing with steady strides, Li Yi initially worried about tiring Liar but soon realized that she maintained her composure without breaking a sweat, revealing her impressive capabilities. The night was particularly festive, with vibrant red lanterns illuminating the streets and bustling stalls selling a myriad of goods, accompanied by the clamor of voices, creating a lively atmosphere. Wow, Sister Liar, look at those exquisite pieces of jewelry being sold ahead, Li Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Also, you can let me down now. I wish to walk on my own. Come, little girl, let Brother Yunli take you to choose. Murong Yunli said effortlessly, taking hold of Li Yi's small, rough hand, which resembled a chicken's claw, and leading her toward the stall. Li Yi glanced down, surprised to find her hand held by the graceful Murong Yunli, whose hands were surprisingly soft and plump. The sensation was delightful, prompting her to mischievously pinch his hand. Murong Yunli, sensing her small gesture, couldn't help but smile faintly at her playful antics. The items peddled at these humble stalls would scarcely capture the attention of anyone save for Han Lingxue. Brother Yunli, this bell possesses an exquisite allure. Furthermore, that violet wooden box possesses an exquisite allure. Methinks it was assuredly intended as a receptacle for the chimes. Madam, this bell and this box are indeed part of my dowry. Due to certain circumstances at home, I regrettably had no choice but to sell it. These two items are priced at 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver. Is that not exceedingly expensive? Zhang Kaiping exclaimed in a fit of frustration. You are deceiving me. The elderly woman, with an air of subtle nobility in her gestures, caught Lu Ya's attention as she approached her with a high price, seemingly intent on deceiving her. Do not be swayed by her trickery. Such a worthless trinket is hardly worth a few coins, Lu Ya's cousin warned. However, Li Yi, undeterred by her cousin's admonition, lifted her gaze and noticed the old lady's pale complexion, indicative of malnutrition. A wave of compassion washed over her, and she thought to herself that in the realm of cultivation, silver held no value. Thus, she resolved to part with 10 taels of silver, deeming it a fitting gesture of filial piety towards the elderly. With that, she placed the 10 taels before the old woman and grasped the two items in her hands. Where, Luya, did you acquire the funds to purchase these? Is this money not pilfered from your home? This amount of money is sufficient for your brother to build a house and marry a wife. Zhang Kaiping looked at Li Yi, who paid the silver without hesitation, and couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Where did the silver in Li Yi's possession come from? How could she possess such an abundance of silver? With this thought, she unhesitatingly reprimanded Li Yi. What does it matter if one has dual spiritual roots? If your conduct were to be deemed excessively disgraceful, cousin, I am. This money is not obtained through theft. It was bestowed upon me by Sister Liar. Li Yi's lips quivered slightly, portraying an expression of unjust reproach. Deeply aggrieved, yet restrained from expressing her indignation. What? What did you say? Did you claim that this silver was given to you by Liar? Zhang Kaiping was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. These individuals truly excel at judging others by their appearances. Alas, I possess no silver. Sixia. It is not easy for your family to earn money, tirelessly toiling each day. Why do you not allow someone to send it back home to you, but instead choose to squander it so carelessly? The two individuals gazed at Zhang Kaiping, who was displaying an exaggerated demeanor, with faint smiles and silence. As they entered the realm of cultivation, Li Yi remained quiet, merely adopting a pitiful expression while tightly clutching the newly acquired box and bracelet. Murong Yunli was about to speak and assist the young girl in removing her scarf when Zhang Kaiping began to provoke further. She cast her eyes upon the bracelet recently obtained by Li Yi, and for reasons unknown, a sudden pang of jealousy tightened within her heart. With a playful tone reminiscent of coaxing a child, she said to Han Bing, "Yi, this bracelet is simply exquisite. Would it be all right to lend it to my cousin for a few days? After all, children have a short memory. Furthermore, in a few days, even if that little girl asks for it, I can simply claim that I accidentally misplaced it. What can this little brat possibly do to me?" "No, no," Yi exclaimed, instantly enamored with the bracelet, resolutely refusing to lend it to anyone. She displayed an adorably possessive demeanor reminiscent of a little girl safeguarding her treasures. However, her behavior elicited gentle laughter from those around her. Zhang Kaiping felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, but was unwilling to relent. "But Yi, you can't possibly be so stingy and protective, can you? Is it permissible to lend this bracelet to my cousin for even a few days? What you are doing is rather unkind. Has my dear aunt not informed you that such treasures are meant to be shared by all? Moreover, this box of yours is quite exquisite. If you find it difficult to part with that bracelet, perhaps you could gift this box to your cousin." Zhang Kaiping, with a beaming smile, grasped Li Yi's little hand, still attempting to snatch those two items away. Deep down, she couldn't quite fathom why, but she had an undeniable affection for this bracelet. The box also stirred a sense of longing within her, as if it held significant value to her. No, absolutely not. Yi had never received pocket money nor purchased jewelry throughout her life. "Cousin, you have always adorned yourself with silks and satins. Even your jewelry is crafted from gold and silver. Why would you covet my little bell? I refuse to part with it." "Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine and translate." Li Yi wore an expression reminiscent of a child on the verge of tears, caught between laughter and sorrow. However, in truth, she harbored a sense of disdain within her heart for her beautiful cousin, whom she had encountered only once before. Moreover, Sister Kaiping, you should not jest with the young ones. Did you not see that this little girl took it seriously? Murong Yunli amusingly lifted Li Yi once more, thereby bringing this matter to a delightful conclusion. Haha, Brother Murong, please do not take offense. This little girl from my aunt's family has been spoiled at home. However, she has never ventured beyond the village. Her days are spent either playing in the mountains or staying at home, entirely oblivious to the wider world. This has fostered her rather selfish disposition. Yet I was surprised by her complete lack of understanding regarding my jesting. Zhang Kaiping smiled awkwardly and explained, Children. Their youthfulness brings its own advantages. Their innocence and vivacity make them quite endearing. Just like my little half-sister from the Yi Wang mansion, she too often presents herself in such an irresistibly charming manner." Murong Yunli smiled ambiguously, gazing at the scars on Li Yi's delicate little hands. The calluses were a clear indication that this child had certainly engaged in her fair share of arduous labor at home. As Li Yi finally returned to her room, memories of her cousin's peculiar behavior earlier that day surfaced, causing her to furrow her brows in contemplation. However, she could not decipher the meaning behind it at that moment. So she decided to dismiss it for now. She casually intended to cast the small box she held into her space, but to her astonishment, the box refused to be absorbed. What could possibly be the cause of this? How peculiar! Yet upon opening it, flipping and turning it around for inspection, I find no discernible reason. It is merely an ordinary box. Based on her extensive experience of reading novels over the years, this box undoubtedly possesses some peculiarities. But what should be done? Li Yi recalled her cousin's peculiar behavior today, as if it were necessary for her to compete for that bell in this box, which was indeed quite strange. She tapped her head, feeling that perhaps she was overthinking. However, leaving this box unattended outside felt like missing out on some opportunity. She was reluctant to do so, yet this item could not be stored in her spatial realm. What was she to do? Gritting my teeth, I resolved that if it were to be so, I might as well indulge in a moment of folly. Why not emulate those characters in novels who pledge their allegiance with a drop of blood? Li Yi was apprehensive about her inability to restrain the exuberance that compelled her mouth to emit sounds. In a flash, she slipped into a secluded space, where she exuberantly released her pent-up energy for a while. It was only after her fervent excitement had subsided that she managed to regain her composure. Henceforth, she resolved to guard this secret with utmost vigilance, as even a hint of it could prove perilous. For some inexplicable reason, Li Yi found herself recalling her cousin's peculiar behavior, which elicited a smile from her lips. Determined to act, she swiftly retrieved a sewing needle from her surroundings and plunged it fiercely into her middle finger. As she observed a droplet of crimson blood emerge, she smeared it onto the enigmatic black box. In an instant, the box absorbed the blood, yet before she could revel in her astonishment, terror overwhelmed her. A sudden force erupted from the box, gripping her finger tightly and voraciously devouring her blood. Li Yi was utterly terrified by the scene unfolding before her, desperately shaking the box in her hand. Unfortunately, no matter how vigorously she struggled, the box clung to her finger with a tenacity that drained her blood. Was it possible that this box could drain her dry, or that it contained the lingering soul of some ancient monster intent on seizing her? Just as she felt herself on the brink of death, the box emitted a brilliant white light that pierced her eyes. Instantly, her mind filled with a plethora of bewildering information, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. The light that had enveloped her was a manifestation of an ancient celestial ability known as the True Eye. This extraordinary gift had the power to dispel illusions, allowing one to see through any trickery, particularly within deceptive formations. It could reveal the hidden cultivation levels and even the true genders of cultivators who sought to conceal their identities. Most importantly, the True Eye served to discern the essence of all things, making it nearly impossible for any rare treasures to evade its gaze. Elated by her newfound ability, she nearly leapt with joy, momentarily forgetting her dizziness. With this unique skill, navigating the cultivation realm and safeguarding her life, as well as seeking treasures, would become a far more attainable endeavor. However, she reminded herself to remain cautious in all situations, suppressing her urge to shout with excitement. Who would have anticipated that an ordinary sandalwood box contained the legacy of the coveted True Eye, a treasure that many powerful cultivators coveted? Moreover, this box was not merely ordinary. It harbored a substantial storage space, approximately 1,000 square meters in size, akin to her own storage space, which could preserve items indefinitely. It far surpassed the average storage bags found within the cultivation world. Perhaps the treasure was cloaked in obscurity, unless she had recognized it as her own by shedding blood. Even formidable cultivators would have failed to identify it as an ancient storage box. The intricate formation inscribed upon it had led many to believe it was merely an empty container. Regrettably, the box contained only a full vial of pills and a plethora of empty pill bottles. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the vial held precious ancient pills known as spirit-cleansing pills. As the name suggests, these pills could cleanse an individual of a spirit root upon consumption. And to her astonishment, there were 10 pills within the vial. She pressed her hand against her thumping heart, striving to regain her composure. This was not the moment for such indulgence. Although she knew little about the cultivation realm, she understood that cleansing a spirit root was an extraordinary and potentially perilous act. The origins of such an item were shrouded in mystery, and to avoid attracting unwanted attention, it was wiser to devise a plan for the future. Furthermore, her mortal body might not withstand the potency of the pills. She resolved to return to her sect and assess the situation when the time was right, contemplating whether to utilize the spirit-cleansing pills. However, with such precious pills left exposed, she felt uneasy. In her view, the safest place for them was within her storage space. Thankfully, she was able to easily transfer the vial into her storage area. Yet, the box itself could not be stored. She wondered if it could shrink to fit into her pouch as a makeshift storage bag. With a mere thought, the box responded to her command, transforming to the size of a pearl. Astonished by this remarkable phenomenon, she decided to test it further through the pouch, discovering that the box's storage capabilities remained unaffected. However, as she continued to experiment, the box's storage function caused her head to spin even more. Despite this, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if she had overlooked something significant. By some inexplicable force, a small bell bracelet emerged from her storage space. Uncertain of the reason, she recalled her cousin's peculiar expression, sensing that this bell held its own mystery. Upon using the true eye to examine it, her expression shifted to one of complexity. Who would have thought that these seemingly mundane items purchased from a small stall were, in fact, treasures? Moreover, her cousin's behavior that day had been particularly intriguing. Could it be that she possessed an innate sensitivity to treasures? It was no surprise that Li Yi entertained such thoughts. It turned out that the small bell indeed had its significance. It bore a melodious name, the fortune-measuring bell, once recognized by blood. This bell could gauge its owner's fortune at any given moment. After contemplating this, Li Yi wasted no time in pricking her finger to establish her bond with the bell. For reasons unknown, she felt an urgency to claim ownership, fearing that the bracelet might change hands for some unforeseen reason. Fortunately, this bell required only a single drop of blood for recognition, a minor sacrifice compared to the box. Once bonded, she learned that the bracelet's 6 bells each represented a different hue of light. Only the owner could perceive the emanating colors, which included purple, red, orange, yellow, white, and black. Purple signified the utmost fortune, akin to the kind of luck one might experience when stumbling upon a divine artifact after a mere misstep. Conversely, black represented the most unfortunate fate, where even a sip of water could lead to disaster. Currently, the bell resting on Li Yi's wrist radiated a faint red light, indicating that her fortune was quite favorable, hovering around a slightly above average status. How extraordinary! This bell seemed infinitely more powerful than the true eye, possessing the ability to measure fortune and effectively circumventing the dictates of fate, placing it in the realm of semi-divine artifacts. From this point forward, she resolved to first consult the bell before embarking on any journey, as it had become a vital tool for her survival. Li, wary of her own excitement bubbling to the surface, swiftly retreated into her storage space. After releasing her exuberance through a series of jubilant leaps, she regained her composure, realizing that these 2 treasures must remain closely guarded secrets. Revealing even a hint could prove fatal. Her thoughts then drifted back to her cousin's unusual behavior, and a smile crept across her lips. Little did her cousin know that the seemingly insignificant and timid Li Yi had traversed realms and possessed a miraculous storage space. Reflecting on her unique space, Li Yi couldn't help but grin. This space had appeared mysteriously in her life. She was merely an ordinary girl, unloved by her parents and toiling away as a worker. Yet, ever since childhood, she had dreamt of a resplendent palace filled with treasures and silks. Unfortunately, she could only visit this enchanting place in her dreams, and despite her efforts, she had never managed to extract any treasures from the space. There exists a rather peculiar phenomenon. During her childhood, Li Yi yearned to share the enchanting realm that resided within her mind. Yet, whenever Hani opened her mouth to speak of it, not a single word would emerge. It was at one point that she herself believed it to be merely an illusion born from the hardships of life. However, a sudden turn of events occurred. I recall that day vividly. It was noon, and after finishing work, I stealthily slipped away to indulge in some leisure at the market. There, I stumbled upon a jewelry company hosting an event, which claimed that by merely adding them on WeChat, one would receive a glass imitation amber necklace as a gift. Li Yi had always been impoverished and had never owned any jewelry. Why would she refuse such a generous offer? Unexpectedly, upon returning to the factory to work, a moment of carelessness resulted in a cut to her hand. In a flurry, as she sought to staunch the flow of blood with a piece of paper, her own blood inadvertently smeared onto it. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, and a space opened up. Astonishingly, the wax pendant that hung around her neck immediately lost its luster. Although she was taken aback, she composed herself and cautiously controlled her excitement. After work, she hurried to a public restroom, secured the door, and began her clandestine exploration of this newfound space. Indeed, she found it remarkably easy to enter the realm, even retrieving jewelry and jade from within. Most remarkably, there appeared a colossal touchscreen computer that could be activated merely by her thoughts. Within that computer, there existed only one program, Taba. Li Yi even experimented with it, discovering that this version of Taba bore little distinction from the mobile app. However, in this extraordinary space. After purchasing items from Taobao, the delivery would materialize directly inside the realm when she received it at 1 o'clock. Naturally, she could also set the delivery address. Once the system indicated that the package had arrived, she could simply click to receive it, and the parcel would manifest in the designated location. Yet, the items purchased from Taobao were strikingly ordinary, merely products from commonplace stores across the nation. Nevertheless, Li Yi was elated, managing to restrain her excitement while resigning from her position in adherence to the factory's regulations. Subsequently, she sold a small, albeit low-quality piece of jade for over 5 million in the capital. With that windfall, she purchased a modest apartment, fully paid, spanning just over 50 square meters. In her daily life, she collected supplies, purchasing seasonal fruits, vegetables, and grains to store within the space. Her greatest delight lay in amassing discounted dairy products and other perishable foods, seizing every opportunity to acquire them. Later, she even established contact with manufacturers through her cousin, who owned a supermarket, ensuring she obtained near-expiry yet unsold foodstuffs and dairy products at wholesale prices. Additionally, Li Yi was intent on acquiring various high-tech products to furnish her space, such as top-tier solar panels and an array of self-defense weapons. She even liquidated several more pieces of jade to procure an assortment of commendable technological advancements available in the world. Of course, Li Yi never neglected to send the stipulated financial support to her mother each month. Regrettably, this individual finds herself outmatched by fate. Li Yi never anticipated that she would ultimately be betrayed by the very family she devoted herself to supporting. Her parents arranged for her to marry an older man with a pronounced propensity for domestic violence, who had even been responsible for the deaths of several wives. Naturally, Li Yi was adamant about refusing to return home. However, her mother insisted that she must produce a sum of 1 million as a severance fee, or else she would be compelled to obey their wishes and marry. Otherwise, the Han family would relentlessly torment her for the rest of her life, ensuring her existence remained fraught with unease. At that moment, Li Yi, in a moment of folly, inexplicably placed her trust in the deceitful words of her parasitic family. She even went so far as to enlist a notary and handed over the 1 million, signing a document that severed their relationship. Yet, despite Li Yi's seemingly effortless surrender of such a substantial sum, her family, having signed the document, could not possibly allow her to escape their grasp. Subsequently, the scene emerged where Li Yi had traversed into another realm. Her family, having expended a considerable sum, enlisted the services of a private investigator who uncovered the location of her modest residence, purchased outright. They even discovered that Li Yi had acquired another small house in full payment, leaving her with a remaining sum of over 1 million in savings. Naturally, when her family confronted her, they forcibly cornered Li Yi within that small abode. This inevitably led to a familial conflict, during which her brother inadvertently pushed her, resulting in her awakening in this new world. Reflecting upon the sorrowful memories of her past life, Li Yi couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering how the authorities would handle her case. While it may not be classified as murder, they certainly cannot evade the consequences of manslaughter, can they? Moreover, they had intruded without my consent when I was opening the door. What, then, should we classify their behavior as? However, one cannot help but wonder how the police officer will adjudicate this matter. After all, those who have inflicted harm upon oneself are, in fact, family members. Little do they know that their house is equipped with surveillance cameras throughout, except for the modest bedroom and bathroom. Having traversed through time, this place is not so bad. Li Yi is well aware that as long as she carries the blood of her parents within her, as long as she remains alive, she will be able to rescue those in distress and free herself from their clutches. One must acknowledge the profound moral coercion exhibited by individuals in this nation, particularly from one's own so-called family members, who wield this tactic with remarkable finesse. I cannot help but recall the peculiar actions of my cousin, which brings a smile to my lips involuntarily. What is the matter? Am I truly usurping her opportunity? These 2 items were first noticed by me and purchased with my own money. After all, is there anything amiss in this matter? But precisely what is wrong? Li Yi cannot seem to fathom it at the moment. Li Yi is still lost in slumber. Then Kai Ping arrogantly entered her room and began rummaging through her belongings. Li Yi furrowed her brow, thinking that her cousin was truly a bully, merely because she perceived her to be younger. Sooner or later, she shall come to understand the true essence of a jungle society. Sixia, what has become of the bell bracelet and that small box you purchased yesterday? Hurry and bring it for your cousin to see. My dear child, what did your mother say to you when you came out? If the 2 items you purchased for 10 taels of silver were to be inadvertently lost, what would become of that? Perhaps it would be wiser for your cousin to safeguard them for you. Zhang Kaiping had not slept a wink throughout the night. She felt an inexplicable sense that those 2 items were of paramount importance to her. It seemed that losing those 2 possessions would be more painful than losing her very life. Yet, within this room, there was only a scant amount of belongings. And no matter how diligently she searched, she could not uncover them. Cousin, do you not think that entering my room without my consent and rummaging through my belongings could be considered, if not outright burglary, at least tantamount to theft? Li Yi's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She had encountered shameless individuals before, yet none could rival Zhang Caiping's audacity. You wretched child, Luya. Your cousin is only looking out for your best interests. Quickly hand over those 2 items to me. Zhang Kaiping, considering that Li Yi was merely a child, brazenly resorted to intimidation. No. How could I possibly lose something I cherish so dearly? Moreover, why should I entrust my belongings to you? Now that I have left home, no one can control me. I will never allow anyone to take my things away again. Li Yi, puffed up with indignation, insisted that the 2 items were her own. How could they possibly be snatched away by this shameless Zhang Kaiping? You wretched child, hurry and return my belongings. As your cousin, I am merely concerned for you, fearing you might misplace them. How dare you accuse me of being a thief? You truly deserve a good thrashing. Seeing Li Yi's obstinacy, Zhang Kaiping resolved to search again. After all, as her cousin, it was her duty to safeguard her little cousin's possessions. Yet, how could she possibly find them? Wah. Cousin, what are you doing? Don't take my things. Wah. Help. Someone is stealing. Li, taking advantage of her tender age, began to wail uncontrollably. Her piercing cries could be heard far beyond the door. Miss Yi, what has happened? Liar. Hearing the commotion from a distance, rushed over. Li Yi was a prodigy with a singular spiritual root. If she faced any injustice in their Wang residence, even the old Wang would struggle to bear the consequences. Sister liar. Wah. Li Yi shamelessly threw herself into Liar's embrace, continuing to sob. My cousin is trying to steal my silver, my jewelry, and even the little bell I bought yesterday. Wah. She said if I don't give them to her, she'll have my mother punish me. Sister liar, please help me. Don't let her take my precious things. Li Yi's cries were filled with a deep sense of injustice, yet her words were remarkably clear. Liar. This useless woman, Zhang Kaiping, is courting disaster. How dare she openly bully and even rob this talented child with dual spiritual roots? It was evident that Zhang Kaiping, hailing from a humble background, was oblivious to the severity of her actions. You insolent child, stop your nonsense and accusing me falsely, or I'll make sure you regret it. Zhang Kaiping, emboldened by Liar's silence, grew more arrogant. After all, she was a lofty cultivator, and mere mortals like Liar had no right to interfere. But Liar could not allow Zhang Kaiping to harm Li Yi. Given that Zhang Kaiping at least possessed a spiritual root, Liar could only shield Li Yi with her body. The emperor had personally instructed that those with singular or dual spiritual roots deserved special care. You wretched servant, step aside. How dare a lowly maid obstruct me from disciplining my family? Zhang Kaiping remained as haughty as ever, having always bullied others without experiencing the same in return. While you may now be called a fairy, this place is not your domain to trample upon, Liar retorted, her expression devoid of fear. Zhang Kaiping, emboldened by her spiritual root, often looked down upon those she deemed beneath her. Yet, she failed to remember that her own family's heir possessed exceptional talent with a triple spiritual root, while she herself was merely a talentless waste, destined to remain a mere servant disciple in the sect. You, what are you? A lowly servant has no business meddling here. Besides, this child is my cousin. I'm merely helping her mother oversee her behavior. Is that so wrong? Can a mere servant like you interfere? Zhang Kaiping, infuriated, could hardly believe that a common servant dared to challenge her authority. However, she conveniently forgot that she was just a mundane with a wasteful 5 spiritual roots. Yet to cultivate. Fairy Zhang, is it permissible for you to meddle in this matter? Liar pointed out. You and Li Yi have both been chosen as celestial children. Your statuses are equal. It is not for you to dictate who manages whom. Your attempt to seize the belongings of a younger child is simply TSK. Murong Yunli, having caught wind of the situation, approached. Young Master Murong, you misunderstand. I merely wish to safeguard this child's valuable possessions, fearing she might lose them due to her youth and inexperience. Yet, this child stubbornly refuses to part with them and accuses me unjustly. This child is still young. She knows not the value of things. The belongings in question could sustain her family for years. How can they be carelessly squandered? Just before leaving, Li Yi's mother, my aunt, entrusted me to care for her and discipline her appropriately. Upon seeing Murong Yunli's approach, Zhang Kaiping feigned the demeanor of an older sister helplessly managing her disobedient younger sibling. Fairy Zhang, your words are exaggerated. These are mere trifles for children, not worth anything. Besides, we cultivators, having been selected as practitioners, should distance ourselves from mundanity. Murong Yunli replied with a smile, though his heart brimmed with disdain for Zhang Kaiping. This woman, with her shallow perspective and malicious demeanor, coveted even the slightest valuable possession of her cousin. It was clear that Li Yi held little standing within her family, enduring bullying from her cousin even outside. However, Murong Yunli knew that with Li Yi's dual spiritual roots, her entry into the inner sect was a certainty. Conversely, Zhang Kaiping, with her 5 spiritual roots, would likely be relegated to menial tasks within the sect, had the realm of cultivation not suffered significant losses. She wouldn't even qualify for such a position. Now, Zhang Kaiping could only work as a servant at the Eastern Gate. Their statuses had diverged the moment their spiritual roots were tested. If a disciple from the inner sect supported her, life might be somewhat easier for her. Yet, here she was, bullying Li Yi, and it was uncertain whether Li Yi would remember their past kinship and offer her any assistance in the future. What of children? Even those aged 4 or 5 understand much. Young Master Murong, you speak wisely. It seems Kaiping has misjudged the situation. Faced with this turn of events, Zhang Kaiping reluctantly withdrew. Still, an emptiness lingered within her, akin to having lost something profoundly significant in her life. Kaiping, you are too courteous. We are all fellow disciples. No need for such formality. However, we hail from the same roots, and it is rather unbecoming to have disputes before entering the sect. Moreover, although Li Yi may be young, you should respect her wishes. Should she require guidance, her master is there for her. Murong Yunli smiled elegantly, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. Li Yi, possessing both water and with dual spiritual roots, was favored by the elders. Once she entered the sect, she would inevitably become a disciple of a golden core master. However, at this moment, he had no intention of antagonizing Zhang Kaiping. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, techniques, elixirs, treasures, spiritual stones, and fortune are all indispensable. Who knows if Zhang Kaiping might become a person of great fortune in the future. In the middling cloud sky sect, a cultivator with all 5 elements once rose to prominence. In a mere 500 years, he had already formed his nascent soul. Brother Yunli, you are right. 6th girl, you should keep those things for yourself. I won't trouble myself over them. You little one, don't be so biased. Your cousin was born into a wealthy family and has seen plenty of fine things, so she wouldn't be interested in your childish trinkets. I'm just worried that you're young and might lose them carelessly or be deceived by others. That would be a real loss. Zhang Kaiping knew her actions earlier were inappropriate and, to make matters worse, had been witnessed by an outsider. Even for her own sake, she had to try to salvage her public image. Cousin, rest assured, Yi will take good care of everything she has. She will never let anyone steal from her or deceive her. Li Yi nodded emphatically, appearing every bit the receptive child. Murong Yunli couldn't help but smile at her childish gestures, but there was also a deep sense of pity in his heart. If Li Yi's family knew the status this unloved and disregarded girl, a dual-element genius, would attain in the cultivation world, or even in the mortal realm, where emperors would treat her with deference, what would they think? Oh, Kaiping, you should tidy yourself up too. I heard that the selection of children with spiritual roots will conclude at noon today. If all goes well, we'll be departing for the cultivation world this afternoon. Murong Yunli said to Zhang Kaiping with a smile. Really? That's wonderful. Is there anything I need to prepare? Zhang Kaiping asked instinctively. No, nothing is needed. Even our clothes will be useless in the cultivation world. Once we arrive at the sect, we'll be issued uniform robes. Essentially, all our mortal possessions will be relegated to mere mementos. Murong Yunli remarked with a smile. Zhang Kaiping, you're Zhang Kaiping, and you have spiritual roots. A boy who looked to be 14 or 15 years old stared at Zhang Kaiping in astonishment. Zhang Kaiping, don't you recognize me? I'm your cousin from your aunt's side. Wang Zhangping. Zhang Kaiping had barely stepped outside when she encountered her long-lost relative. Her cousin, Wang Zhangping, was only a little over a month older than her. Cousin, what a coincidence. I remember hearing from my grandmother when I was 10 that your whole family had moved to Jizhou City. I haven't seen you since, Zhang Kaiping said, surprised at seeing her cousin after so many years. By the way, cousin, What kind of spiritual root do you have? I have all 5. Zhang Kaiping looked at Wang Zhangpeng with surprise. Her aunt had married a scholar who later passed the imperial examination and became a minor official in Jizhou. Oh, Kaiping. So you have all 5 elements? I'm not much better, with 4. Wang Zhangpeng was momentarily disappointed but quickly recovered. Cousin, you probably don't know, but 6th girl from our aunt's family also has spiritual roots. She was selected with me and has dual roots. Now all 3 of us have spiritual roots and can cultivate in the same place. If we stick together, we won't be bullied in the future. Zhang Kaiping was very excited. 6th girl? I don't seem to remember her. Oh, I think my mother mentioned that our aunt had twins later, fulfilling her wish for a son. But wasn't he supposed to be given away? Wang Zhangpeng paused, realizing what he had said. Never mind. If the little girl had been given away, we wouldn't have met her. But honestly, Li Yi is so lucky. She has dual spiritual roots. Wang Zhangpeng's eyes grew complicated as he thought about Li Yi's water and with dual roots. He had once been superior among his relatives, but now he was being overshadowed by a clueless 5-year-old. Those dual spiritual roots, compared to hers were far superior. With dual roots, she would likely form her foundation without needing a foundation pill. As long as no major accidents occurred, she could even form her golden core. But with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, without a great opportunity or a foundation pill, the chances of forming a foundation were slim. Even with a foundation pill, the success rate was low. And even if one barely managed to form a foundation, one would be stuck in the foundation stage forever. By the way, Kaiping, now that little 6th girl has spiritual roots. Where is she staying? Take me to see her. We're family, and I should look after her. An idea struck Wang Zhangpeng. Having a dual root cousin, he could certainly gain resources and elixirs if he could get on her good side. Cousin, I'll take you. She's staying in the east guest room. Zhang Kaiping had always admired Wang Zhangpeng, so she readily agreed to his suggestion. And so, Li Yi, who was lying in bed sorting out the events of the past few days, was once again interrupted by Zhang Kaiping. But who was the young man before her? He seemed to resemble Zhang Kaiping somewhat. Zhang Kaiping was truly dishonest, managing to flirt with men wherever she went. Were people in ancient times so uninhibited? 6th girl, quickly greet your cousin. You probably don't remember him. This is your cousin Wang Zhangpeng from your aunt's family. Zhang Kaiping seemed to have completely forgotten about her earlier attempt to steal from Li Yi's room. Perhaps she hadn't forgotten, but she simply didn't consider it important. Cousin, I hope you remember to knock next time you come to my room. Li Erji had said that this was the most basic of mannerisms. Besides, I'm a girl. I may be resting or changing clothes. Even a cousin should avoid suspicion, right? Li Yi glanced coldly at Zhang Kaiping. Her cousin's face was truly thick-skinned. If it had been anyone else, they would have become bitter enemies long ago. 6th girl, I'm your cousin Wang Zhangpeng. You were still being carried when our family moved to Jizhou City, so it's normal that you don't remember me. Wang Zhangpeng frowned slightly, then smiled warmly. He knew Zhang Kaiping's old habits well. Perhaps she hadn't realized the situation and still thought she could bully the dual-root little girl. Cousin, Li Yi nodded faintly. She had no fondness for any of her so-called relatives, as they had never shown her any warmth. 6th girl, I was so happy when I found out you had spiritual roots. Now the 3 of us can stick together and avoid being bullied, especially at such a tender age. When you are still oblivious to the world, it becomes all the more effortless for others to bully you. Wang Zhangpeng's smile resembled that of a cunning wolf. Yet he was still waiting to hear the excited exclamation of good from Li Yi, which he anticipated but never received. Dear cousin, I wonder when we shall depart. I am so eager to reach the abode of those celestial beings who can soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. Li Yi attempted to shift the topic. It should be soon, came the response. This little one is too young. Some conversations are beyond her comprehension. The 3 of them exchanged banter, but it was primarily the 2 conversing while Li Yi merely listened. However, their dialogue was interrupted when Lyre approached to inform them that all those endowed with spiritual roots were to gather at a designated grand plaza during the hour of Shun, where cultivators would escort them to the Kunlun Sect in the realm of immortality. Li Yi paused for a moment, recalling that the hour of Shun referred to the time between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. As the time arrived, nearly all those with spiritual roots congregated at the aforementioned plaza. Perhaps due to the presence of soldiers maintaining order, the curious onlookers were kept at a distance. Who would have thought that in the Yin Kingdom, home to millions, only a meager 50 individuals were selected for their spiritual roots? Sister Lyre, I shall miss you. If I find myself in need of silver in the realm of cultivation, I will gladly send it to you. Sister Lyre, I know that at your age, you may be considering marriage. So let this be an early contribution to your dowry. Li Yi said as she embraced Lyre, tears brimming in her eyes. Despite Lyre being merely a maid, fulfilling her duties out of obligation, she had shown Li Yi unparalleled kindness throughout her life. It was precisely for this reason that Li Yi willingly bestowed upon Lyre the remaining silver given by the Wang family. Miss Yi, I too shall miss you. If you ever have the chance to return, please visit me, Lyre replied. Although the Wang family was immensely wealthy, the servants often had little to call their own. With these newfound funds, combined with her savings, Lyre could potentially secure her freedom or even acquire a modest dwelling. Li Yi, my dear child, do not shed tears. In the future, should you wish to see her, after you establish your foundation, you can return to fulfill a task for the sect and visit her. Murong Yunli remarked with a smile. You possess dual spiritual roots, so establishing your foundation will come swiftly. Regrettably, Murong Yunli added, those without spiritual roots like Lyre could not accompany them to the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, this diligent maid, known for her careful nature, would have made an excellent companion. What was she even contemplating? Who could forget that in the realm of cultivation, time holds no meaning? It was entirely possible that in the blink of an eye, Lyre would have aged into a frail old woman. Though Murong Yunli's words were beautifully spoken, everyone understood the stark reality of the disparity between cultivators and ordinary mortals. The phrase cultivation knows no years was not mere rhetoric. For cultivators, decades could pass in the blink of an eye, while friends and family known in youth could have aged or faded into dust. Dear Yi, although Sister Lyre cannot accompany you, Chuyer is a good friend of hers. Everything that Sister Lyre can do, Chuyer can as well. If you feel lonely, Chuyer will keep you company, all right? Chuyer, a servant of the Wang family with 4 spiritual roots, approached with perceptive charm. Originally a firewood maid, Chuyer had unexpectedly found herself favored by destiny. Perhaps it was her humble origins that endowed her with such keen insight. Upon discovering her spiritual roots, she quickly realized that those with fewer roots held higher status. Very well. We can chat and stroll about when we have the time, Li Yi replied with a forced smile. Her heart hardened by the lack of kindness she had known throughout her life, especially after the betrayal from her own family. She was wary of opening her heart to a woman with ulterior motives. Everyone, cease your chatter and focus. We are about to depart, called the cultivator who had come to escort them, his voice soft yet clear, reaching each ear with precision. The youthful cultivator performed a hand gesture, revealing a magnificent golden dragon boat that had been concealed in midair. A strikingly handsome cultivator waved his hand, and the group was swiftly guided aboard. Though this was Li Yi's second experience of such an event, she and the other chosen children with spiritual roots were still awestruck by the methods of the immortals. Falling into a stunned silence. In the vast cabin, not a sound was heard, as the atmosphere felt eerily surreal. The youthful cultivator at the bow activated a spell, and the dragon boat began its slow journey, gradually accelerating until it vanished into the horizon. Li Yi settled in with the others, taking a moment to compose herself before carefully examining the interior of the dragon boat. This vessel was vastly larger and far more opulent than the last. The walls were adorned with intricate and mystical patterns, each seeming to possess its own identity, yet interconnected, emanating a subtle, ethereal glow. After gazing at the mesmerizing designs for a while, she felt dizzy, suspecting that this was yet another manifestation of the cultivator's extraordinary abilities, likely a form of formation that caused her disorientation. Naturally, Li Yi found herself seated alongside Murong Yunli and a few other distinguished young men and women, most of whom hailed from royal or noble families. Curiously, while silence reigned among them, her charming cousins approached the others to forge connections. Yet, the group appeared rather aloof, exchanging few words. Despite their surroundings, each of them sat upright on the cushions provided, exuding an undeniable elegance that was characteristic of their noble lineage. The journey would likely be longer than before. The cultivator distributed a pill to each passenger, claiming that it would stave off hunger for 7 days. Upon placing the pill in her mouth, Li Yi felt a wave of nausea, yet she forced herself to swallow it. The taste was akin to spoiled refuse, lingering unpleasantly, and the texture left her mouth feeling parched and numb, an experience beyond words. Understanding that she had to adapt, for this was not a place for her to be finicky, she found some solace when the pill's effect soon filled her belly, though it was more akin to the discomfort of being overstuffed than mere satiety. Hastily, she retrieved a sour plum from her specially designed pocket, hoping to alleviate her discomfort. During this period, it seemed that many others shared her aversion to the pill. However, due to the fear and respect towards the cultivators, none dared to voice a complaint. After a moment of contemplation, Li lifted her gaze towards the clusters of white clouds along the ship's edge, as well as the towering mountains that loomed nearby. As she watched these swiftly disappearing from her sight, she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of emotion. She, Li, was no longer the struggling working girl at the bottom of society, exploited by her own family. She would not be that girl from the small mountain village, who endured hunger, beatings, and insults, only to be sold off as a servant when she came of age. In the future, she would be eternally liberated from the curse of gender preference, free to soar through the heavens and the earth. She would be able to pursue a new life and strive for immortality at her own will. Perhaps concerned about the potential boredom among the crowd, a man in his 40s approached to share some fundamental knowledge about the cultivation world. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, allow me to impart some essential truths about the cultivation realm. This will save you from making fools of yourselves due to ignorance once you enter a sect. Our Kunlun Sect is the foremost and most prestigious sect in the Yanhuan continent, situated in its very heart, covering vast expanses of land. Kunlun Sect boasts breathtaking mountains and controls the four most powerful spiritual veins of the continent, thus enjoying the advantages of time, place, and people. There are 9 supreme sects in Yanhuan continent. Naturally, our Kunlun Sect ranks first, followed by the Sword Sect, the Pill Sect, the Shushan Sect, the Su Envy Sect, the Qingyun Sect, the Beastmaster Sect, the Flowing Immortal Sect, and finally, the Demon Sect. Beyond these 9, there exists a multitude of medium and small sections. It is worth noting that although the Sword Sect ranks second, its disciples are formidable sword cultivators. While their numbers may be few, each is a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, the Su Envy Sect and the Flowing Immortal Sect comprise entirely of female disciples. Despite their lower ranks, they command respect due to strategic alliances through marriage with other sections. The Demon Sect, an ancient and mysterious faction, is composed of beings capable of transforming into human form. Currently, the Cultivation realm and the Demon Sect have reached an accord, allowing for a semblance of peaceful coexistence. However, one must remember that those who are not of our kind may harbor different intentions. It is understood that, regardless of circumstances, the demon race and humanity can never truly become friends or allies. Furthermore, it is crucial to keep in mind that any demon capable of human transformation is a formidable opponent, often possessing combat abilities equivalent to a perfected golden core cultivator. Their physical prowess is extraordinarily robust, making them dangerous adversaries. Should you encounter them, proceed with utmost caution and do not underestimate them, even if their external features appear peculiar. Fortunately, most powerful demons reside deep within the vast mountain ranges, rarely emerging. Even those who have only recently transformed into human form tend to remain hidden. Additionally, our cultivation realm has established agreements to ensure that demons will not harm cultivators lightly. Upon hearing this, Li couldn't help but smile wryly, contemplating why the demon sect ranked last among the supreme sections. Surely, this ranking was determined by the human cultivators. Perhaps the demons are oblivious to the ranking, or they simply do not care. With their combat prowess and vast numbers, they should not be relegated to the bottom tier. After all, human cultivators are merely one among many species, while the demon cultivators represent all sentient beings capable of cultivation outside of humanity. Yet, who truly knows how this ranking is established? Li pondered silently, realizing that such matters were beyond her concern as a novice. Nevertheless, it is clear that even the lowest-ranked sects are formidable within the cultivation realm. As for the second and third-tier sects, I shall refrain from elaborating and instead focus on key points you should heed. Though the Buddhist sect is classified as a second-tier sect, boasting only a few tens of thousands of disciples, those who practice Buddhism require exceptional qualifications to be accepted. Initially, Buddhist practitioners may not possess great combat strength, but no one in the cultivation realm is inclined to slaughter them without cause. After all, Buddhists seldom engage in violence and are favored by the laws of the heavens. Killing a Buddhist can result in severe consequences during future ascensions, making progress exceedingly difficult and potentially summoning thunderbolts that no cultivator can withstand. The Hahuan sect and the Huanyuan sect are founded on mutual cultivation. Though their combat prowess may not be formidable, they possess a unique ability to enchant hearts, and many disciples from our sect are captivated by their ways. Now, let me elaborate on the levels of cultivation and lifespan. Upon reaching the peak of the innate stage, one may live for 80 years. This refers to those with inferior spiritual roots. Those with superior roots can directly enter the qi refining stage. During the qi refining stage, the first 3 layers represent the early stages. If one fails to reach the 4th layer, they may maintain a healthy life, but will only live to around 80 years. However, it is noteworthy that without reaching the 4th layer of qi refining, one cannot be considered a true cultivator. After death, the soul may reincarnate. Yet, upon reaching the 4th layer of qi refining, each subsequent layer increases lifespan by 10 years, meaning those at the pinnacle of qi refining can live nearly 200 years. At the foundation establishment stage, lifespan extends to 300 years. The golden core stage allows for a lifespan of 1,000 years. The nascent soul stage offers 3,000 years. The God transformation stage is said to grant a lifespan of 5,000 years. Upon reaching the combined body stage, one may be blessed with 30,000 years of life. In our Kunlun Sect, 2 ancestors at the combined body stage have lived for 30,000 years. We also have an ancestor at the ascension stage who has lived for 50,000 to 60,000 years. As for their exact lifespan, that remains a mystery, at least to me. Moreover, those who reach the God transformation stage usually retreat to secluded places for cultivation. They seldom re-emerge unless it is to address significant matters concerning sect survival. It is worth mentioning that we have 10 ancestors at the God transformation stage in Kunlun Sect. This is the true reason our sect has consistently maintained its position as the premier sect for thousands of years. The qi refining and foundation establishment stages are typically divided into 12 layers. Of course, upon reaching the 10th layer of qi refining, one can consume foundation establishment pills to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The same applies for ascending from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. The golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, combined body, ascension, and great ascension stages are categorized into early, middle, and late phases, with an additional pinnacle phase beyond the late stage. As for ascension, one cannot ascend until reaching the great perfection of the ascension stage. The nature of the spiritual realm following ascension remains unknown. That is all I shall share for now. Speaking too much would overwhelm you. As the audience absorbed the cultivator's insights into the cultivation realm, the dragon boat gradually descended. Perhaps the words spoken by the immortal cultivator had left everyone in profound shock. Indeed, the atmosphere was so hushed that not a single voice could be heard. Li Yi noticed the buildings atop the mountain gradually coming into clearer view, truly a marvel of intricate carvings and ethereal architecture, seemingly suspended amidst the drifting clouds. Had she not heard the others refer to this place as a sect, she might have believed she had entered a realm of immortals. As the dragon boat descended gently, Li Yi disembarked with the crowd, halting before a grand stone where the words Kunlun Sect were inscribed in glimmering characters. These 3 characters exuded a majestic vigor, imbued with an inexplicable allure and brilliance. Staring at them momentarily, Li Yi felt a sudden, intense headache. She surmised that these characters concealed some arcane mystery, far beyond the comprehension of a novice like herself. With great effort, she averted her gaze from the inscription and turned her attention to the Kunlun Sect itself, where celestial mist enveloped the surroundings, creating a sensation of standing atop the clouds. At that moment, a dignified male cultivator, appearing to be in his 40s and clad in white, interrupted Li Yi's thoughts. He commanded, and those with 5 spiritual roots promptly stepped forward. In an instant, the crowd fell into a state of orderly formation, the martial practitioners obediently taking their designated positions as instructed by the cultivator. Most of the children's eyes sparkled with excitement. Some even opened their mouths in anticipation, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Li Yi observed as the cultivator tossed a dazzling object shaped like a pentagon into the air, which emitted 5 radiant beams of light, resembling a crystal of many colors, hovering above the heads of the 5 spiritual root disciples. She speculated whether there was indeed some hidden significance to this display. The pentagonal crystal whirled above the disciples before finally resting atop the head of the 6th princess, Murong Yunli, at which point the 5 colors representing the spiritual roots alternated in brilliance, their luminosity perfectly synchronized. Soon after, the colors filled the crystal and fused into an ethereal void. Ah, splendid! This year, we have finally received a genius with a chaotic spiritual root, the white-clad cultivator exclaimed. Junior sister, please follow me. He waved his sleeve and led the 6th princess away. Murong Yunli's fortune seemed extraordinary. She possessed a chaotic spiritual root, far surpassing Li Yi's own. The 2nd prince, Murong Shiji, remarked with a complex expression, Murong Shiwen. Upon hearing these 4 syllables, Li Yi's heart surged with tumultuous waves, and she could not help but utter the name aloud. She had sensed something amiss about the Kunlun Sect, the Yanhuan continent, and the mention of the 9 supreme cultivation sects all felt eerily familiar. It dawned on her, Murong Shiwen was a name she recognized from a male-oriented novel she had stumbled upon years ago during a literary drought. She had read only a few chapters before it was abandoned, yet the memory lingered. Murong Shiwen was the sole female cultivator among the male protagonist Long Xiaoyan's many consorts, blessed with a chaotic spiritual root. The novel, being of a genre that did not quite align with her tastes, had only captivated her momentarily, and she had forgotten much of it over the years. She recalled the excitement of watching the male supporting character seize opportunities from the male lead. But the details of those opportunities had faded from her memory, as she had read it merely to pass the time during her literary drought. Just as she pondered these thoughts, a voice from a cultivator interrupted her reverie. All 4 and 5 spiritual roots, come with me to the disciplinary hall for reporting. Li Yi turned to see an elderly man in blue approaching, instructing the disciples with 4 and 5 spiritual roots to form a line and follow him. What? The disciplinary hall? Why does it sound like a place for servants? The general's illegitimate daughter, Ochin Chun, exclaimed in frustration, unable to contain herself any longer. Her spoiled demeanor was evident. Despite being a mere concubine's daughter, she clearly held a favored position within the general's household. One could tell by her exquisite beauty at such a young age that her mother must also be a striking beauty. But what does it matter? The disciplinary hall is indeed a place for the lower ranks. A boy beside her scoffed. He too was a son of the general, though his mother was evidently less favored. Silence. The sect forbids noise. Line up quickly. The elder's cold voice struck at the hearts of everyone present. Li, let's keep in touch. If anyone bullies you, come find your cousin at the disciplinary hall. Zhang Kaiping tugged at Li Yi's hand, reluctantly joining the line. Remember, disciples of the disciplinary hall who do not reach the qi refining stage within 6 years will receive a sum of silver to descend the mountain and seek their own fortunes. The elder added coldly before leading the group of disciples away. As Li Yi observed the 4 and 5 spiritual roots following the elder, her mind was awash with myriad thoughts when suddenly a striking young man, appearing to be in his 20s, approached. He possessed a handsome visage yet bore an air of sternness, his lips tightly pressed and his gaze piercingly fixed upon Li Yi and her companions. Time seemed to stretch, and what felt like minutes passed, though it could have been mere seconds. Yet, the group felt as though they were languishing in a torturous eternity, drenched in cold sweat. The young man appeared dissatisfied, shaking his head as he produced a token-like object and began to form hand seals. In an instant, the scene around Li Yi transformed dramatically. A narrow, steep staircase of blue stone leading to the heavens materialized before her. To her astonishment and dread, she found herself utterly alone. Her fellow disciples vanished without a trace. The Kunlun Sect trials have commenced. Whoever reaches the mountain summit successfully will be deemed to have passed the trials. Regardless of your spiritual roots excellence, those who fail to complete the trials will begin as outer disciples. The emotionless voice resonated above her. Li Yi's heart quivered at the chilling declaration. She peered around with her true vision, only to find no change in her surroundings, leaving her utterly perplexed. Perhaps they have now entered some kind of secret realm, or perhaps a space of mustard seed. This scenario has certainly doused her, who has just gained a golden opportunity, with a bucket of cold water. In the realm of cultivation, there exist beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms, and transcendent powers beyond transcendent powers. In the future, no matter the endeavor, one must exercise utmost caution, being careful upon carefulness. Otherwise, the consequence of facing her will be an endless torment and the disintegration of one's soul. As someone afflicted with acrophobia, Li Yi harbors a deep-seated fear of climbing stairs, particularly when confronted with the steepness of this staircase, which starkly contrasts with the stability of a spacecraft. Yet, she understands the necessity of ascending, for she must excel in her trials. Should she falter in this fundamental task? How could she ever aspire to thrive in this world where the strong reign supreme and life is taken with impunity? Thus, Li Yi, with unwavering focus, gritted his teeth and took his first step towards the initial stair. Yet, his body trembled uncontrollably from every angle. Li Yi understood that this was a primal instinct of his own flesh. There was no escaping it. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread and trepidation. She has yet to ascend the first step, yet she sprawls dramatically atop the ladder. Huh. Oh dear. Is this the young apprentice you have set your sights on? I truly cannot fathom how you could take a liking to this rather unremarkable young lady. A strikingly handsome man, with a teasing gaze, looked upon the elegant figure before him, a refined gentleman clad in flowing white robes, whose remarkably handsome visage was perpetually graced by a subtle smile. Both of them had achieved early fame, becoming the youngest golden core cultivators in the Kunlun Sect within a century. Brother, you failed to comprehend. The white-robed man continued to smile enigmatically. Junior brother, with your penchant for peculiar antics, why not simply take that young girl back instead of subjecting her to trials? Li Yi was blissfully unaware that someone was watching her. After resting for a while on the steps and calming her emotions, she once again resolved to ascend to the next level with unwavering determination. She was unaware of how long she had been climbing, yet despite the arduousness of the task, she persevered, ascending step by step. She pondered how far she had perhaps ascended. Has it been 1 or 2 hours, or perhaps half a day or a full day? She was unaware of the precise passage of time. She merely felt as though she had been climbing for an eternity. The steps before her seemed to emerge endlessly, as if no matter how hard she struggled, she would never reach the end. Her eyes, which should have perceived reality, proved to be of little solace. Her throat felt parched, as if it were ablaze, while her stomach ached painfully from hunger. Her elbows and knees, worn raw from the prolonged ascent, throbbed with a numbing agony. She yearned to pilfer a morsel of sustenance from her own space, yet the thought of the trial she was enduring, under the watchful gaze of those ancient beings, compelled her to swallow her desire and refrain from touching her supplies. Immortal furrowed her brow, exclaiming internally, "Oh, that foolish girlie! You truly possess no understanding of the fundamental knowledge of the realm of cultivation." In reality, many disciples emerging from these minor cultivation families possess storage pouches. Furthermore, there are no stipulations within this trial that prohibit these disciples from consuming food. It is inconceivable that Li Yi's daughter could ascertain Immortal's intentions. Certainly, if she had known, it might have frightened her to death. Li Yi is currently enduring immense suffering, yet she understands the necessity of perseverance in overcoming her challenges. However, overwhelmed by fatigue, she refrained from looking back until an inexplicable impulse compelled her to glance behind. This nearly terrified her to death. The fright caused her foot to slip, and she fell. Yet, Immortal waved his hand, and an ethereal barrier, imperceptible even to those in the nascent stage of divinity, materialized beside Li Yi. It gently lifted her and placed her safely on the steps. Yet, in Li Yi's eyes, all she could perceive beneath her was an abyss of emptiness. For someone who has suffered from acrophobia since childhood, this scene was more terrifying than anything else, reaching the pinnacle of horror. Yet she clung desperately to the staircase, refusing to allow herself to slip backward. After a while, once she had steadied her emotions, she looked down with her true eyes and discovered that the steps had always been there. This revelation brought her immense relief. But she couldn't help but wonder what the endless staircase above her truly signified. Forget it. Let us climb. As long as I don't perish, I must continue to advance. Is this path of cultivation not akin to the staircase before me? It shall only grow more arduous and perilous, will it not? Junior brother, you possess a discerning eye. This young girl seems to harbor a touch of destiny. In the usually tranquil demeanor of Xiao Qingluo, there lies a hint of profound significance. Oh, who exactly is this young girl? At such a tender age, one already grapples with inner demons. Immortal merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Yi's every move, a subtle smile curling upon her lips. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before Li Yi transformed, and she found herself inexplicably transported back to the modern era. Li Yi, you insolent girl, do you truly believe that feigning death will absolve you of your troubles? Hurry and hand over the money. We are your true parents. Even if we were to kill you, the most we would face is a few years in prison. Li Yi gazed at his father as he fiercely kicked him twice with his leather shoe. Father, no. My sister seems to have sustained a severe injury. Li Yi's younger brother has indeed noticed something amiss. Li Yi's mother gently waved her finger at the tip of Li Yi's nose, her face draining of color in sheer terror. Son, remember, all of this is my doing. If we are to take the blame again, it is solely my responsibility. My dear, what are you saying? Today, this is an unexpected occurrence. We did not intend for this to happen. Mr. Li's countenance has grown increasingly pale. With trembling hands, he gingerly retrieves a cigarette from his pocket. He attempts to hold it between his lips, struggling multiple times before finally succeeding. His unsteady hands fumble with the lighter, igniting it repeatedly, yet failing to light the cigarette. After a considerable time has passed, it remains unlit. The father of the child fears that we may ultimately be unable to clarify this situation. I have resolved that our son must not be imprisoned. Should he enter jail, his life would be irrevocably ruined. As for you, with your higher salary, it is upon you to secure a future for our son, providing for his eventual home and family. In comparison to these, it seems that within our family, I am the only one who is idly consuming resources. As for Lee's mother, when it comes to her son and husband, she truly devotes herself wholeheartedly. Without the slightest trace of selfishness, she would even forfeit her own freedom, or perhaps her very life, for their sake. Lee gazed upon the heartfelt discussion between her parents and younger brother, and her tears flowed even more fervently. Dear parents, are you aware of where the majority of my wealth truly resides? The bank account holds little wealth, and the house possesses negligible value. Furthermore, I have drafted a will stating that in the event of my untimely demise, all my assets shall be bequeathed to the orphanages of the state. Mother and father, am I truly your biological daughter? Why must you treat me in such a manner? Lee murmured to herself. After a while, it was unclear who had summoned the police, or if someone had simply been aware of the altercation taking place. The officers arrived, fortuitously cornering Lee and her family, who were promptly apprehended. The scene was undeniably clear, leaving no room for ambiguity. Officer, it was all my doing. I noticed my daughter possessed a considerable sum of money, yet she refused to assist her brother in purchasing a home and finding a spouse. This unfilial child, so disobedient, provoked me into action, and in my moment of anger, I did not foresee the tragic outcome. Lee's mother immediately knelt down before the police, effectively confessing without uttering a word. She understood that she had to bear all the responsibilities, just as he had suggested, in order to extricate her precious son and ensure he could live a good life. Lee watched as her younger brother's lips moved slightly, but the fierceness in her eyes dissipated in an instant. Mom, how could you be so ruthless? Did I not inform you? I can rely on my own abilities to purchase a house and win a wife. Indeed. How could you be so ruthless, my dear? In the brief moment of my distraction, you have already caused this young lady such distress. Mr. Lee, too, lamented with tears streaming down his face as he recounted the misdeeds of his wife. Their performance was nothing short of theatrical. They truly deserve an Oscar for their remarkable display. Remove everything. Wang Gang, please conduct a thorough inspection here. Oh, is that a camera? This makes things much easier. The leading police officer cast a profound glance at the family of three. This family, when they came to stir trouble, a neighbor had witnessed the scene. Initially, the neighbor thought that, after all, they were a family. However, as time passed, the neighbor increasingly sensed something amiss, which ultimately prompted the decision to call the authorities. How pitiable for that young girl, still so very young. Thank you. Lee, as if possessed by a spirit, seemed on the verge of shedding tears. Farewell, my past life. Farewell, she murmured softly. Mom and Dad, our tragic bond as father and daughter, mother and daughter, has come to an end. Suddenly, the scene before her shifted once more. Mo Sha's eyes narrowed. Yet he turned to gaze at Xiao Qinglu, who curled her lips into a smile, revealing a hint of profound meaning. A soul from another realm, perhaps? Interesting. Fear not, my junior disciple, for I am not one to indulge in excessive chatter. The trial has concluded, and I have succeeded. Accompanied by this sound, Lee discovered before her a vast, majestic, and ancient hall, imbued with an ethereal atmosphere. Is this truly a hall? Lee's eyes darted around, observing the people nearby. A sense of unease stirred within her. She wondered if the myriad of esteemed cultivators in this grand hall could see through the illusions surrounding her. However, it seemed that no one paid heed to him or her. All that could be seen were numerous disciples, similarly disheveled, surrounding her. Lee's gaze swept around, finally resting on the only familiar faces, Murong Yunli and Murong Shiji, the latter being equally disheveled. The rest of the crowd was conspicuously absent. Occasionally, hushed whispers floated through the air. At that moment, Lee comprehended that the Kunlun Sect indeed accepted a multitude of disciples, and they were merely a small fraction of the whole. After all, it was estimated that there were at least 300 to 400 individuals present in the hall. However, it was merely when Lee and her companions arrived at the sect that they did not encounter those individuals. Of course, this could perhaps be attributed to the methods of the Immortals, or it might simply be that they did not arrive at the sect simultaneously. Lee pondered that the latter reason was likely more substantial. The disciples were organized according to their spiritual roots, preparing to assess their aptitude. The disciples with extraordinary spiritual roots stood here, Those with single spiritual roots gathered there, those with dual roots assembled over here, and the trio of roots approached this area. A strikingly handsome man in a white robe adorned with purple edges began to speak. Li obediently aligned herself with the others as directed. Naturally, it was evident that the assessment of spiritual roots would commence with those possessing extraordinary roots. This evaluation was conducted using a seemingly ordinary large disc resembling a bagua plate. However, the disciples being assessed would emit various hues of light, either bright or dim, simply by placing their hands upon it. Yet, amidst the multitude, Li found it somewhat surprising that there were only 5 disciples with extraordinary spiritual roots. However, there are only a handful of individuals with a single spiritual root, numbering merely a dozen. In contrast, those possessing a dual spiritual root are significantly more numerous, with over 50 individuals, including Han Bing. Li speculated that this disparity might be attributed to the inherent talents associated with possessing either an extraordinary spiritual root or a single spiritual root. Soon, those with extraordinary spiritual roots, along with those possessing singular spiritual roots, completed their aptitude assessments and were taken away to become direct disciples. Li was fortunate enough to witness the scene where the esteemed figures engaged in a verbal battle over the coveted Lin roots, just as she had imagined. The Lin roots were indeed highly sought after. The fire spirit root scored 50, while the wood spirit root scored 40. The first girl, with her hair styled in twin buns, began her assessment. Her aptitude was somewhat lacking, placing her among the ordinary inner disciples. A young boy, approximately 14 or 15 years old, with a gleam of joy in his eyes, demonstrated impressive aptitude with scores of 80 for the gold spirit root and 70 for the wood spirit root. He was promptly invited to join the esteemed ranks. Another young cultivator, appearing to be in his teens, escorted him to a different area. However, a girl with a water spirit root of 30 and a wood spirit root of 40 was deemed to possess insufficient aptitude, and she was directed to the outer sect. Despite her disappointment, she was reassured that the dual roots would facilitate rapid cultivation, and she would have the opportunity to enter the inner sect once she reached the foundational stage. This 13 or 14-year-old girl was nearly brought to tears, but reluctantly followed her escort. The assessments proceeded rapidly, and soon it was Li's turn. With a heart full of trepidation, she placed her hand upon the divination plate. Surely her aptitude could not be so poor. After all, younger individuals often found cultivation easier. Perhaps the heavens had heard her silent yearning, for suddenly a brilliant surge of green and a slightly dimmer blue erupted forth, casting a dazzling light that captivated everyone's attention. With scores of 90 for the wood spirit root and 70 for the water spirit root, Li, in a daze, was escorted aside. "Junior sister, congratulations. You may enter the inner sect," she heard as she was led away, still in disbelief. While her spiritual roots were commendable, the dual nature of water and wood, though complementary, did render her offensive capabilities somewhat lacking. Yet, it seemed fate had destined her to take on a disciple. And so she was accepted. A young man clad in white with purple trim, adorned with intricate patterns of auspicious clouds and cranes on his sleeves, looked upon Li with a radiant smile. His beaming countenance accentuated his already striking features, making him appear even more charming. Li had never encountered a man's smile so captivating. It was truly enchanting, as if his smile possessed an enchanting quality that spread joy to those around him. "Junior disciple, is this little girl not a tad too young? Although both the master and the sect stipulate that we must have a disciple upon reaching the core formation stage, surely you can choose someone a bit older. Moreover, she is merely a young girl. It would not be appropriate to place her in our main offensive position, would it?" Li gazed at the striking figure before her, a tall and handsome male cultivator whose demeanor exuded a sharp and icy aura. With a tone laced with disdain, he scrutinized her. Although Xiaoqi Luo understood that her junior brother Mozai harbored intentions to take the young girl as his disciple, possibly for ulterior motives, she could not help but look down upon Li's spiritual roots and qualifications. In contrast, she and Mozai could be regarded as paragons among their peers with extraordinary spiritual roots. Even during their time, they had not deemed Li worthy of their attention, let alone considering her an individual with the dual spiritual roots of water and wood, possessing little offensive capability. Particularly, Xiaoqi Luo was the chief elite disciple of the esteemed Zishu Daozuan, the sect leader of Kunlun. Having advanced to the late stage of the Golden Core realm with a thunder-type spiritual root before reaching the age of 100. Certainly, Mo Zhang, as the second core elite disciple of the Kunlun Sect is indeed formidable, a genius with a wind spiritual root. He has remarkably reached the golden core stage before the age of 50. Moreover, he has received the esteemed title of Qinghan Jinren directly from his master, and it is noteworthy that he achieved this feat through his own efforts, without the aid of any supplementary elixirs. In the realm of cultivation, many have speculated that Immortality simply emerged into existence a tad later than his counterpart. Otherwise, given Qinghan's henceforth referred to as Master Qinghan accomplishments, he should undoubtedly surpass Xiao Qingluo by a considerable margin. Fortunately, these two brothers remain indifferent to external gossip, maintaining a remarkably harmonious relationship. Were they to engage in conflict, it could spell significant misfortune for the entire Kunlun Sect. Moreover, Qinghan, as an elite disciple, exudes an air of gentility and approachability, truly adept at navigating social interactions. Otherwise, how could Li Yi, upon being selected for spiritual roots and boarding the vessel, witness those descendants of esteemed cultivation families enviously discussing Immortality, the youngest legend in the cultivation world? There is a saying among those individuals that resonates. The aloofness emanating from Immortality's demeanor often misleads those who perceive him as amiable, leading them to discover that Qinghan is not as accessible as his exterior suggests. Well, since I have already summoned this individual, it would be rather unbecoming to send her away, would it not? Would it be excessively cruel to treat her in such a manner? Moreover, as your junior disciple, it is my duty to take on an apprentice. The identity of this apprentice is of little consequence, is it not? I have made my decision. It shall be her. Although the esteemed Master Qinghan has pondered this matter repeatedly and has long set her sights on Li Yi, her tone remains remarkably nonchalant. Yet, Li Yi cannot help but shudder slightly, marveling at how youthful and beautiful her master appears. However, my master appears to be quite amiable, and one would presume that conversing with him would not be too arduous. To everyone's surprise, the esteemed Master Immo spoke once more. Brother, let us consider this a mutually beneficial arrangement. This young girl possesses merely dual spiritual roots of water and wood, without the protection of a solid foundation. She would undoubtedly face adversity upon entering the sect. After all, her spiritual roots are rather TSK. Now, with my esteemed identity as her direct disciple, she is safeguarded from potential bullying within the inner sect, and I, in turn, fulfill my duty of accepting a disciple. Let her be a little smaller, after all. There are designated disciples to look after her on our behalf. Moreover, she, like her junior apprentice, possesses commendable dual spiritual roots, placing this girl in the water cloud chamber, where her junior once resided on her master's mountain, seems quite fitting. A cryptic smile graced the lips of the esteemed Master Qinghan. You silly girl. Why are you not hastening to pay your respects to your master, the illustrious Master Qinghan? Remarked the one who brought Li Yi, nudging her with a sense of exasperation. After all, she was just a naive girl from the countryside, lacking exposure, who suddenly found herself elevated, leaving her even more bewildered. There are numerous reasons why the offspring of fungi wish to become disciples under the esteemed Master Qinghan. However, the esteemed Master Qinghan has consistently turned down all suitors for many years, finding none to his liking. Had it not been for the unyielding directive from the sect, compelling him to select a suitable disciple, this situation might have remained unchanged. Disciple Li Yi pays homage to Master. May Master enjoy eternal blessings. Li Yi, despite her lack of understanding of the rules of the cultivation world, still knelt down and offered several respectful bows to the esteemed Qinghan Jinren, deeming it a gesture of propriety. In this realm of cultivation, even the slightest misstep could cost one's life. Thus, what value does her dignity hold? Especially when observing the demeanor of the person who just guided me here, it seems I have indeed stumbled upon an immense fortune. Rise now, little girl. We are in the realm of cultivation. You are not bound by the mundane conventions of your world, are you? Your name is Li Yi, is it not? This name is quite pleasing and rolls off the tongue beautifully. From now on, you, Li Yi, shall be the sole direct disciple of our Zihan Peak. Henceforth, the Kunlun Sect, and indeed the entire realm of cultivation, shall be graced with the presence of the astute and enchanting Fairy Yi. The esteemed Master Qinghan wore a brilliantly radiant smile, yet gently utilized his spiritual energy to assist Li Yi to her feet. Thank you, Master. Li Yi remarked with a delicate tone. Though she was not well versed in such formalities, she believed that one could never be too courteous, could they? Moreover, judging by their tone, it seems that my dual spiritual roots merely qualify me as an ordinary inner sect disciple. Furthermore, due to the limitations imposed by my spiritual roots. My combat prowess is rather feeble, making it quite possible for me to be bullied by my fellow disciples. It appears that my Shuemu spiritual root is not particularly esteemed in the realm of cultivation. There even looms the possibility of being suspected of becoming a furnished tripod. However, this cauldron should be unique to those possessing a pure Yin constitution or a singular water spirit root, should it not? Who truly knows what the situation entails? However, my current body is merely 5 years old. I possess hardly any capacity for self-protection. Forget it. As for myself now, I can only take one step at a time. Second junior brother, what can I say about you? How could a prodigy of your caliber, endowed with the wind spirit root, possibly impart knowledge to one possessing the dual water and with spirit roots? Would this not lead to the misguidance of a promising student? If it truly cannot be helped, you might as well choose a disciple with formidable combat prowess to spare yourself the embarrassment. Even if your intention is merely to placate your master, there is no need to go to such lengths, is there? Xiao Qinglu cast a disdainful glance at Li Yi. Li Yi, hey, who do you think you are? Your demeanor is as haughty as that of a self-important ruler. What business do you have imposing your cold, domineering aura upon a mere 5-year-old girl like me? What have I done to provoke such disdain from you, both inside and out? Humph. The young lady simply finds herself at an age where she prefers not to engage in disputes. However, it is evident that Li Yi struggles to manage her emotions. The thoughts swirling within her mind have been effortlessly perceived by the two individuals before her. Xiao Qixin cast a knowing glance at Li Yi. A smile that danced on the edge of mockery gracing her lips. Junior apprentice, she mused. Perhaps it is for the best, for such a young child. Navigating the trials of being an ordinary inner disciple would indeed be quite arduous. The struggles among ordinary disciples are far more ruthless than those we face. Xiao Qinglu shook her head. Her second junior brother had become increasingly inscrutable over the years. However, even if the young girl before her may not turn out well in the future, considering her junior brother's actions today, one could regard it as a benevolent deed. Is that so? Is that so? After all, these matters. Moreover, it is merely a dual spiritual root. Nevertheless, even if she merely possesses the title of a direct disciple like you, her life would undoubtedly improve significantly. Xiao Qingluo sighed. In truth, it is not just about her junior disciple. His esteemed chief disciple is also mandated to accept at least one apprentice upon reaching the golden core stage. With no alternative, during the last recruitment of disciples by the sect, he took in a 14-year-old boy possessing dual fire and wood spirit roots, whose aptitude was remarkably high. Having already attained the foundation establishment stage, a male disciple, nonetheless, serves as his apprentice. Certainly, his disciple is essentially left to fend for himself, as he is preoccupied with his own cultivation. As the chief disciple, he is exceedingly busy, leaving him with little to no time to impart knowledge to his apprentice. His disciple merely holds the superficial title of a direct student. However, if given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly desire to take on a disciple with a single spiritual root for themselves. However, it is regrettable that those with singular spiritual roots will inevitably be taken as disciples by the masters of the nascent soul stage, or rather, by those ancient beings of the transformation stage. Individuals like us, who are at the golden core stage, stand no chance of competing. Li Yi, since you have become the disciple of my second junior brother, Xiao Qinghan, as your elder disciple, it would be remiss of me not to express my sentiments. Allow me to present you with this lotus platform as a token of our meeting. This lotus platform can be activated by your spiritual energy or by spirit stones, serving as a flying spiritual tool that you may utilize from the Qi refinement stage all the way through to the core formation stage. Once you have drawn in Qi, simply drip your blood upon it to recognize it as your own. With that, Xiao Qinglong placed the lotus platform into a storage bag he seldom used, along with the assorted trinkets contained within, and presented it to Li Yi. Li Yi watched as the storage bag gracefully floated before her, landing steadily in her small hands. A sense of bewilderment washed over her, yet she grasped the bag firmly. In truth, her master, though sharp-tongued, was genuinely kind-hearted. Before long, Li Yi found herself subtly won over by Xiao Qinglong's generosity. The esteemed Qian Zhenren, slightly taken aback by his brother's unexpected magnanimity today, thought to himself, this would make it easier for Li Yi to address him as Mo Qing'an in the future. Thank you, elder brother. The Zhenren nodded to Li Yi, indicating her to assist in gathering the items. It seemed he had quite the influence. The lotus platform was remarkable, capable of altering its shape and size. Once the disciple absorbed qi, it would be readily usable. far superior to the ordinary flying swords bestowed upon those only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Most notably, if imbued with top-grade spirit stones, the platform could traverse at such speed that even perfected golden core cultivators would struggle to keep pace. Many junior sisters with single spirit roots, along with the daughters of Yuaning uncles, clamored to request such a treasure from their elder brother. Yet he had never been willing to part with it for them. "Thank you, elder uncle," Li Yi exclaimed joyfully, offering an exaggerated bow to Xiaoqing Long. With glee, she secured the storage bag around her wrist. "I shall take it home and keep it close, perhaps even wear it. Now, little one, your elder uncle is the chief disciple, especially during this busy time when the sect is actively recruiting new students. We mustn't disturb him. I shall escort you back to the second peak, Zihan Peak, which is my mountain," Qinghan Jinren said, as he strolled away with Li Yi in his arms. Xiaoqing Long watched the duo depart, shaking his head at his own curiosity that had led him to witness his junior brother's trivial matters. Yet, he truly could not discern anything particularly extraordinary about the little girl. An otherworldly soul? What of it? She was merely a naive child. Meanwhile, nestled in Qinghan Jinren's embrace, Li Yi curiously peeked out, observing her master's graceful stride, steady, unhurried, and elegant, while the scenery around them shifted rapidly. It was evident that Qinghan Jinren moved with remarkable speed, perhaps achieving the legendary shrinking of the earth spoken of in the cultivation world. Otherwise, how could she feel the brisk winds swirling around her? Overwhelmed, she buried her head deeper into Mo Qinghan's embrace, dismissing any sense of shame as merely a 5-year-old girl. "Remember, my dear, you are now Li Yi, my direct disciple at Kunlun Sect Zihan Peak. Soon, I'll have someone register your name as my disciple. But first, I shall take you to your water cloud abode, where a plethora of water and wood spirit plants thrive. The spiritual energy there is incredibly dense, greatly beneficial for your cultivation. Moreover, the environment is serene and exquisite. I am confident you will adore it," Qinghan Jinren said gently as he cradled Li Yi. Li Yi felt as though a gentle feather was softly stirring her spirit. Although she had lived for over 20 years, she had never held hands with a man. Before long, they arrived at a lush forest with towering trees lining the edges. Yet, as Mo Qinghan ventured deeper, sunlight became scarce, obscured by the dense foliage, replaced by a cool shadow. In due course, they reached an elegantly designed bamboo house surrounded by flourishing trees and vibrant flowers. With a clear stream cascading through the stone crevices, the air was filled with the delightful aroma of countless spiritual fruits. Unable to resist, Li Yi inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. "Do you like it here, my dear? My little junior sister once adored this place." Qinghan Jinren smiled gracefully while gently setting Li Yi down. "I love it. The air is so fragrant, and the scenery is breathtaking. And master, the name Water Cloud Abode is simply beautiful," Li Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she took in the enchanting surroundings. This beauty momentarily overshadowed any past afflictions she had endured in her previous life. However, the name Water Cloud Abode did bear a striking resemblance to a title from a certain television drama of the 21st century. Yet, she dismissed such thoughts, finding the name perfectly fitting for this enchanting place. The scenery truly filled her heart with immense joy, allowing her to forget any past hurts. "Oh, I'm glad you like it. By the way, do you require assistance with learning to read?" Qinghan Jinren inquired with a warm smile. "Master, I have learned some characters at home." The original Li Yi indeed recognized some words, she replied. This was due to her grandmother's belief that knowing a few characters would enhance her value, whether sold as a maid or a concubine. Thus, after completing her chores, her brothers would teach her the basics. Naturally, at her young age, her knowledge was limited. Yet, upon sifting through her memories, she discovered that the characters of this world were identical to the traditional Chinese characters of the 21st century. Though her education was modest, she had a fondness for reading, allowing her to recognize and even write many of the traditional characters. "Is that so? That is wonderful. This way, when I teach you, it should be easier." Qinghan Jinren chuckled softly, knowing full well that her level of literacy was less than commendable, with some characters miswritten and others misrecognized. Yet, why would he burst her bubble? "Thank you, master." Li Yi cheerfully expressed her gratitude, feeling touched by her master's thoughtfulness in arranging for someone to teach her. "Little one, there's no need for thanks. Just settle in here. Should you need anything, simply call for the maid, Yi Tianxin. Remember, just call her name, and she will appear to assist you with your studies or tidying up," Qinghan Jinren instructed, calling out lightly for Yi Tianxin, prompting an immediate response from outside. Yi Tianxin approached the esteemed Master Qinghan, who greeted her with a melodious and gentle voice. Yi Tianxin, you may enter, Master Qinghan said. Yes, Master Qinghan, Yi Tianxin replied, gently pushing the door open only after receiving permission. However, Li Yi was utterly captivated by the beauty of the maidservant before her. This young lady is truly exquisite. At around 17 or 18 years of age, she possesses a pair of large, sparkling eyes, and her delicate skin evokes an overwhelming sense of envy. Feel free to confide in her. She is capable of attending to most of your needs. When her presence is not required, she will retreat to the periphery of your serene abode, ensuring that her absence does not intrude upon your peace. The esteemed Master Qinghan smirked slightly, revealing that this Yi Tianxin is a disciple of outer sect lineage, possessing 4 spiritual roots and an impressive cultivation level of the 11th stage of qi refinement. Despite her youthful appearance, she is, in fact, 90 years old. Her ability to maintain such beauty is attributed to her fortunate acquisition of a beauty-enhancing elixir. Yi Tianxin, having navigated the complexities of the world for many years, is well-versed in the myriad affairs of both the sect and the outside world. She has employed certain methods to ensure her unwavering loyalty and caring for Li Yi. Initially, a robust outer sect male disciple was selected to attend to Li Yi. But upon reflection, it was deemed more suitable for a young girl to be cared for by a woman. Hence, Yi Tianxin was entrusted with this responsibility. From now on, your task is to look after my little junior, Li Yi, proclaimed Master Qinghan, bestowing upon her a small white jade token. With this token, you may contact your disciple, Yi Tianxin, at any time. Instinctively, Li Yi accepted the jade from Master Qinghan, pondering whether this token served a purpose akin to that of a modern-day mobile phone. This token is unidirectional. You can only reach Yi Tianxin through it. As for this item, it is a token of my mastership, and you must take utmost care to safeguard it. Tomorrow, I shall send another named disciple to escort you to the storeroom to collect all necessary items. Oh, and do not forget to register your identity using my token at that time. From now on, you shall be known as Li Yi, the sole direct disciple of me, Qinghan Jinren of Zihan Peak. Once all arrangements are in place, I will teach you how to channel energy into your body. The esteemed Master Qinghan handed another jade token, entirely verdant, to Li Yi before turning and vanishing into thin air. Li Yi, still in a daze, realized that her newly appointed master had already distanced herself. Master, is it truly appropriate to leave someone as small as I in this bamboo cottage? Furthermore, as for such handmaidens, I find them unnecessary, my dear apprentice. However, what you just implied is that I possess some private matters. If I were to send them out from this room, it would go unnoticed, wouldn't it? Master Yi, you may freely express any needs you have to Tianxin. Yi Tianxin smiled at Li Yi, yet her heart was laden with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She had once been a princess in the mundane realm, but upon arriving here, due to her spiritual roots, she was first relegated to the duties of a servant in the outer hall. After enduring countless hardships, she ultimately ascended to the status of an outer disciple. It took her considerable effort to become a maidservant at the esteemed Zihan Peak of the main peak. Well, let me first observe the surroundings here. Yi Tianxin, didn't I mention that you could call upon me if there was something you needed? Perhaps it would be best if you took your leave for the time being? Indeed. Master Uncle. Yi Tianxin yearned to depart from this place swiftly, eager to return to her cultivation. The considerable effort she exerted to arrive here as a handmaiden to Li Yi stemmed from her desire to bask in the abundant spiritual energy of this realm. Alas, it is regrettable that the esteemed Master Qinghan has issued instructions. Should she not be required, she is compelled to retreat to the modest chamber on the periphery of Shuyunjian to meditate. How vexing it is that this individual seems to have been born into an existence of inherent unfairness. From the moment of my birth, I was a princess, indulged in countless affections of the highest order. Surrounding me were innumerable servants and attendants. But what of now? A young girl from a quaint mountain village unexpectedly finds herself in the service of her own charges. It is only after Li Yi senses that Yi Tianxin has ventured far from this place that she begins to feel a semblance of ease. She is quite pleased with the bamboo cottage, as it is adorned with an exquisite and pristine decor. Although its exterior resembles that of a simple bamboo hut, the interior is reminiscent of the luxurious chambers of noble ladies. To her delight, she discovers the presence of a bed, complete with clean bedding. Li Yi was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it said that those who cultivate immortality do not sleep and engage in prolonged meditation? However, Li Yi chose not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. She first procured a sewing needle and dripped her blood onto the storage bag that Xiao Qinglu had bestowed upon her to establish her ownership. As for the reason she had sent Yu Tianqin away first, it was because Li Yi instinctively believed that it was best not to allow the so-called caretaker to witness the appraisal of treasures. After all, one can discern a person's outward appearance, but not their true intentions. She was hardly an innocent 5-year-old girl. Moreover, as for women, particularly those of striking beauty, how could they possibly be devoid of ulterior motives? Moreover, with qualifications that are evidently not exceptional, how could one possibly attain such a lofty starting point without inciting the envy of others? However, once she had firmly set her sights on this storage bag, her confusion deepened. Li Yi could not discern whether the unreliable nature of the cultivation novels she had previously read was to blame, or if there was some other underlying issue. Li Yi discovered that within this rather unremarkable storage bag given to her by Xiaoqi Luo, the interior space was surprisingly vast. Li Yi conservatively estimates that this storage bag must possess a volume of at least 200 to 300 cubic meters. This left her gazing at the emptiness of the storage bag. Apart from the lotus platform, there were quite a few elixir vials. Some had been used, while others remained untouched. However, when Li Yi examined them with the eye of truth, she discovered that these were all elixirs suitable for the qi refinement or foundation establishment stages, capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Yet, what truly caught her off guard was the disarray of men's garments. What was the story behind this chaotic assortment? Alas, the seemingly aloof master Xiao Qinglong, it turns out, possesses a rather carefree disposition. However, as a mature gentleman, do you not find it somewhat inappropriate to present a young girl, whom you have met only once, with a collection of your disheveled garments? Do you not comprehend the boldness of these individuals, regardless of their gender? My goodness, what sort of people are these? Li Yi grumbled for a while before once again delving into the storage bag. As she had not yet undergone any cultivation, her ability to inspect the contents of the bag was quite taxing. However, what brought her joy was the sight of a multitude of colorful yet imperfect jade stones. With her eye of truth, she discerned that these were indeed the rumored low-grade spirit stones. Cautiously, Li Yi counted them, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the quantity of these low-grade spirit stones was quite substantial, totaling over 1,000. Certainly, what remains in the storage bag is a hodgepodge of items, many of which are in a dilapidated state, resembling broken flying swords, among other things. Nevertheless, these items are still usable for those in the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. However, if these objects are indeed functional, it is worth noting that there is not a single item available for those in the core formation stage, regardless of its quality. After examining the contents of the storage bag, Li Yi suddenly recalled a profound suspicion. It seems that the recently mentioned Xiao Qingluo stated that one could only unlock the storage bag after channeling energy into the body. Yet, I clearly have not channeled any energy. I merely recognized the master by a drop of blood. However, I do feel a bit dizzy at the moment. Could it be the effect of this authentic inscription? Li Yi supported her head and furrowed her brow. However, she possessed a remarkable trait. When faced with matters that eluded her understanding, she simply chose to set them aside. No longer entangled by that perplexity, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Surely, that Xiao Qingyu must have passed his trash bag on to her. Nevertheless, Li Yi shook her head. As a novice who had just begun her journey, she was immensely grateful for receiving such a generous gift from the talented Master Qionglu. However, Li Yi also sensed that she was encountering a somewhat troublesome situation. Perhaps it was indeed due to her current inability to channel energy into her body. Consequently, she could only retrieve the items from the storage bag one by one, examining each with her hands. It was only when Li Yi truly felt dizzy and overwhelmed that she realized she had overexerted herself. The words of the esteemed master Qinglian resonated in her mind, emphasizing that this mortal vessel would incur damage when utilizing such a storage bag. Li Yi, now deeply troubled, could only grit her teeth and throw herself onto the bed. In a place steeped in bloodshed, Imo Qinghan had just finished addressing some matters when he sensed something amiss with Li Yi. He furrowed his brow. His young apprentice was indeed a source of concern. Keep a close watch on this area for me. Report any unusual activity immediately, he commanded. Yes, Master Qinghan. Upon hearing this, those present felt a surge of anxiety. The thought of being without the formidable Master Qinghan made them uneasy. However, Imo Qinghan paid little heed to their apprehensions, for his task was accomplished. Moreover, the idea of having the illustrious Master Qinghan serve as a bodyguard for mere foundation-building disciples was utterly preposterous. As Li Yi lay in bed, she felt an intensifying ache in her head, approaching the brink of unbearable discomfort. Suddenly, a wave of coolness swept through her, coursing along her temples and enveloping her entire being. Ah, how delightful! Li Yi longed to roll over in comfort, only to realize she was unable to move. It was then that she was startled awake, drenched in a cold sweat. Good heavens! A strikingly handsome man clad in white is gently channeling his vital energy to her temples. You mischievous little one. Did your master not advise you to cultivate your energy within before indulging in that pet play? Imo Qinghan's voice remained as gentle and considerate as ever, yet it carried a hint of reproach. Master, your disciple has forgotten. Li Yi pouted, feeling both frustrated and wronged. Oh Yi, you little girl, has your lack of contentment brought you misfortune? Does your head still ache? See if you dare to act on your own accord again. Do not underestimate the laughter of Imo Qinghan, for the power in his hands remains unyielded. He possesses a wind attribute spiritual root, and it is essential to utilize wood energy to heal Li Yi. He must transform this wind energy into wood energy. Fortunately, such minor tricks have long been mastered by him. The master's disciple shall not dare to do so again. Li Yi's voice was soft and hesitant. Although her head no longer throbbed, she still felt somewhat dizzy and utterly weak. Will you refrain from such actions in the future? You little rascal. Do not let your curiosity lead you astray when you encounter something novel next time. Imo Qinghan certainly would not hold any grudges against Li Yi. Master, I must confess that I am still feeling a bit dizzy. You must remain obedient and still. It will not be long now. Imo Qinghan gently continued to channel wood elemental energy to her. You possess both water and wood dual spiritual roots. Once you cultivate the energy within, your mastery of wood elemental power will undoubtedly surpass that of your master, although Imo Qinghan expressed it in such a manner. The reality is that many individuals with a singular wood spiritual root struggle to achieve the same finesse as he does with his wind elemental abilities when manipulating wood-based spells. Master, is Yi's spiritual root rather poor? Many have claimed that Yi's spiritual root lacks offensive capabilities and that cultivation appears to progress rather slowly. Li Yi expressed a hint of frustration, pondering whether she had foolishly recognized that storage bag as her own. Will there be any lingering repercussions for herself? The 5 elements are inherently interdependent, neither exhibiting superiority nor inferiority. If a disparity in strength were to exist, it would likely relate, to some extent, to the practitioner's cultivation techniques. However, the more significant factors are the practitioner's diligence and their experience in combat, specifically, their capacity to respond swiftly and decisively. Take, for instance, the water spirit fairy, who entered the transformation stage at the remarkable age of 1000. In the realm of cultivation, who would dare to underestimate the water spirit fairy as weak or easily subdued? The esteemed Qinghan Jinren smiled faintly, accompanied by a senior brother possessing a thunder affinity spiritual root. Yet, was it not he who had once reduced him to utter defeat? Now, that senior brother has become my junior. If I were to advance another level, he might even become my nephew. Who can assert that possessing a strong spiritual root guarantees the attainment of the Great Way? Oh, so that's how it is, Master. Li Yi nodded subtly, wondering why she suddenly felt so drowsy. Indeed, there is no need for you to underestimate yourself, Yi. Your master possesses the most suitable cultivation techniques that are designed to assist you in reaching the stage of integration. Your primary task now is to nurture your mortal body. Only then will you be prepared to learn and cultivate alongside your master. Li Yi, weary, collapsed into his embrace, while Imo Qinghan continued to channel his gentle wooden spiritual energy to nourish her frail body. Master, you are truly kind to Yi. When I grow up, I promise to repay your kindness. Li Yi murmured softly before drifting into slumber in Imo Qinghan's warm embrace. After all, this mortal form of a little girl is fragile and cannot withstand much. Imo Qingqing gently retracted her embrace after a while, but did not depart. She maintained her position, still cradling Li Yi. At this moment, the young girl's under-eye bags had only just begun to appear less pronounced. Yi, with my presence, your life shall forever be smooth and prosperous. At last, Li Yi awoke, realizing it was already midday on the second day. Naturally, her master, the esteemed Jinren Lihan, had long since departed from this place. For reasons unknown, Li Yi felt as though she had been nestled in her master's warm embrace throughout her slumber. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance. With a sense of awareness, she raised her head to see a food box not far away. Slightly dazed, she opened the box. Inside were 3 dishes and a soup. The vegetables appeared rather ordinary, seemingly prepared as a cold salad. Yet, When Li Yi employed her true vision, she discovered that these dishes were crafted from spiritual plants of the cultivation realm. They were imbued with rich water and with spiritual energy, albeit derived from zero-level spiritual plants. It was only then that Li Yi remembered she had yet to engage in her own cultivation. Naturally, one might assume that such hierarchical estimations would be unnecessary for oneself. Li Yi's stomach was long empty, and the aroma of the food was irresistibly enticing. Without hesitation, Li Yi picked up the chopsticks and began to savor the bowl of plain rice accompanied by vegetables with great enthusiasm. However, this meal is truly exquisite, especially the delightful morsels of the aquatic spirit rabbit meat served in small dishes. Thus, this diminutive figure, Li Yi, astonishingly consumed the entirety of the 3 dishes and a soup, accompanied by a bowl of rice, in a mere moment. Only after finishing did Li Yi belatedly ponder the origin of this meal. Was it delivered by the master? It is still the same Yi Tianxin who comes to serve me. Was it not stated that Yi Tianxin could not enter my presence without my permission? Just as she was feeling perplexed, a rather ethereal and distinctly polite knocking sound seemed to resonate from afar, accompanied by the deep and robust voice of a man. Is Uncle Li Yi there? I am Huang Yue, a registered disciple of Zihan Peak. I have come to assist you with the registration and to retrieve items from the storeroom. At this moment, I am waiting for you at the periphery of Shuyuanjian. As Li Yi stepped out with her short legs, she nodded. Huang Yue, a man in his 40s with a rugged and wild appearance, possessed the 3 elemental roots of earth, wood, and fire. He was an outer sect disciple, now having reached the 10th level of qi cultivation. Although he appeared to be in his 40s, he was, in truth, over 160 years old. This year, during the grand competition of the sect, he achieved a commendable rank within the top 50. At that time, the esteemed Master Qihan remarked that he would be accepted as a registered disciple. However, after his foundation establishment, he would merely be a disciple under Master Qihan of the Hanfeng, rather than a direct disciple. When Master Qihan sent a letter to Huang Yue, requesting him to assist in caring for his newly accepted disciple, Li Yi, he was utterly delighted, without needing any other form of compensation. Simply having the opportunity to cultivate in the spiritually rich environment of the inner sect Zhanfeng was reward enough for him. Uncle Huang, you may simply call me Li Yi. It feels somewhat unfamiliar for me, a young woman, to have a man in his 40s refer to me as Master Uncle. However, this tradition cannot be overlooked. Our realm of cultivation is markedly distinct from the mundane world. You shall soon grow accustomed to this. Huang Yongwei chuckled with a simple-hearted demeanor. Observing that this young disciple of the esteemed Master Qing'an appears to possess a remarkably amiable disposition. Without further ado, despite becoming a direct disciple, this esteemed individual has not looked down upon an ordinary disciple such as myself. Very well, I shall accept your words as they are, nonetheless. You shall always hold a position of respect in my heart. Even in a past life, Li Yi was quite youthful, was she not? Therefore, referring to this esteemed individual, Huang Yue, who has reached such an advanced age, as an elder seems to impose no burden at all. The journey from Zihan Peak to the disciples' registration area is quite a considerable distance. Thus, Huang Yue could only take Li Yi aboard a paper crane as they descended. Li Yi watched as Huang Yue cast a spell upon the paper crane, which immediately began to levitate before her, growing larger and larger until it resembled a true celestial crane. Gently, Huang Yue placed Li Yi atop the crane. He then channeled another surge of energy into the crane, causing it to glide smoothly forward. Naturally, he affixed a talisman to himself, following closely behind Li Yi as they advanced. Li Yi felt a pang of fear. After all, she suffered from acrophobia. Fortunately, the sect prohibited its disciples from flying too high, even when seated upon a paper crane. The celestial crane soared languidly, remaining at a low altitude. Yet, despite Huang You's protective presence, Li Yi's anxiety persisted. The sensation of riding the crane was starkly different from that of being aboard an airship, where sitting in the middle felt akin to being on solid ground. In contrast, the experience on the crane was vastly disconcerting. Nevertheless, Li Yi resolved to suppress her discomfort. At that moment, she silently vowed to expedite her identity registration. She was determined to quickly absorb energy into her body. After all, once she achieved that, she could sit upon her lotus platform, which would not only elevate her, but also provide a protective barrier, greatly enhancing her safety. I am merely unaware of when my master, the esteemed true man Qinghan, shall impart the teachings of cultivation upon me. After a while, Li Yi found herself captivated by the scene before her. She and the esteemed Qinghan Jinren had traversed too swiftly on their way here, missing much of the picturesque surroundings. The grandeur of Kunlun Sect left her in awe. Only now did she grasp its magnificence. Although Zahanfeng was technically a small peak, its internal environment was remarkably exquisite. It was adorned with an array of rare and enchanting flora, suffused with an aura of spiritual energy. The sight instilled a sense of tranquility within her, and it was no wonder that many sought to gain entry here. After all, this truly was a prime location for cultivation, especially from below. The scene is shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. At long last, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Yi was gently cradled by Huang Yue, who had carefully picked her up after her paper crane had fallen to the ground. Once again, he infused his feet with spiritual energy and set off with Li Yi to the Hall of Elders for her identity registration and to collect her belongings. As a diligent and responsible senior, Huang Yue took the opportunity to enlighten Li Yi about the intricacies of the Hall of Elders as they walked. From Huang Yue's explanations, Li Yi learned that the hall not only facilitated disciples in collecting their monthly allowances, but also allowed them to issue and undertake tasks in exchange for spirit stones and contribution points. These contribution points and spirit stones could be utilized in the library and treasure pavilion to peruse jade slips and engage in reading. However, as the direct disciple of the esteemed Master Qinghan, Li Yi enjoyed the privilege of accessing the library and treasure pavilion without the need to expend any contribution points or spirit stones. Her studies were entirely complimentary. Upon hearing this, Li Yi couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It must be said that privileges exist in every realm. Yet to have such perks bestowed upon oneself is indeed an exhilarating experience. Since her arrival in this world, she had encountered little hardship, and with her dual spiritual roots, she had been afforded numerous advantages within the sect. However, this did not align with the narrative typically associated with heroines, who often begin their journeys amidst considerable adversity. Did they not? Gradually leveling up and conquering challenges on the path to the pinnacle of life, eventually ascending to the celestial realm. Huang Yue swiftly brought Han Bing to the Hall of Stewards. This interruption disrupted Li Yi's train of thought. The Hall of Stewards, an expansive space exuding an ancient charm, resembled the layout of a pawnshop found in the mortal realm, albeit on a grander scale. Greetings, Master Zhang. Before you stands the esteemed young disciple, Li Yi, a recent apprentice of the revered Master Qinghan. This junior has been entrusted with the task of facilitating the necessary formalities on behalf of Master Qinghan. Huang Yue spoke with great respect to the elder of the service hall. Li Yi, discerning the unspoken intent, presented the token bestowed upon her by Master Qinghan, a jade pendant adorned with patterns of auspicious clouds and celestial cranes, placing it before the elder. Li Yi, possessing dual spiritual roots of water and wood, has a bone age of 5 years, 1 month, and 3 days. She is a direct disciple of Master Qinghan from the second peak, Zihan Peak. The elder Zhang Dashan of the service hall promptly inscribed Li Yi's identity information. Subsequently, he handed a radiant identity token crafted from spirit jade to Han Bing. One side bore the inscription Kunlun Sect in large characters, while the reverse remained blank. Designated for the junior disciple Yi, awaiting a drop of blood for recognition of ownership. With determination, Li Yi grasped the embroidery needle she had prepared in advance and decisively pricked her middle finger. However, the pain of pricking her finger was excruciating. Li Yi endured the sharp sting as she pressed her blood onto the pristine identity jade token. In an instant, a plethora of identity information and a detailed introduction to the Kunlun Sect flooded her mind. At that moment, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur, as if the entire Kunlun Sect was laid out before her. Junior apprentice, here is your storage bag. Your monthly stipend is inside. Please check, the elderly man said, handing her a rather dark-looking storage bag. Yet, Li Yi could distinctly sense a hint of envy emanating from him. Blood recognition of ownership was not a new experience for her, and she felt quite accustomed to it. So why did her thin storage bag require her to channel energy into it for use, while this one was so straightforward? As with her previous experience. After the blood recognition, Li Yi discovered that the storage bag was approximately 50 cubic meters in size. Inside, it held 5 medium-grade spirit stones, 10 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle containing 10 medium-grade qi nourishing pills, a bottle with 10 medium-grade essence cultivation pills, 10 top-grade sustenance pills, 2 top-grade essence cultivation pills, and 1 top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Additionally, there were 2 sets of white robes for direct disciples, distinguishable by their purple-trimmed collars, a mark of their status. Strangely, this time Li Yi did not experience any pain in her head. Li, where have you been assigned, and who is this? Life truly is full of unexpected encounters. Just as Li Yi finished inspecting the supplies the sect had provided, she bumped into Murong Yunli, who had also come to the Elder Hall for business. It was no wonder Murong Yunli was curious. After all, Li Yi had not yet donned the distinctive robes of a direct disciple. However, being raised in a royal family, Murong Yunli was adept at reading situations and immediately noticed the exceptionally cordial attitude the steward had towards Li Yi, the previously encountered male disciple, who clearly possessed considerable cultivation, had treated her similarly to how his own attendants treated him in the past. Seeing Murong Yunli's somewhat astonished yet warm demeanor, Li Yi replied obediently, "Young Master Murong, where have you been assigned?" Li Yi was quite fortunate, having been assigned to the second peak, Zhanfeng, under the tutelage of the esteemed Qinghan Junren. Now, she was the only direct disciple of Qinghan Junren. Her voice, light and crisp, carried a hint of pride, reminiscent of a 5-year-old girl who had endured hardship suddenly meeting a benefactor. Li Yi, you are indeed fortunate. To become a direct disciple right upon your arrival means your path of cultivation will be much smoother. Murong Yunli noted, his tone filled with admiration. Meanwhile, his own assignment was also commendable. He had been placed in the inner sect's Yunzong Peak as a disciple. He was indeed fortunate, as many disciples with lesser aptitude or without a solid background found themselves relegated to the outer sect. His assignment to the inner sect's Yunzong Peak was due to his excellent spiritual root quality, but more significantly, it stemmed from his family's legacy, being a descendant of the renowned sword cultivator, Murong Yunli. That's wonderful, Brother Murong. Congratulations. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. The sword peak sounds formidable. Indeed, it is said to be the strongest in both construction and combat prowess. For me to be the third disciple from the Murong family to enter the inner sect is quite an achievement. Ah, but Li Yi, you mustn't call me brother just yet. I am merely an ordinary inner sect disciple now. You are the direct disciple of Qinghan Junren, and I must address you as little martial uncle. Murong Yunli replied with a radiant smile. Li Yi, still naively new to the sect, was oblivious to many customs. However, Murong Yunli understood that this particular etiquette could not be overlooked. By the way, little martial uncle Li Yi, I need to go down the mountain to purchase some items. Would you like to join us? Upon hearing Murong Yunli's invitation, Li Yi felt a rush of excitement. Being young, she naturally had a keen interest in new experiences, especially shopping. However, she felt it prudent to consult Huang Yue first, who, in a sense, was like a bodyguard assigned by her master. Huang Gu, may we also go down the mountain to purchase some items? Although I've received some supplies, I feel I still lack many daily necessities. Of course, little martial uncle. Huang Yue nodded. As long as her requests were not excessive or perilous, he had no reason to refuse. Although Huang Yue was aware that Li Yi's cultivation and living arrangements were already well taken care of, he understood that children often yearn for excitement. This senior brother is? Murong Yunli inquired, casting a curious glance at Huang Yue. This junior disciple is Huang Yue from Ziyu Peak, here to assist little martial uncle in collecting supplies and familiarizing her with the sect. Huang Yue replied earnestly, with a hint of respect. After all, Murong Yunli was a descendant of the renowned sword cultivator, Murong Yunli, and his connections and background far surpassed Huang Yue's. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. Who said the world of cultivation lacked personal connections? It seemed that the rules of survival in the realm of cultivation mirrored those of the so-called mundane world. With power, influence, and backing, one could thrive anywhere, receiving the superficial respect of others. Soon, the trio arrived at the flying vessel destined for the market. Given that Huang Yue, the highest in cultivation among them, had not yet reached the foundational stage, they could not use flying swords. Fortunately, the fare for the flying vessel was quite reasonable. Only one spirit pearl was required. As the youngest and only female among them, Li Yi relished the feeling of being treated, though she had intended to use a low-grade spirit stone for payment. Both men insisted she not do so, suggesting it was not appropriate. At that moment, Li Yi learned of the existence of spirit pearls in the realm of cultivation. The exchange system was quite straightforward. 10 spirit pearls could be traded for 1 low-grade spirit stone, and similarly, a series of exchanges could be made up the ranks. However, despite this knowledge, no one was keen on trading down, as higher-grade stones were more precious and pure. Even if someone offered 15 medium-grade spirit stones, he would agree to exchange for a single top-grade stone. Nonetheless, Li Yi persisted and managed to trade 1 low-grade spirit stone for 10 spirit pearls. believing they might come in handy later. As she observed the vessel they were on, it was evident that it was of a much lower grade than the one used during her arrival at the sect. The interior was simple and unadorned. Yet, sitting on this stable flying vessel, Li couldn't help but marvel at her circumstances. It appears that my acrophobia is rather selective. I struggle considerably when faced with steep mountain ladders or when attempting to create origami cranes. Yet, when it comes to a stable spacecraft, my apprehension diminishes significantly. Presently, Li is contemplating the possibility of one day becoming prosperous enough to acquire a simple small spacecraft, which she could utilize for transportation within the realm of cultivation. Of course, the primary reason for this thought is her current ignorance of the cultivation world, having just arrived. It is noteworthy that the Lotus platform gifted to her by Xiao Qinglian can change its shape and size. If she were to amass sufficient spiritual stones and elevate her cultivation level, that Lotus platform could potentially transform into a diminutive spacecraft. Sixia, where have you been? Zhang Kaiping, seated aboard the spacecraft engaged in conversation, glanced up to see Li and Murong Yunli on board as well. Currently, she is a disciple of the miscellaneous sect, receiving only 10 spiritual pearls and a vial of chi-nurturing powder each month, adorned in grayish-black attire designated for miscellaneous disciples, which they are required to wear for at least a year. She is yet to receive even a storage bag. Strangely, upon her arrival at the miscellaneous hall, she was assigned to the Spiritwood Peak, known for cultivating spiritual herbs and grains. There, the outer sect senior sister, Li Kaifeng, who is at the 5th level of chi refinement, has been exceptionally friendly towards her. Today, Li Kaifeng has generously offered to take her to the market to broaden her horizons. Cousin, what a coincidence to encounter you here. I've been assigned to the purple cold peak of the main peak. Li forced a smile, as her cousin Zhang Kaiping has always been a source of irritation for her. So, does this mean you are now an inner sect disciple? You must have entered the inner sect. I've heard that most dual spiritual root cultivators are accepted into the inner sect, while those with poor aptitude, like us, are relegated to the outer sect. Zhang Kaiping gazed at Li with a complex expression, realizing that even as an outer sect disciple, Li's starting point far surpasses her own. The cultivation speed of those with dual spiritual roots is notoriously rapid, as Zhang Kaiping had overheard from the miscellaneous disciples upon entering the eastern gate. Yes, cousin. I have indeed joined the inner sect, and have even taken Master Qinghan as my teacher, Li mused, contemplating the fact that the news of her becoming a direct disciple would inevitably come to light. It was better to disclose it herself to her cousin. Kaiping. Upon seeing you, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. It turns out you have a direct disciple as your backing. Zhang Kaiping exclaimed. I've heard that Master Qinghan is a genius with extraordinary spiritual roots in our Kunlun Sect and the entire cultivation world. His demeanor is amiable towards everyone, from the inner sect disciples to the miscellaneous ones. Upon hearing the name Qinghan, Li Kaifeng's previously calm expression transformed, revealing a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. For many women in the cultivation world, Master Qinghan is indeed a paragon of charm. Externally, Li Kaifeng appears to be in her 30s. Yet she is actually over 80 years old. Were it not for her recent fortune in acquiring a beauty-enhancing pill, she would not possess such youthful looks. Sixia, you are truly fortunate to have become a direct disciple. When you have the opportunity, please do lend a helping hand to your cousin. Zhang Kaiping gazed intently at the storage bag hanging from Li's waist, coveting the miraculous item belonging to the outer sect disciple Li Kaifeng. However, as miscellaneous disciples, they are not permitted to enter the outer sect, and thus the sect does not provide them with storage bags. She had cautiously inquired, learning that even the most basic storage bags, which cannot preserve items, cost 10 inferior spiritual stones and only have a capacity of 5 cubic meters. Kaiping. Once in the sect, there are rules to follow. Since we have left the mundane world, we must abide by the regulations of the cultivation realm. Although Junior Uncle Hanbing is your cousin from the mundane realm, here you must respectfully refer to her as Junior Uncle, Li Kaifeng asserted with conviction. Oh, I was merely speaking informally in private. I understand. Senior sister. ISNT that right. Sixia? Oh no, Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle. You must support your junior in the future. Zhang Kaiping continued to press her advantage, sounding overly dramatic. Li chuckled lightly. Murong Yunli and Huang Yue exchanged glances, slightly furrowing their brows at Zhang Kaiping's audacity. Such conversations should not be held in public, especially given that Li is still inexperienced in these matters. While all aboard the spacecraft are disciples of Kunlun, the diversity of personalities can lead to unforeseen complications. should any trouble arise. Murong Yunli and Huang Yue would bear the brunt of the Sect's and Master Qihan's ire. Li Kaifeng, attuned to the subtleties of social dynamics, noticed the frowns on the faces of the two men accompanying Li Yi. Realizing that their loud chatter was inappropriate, she recognized that they were likely there to protect the young junior uncle. Having been a miscellaneous disciple for many years and an outer sect disciple for several more, she was well aware of the nuances of their circumstances. The disparity between individuals is stark. Some seem to be born at a starting line that others toil for a century to reach. Kaiping, let us not discuss this further. We will be arriving shortly. Instead, consider what you need to acquire in one go, Li Kaifeng suggested, glancing at Zhang Kaiping to signal her to refrain from further comments. Zhang Kaiping, understanding the cue, promptly ceased her inquiries about Li Yi. So, you are the new disciple of Master Qihan, are you? But their reactions seem a bit slow, as it has attracted the attention of an irate young lady clad in resplendent crimson robes. This fiery individual, though only slightly older than Li Yi, radiates an aura that indicates her high status, clearly a descendant of a prestigious lineage in the cultivation world. Yes, I am Li Yi. May I inquire your esteemed name? Senior sister? Li Yi asked, somewhat perplexed by the fiery girl's approach. Humph, you don't even know who I am. How dare you come to our Kunlun Sect? The girl huffed, her expression brimming with indignation. I am Zhang Lingyun, the granddaughter of the Sword Peak's Lord, Jiao Tianjinjuan. The other passengers on the spacecraft gasped in shock, aware of the formidable reputation of the Sword Peak's master, whose mere name instills fear in the hearts of most cultivators. Though my spiritual roots surpass yours, and my offensive capabilities are significantly stronger, being a dual fire and with spiritual root, Master Qihan still refuses to accept me as his disciple. What does it matter if our generations differ? I am indifferent to such trivial distinctions. Being a disciple of the esteemed Master Qingye holds no significance to me. Huang Yue and Murong Yunli could not help but twitch their lips upon hearing the young girl's words. While others may have been oblivious to the situation, the two of them were distinctly aware. The granddaughter of the Sword Peak's leader, Zhang Lingyun, was born to his father, Zhang Haoran, from his 10th concubine. Originally, she possessed the three spiritual roots of fire, wood, and water. Nevertheless, she was the most gifted among her father's numerous offspring. Her three spiritual roots, though harmonious in nature, also exhibited a certain degree of conflict. Undoubtedly, her spiritual roots were vastly superior compared to her father's five-element waste body. Subsequently, her grandfather, the Sword Peak's leader, the Honorable Jian Tian, learned of the appearance of a spirit-cleansing pill at the grand auction held by the Heavenly Gate and hurriedly made his way there. After investing $1 million in exquisite spiritual stones, a medium-grade spirit-cleansing pill was procured for her, which purified her water spiritual root, transforming her into a prodigy endowed with both fire and wood spiritual roots. However, it must be noted that her spiritual root aptitude was far from remarkable. The fire spiritual root constituted 55, while the wood spiritual root was 50, although these figures seemed somewhat acceptable at first glance. It was widely known among the inner sect members that her grandfather, the esteemed Haoyan, had bestowed upon her numerous rare herbs and treasures to create a cleansing bath, thus elevating her aptitude to its utmost potential, making it appear somewhat satisfactory. Furthermore, this Zhang Lingyun, despite her tender age, exhibited an exceedingly arrogant and domineering demeanor, disregarding ordinary disciples entirely. In fact, many inner sect disciples had suffered from her wrath, enduring not just her disdain, but even physical reprimands. Given such a temperament, it would be astonishing if the esteemed Master Qihan were to accept her as a disciple. The esteemed Master Qihan, though still in the bloom of youth, has already attained the golden core stage. It is likely that within a mere 50 years, he shall emerge as the youngest true monarch in the realm of cultivation. Given such remarkable prowess, how could Master Qihan possibly regard Zhang Lingyun as anything but a burdensome hot potato? Moreover, Zhang Lingyun, possessing the rare dual attributes of fire and wood, is inherently suited to the art of alchemy. Consequently, the esteemed Master Qihan, acknowledging his own limitations in the fire and wood disciplines, tactfully yet resolutely declined Zhang Lingyun's request to take him as a disciple. Citing concerns over the potential disruption to Zhang's promising future as an alchemist, Master Zhang, I echoed your sentiments. I too believe my master is apprehensive about the generational differences in our teachings. Furthermore, your exceptional aptitude in the fire and wood elements only amplifies his worries. As he lacks proficiency in these areas, he may fear that he could not adequately guide you, thereby tarnishing your extraordinary talent. However, Master Zhang, if you do not mind, I warmly invite you to visit us at Zihan Peak often. The young disciple usually practices alone amidst the misty waters of Zihan Peak, and indeed, it can be quite lonely. Li Yi gazed sincerely at Zhang Lingyun with her bright, innocent eyes. When she mentioned the esteemed light, cold master, she was anxious about potential impropriety in addressing him, yet she nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your ability to articulate such sentiments indeed reflects a degree of insight. My grandfather has often remarked that my talents are truly exceptional, rare among the multitude. Originally, as an elder, I should not have accepted your invitation, dear junior. However, your earnest request, despite your tender age, compels me to reconsider. I fear that my absence might convey a lack of respect towards you, and I am genuinely concerned that you may find solace in tears with your brother Qinghan. Thus, I have resolved, albeit reluctantly, to visit the serene waters of Zhanfeng and impart some wisdom on your cultivation journey. Zhang Lingyun adopted a demeanor befitting an elder, nodding earnestly as she spoke. Yet, I cannot help but ponder why brother Qinghan is so exceptionally kind to this young girl, allowing Li Yi to reside in such a splendid place as Shuyangjian. Zhang Kaiping regarded Li Yi and Zhang Lingyun with a gaze laden with complexity. Zhang Lingyun exuded an air of superiority, reminiscent of a lofty heiress who regarded others with disdain. Yet, how curious it is that she suddenly treats Li Yi, this impudent child, with such courtesy, presenting herself as a good sister. In truth, it seems that Zhang Lingyun is merely seeking to curry favor with Li Yi's master. Li Yi, that naive little girl. Does she truly believe that she can win over someone of high status merely with a few words? However, to be honest, there lingers a sense of discontent within my heart. Aside from my spiritual roots, I possess qualities that far surpass those of the young girl, Li Yi. Yet fate has dealt me a poor hand with these utterly inadequate 5 spiritual roots. It is said that had it not been for the recent turmoil in the realm of cultivation, I would not even have had the opportunity to serve as a menial disciple at the Kunlun Sect. Zhang Lingyun cast a subtle glance at Zhang Kaiping, her demeanor light, yet unassuming. Ah, Li Yi, that young girl, certainly has her share of difficulties, burdened as she is by such a cousin. If Li Yi remains oblivious to the true nature of her so-called cousin, she may very well find herself ensnared by the duplicitous and malevolent intentions of that cousin one fateful day. Zhang Kaiping could never have anticipated that her recent emotional journey would be so transparently discerned by those in her immediate vicinity. Indeed, even Zhang Lingyun, who is not particularly adept at navigating the complexities of human relationships, could perceive it, let alone the astute Murong Yunli and Huang Yue. However, despite their awareness, they maintained a facade of indifference, treating the matter as if it were inconsequential. Surrounding them, the onlooking cultivators had absorbed every word exchanged, which evidently sparked a variety of thoughts among them. Yet, while this group outwardly preserved a demeanor of nonchalance, inwardly they could not suppress their derision, questioning why the situation had concluded without any confrontation or vehement rebuke. They particularly enjoy observing the inner disciples, especially those who have recently joined. The infighting among the inner circle or the exalted direct disciples is inevitable. Unfortunately, apart from their superior spiritual roots and noble lineage, these individuals possess no redeeming qualities. Yet, it is precisely these parasites who, without any effort, find themselves in elevated positions, scarcely required to undertake any tasks. One can thus enjoy the majority of the resources. Yet, they look down upon those outer sect disciples and menial workers with an air of superiority. It is impossible for them to claim that they do not feel envy or resentment towards the inner disciples, particularly those who are personally taught. However, such sentiments are expressed only in the silence of their hearts, as they dare not voice them aloud. Yet, the fact that Li Yi, a girl hailing from a remote and impoverished village, has not yet cultivated her skills yet has managed to win the favor of Zhang Lingyun, the most cherished granddaughter of the sword's master, stirs a deep sense of jealousy within them. One can only blame their mother for not bestowing upon them the gift of exceptional talent, leaving him with no choice but to seek out a worthy mentor. Zhang Lingyun observed Li Yi, who, despite her current attire of earthly silk and satin, bore unmistakable signs of hardship. The coarse wounds adorning her face and hands, along with the unique complexion wrought by prolonged exposure to the sun, were evident to her discerning eye. It was clear that life had not been easy for Li Yi since her arrival at the gate of the city. Li Yi, did you come from that small mountain village? Is the scenery there beautiful? Does it surpass the aesthetic appeal of our sect? Li Yi shook her head and said, Master Uncle, to be honest, I have never found anything particularly beautiful in my hometown. It always feels like the grain harvested each year is insufficient, forcing us to tirelessly forage for wild vegetables on the mountains, which is utterly exhausting. Moreover, the people in my hometown are often left hungry. Li Yi was reflecting on the life of the original owner. Zhang Lingyu nodded in agreement, noting that this aligned closely with the information he had gathered. However, one must consider the nature of such a small mountain village, a place marked by poverty and isolation. It is indeed remarkable to have someone like Li Yi, possessing a dual spirit root, emerge from such a place. It can be considered a blessing. Nevertheless, heroes are not defined by their origins. Your innate talents are commendable, and with the fortunate opportunity to be mentored by my esteemed senior brother Qinghan, you are bound to achieve great things. I am now certain that your family must be proud of you, as you are a remarkable genius in the realm of cultivation with your dual spiritual roots. They surely feel honored to have you. At this point, it seems that your family has already been sustained by the local crosstalk performances. Li Yi could only manage a wry smile, as it appeared that the original owner had met her demise due to the harsh treatment from this family. However, those individuals are able to enjoy the benefits that the original owner gained by entering the sect due to possessing dual spiritual roots. This is truly. As these two companions conversed, before they could utter these few words, they arrived at the market. If Li Yi had not been able to see those clad in flowing white garments, or those donning the robes of mid-level disciples soaring through the air on flying swords, or the cultivators gliding gracefully amidst the ethereal energies, she might have believed she had merely arrived at a bustling rural market. On either side of the street, one can observe an array of peculiar and fantastical objects, with vendors enthusiastically peddling their wares. Come one, come all, and behold the remarkable treasures recently unearthed in the secret realms. They are being offered at the astonishing price of merely 3 inferior spirit stones each. Yet, this is hardly surprising, for it is merely a marketplace frequented by the outer disciples and miscellaneous servants of Kunlun, who seek to offload their superfluous items or those acquired during their tasks. The exquisite artifacts from the abodes of golden core cultivators can be found here, with some priced at 4 inferior spirit stones. The clamor of merchants hawking their wares fills the air. A rare 200-year-old ginseng can be yours for just 1 spirit pearl. Do not let this opportunity pass you by. However, dear junior uncle, the offerings from this stall are rather unimpressive. Perhaps we could escort you to some of the more reputable shops? Huang Yue gazed at Li Yi with a slightly lowered demeanor and remarked, "These children from the countryside possess little experience. To them, this life is less beneficial than the most rudimentary spirit plants consumed by cultivators. No need, Brother Huang. I find these small stalls quite fascinating. In any case, I intend to explore the stalls first." Li Yi, with a cheerful smile, turned her gaze towards the few individuals nearby, seemingly seeking their opinions. "Oh, Li Yi, you really are something. All these items below are nothing but worthless trinkets. Hardly worth a glance. However, it is understandable. Everything must seem novel to you since you have just arrived here. Perhaps if you manage to sell some ginseng that has been around for 2 centuries in your region, you might just become affluent." Zhang Lingyun also scoffed disdainfully. Yet she pondered. She always refers to Li Yi as little junior disciple, which makes their relationship seem somewhat distant. Moreover, they are of similar age. It would be more natural to simply call each other by their names. "Master, I do not have much that I wish to purchase. I merely intend to acquire some toiletries and bedding items. However, primarily, I am eager to explore and observe what these small stalls have to offer. To be honest, Yi has never been to such a lively place in all her years of growing up." Li Yi stuck out her tongue, feeling quite bashful as she began to explain. Indeed, both the original owner and her former self harbored a profound curiosity about this world. However, it is fortunate that, in the present, she can explore freely as she pleases. "Li Yi, did you not receive this month's allowance along with the storage bag?" "Cousin, I have heard people say that your direct disciple has indeed sent you quite a generous monthly allowance. Could it be that you are concerned about others expecting you to treat them, prompting you to frequent these small stalls?" Zhang Kaiping, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, began to murmur. She had also realized that Li Yi, that troublesome child, was harboring grand ambitions while being rather stingy with others. Li Yi has yet to respond, causing the others to furrow their brows. In the realm of cultivation, customs differ greatly from those in the mundane world. The notion of treating others simply does not exist. It is important to understand that, in the cultivation community, every matter is approached with utmost seriousness. "Cousin, I doubt your opinion reflects the sentiments of everyone present. Does it not? However, no one has suggested that I should treat. Moreover, although I may be youthful, I am well aware that the custom of treating others often necessitates reciprocity. Li Yi regarded Zhang Kaiping with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. Indeed, the essence of friendship lies in mutual exchange. One cannot expect perpetual giving from one party alone. Naturally, there exist individuals with ulterior motives, seeking to ingratiate themselves with those of affluence in hopes of receiving benefits in return. However, Zhang Kaiping's demeanor suggests a desire for gain without the effort of appeasement. I understand if you find this place unappealing, feel free to explore elsewhere. I merely wish to procure some basic toiletries, such as buckets, without the need to visit those extravagant boutiques. Li Yi feigned the air of a prudent adult, mindful of frugality. Sister Kaiping, the items sold in those upscale stores are beyond our means. The wares at these humble stalls are far more suitable for us ordinary practitioners. I must tell you, many disciples have discovered treasures at the small stalls. Li Kaifeng tugged at Zhang Kaiping, skillfully diverting the conversation. Li Yi listened to her words, yet merely offered a non-committal smile. She possessed a keen understanding, but it seems that Li Kaifeng also harbored profound thoughts. However, Li Yi had little time to focus on such individuals, as her attention was drawn to a small stall selling ginseng. Come and take a look, everyone. The display of ginseng appears quite impressive. Li Yi's statement holds considerable truth. These ginseng specimens, aged around 200 years, possess exceptional quality. However, in the realm of the cultivation world, they have unfortunately diminished in value. Esteemed senior, might it be possible to procure this ginseng at a more reasonable price? If you were to lower your price a bit, I would purchase everything without hesitation. As Li Yi spoke, she picked up a ginseng root to examine it. The aroma of the ginseng was robust, clearly indicative of its age and authenticity as a wild mountain ginseng. If she had not traversed through time and possessed several of these wild ginseng roots, perhaps she could have ascended to the pinnacle of life. Enjoying a lifestyle replete with luxury, owning both a car and a house, while living in carefree leisure each day. The vendor was a male disciple from the outer sect, appearing to be in his 20s with a handsome and amiable demeanor, possessing a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement. My dear junior sister, I have a total of 6 ginseng roots here. How about this? The lowest price I can offer is 5 spirit pearls for you. Zhang Qilin smiled gently at the group before him. Li Yi, this is merely your first venture into these quaint stalls. With time, you will realize there is little of interest here. However, as your senior who has grown up in this very place, I shall reluctantly accompany you on this little excursion. Nonetheless, these 200-year-old ginseng roots are hardly useful. For them to possess any efficacy, they would need to be at least 1,000, if not 10,000 years old. Yet, these few roots are remarkably inexpensive, practically akin to being given away for free. I might as well keep them for amusement. It is not a matter of great significance. Zhang Lingyun expressed his disdain, yet playfully exclaimed, Very well then, esteemed senior, here are the 5 spirit pearls. Upon hearing this, Li Yi readily retrieved 5 spirit pearls from her storage pouch and presented them to the cultivator. All right, dear junior sister, these 6 ginseng roots now belong to you. Zhang Qilin placed the roots into a wooden box and handed it to Li Yi, casting an envious glance at the storage pouch she wore. By the way, esteemed senior, could you kindly inform me where one might procure toiletries for the rooms? Li Yi inquired while placing the ginseng into her storage bag. This, you see, can be found over there. There are many such items, and the prices are quite reasonable. Zhang Qilin pointed her in a specific direction. Li Yi, what is your purpose in purchasing this ginseng? We are no longer in the realm of mortals, yet you still refuse to believe that at your young age, you should not squander your spiritual stones. You seem unwilling to let me. Zhang Kaiping could not help but begin to admonish Li Yi again. However, she swallowed her words, for the current little Luya was beyond her control. Although her elder aunt had instructed her to look after her, this girl simply refused to heed her. Furthermore, the rigid rules of the sect were quite suffocating. They not only denied her the opportunity to be paired with little Luya, but also forbade her from entering the inner sect or seeking her out. How could she possibly guide her? Now that the girl had just begun to spread her wings, she was no longer inclined to listen. Here we go again. Li Yi was about to purchase yet another useless item. As her master, how could one fail to prepare her with the essentials? Oh, you little servant disciple. Have you lost your senses? What concern is it of yours what Li Yi chooses to buy? Even if it is simply to admire or to toss into water for amusement, it is hardly a matter of great significance. You are her cousin. Yet you seem intent on bullying her. Now that you have entered the realm of cultivation, do you not understand that here, strength reigns supreme? Zhang Lingyun shot a glance at Zhang Kaiping, as if to say that even in her own home, she must now show respect to her younger sister. The reason for this hierarchy was her superior spiritual roots. In both family and sect, strength was the measure of worth. As for familial ties, they were of little consequence. Zhang Kaiping was about to erupt in anger, but restrained herself. Zhang Lingyun had formidable backing. She was not someone to provoke lightly. Brother Murong, what do you all intend to purchase? I hope I am not delaying your matters. I merely wish to buy some toiletries and bedding. Just something of decent quality from the mortal realm will suffice. Li Yi felt she ought to be more considerate and not hinder Murong Yunli's important business. Hanbing, the items you seek are quite easy to obtain. I can take you there. I am merely here to gain some experience. I do not truly need to buy anything. Murong Yunli shrugged nonchalantly. Junior sister, I happen to know a great place for the items you desire. They have a comprehensive selection at reasonable prices. Moreover, they cater to both the needs of the cultivation realm and those of mortals. Zhang Lingyun interjected, as a previously silent foundation establishment practitioner suddenly spoke up. This individual, clad in an unassuming gray Taoist robe, was quite extraordinary in appearance, yet he blended into the crowd as if invisible. He seemed to be a bodyguard discreetly protecting Zhang Lingyun. Li Yi looked at Zhang Lingyun in confusion. Oh, Li Yi, his surname is Zhang. And his name is Zhang Chunin. You may simply refer to him as Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, please do not refer to him as Little Master Uncle. That title complicates matters. Henceforth, you may call her Miss Yi, just as you call me. Zhang Lingyun casually arranged the titles. Zhang Chunyan possessed 4 spiritual roots and was saved by Zhang Lingyun's grandfather during a mission in the mortal realm upon discovering his potential. He had grown up alongside Zhang Lingyun's father and was now over 200 years old. It took considerable effort for even the peak master of the sword peak, Hao Jinjuan, to assist him in establishing his foundation. Since Zhang Lingyun had demonstrated promising spiritual roots, Zhang Chunyan had remained by her side for protection. Unfortunately, due to his poor aptitude, he was relegated to being an ordinary inner sect disciple. Really? That is wonderful, Li Yi exclaimed with delight. Perhaps these individuals truly had no specific goals, which is why they accompanied her to buy mundane items that they would not even glance at. Zhang Chunyan guided them to a shop called Duobao Pavilion. To their surprise, Duobao Pavilion was a lavish establishment, towering 4 or 5 stories high. Do not worry, esteemed guests. Duobao Pavilion, as the name suggests, offers a complete range of common cultivation resources. It has been a renowned establishment for thousands of years. We sell not only mundane items, but at very fair prices, often even cheaper than those sold by wandering cultivators at stalls. Zhang Chunin explained. Moreover, just between us, I am quite familiar with the shopkeeper. If you find anything you like, I can arrange a 10% discount for you. Observing their puzzled expressions, he smiled. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. The notion of a discount sounded oddly familiar. Could it be that this world also had its own version of traversers? Otherwise, the term discount should be exclusive to modern society. Or perhaps the concept of discounts had long existed, even in the cultivation realm, and she was simply uninformed. Esteemed fairies and young gentlemen, what can I assist you with? A thin, sprightly young attendant approached them. Well, I am looking for some living essentials for my room. Do you have any? Although Li Yi felt somewhat shy about purchasing mundane items in such an upscale shop, was that not the purpose of their visit? Ah, esteemed fairy. We have complete sets of the finest living essentials available. Please take a look. Fei Yunnan, a young attendant with 5 spiritual roots, understood the needs of newly arrived disciples well. Indeed, when Li Yi followed the young attendant, she discovered their destination was a corner displaying an entire set of exquisite furniture and toiletries made from top-quality Zedon wood, along with bedding crafted from the finest silk available in the mortal realm. Li Yi speculated that they were merely showcasing samples, as this world possessed various storage devices. The actual products were likely stored in spatial bags or rings. Consequently, Li Yi was unreserved in her choices, selecting all she could use. If possible, this somewhat fastidious Li Yi would prefer her own bedding over someone else's, no matter how clean it might be. The thought of using second-hand items made her uneasy. Esteemed fairy, the items you have selected come to 1 spiritual pearl and 2 fragmentary spiritual stones. However, since you are brought here by Uncle Zhang, I shall waive the 2 fragmentary spiritual stones, and you need only pay 1 spiritual pearl. Fei Yunnan cheerfully calculated. Oh, that works. Li Yi nodded and handed him a spiritual pearl. But what are these fragmentary spiritual stones? She inquired, puzzled. Wasn't the spiritual pearl the most basic currency in the cultivation realm? Haha. Esteemed fairy, it is only natural that you, being new to the sect, are unaware. We do not only cater to cultivators here. Many mortals also reside within our walls. They primarily use fragmentary spiritual stones as currency in the mortal realm. 10 fragmentary spiritual stones equate to 1 spiritual pearl. Fei Yunan explained patiently, his demeanor lighthearted and cheerful. It must surely be one of those inner disciples or perhaps a direct disciple of a certain esteemed master. Moreover, he astutely noticed that this little fairy had a rather impressive storage belt hanging at her waist. A novice fairy possessing such a storage bag must at least be an inner disciple. How could a mere servant boy like him dare to offend her? Oh, I see. Thank you very much. By the way, do you have any water storage pouches in this shop? I mean something akin to a storage bag that can hold a considerable amount of water. Li Yi deliberated, as she was not quite familiar with the true name of such an item. In fact, this concept was merely a figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, the realm of cultivation must surely possess such necessities, right? Oh, little fairy, you are in search of a water pouch then? Please, follow me. We have them right here. Fei Yunan smiled gently, leading her to another counter. It seemed that upon entering the realm of cultivation, this little fairy was akin to a fish returning to the sea. Most of the things one could conceive in their mind as a mortal could indeed be found in the cultivation world. Of course, there was one prerequisite. One must possess sufficient cultivation or ample spirit stones. Before long, Fei Yunan retrieved a small, exquisite jade gourd from the counter. Little fairy, our most basic water pouch can hold 5 do of water and costs 10 low-grade spirit stones. Its usage is similar to that of a storage bag. You only need to drip your blood to recognize it as yours. He gestured to indicate the approximate size of the pouch, concerned that Li Yi might not grasp how substantial 5 do of water truly was. Li Yi frowned, estimating that the space he indicated was roughly 5 cubic meters. It was a bit smaller than she expected, but sufficient nonetheless. In that case, I shall take 2. Li Yi replied cheerfully, as she was still unaware of the true value of 10 low-grade spirit stones for those lower-tier disciples. Very well, little fairy. I shall offer you a discount of 10%. You can have them for 18 low-grade spirit stones. Li Yi, what do you need these for? Zhang Lingyun inquired curiously. Master Uncle, I live alone in Shuiyan Pavilion and have to wash and clean myself, don't I? Just look at my petite frame. It would be quite a challenge to carry a wooden bucket for bathing. I thought having these 2 pouches, one for cool water and one for hot, would suffice. Li Yi explained, even though she had Yi Tianxin to attend to her. However, she felt an inexplicable discomfort regarding Yi Tianxin and was reluctant to rely on her for everything. Why be foolish? If it's too much trouble, you could always find an outer disciple or a servant to assist you, Zhang Lingyun suggested. With just 1 low-grade spirit nurturing pill, you could have someone attend to you for an entire month. Zhang Lingyun refrained from mentioning that even if she offered nothing, those outer disciples, especially the servants, would still be eager to serve her. After all, the inner sect was rich in spiritual energy. A day spent cultivating there equated to an extensive period in the outer sect. Master Uncle, I do have a maid named Yi Tianxin. However, to be honest, I am not accustomed to being waited on. Li Yi spoke truthfully, her feelings towards Yi Tianxin less than favorable. Huang Yue, listening from the side, contemplated this information and decided to relay it to Master Qinghan. Regardless, the fact that Yi Tianxin could not earn Li Yi's trust was a sign of failure. Li Yi, undeterred by their conversation, retrieved 18 low-grade spirit stones from her storage bag and handed them to the attendant. Zhang Lingyun spoke again. Indeed, even when seeking a maid, one must find someone compatible. If you feel uncomfortable with them, then no matter how well they serve, it is still a failure. Just like your masters, those elite disciples have never sought anyone to follow them. Cultivation is meant to be a path of hardship, not indulgence, is it not? While you are still young, it is reasonable to have a maid to care for you. However, you need not worry excessively, since this maid was chosen by your master. Qinghan, he will certainly ensure that she does not act against your interests. Yet, many things were uncertain. Over a century ago, there was a Yuanying true cultivator who, shortly after giving birth, secluded herself in meditation. The maid chosen from the outer disciples did not adequately care for the Yuanying true master's child and often pilfered various spirit stones meant for the child. However, upon being discovered, the maid faced dire consequences, having her cultivation abolished and being cast back to the mortal realm. What Zhang Lingyun did not mention was that the maid was killed shortly after leaving the sect, her soul extracted and refined. It was a grim fate that served as a warning to other outer disciples or servants, deterring them from harboring ulterior motives. However, human nature is complex. In the face of great temptation, only the truly steadfast can hold onto their principles. Nevertheless, Zhang Lingyun, still young, grasped only a vague understanding of such matters. Having heard of the maid's fate from others in the sect, as she had not yet been present at that time. Yet, she could empathize with Li Yi's distrust of the maid. If one were to recruit someone without understanding their background, they could easily harbor malicious intentions, especially considering Yi Tianxin's noble origins and her striking beauty. It was reasonable to suspect that someone like her might possess ulterior motives. How could those outsiders possibly care for you properly? Why not let your cousin take care of you? Zhang Kaiping interjected at an opportune moment. Li Yi smiled gently. Cousin, such matters are hardly within my control. Moreover, we came to the sect to cultivate, not to indulge. Zhang Lingyun smirked slightly. Truth be told, Li Yi was quite pitiable. Although she had a cousin, it was evident that her cousin held many thoughts of her own. If Li Yi were to be taken under her wing, it would be hard to discern who was actually serving whom. Master brother, do you have any storage bags? How many spirit stones do they cost? Zhang Kaiping, noticing Li Yi's silence, blushed and directly inquired at the counter about the cost of the storage bags she desired. Indeed, we have storage bags here. How large would you like? Fei Yunan inquired while collecting the spirit stones. Please, tell me more about them. Do you have storage bags of various sizes? Zhang Kaiping asked eagerly. Li Yi, let us go and look at the magical robes over there. I heard they have just produced a new batch. And they are incredibly beautiful, Zhang Lingyun exclaimed, winking as she pulled Li Yi away. She could easily see the intentions of Li Yi's cousin and more clearly discern that Li Yi's relationship with her cousin was far from amicable. Naturally, Murong Yunli and the others followed wherever Li Yi and Zhang Lingyun went. After all, who would concern themselves with an unremarkable servant disciple? The magical robes were located on the second floor, and indeed, the women's magical robes here were stunningly beautiful, truly breathtaking. Li Yi, take a look. If you see something you like, consider it a gift from your elder. Do not feel embarrassed. I am aware that you have just entered the sect and may possess few spirit stones, Zhang Lingyun generously remarked. Please, Master Uncle, do not. Li Yi quickly declined. Zhang Lingyun's demeanor was rather peculiar, prompting her to recall an adage, no unsolicited kindness comes without ulterior motives. Yet perhaps she was merely overthinking the situation? Li Yi could only sigh inwardly. Was it excessive vigilance upon arriving at a new place? Why were you being so courteous with me? Is it merely a piece of ceremonial attire? Wait until you find something you truly adore, then you shall not hesitate to indulge, Zhang Lingyun chuckled, playfully dragging Li Yi to select these ceremonial garments. Murong Yunli and Huang Yue exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they turned to examine the array of magical artifacts. Within this establishment, they felt sufficiently secure, especially with Zhang Lingyun's formidable bodyguard by her side. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Yi realized the extent of her financial limitations. The garments here, though the least expensive, offered a level of defense comparable to that of an ordinary outer sect disciple's robe. They were merely more aesthetically pleasing. Yet the cheapest among them still commanded a price of at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. As for the expensive items, there is simply no limit to their price. Is there? The item that Zhang Lingyun is currently observing costs a staggering 50 mid-grade spiritual stones. Although Zhang Lingyun repeatedly insisted on gifting her an item, Li Yi declined, citing that she found none of them appealing due to their exorbitant value. It is only now that she comprehends the worth of the disheveled collection of gentlemen's robes her master had carelessly thrown her way. Should she consider selling those discarded garments? Is there not a hint of the foul stench of opulence and excess? What can I possibly say to you? To be candid, the appearance of the recent batch of goods they brought is rather unappealing. However, should I come across something particularly exquisite in the future, I shall gladly gift you a piece. Zhang Lingyun curled his lip, expressing his disdain for the declining quality of the merchandise at the Duobao Pavilion. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from making any purchases. The defensive capabilities of their ceremonial robes are utterly inadequate. They are even inferior to our disciples' garb. What is most infuriating is that they cannot even be deemed aesthetically pleasing. That's all. It pales in comparison to the garment I am currently wearing. At this moment, Zhang Lingyun also discerned that this is undoubtedly the nature of someone who is utterly unwilling to take advantage of others. Given this, she cannot force the matter. However, upon hearing Zhang Lingyun's words, The man could not help but twitch his lips. The robes you wear are undoubtedly of exquisite quality, crafted from the finest materials personally refined by a Yuaning ancestor. How could such a small shop possibly possess them? Even if there were such items, they would merely be treasured possessions of the establishment, and you have not made any specific request for us to present them. Ah. The two young ladies were eager to descend the stairs when Li Yi was unexpectedly bumped into by a clumsy woman clad entirely in black. Li Yi furrowed her brow, sensing an air of peculiarity surrounding the mysterious woman in black. What are you doing? Do you wish to invite peril upon yourself? Zhang Lingyun reprimanded the woman in black without any reservations. However, she turned around to assist Li Yi to her feet. Yi, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort? Li Yi furrowed her brows, pondering the recent encounter with that woman. Was it simply because she appeared youthful and thus seemed an easy target for bullying? Why did I happen to collide with myself? Master Lingyun, my knees ache terribly. Li Yi's large, luminous eyes were clouded with mist due to the pain. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry because of something urgent. I truly apologize, little sister. Li Fengwei hurriedly expressed her remorse. Ah. How effortlessly you utter your apologies. Knowing well that my little disciple has yet to cultivate, what are your intentions? Zhang Lingyun still wore an expression of fury. What she loathed the most were those self-righteous individuals with singular spiritual roots, who strutted around the sect as if they were more formidable than she. But what of it? It remains futile nonetheless. Once upon a time, the woman before her had not hesitated to mock both herself and her father. Li Yi furrowed her brows, reluctant to form enmity so soon upon arriving in the realm of cultivation. Possessing the eye of truth, she could discern the essence of those around her with a mere glance. The enigmatic woman clad in black was, astonishingly, a fire element single spiritual root, aged 39. Her aptitude for spiritual roots was commendable, standing at 85. Yet, she was merely at the second layer of the qi refinement stage. Truly, this woman's life story could very well inspire a dramatic and tumultuous novel. Never mind, exercise caution next time. Your honesty is excessive in the realm of cultivation. Such naivety may render you vulnerable to exploitation. Zhang Lingyun shook his head disapprovingly. Li Yi's disposition is far too gentle. This cannot continue. Yet he turned his head again and scolded the woman, saying, And you? What about you, woman? Next time, exercise caution. This time, you merely encountered me, your humble junior. Should you encounter other disciples, I wonder how you would fare. I sincerely apologize. This humble fairy, Yu Feng, is here to express her contrition. This is but a token of my goodwill. With a heart full of trepidation, Li Yufeng offered her apology, even removing a jade hairpin from her head and presenting it to Li Yi. This jade hairpin is considered a rudimentary defensive talisman. Once infused with energy and inserted into the hair, it establishes a protective barrier against even the slightest of attacks. Furthermore, when airborne, it can shield against harsh gusts of wind. However, its potency is rather limited. For external disciples or servants, it may be deemed a valuable item. Yet for a direct disciple like Li Yi, it is akin to a mere trinket. After all, superior garments possess far greater defensive capabilities than this hairpin. Since this item is a gesture of apology from her, you might as well accept it. Although it is merely a rudimentary defensive artifact, its aesthetic appeal is certainly commendable. Is it not? One may simply keep it for amusement. Zhang Lingyun cast a disdainful glance at the hairpin. Li Yefeng, you find yourself in a predicament today. Once a revered genius with a singular spiritual root, you have now descended from your lofty pedestal to become a target for the scorn of others. A mere outer disciple subject to ridicule. It is truly a fitting fate. Thus, Zhang Lingyun, with a facade of bravado, issued a warning to Li Fengwei before taking Li Yi and preparing to leave. The sole stroke of fortune lies in the fact that Li Yi merely experienced a twinge in her knee and was not genuinely injured. Otherwise, Li Fengwei would have faced dire consequences, especially with those two on the upper floor casting their icy glares upon her. Li Fengwei's eyes reddened as she repeatedly bowed her head in apology to them. Truly, it is a case of a tiger falling into the plains and being bullied by dogs. One must remember that she was once a distinguished genius with a rare single spiritual root. Were it not for that incident, this Zhang Lingyun, aside from his noble lineage, is unworthy even to carry her shoes. As for the young girl before her, with such mediocre aptitude, she is nothing more than a waterwood dual spiritual root with little combat potential. Li, I have selected the storage pouch. It requires 2 mid-grade spiritual stones. Would you kindly settle the bill for me? Do not tell me you do not possess it. I have heard from others that the inner disciples under direct tutelage indeed possess medium-grade spirit stones. If you find yourself lacking, you may exchange those elixirs bestowed upon you by your sect. I have inquired, and the fellow informed me that if spirit stones are insufficient, elixirs can indeed serve as a substitute. Luya, I am your dearest cousin. How can you bear to overlook my plight? Struggling in such a menial place as the servants' hall, and without even a storage pouch, I presume? As soon as Zhang Kaiping arrived, Li Yi felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Why must I bear the cost for the storage bag you purchased? The sect has provided me with cultivation resources, which I intend to keep for my own training. Li Yi, without a moment's hesitation, outright refused. She had indeed heard that the servant disciples do not receive storage bags. If she were to borrow spirit stones to purchase even the most basic storage bag for her own use, that would be a different matter. Although she did not hold a favorable impression of Zhang Kaiping, she was not about to bluntly embarrass her. Moreover, she already possessed 2 storage bags. Giving away the one provided by the sect would not be a significant loss. However, if Zhang Kaiping were to demand it from her as if it were her due, Li Yi would absolutely refuse such a request. How could she allow someone like Zhang Kaiping to treat her as a fool? Acknowledging that she was merely taking advantage of her youth, why should she spare her feelings and not expose her hypocrisy? There was no way this matter would be resolved, not even through the window. Since her cousin had always harbored such thoughts and attitudes towards her, Zhang Kaiping was unworthy of being called cousin. Back on Earth, her cousin had been kind and generous, treating her well. Yet, Zhang Kaiping did not deserve to be referred to as such. Given Zhang Kaiping's despicable character, Li Yi would not hesitate to be unkind in return. 6th Miss, have you just entered the sect and already turned your back on your relatives? Zhang Kaiping's face flushed with anger at Li Yi's unwavering rejection. However, she quickly shifted her demeanor, smiling brightly at Han Bing. Oh, dear child. You simply cannot take your cousin's words to heart. Your cousin is eagerly awaiting your success in cultivation to bask in your glory. If we don't have a storage bag, so be it. After all, there are not many servant disciples who possess one. Li Yi retorted, Zhang Kaiping, every time you have taken something from me, you have claimed it was merely a jest. If you were to take this item, you would indeed keep it for yourself, wouldn't you? Zhang Kaiping. I may be young and naive, but even I understand that someone like me, who has always lacked proper clothing and food, cannot share her meager rations with someone like you, who has always lived in comfort, as if you were a young lady of privilege. Your selfishness is astounding. As an inner disciple, why don't you buy a storage bag for your cousin? Do you not realize how inconvenient it is to be without one? It is laughable that someone like you wishes to pursue the path of cultivation and strive for greatness. You ought to treat your kin with a little kindness. It costs you nothing. I have risen through the ranks starting as a servant disciple. You cannot fathom how arduous that life is. If I recall correctly, each of you inner disciples receives 5 middle-grade spirit stones monthly from the outset of your cultivation. And once you enter the chi refining stage, your spirit stones will increase. What harm would it do to part with just 2 middle-grade spirit stones to buy a storage bag for your cousin? At that moment, a beautiful fairy clad in white, exuding an air of ethereal grace, approached with a tone of righteous indignation. Li Yi thought, what is happening? Am I now cast in the role of the villain? And who is this woman? Is it possible that all disciples of Kunlun Sect coexist in such harmonious accord, with no semblance of the law of the jungle? Can anyone bully me, even those who are considered inner disciples? Most importantly, how did this woman discern that I am an inner disciple? And upon realizing this, why does she seek to provoke me? Senior sister, you appear somewhat familiar. However, I cannot recall your name. Which peak of the inner sect do you belong to? Which esteemed master do you serve? How is it that you are so well informed about the monthly allowances of inner disciples? She continued, you must be a favored disciple of a Yuaniing true monarch, yet it would be gracious of you to speak kindly to me. A mere junior disciple who has just entered the sect and has yet to cultivate. Are you really going to pressure her into giving her resources to her relatives? If you shatter her resolve to pursue the Tao at such a tender age, even if you are a favored disciple of a Yuaniing true monarch, I fear that her master, the esteemed Qinghan Junren, would demand an explanation. Zhang Lingyun observed the so-called fairy, a smirk playing on her lips. This woman possesses a remarkable audacity. As merely an outer disciple, she dares to not don the sect's robes in the vicinity of the sect. Furthermore, her previous remarks were far from inconsequential. The sect has regulations stating that all disciples, with the exception of favored and elite disciples, must wear the sect's robes. I simply cannot abide this girl's blatant disregard for her relatives upon entering the sect. It reminds me of my own early days as a servant disciple, when my single spirit root sister abandoned me to fend for myself. With a condescending gaze, the fairy continued, I offer you this piece of advice. Do not underestimate the poor youth. Though your cousin is currently a servant disciple, who can say her future achievements will not surpass yours? In the outside world, the only true allies are your blood relatives. The so-called celestial sister fixed Li with a disapproving gaze, her words dripping with righteous indignation. From what you have just said, it is clear that you are far too kind-hearted. Li, having just entered the sect, was indeed strapped for resources, and she had no idea how her future cultivation would unfold. Aside from purchasing essential items, she was loath to spend even a single broken spirit stone. However, senior sister, your robe is simply stunning. It surpasses the most expensive one I have seen in this shop. Dear celestial sister, at a glance, I can tell that you are not short of spirit stones. Surely, 2 middle-grade spirit stones are mere trifles for you. Given your benevolent nature, would you consider gifting my cousin a storage bag? Li feigned a childish demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the fairy. Yet, inwardly, she felt repulsed by her own words. This fairy was not to be underestimated. Despite her youthful and beautiful appearance, her true age exceeded 80 years. Furthermore, she was a 5-element root and had reached the 8th level of chi refining, making her no ordinary character. Most importantly, this woman had lost her yuan, and her aura was chaotic. Who could say what her true circumstances were? While the fairy's robe appeared to be of middle-grade quality, Li surmised that its value was likely over 100 top-grade spirit stones. Oh, you little one, you enjoy your jest. A favored disciple like you must surely have ample spirit stones. As an outer disciple, I have little wealth to spare. The spirit stones I possess are those allocated by the sect, and the meager earnings from completing tasks. It pains me to admit that the spirit stones I earn through hard work are barely sufficient for my own cultivation. Although my robe seems attractive, it is in fact the lowest quality available, offering less protection than the disciple attire provided by our sect. It was indeed unreasonable for her sister to make assumptions. After all, you are just a novice, even if you are a direct disciple. However, without the esteemed attention of the master, the resources available for cultivation are quite limited. Ouyang Union displayed a rather embarrassed demeanor, wishing to extract some form of sacrifice from her, which was utterly unattainable. She merely relished in creating an image of righteousness. Eager to win the hearts of others, her intentions were to appear as if, despite being a direct disciple, she was willing to advocate for the underprivileged servant disciple, simply because she noticed the young Li was new to this path. Moreover, it was evident that these two shared a blood bond, allowing them to leisurely stroll together without the fear of severing ties, no matter the commotion. She even contemplated adopting this facade of noble righteousness, all the while secretly seeking to endear herself to the evidently humble, yet recently initiated, young direct disciple. This little girl, being so young and naive, could be easily charmed, leading her to believe that she was indeed a straightforward and uncalculating good sister. For in their initial encounter, she could boldly admonish Li, the direct disciple, without it being perceived as flattery, thus naturally fostering a bond of confidence. Fairy sister, you deceive me. Even though I, Li, have just arrived at the sect, I understand that ordinary disciples must don the sect robes and are forbidden from wearing other attires. Furthermore, your robe is so exquisite, I suspect its value is quite significant. Fairy sister, you cannot take advantage of my youth and humble origins from a small mountain village to trick me. Despite her evident financial struggles, Yi still expects Han Bing to purchase an exceptionally luxurious and expensive storage bag for her relatives. Yet, the fairy sister appears to exude an air of affluence. If the fairy holds such high expectations of Yi, why is she reluctant to buy a storage bag that would be quite affordable for her? With her sparkling, crystal-clear eyes, Li Yi accuses the woman of deceit and disdain. Possessing the eye of truth, Li Yi can effortlessly discern that the seemingly mundane ring adorning the woman's finger is, in fact, a storage ring, containing thousands of low-grade spirit stones and hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, one must not forget that within her storage ring lies an abundance of magical garments, enchanted artifacts, and elixirs. What is even more intriguing is that this woman has an unclaimed spirit-conserving jade pendant hanging around her neck. No, dear little sister, you have mistaken me. This robe of mine holds no significant value. Apart from its aesthetic appeal, it serves no other purpose. I acquired this robe merely for the humble price of 5 inferior spirit stones. However, as you know, we girls have a penchant for beauty, which is why I dared to wear it secretly. Esteemed junior sister, I implore you, please do not report this matter back to the sect. Sister simply adores beauty, donning exquisite attire for leisurely strolls. Ouyang Yunyun felt a pang of urgency. In truth, parting with 2 mid-grade spirit stones was of little consequence to her. However, she was unwilling to assume the role of an unwitting fool. Moreover, should the word spread that this ordinary outer sect disciple could casually present 2 mid-grade spirit stones to an unfamiliar servant, it would undoubtedly attract ceaseless troubles. It could very well incite the stronger outer sect disciples to seize her. In every realm, shadows lurk. The infighting among outer sect disciples is, behind the scenes, exceedingly ruthless. Fairy sister, you are deceiving me. You are tricking me. You take advantage of Yi's naivete, exploiting the fact that she is not only young but hails from a humble, impoverished village in the mortal realm. Woo-woo. How could Li Yi allow that woman to so easily extricate herself? He hardly knows her, and yet she suddenly appears, standing upon the moral high ground, indiscriminately casting blame upon him. Now that he has asked her to purchase that storage bag for Zhang Kaiping, does she intend to abandon him and slip away? She is indulging in fanciful thoughts. As for this matter, let it remain unspoken, for there is not even a glimmer of hope. This woman shall not escape so easily. Well, since this fairy sister claims that the robe she is wearing is worth merely 2 inferior spirit stones, let us make a deal. I shall offer 3 inferior spirit stones in exchange for it. Zhang Lingyun spoke with a hint of melancholy. Ouyang Yunyun, am I truly lifting a stone only to strike my own foot? This fairy, to be candid, the enchanting robe she adorns is a token of affection bestowed upon her by her beloved. It is not a possession that can be appraised merely by spirit stones. Hence, despite claims of its insignificance, it is not for sale. Li Yi, however, was not inclined to let this matter rest easily. Fairy sister, I suspect that your robe must indeed hold considerable value, which is why you downplay it. Why don't we seek the shopkeeper for an appraisal? The words spoken by Li Yi left Ouyang Yunyun in astonishment. Yet, the subsequent remarks from Li Yi brought her a sense of relief. Fairy sister, just look at you, adorned in such a splendid robe and donning that exquisite necklace. Surely, that necklace must be one of those legendary artifacts, a remarkable treasure of its kind, right? Why do you, being so affluent, choose to bully Yi? Is it merely because Yi is young and has yet to cultivate her abilities? I returned to inform my master. Sobbing softly, as soon as I emerged, I was subjected to bullying, weeping, in an effort to make her tears seem more genuine. Li Yi strived to recall the injustices she had endured on earth, as well as the numerous trials she had faced throughout her life in this realm. Consequently, her tears flowed forth like a faucet that had been turned on, cascading freely. Woe is me. In any case, it is nothing to be ashamed of when a 5-year-old child feels wronged and cries heartily. Little junior sister, please do not weep any longer. Is it not enough that your elder sister acknowledges her mistake? Ouyang Yunyun was truly exasperated this time. How could she have encountered such a petulant little rascal? Akin to a spoiled child throwing a tantrum? Don't cry, little junior sister. How about this? I shall gift you this beautiful necklace that you admire. Keep it for your enjoyment, if you please. However, we must clarify that this necklace is merely an ordinary item I purchased in the mundane world. Do not accuse me of attempting to deceive you with a common trinket. The notion of it being a divine artifact was solely your assertion, not mine. Ouyang Yunyun was primarily apprehensive about Li Yi's threat to report her to their master. As an ordinary outer disciple, offending a golden core master, especially one as renowned as the esteemed Qinghan Jinren, was a terrifying prospect for her. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Her monthly quota was not something that could be easily achieved by those who merely understood the essence of cultivation. Although Qinghan Jinren appeared to embody an ethereal demeanor and seemed amiable on the surface, Ouyang Yunyun had gleaned some insights into her true nature from the whispers of her male associates. In the realm of cultivation, it was better to offend a demon cultivator than to cross Qinghan Jinren. Thus, she decisively removed the necklace from her neck and handed it to Li Yi. At that moment, Murong Yunli raised an eyebrow. While the necklace may indeed be a common item, it was, nonetheless, an exquisite specimen of dragonstone that was exceedingly rare even among royalty. Even he, the heir of the Yuang mansion, lacks the entitlement to possess such a precious dragonstone variety. Indeed, only emperors are deemed worthy of owning such exquisite dragonstones. Is that true? Is that so? Fairy sister, you did not deceive Yi. Will you truly gift such a precious and beautiful necklace to Yi? At this moment, Li Yi finally broke into a smile, although her small hand remained tightly clutching the piece of spirit jade. Indeed, little junior sister. This jade is a gift from your elder sister. Please, do not be upset or cry any longer, all right? Ouyang Yunyan felt overwhelmed. Yet a sense of melancholy lingered in her heart. Was it merely fatigue from recent exertions? Thank you, fairy sister. I truly adore this necklace, Yi exclaimed. However, as she spoke, Ouyang Yunyan shivered in fear. Would this little imp desire something more? Yet, Li Yi's next words brought her immense relief, causing her to perceive Yi as a naive and innocent child. Despite coming from a poor family that often struggled to eat enough, Yi understood the principle that one should not accept gifts without reciprocation. In that case, fairy sister, may I exchange 2 low-grade spirit stones for it? Yi gazed earnestly at Ouyang Yunyan with her clear, bright eyes. Although Ouyang Yunyan was unaware that this necklace was made of spirit jade, Yi felt it was imperative not to accept it without offering something in return, lest she incur karmic repercussions. Consequently, she retrieved 2 low-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch and placed them into Ouyang Yunyan's hands. Thank you, elder sister. Although this necklace is an ordinary item, it is still among the most precious possessions in the mortal realm, reserved for those of royal standing. Ouyang Yunyan, motivated by the sentiment of not wanting to receive something for nothing, promptly stowed the 2 spirit stones in her storage pouch. Li Yi, you foolish girl. You are merely immortal, yet you wish to trade for it? Nevertheless, she thought it best to avoid further complications, as accepting the necklace without payment might lead others to believe that inner disciples were bullying those from the outer sect. Zhang Lingyun, witnessing the exchange, interjected with a mocking gaze directed at Ouyang Yunyan. Ouyang Yunyan, upon hearing her words, nearly choked on her indignation. This necklace, composed of dragon stone, would fetch no less than 10,000 taels of silver in the mortal realm. However, the 2 low-grade spirit stones were worth only 2,000 taels. Yet, she reasoned that it was best not to provoke trouble. It dawned on her that Zhang Lingyun was none other than the favored granddaughter of the Sword Peak Lord, notorious throughout Kunlun Sect for her arrogance and capriciousness. My friends, I have pressing matters to attend to, Ouyang Yunyan declared, hastily making her exit, her demeanor resembling that of someone fleeing in haste. Zhang Lingyun was known for her unreasonable and domineering nature. Ouyang Yunyan knew that if a confrontation ensued, she would have no means of defending herself, being merely a humble cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. Ouyang Yunyan, if you choose to depart, do so, but allow me to correct you. In the future, when you see Li Yi, you must address her as your Shu Uncle Master, Zhang Lingyun remarked with a sardonic smile. At that moment, she recalled the pretense of innocence that Ouyang Yunyan had displayed. Wasn't she the one known among outer disciples for her virtuous reputation, the ethereal cloud fairy? Yet, only she and the few prominent male disciples who surrounded her truly knew whether that purity was genuine or feigned. Ouyang Yunyan paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Li Shishu, I apologize for my earlier offense. She resolved that one day, she too would ascend to the inner sect, cultivate to the golden core stage, and perhaps even attain the nascent soul realm. One day, she would trample upon those self-proclaimed geniuses, forcing them to look up to her. Very well, Ouyang Shiji, I shall overlook this instance, but do not let it happen again, Li Yi replied, flashing a sweet smile. Having gained such a significant advantage, she felt it unnecessary to linger on the matter. Li Shishu, Zhang Shifu, and esteemed seniors, I must take my leave, Ouyang Yunyan said, her face radiant with a smile, concealing the bitterness within. Nonetheless, the others offered her not even a glance. Li Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed that Ouyang Yunyan possessed some depth after all. Li Yi, you have learned well. There are those who harbor jealousy and resentment towards individuals of superior aptitude and background, yet refuse to exert themselves to achieve greatness. Instead, they choose to vent their frustrations in unseemly ways, potentially seeking to undermine you in moments of vulnerability. However, we are indeed more gifted than those disciples, and our cultivation path appears smoother. Naturally, our treatment is far superior to theirs. Yet, have they considered that the contributions we make to the sect far exceed theirs? Most of those with lesser gifts are merely burdens to the sect, while individuals like us, though perhaps enjoying better resources, owe our fortunes to our families or mentors. When the time comes for us to be called upon, we must serve dutifully and exhaust ourselves for our sect. Zhang Lingyun gazed at Li Yi with an enigmatic expression. Li Yi, taken aback, sensed that this seemingly arrogant girl might not be as one-dimensional as she appeared. Indeed, in every realm, regardless of status or position, life is not easy for anyone. Master Shizhu, I have learned much from you. Truly, your words are worth more than a decade of study. Yi vowed to adjust her mindset, treating those with superior talents and cultivation with respect and admiration, and to learn from their strengths. Conversely, when encountering those with lesser skills or gifts, she would maintain a calm perspective, acknowledging that everyone possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. Though the inner disciples might have superior gifts, she recognized that she was not necessarily superior in every aspect. Yet, it was amusing to hear such mature thoughts from the merely 5-year-old Li Yi. Haha, where did you acquire such wisdom, little girl? Did you eavesdrop on your village's teacher? Zhang Lingyun laughed heartily, though she acknowledged that the teacher's lessons proved to be quite insightful. It was evident that Li Yi's parents were reluctant to spend money on her education, as indicated by her cousin's haughty demeanor and the scars on her hands, revealing the harsh environment from which she had come. Master Shizhu, she need not sneak off to learn, someone commented. The reason is that Liuya's family originally intended to sell her as a maid. It is said that literate maids fetch a higher price, which is why her family allowed her to study alongside her brothers. Zhang Kaiping, seizing the opportunity to interject, had learned her lesson this time. Since Liuya should refer to her as Shizhu, she felt compelled to address her as Shizu. However, it seemed she had fallen into the trap of elevating some while belittling others. For some reason, she always believed that Li Yi was someone she could easily trample upon. Well, this is indeed favorable. It means Liuya no longer needs to attend school and can directly begin her training with her master. Hey, do you all have anything left to purchase? Personally, I have no further needs. We've lingered here quite a while, and I see that night is fast approaching. Although this marketplace is near our Kunlun Sect, once darkness falls, we cannot guarantee that some unsavory characters won't appear. While we are not afraid of such individuals, it would still pose a problem if someone were to provoke us. Zhang Lingyun remarked with a generous smile, and the others nodded in agreement. Aside from the few girls, including Li Yi, no one else seemed genuinely interested in making purchases. At that moment, a shop assistant approached Zhang Chuanya. Master Zhang, we have just received a large batch of second-hand storage bags. When you return, could you please ask the disciples of your sect if any of them might be interested? They are available for just 2 inferior spirit stones. Although they appear quite worn, they are still entirely functional. Is that so? Very well, I'll help you inquire. Zhang Chuanya replied readily. It's quite simple. I will just ask the elder of the servants' hall. Most of those servants do not possess storage bags. Li Yi then chimed in. Shizhu, could you lend me 2 inferior spirit stones to purchase a storage bag? I promise to repay you once I earn some spirit stones. Zhang Kaiping hesitated, stealing several glances at Li Yi before finally summoning the courage to speak. She knew that once this opportunity passed, it would be lost forever. For someone of her status as a mere servant, saving 2 inferior spirit stones would take an eternity. She sensed that encountering Li Yi, the direct disciple, was a rare chance. Li Yi nodded and swiftly retrieved 2 inferior spirit stones from her own storage bag, handing them to Zhang Kaiping. Thank you, Shizhu, Zhang Kaiping exclaimed. Bowing deeply, her gesture made Li Yi feel somewhat uncomfortable. There's no need for such formality, Kaiping. We are cousins, after all, helping each other is only natural. Li Yi replied, deliberately emphasizing helping each other. Indeed, Kaiping, you are correct. As practitioners of the mystical arts, we must heed the principle of cause and effect. Just look at your Shizhu Li Yi. Even after receiving a mere decorative necklace from someone, she still offered spirit stones in return, Zhang Chuanya kindly pointed out. Zhang Kaiping feigned a respectful demeanor, all the while seething with resentment internally. How could one feel so belittled? As if a tiger had fallen into the plains and been bullied by dogs? Why do I feel this way? Why do I always have the impression that I can trample Li Yi underfoot, as if I am perpetually in a position of superiority? But then again, what is wrong with me? Upon returning to the sect, Li Yi first accompanied Huang Yue to familiarize herself with the inner sanctum, particularly the dining hall. Upon arriving, she discovered that all ordinary food was provided free of charge. However, if one wished to indulge in food imbued with spiritual energy, spirit stones were required. For someone of her age, especially without any cultivation, consuming the most basic spirit food sufficed. Typically, 1 inferior spirit stone could afford her a day's worth of meals without issue. With this thought, Li Yi gritted her teeth and retrieved 2 inferior spirit stones to purchase enough food for 2 days. For reasons unknown, She harbored a strong dislike for the maid named Yi Tianxin. The aura of superiority she emanated made Li Yi feel as though she had become a mere servant, while Yi Tianxin assumed the role of mistress. I really miss Lyre. I wonder what she is up to in the royal palace. Soon after, Li Yi returned to Shuiyun residence with Huang Yue, who was only responsible for escorting her back, as he lacked the status to reside there. Nevertheless, Huang Yue assured her that he would remain vigilant outside Shuiyun residence, always available at her beck and call. Even in his absence, Li Yi felt a profound sense of tranquility and safety within those walls. However, out of caution, she first placed the spirit storage jade into her space. As she had yet to cultivate, she could not claim dominion over the jade. Moreover, now that she was here, she believed it prudent to exercise utmost caution. After resting for a while, she savored a delightful meal. The food infused with spiritual energy was truly delectable. A simple combination of white spirit rice and braised spirit pig had her devouring 2 large bowls. Once she was satisfied, Li Yi laid out her newly purchased bedding, preparing for a well-deserved sleep. After such a long time in this world, she was finally able to enjoy a restful slumber and have her own little sanctuary. Li Yi felt immensely fulfilled. Truly, the heavens had been generous to her, granting her exceptional spiritual roots and a remarkable master. If she were to squander this opportunity and be mistreated in the future, it would be nothing short of foolishness. The following morning, after breakfast, Master Qinghan arrived. Yi. I greet you, Master, Li Yi said, her eyes still bleary with sleep as she performed an awkward bow. Rise, little girl. Did I not tell you that in our master-disciple relationship, such formalities are unnecessary? Do you bow in such a manner to your parents or siblings? Master Qinghan said, his demeanor pleasantly amused. Master, why are you up so early? Li Yi yawned ungracefully, stretching her arms. That sleep last night was so refreshing, I didn't even dream. Do you not like the maid I prepared for you? Master Qinghan casually inquired, taking a seat. Li Yi, carefree, nodded. Yes, Master, I dislike that woman. She gives off a very unpleasant aura. It feels as if, I cannot quite articulate it, but I simply do not like her. Standing next to her makes me feel like her little maid. Li Yi pouted, resembling a small squirrel. Master Qinghan could not suppress a slight twitch of his lips. And what else? Master, I just don't like having overly beautiful women around me. Many elders in my village have warned that excessively beautiful women can be poisonous. Mo Qinghan gazed meaningfully at Li Yi, and just as Li Yi began to feel flustered, he smiled. The person Master has found for you is undoubtedly trustworthy and will ensure their loyalty. However, since you do not favor that woman, Master has decided to send her away. After all, your comfort is paramount. It would be inconvenient for you to endure someone you dislike in the long term. It would be a pity to disregard Master's good intentions. For now, you may continue as you are. Whenever you find a maid that pleases you, you may bring her back. Such trifles did not concern Mo Qingya, yet Yi Tianxin was in a predicament. After much effort, she had finally become the only personal disciple of the esteemed Qinghan Jinren, only to be cast back to the outer sect due to Li Yi's disapproval. Naturally, Li Yi remained oblivious to this, and even if she were to learn of it, she would care little. One cannot compromise their own comfort for an unfamiliar individual who simply does not sit well with them. Master, you are truly wonderful, Li Yi praised, clapping her hands lightly. That's splendid, little girl. Come sit here, Mo Qinghan motioned, patting his thigh. As Li Yi, with her short legs, began to rush over, she felt a gentle breeze lift her onto Mo Qinghan's lap. Master, what spell is this? It looks so impressive, Li Yi exclaimed, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Being just a 5-year-old child with dual spiritual roots, she could hardly fathom the genius that was her master in the realm of cultivation. Surely, she would not be so presumptuous as to think too highly of herself. Having wandered through the market of cultivation, Li Yi had heard countless legends about her master. It was said that numerous water element cultivators had sought to partner with him in dual cultivation, yet he dismissed them all without a second glance, finding various reasons to decline. Did you have fun yesterday? Mo Qinghan's voice was soft and gentle. Yes, Master. The outside world is so entertaining. I saw so many people soaring through the clouds, flying in the sky. I was so envious. Li Yi's eyes sparkled with boundless admiration. Ha, silly Yi, do you not wish to fly? Once you learn to channel energy into your body, that lotus platform your uncle gave you will allow you to soar. If you find it intimidating to ride alone, simply make it larger. If all else fails, transform it into a small flying vessel, complete with a protective energy shield. It merely requires a few more spirit stones. Mo Qinghan chuckled lightly. To him, spirit stones were trivial. He wished for his little disciple to enjoy herself. However, Li Yi was unaware of the magnitude of what Mo Qinghan deemed as a little extra expense. Really, master, when can I learn to channel energy? Is it difficult? Her eyes shone with excitement, eagerly anticipating the day she would fly through the skies. Mo Qinghan looked at the little one, whose heart was filled with dreams of cultivation. He could only smile helplessly. My naive child, newly arrived in the realm of cultivation, sees everything as wondrous. Little does she realize the multitude of challenges and dangers a female cultivator must face. My foolish channeling energy is not inherently difficult. After all, you possess decent dual spiritual roots. However, before you can channel energy, your body must be nurtured back to health. Your constitution is rather poor, having suffered from malnutrition and various hidden ailments since childhood. These will become obstacles on your path to cultivation. Mo Qinghan looked down fondly at the child nestled in his embrace, secretly assessing her health. Suddenly, his expression turned perilous as he spoke with an icy tone. Huang Yue is useless. He merely took you for a stroll in the market and allowed you to be ambushed. Li Yi shivered at Mo Qinghan's sudden change in demeanor. How could someone's mood shift so dramatically from angelic to demonic? Yet, wait, Master mentioned an ambush. But she felt no discomfort or ill effects. In fact, she felt rather fortunate, perhaps even enjoying some advantages. Could it be that her master had discovered the hidden treasures within her? Master, what do you mean by that? Despite her trepidation, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Was the world of cultivation truly that treacherous? She had felt nothing amiss, yet had been schemed against. Should she have consulted the fortune-telling bell before encountering anyone? Mo Qinghan maintained his icy demeanor, yet suddenly smiled. However, Li Yi felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Master, my stomach hurts. She grimaced, feeling as if something were being forcibly extracted from her insides. Do not worry, Yi. Master will heal you. He gently placed his palm over her dantian. Li Yi felt warmth spreading through her abdomen. Be cautious in the future. I will teach you how to protect yourself. Yet, how cruel it is for someone to plant an ancient tracking mark in your dantian before you even begin to cultivate. Had I not learned of this ancient tracking technique during an expedition, you might have been monitored for life. Mo Qinghan's cold laughter resonated. He knew that whoever had placed this mark on Li Yi would suffer grave consequences once he removed it. To dare to target his disciple was a fool's errand. Master, I have done nothing wrong. Why am I being targeted? Li Yi lamented, feeling utterly wronged. In this world, merely refraining from harming others does not guarantee your safety from harm. Sigh, I will teach you well. However, consider this a blessing in disguise. The tracking mark has now been removed. Consequently, you shall never again be subjected to such a mark. Rest assured, the one who placed that mark on you will be gravely injured the moment I dispel it, doomed to wander without hope of attaining greatness. Despite the knowledge that those who wished her harm would face dire fates, Li Yi's spirits remained low. Mo Qinghan stayed by her side throughout the night. Even after her dantian was healed, continuously channeling gentle healing energy into her. Eventually, Li Yi drifted into a slumber in his embrace. When she awoke, she found herself submerged in a large bath filled with spiritual herbs. Startled, she noticed a black substance seeping from her body. Do not move. This medicinal bath will strengthen your physique. Soaking in it will enhance your constitution, making it easier for you to endure the pains of consuming cleansing pills. Li Yi then heard Mo Qinghan's voice. Li Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly submerged herself entirely in the large, deep bathtub. You little one haven't even grown any hair yet. Be obedient, for you must soak in this medicinal bath for a fortnight to achieve the desired effects. Remember, it is imperative that you run for a full 3 hours this time. The water for this bath is sourced from a special spiritual spring that the master has procured specifically for you. It is exceedingly precious. Mo Qinghan remained smiling. Master, but... Li Yi interjected, unsure of what to say next. However, she felt quite invigorated while immersed in the water. Yet, what was the point of soaking here? Once finished, she would have to tend to herself. But how could the master's disciple know when 3 hours had passed? Li Yi pouted. It's quite simple. After 3 hours, the water will cool down immediately. At that point, even if you wish to linger longer, your body won't be able to endure it. Oh. Li Yi obediently nodded. Originally, I intended to find a maid to attend to you, but you insisted on refusing. Thus, until you choose a maid that pleases you, it falls upon your master to reluctantly care for you. Of course, in the absence of your master, You may also call upon Huang Yue. Mo Qinghan cast a seemingly amused glance at Li Yi before sweeping out of the room. Li Yi, why did it feel as though her master's tone was laced with a hint of schadenfreude? Yi, remember that when taking a medicinal bath, you must refrain from consuming any food. You may only eat after half an hour has passed since your bath. It seems that the distant figure of Master Qinghan has directly transmitted this message into Li Yi's ear. Li Yi, what is your master up to? Truly remarkable. Li Yi, having languished in boredom, finally felt the water cool down. After dressing herself, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Although the bath was indeed quite pleasant, the weight of her internal pressures felt insurmountable, didn't it? However, Li Yi gazed at the enormous bathtub, feeling rather apathetic about what to do next. Although one can utilize their own space, or perhaps their storage bag and self-purchased water container to dispose of the dirty water, the dilemma lies in not knowing where to pour it. In such a case, seeking help from Huang Yue becomes imperative. At this moment, Li Yi realized just how inconvenient it is to travel without companionship. When Huang Yue arrived, he also brought food for Li Yi, consisting solely of dishes made from the attributes of water and wood. Upon taking a glance, Li Yi understood that her master had no intention of letting her venture out. Thus, she obediently partook of the meal. Although devoid of meat, the flavors were indeed exquisite, which could be attributed to the fact that these were crafted from spiritual plants and grains, embodying the principle that not wasting food signifies a good child. Li Yi ensured that she consumed every morsel. After finishing her meal and letting out a satisfying burp, she rested for less than a quarter of an hour before receiving a transmission. It turned out that her master had arranged for an elderly gentleman to teach her literacy. This venerable teacher, a man of over 90 years with graying hair, possessed remarkable hearing and vitality despite being merely at the 5th layer of Qi training with 5 spiritual roots. Upon his arrival, the old gentleman exhibited a kind demeanor and meticulously guided Li Yi in her studies. It was then that she realized the characters she had previously known differed somewhat from those in this world. Acknowledging this, she dedicated herself earnestly to her learning. Meanwhile, the old gentleman, Han Shufeng, silently sighed with relief. Teaching the current crop of disciples, particularly this one, proved to be quite challenging. They often looked down upon him, considering him an outer sect disciple with little promise. Yet, he recalled fondly that in the realm of mortals, he had once been an esteemed master. It was merely a fortuitous opportunity that I chanced upon, if I recall correctly, during my 40s. A humble young apprentice, who had been diligently learning under my tutelage, was unexpectedly revealed by a messenger from the cultivation realm to possess the rare eye-spirit root talent. By a twist of fate, I found myself, for reasons unbeknownst to me, subjected to a similar assessment, only to discover that I too possessed the 5 spirit roots. Given the turbulent state of affairs at the time, I was deeply concerned that I might inadvertently attract the Emperor's attention. Thus, I earnestly implored those cultivators to admit me into their world. Initially, I had no qualifications to enter, not even the standing to serve as a menial worker. However, due to the exceptional talents of my young apprentice, they made an exception at his behest. Upon arriving at the Kunlun Sect as a menial worker, I became acutely aware of my own hubris. Were it not for my former student, who specifically requested me as his attendant to look after him, I would likely have never succeeded in even channeling energy into my body throughout my lifetime. Regrettably, my student has been in search of opportunities to advance for 2 decades, while my own status continues to decline. Were it not for the leniency shown by Master Qinghan, allowing me to serve as an outer disciple of the Zihan Peak and instructing newly admitted disciples in literacy, I would have undoubtedly been cast into the menial hall, where my old bones would have quickly withered away. Grandpa Han, your teachings have been invaluable. Without your guidance, I shudder to think of the detours I might have taken in my cultivation journey. It is only now that I realize the profound disparity between what I had stealthily learned and the true depth of knowledge. After studying for 2 hours, Li Yi finally decided to take a short respite. Meanwhile, Huang Yue brought forth delectable spiritual fruits and tea for them. Master Uncle, this simply cannot be. I am unworthy of such an esteemed title. It is uncertain when it began, but Han Shufeng has shown an utmost reverence towards those disciples endowed with exceptional spiritual roots, to the point of being excessively deferential. Grandfather Han, you need not concern yourself with such superficial courtesies. Your guidance has been invaluable, and it is only fitting that I honor you, my elder, with the respect you deserve. Though I may be young and lacking in understanding, I can certainly perceive the depth of your knowledge, Li Yi said with a charming smile, personally serving tea and water to Grandfather Han. She even offered him those spiritual fruits, which, while not particularly rare, were simply harvested from the spiritual fruit trees of Shuiyuan. As for that little Shu, we may privately refer to each other in such a manner, but it is truly inappropriate to do so in public, Han Shufeng sighed, acutely aware of his status in the outside world. Although he had taught many of the illiterate outer sect or servant disciples to recognize characters, he lamented that there were indeed very few who genuinely respected him. After all, with poor spiritual roots and advancing age, even though I have entered the outer sect at an auspicious time, no one truly regards me with esteem. How wonderful, how wonderful. Grandfather Han, please eat quickly. This purple fruit has a delightful sweet and sour flavor. It will soon be noon. What about you? Come, let us dine together. As Li Yi gazed upon the elderly gentleman before him, he was suddenly reminded of his own grandfather from times past. His grandfather, too, possessed a wealth of knowledge akin to that of this venerable man. The elder had showered him with affection, infusing his otherwise dreary life with a glimmer of warmth. Alas, it was a pity that his grandfather could not intervene in the affairs of his parents, and he departed from this world far too soon, depriving Li Yi of the opportunity to honor him. This predicament prompted. Han Shufeng hurriedly declined. What is there to worry about? Han Yanyan, please take a seat and wait to enjoy your meal. Li Yi, speaking without reservation, ordered an abundance of delicious dishes for Huang Yue and herself. After all, possessing a considerable amount of spiritual stones is hardly a burden, especially when one has a master who rarely requires one to expend their resources. Indeed, Huang Yue had already instructed that he would not accept any spiritual stones from Imo Han. Li Yi found herself relieved, as her master took care of the necessities within the sect. Moreover, the Zhanfeng was inherently Imo Han's domain. Upon learning this, Li Yi could not help but smirk. Yet, when she visited the canteen, why did they still demand her spiritual stones? After some contemplation, she came to a realization. In this sect, she could procure nearly anything her heart desired. It would be unreasonable to expect her master to bear all expenses, especially since her identity was not overtly clear to others. Even Li Yi sensed that her existence within the Shuiyuan realm was one of reliance, where her master essentially funded her lifestyle and care. This thought filled her with a sense of happiness, yet also a tinge of shyness. It felt as though she had become the daughter of her master, who took on the financial responsibilities typically borne by a father. The care and attention she received from her master surpassed that of her biological parents by leaps and bounds. Is this the distinction between individuals? Li Yi held a profound respect for Han Shufeng, treating him with deference befitting an elder. In turn, Han Shufeng devoted himself wholly to guiding her. It dawned upon Li Yi how crucial it was to have such a sagacious mentor in her life. Despite her origins in a modern world overflowing with information, she realized she lacked formal education and worldly experience. Having led a rather insular life driven by the need to earn a living, the notion of life experience seemed distant to her. After Han Shufeng departed one evening, Li Yi resolved to retain him within the inner sect. As a direct disciple, it was a simple matter to keep an outer sect disciple within the inner sanctum. Huang Yue, I believe Han Shufeng is quite a remarkable individual. May I keep him by my side? Imo Han, though often preoccupied, could not always remain by Li Yi's side. Little martial uncle, it is your prerogative to choose whom you wish to serve you. Naturally, that is permissible. However, Han Shufeng may only stay in the inner sect as your servant. How you choose to treat him is entirely up to you. Furthermore, retaining him in the inner sect does not require any special sacrifices on your part. After all, being allowed to reside within the perimeter of your domain is already a commendable honor for an outer sect disciple. Very well, then Li Yi nodded. And after Huang Yue left, she brought the matter up to her master. Such trivial matters are yours to decide in the future. Indeed, Mr. Han possesses remarkable knowledge. Yet he is unlikely to remain with you for long. Imo Han sighed, acknowledging that regardless of Han Shufeng's vast knowledge, his aptitude was lacking, and his age during cultivation was a hindrance. The level of achievement he had reached was already the pinnacle for him. While the master understood, the disciple felt a profound connection with the elderly gentleman. There was an innate familiarity upon meeting him, and his wisdom was such that a single conversation with him was worth a decade's worth of study. Li Yi smiled gently, contemplating that if she had the means, she would ensure Han Shufeng could enjoy a peaceful life in the inner sect during his twilight years. Haha, as long as you are pleased. Imo Han replied with a faint smile, gently patting his little disciple before retreating to his cave to meditate. After a thorough examination of her health, he felt a sense of relief. Li Yi pursed her lips, marveling at her master's prowess, pondering when she might ever catch up to him. The subsequent days unfolded in a routine, beginning with baths, followed by meals, and then practicing literacy with Han Shufeng. Upon learning that he could remain in the inner sect indefinitely, Han Shufeng was overjoyed. Despite being nominally Li Yi's servant, residing in the outskirts of Shuiyun brought him closer to a realm of superior spiritual energy compared to the outer sect, along with numerous privileges, such as accessing the vast array of texts in the scripture repository without the need for spiritual stones, an opportunity unavailable to outer sect disciples. Grandpa Han, are you comfortable in your new quarters? Is there anything you lack? In the outer area of Shuiyun, a row of charming wooden cabins awaited. Li Yi had instructed Huang Yue to select the one with the best orientation for Han Shufeng. Little martial uncle, my stay here is quite pleasant. I lack for nothing, he replied respectfully, treating her with utmost decorum, despite her being merely a 5-year-old girl. Ah, splendid. Should you find yourself wanting for anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will gladly assist you at the service hall. Also, feel free to explore the inner sect during your leisure. There is no need to confine yourself to your quarters. Han Shufeng nodded in agreement, though he contemplated bringing another elderly acquaintance to stay alongside Li Yi. However, he ultimately refrained, realizing that the individual would not significantly benefit her. Given her tender age and lack of cultivation, the true authority over personnel decisions resided solely with the sect leader, Immortal Han, who preferred tranquility and disliked disturbances during meditation. Finally, after days of rejuvenating herbal baths that restored her body to its prime, Immortal Han arrived one morning. Without a necessary preamble, he presented Li Yi with a pill the size of a longan, adorned with intricate golden patterns, emanating a fragrant aroma. This is a premium cleansing marrow pill, far superior to the one provided by the sect. In the course of a cultivator's life, one can only consume a cleansing marrow pill once when not in cultivation. Afterward, it will yield no further effects. Thus, the quality of this pill is of utmost importance to every disciple. The washing marrow pill possesses the extraordinary ability to refine one's essence and eliminate impurities from the body. However, the process is excruciating, and one must endure it. Moreover, the longer one maintains consciousness during the ordeal, the more profound the effects of the marrow washing will be. This will significantly enhance one's future cultivation, the absorption of spiritual energy and affinity for it. Li Yi listened attentively to her master's explanation before obediently accepting the washing marrow pill. Yet, having immersed herself in medicinal baths for so long, she wondered if any impurities remained in her body. After all, each time she bathed, numerous dark substances would seep from her skin. That is to be expected. The medicinal bath can only draw out the surface impurities and offer some bodily adjustment. In contrast, this exquisite washing marrow pill will conduct a far deeper cleansing of your body, even positively influencing your innate talents. However, the extent of its efficacy depends on your ability to endure the pain and a measure of your fortune. Immortal Han explained with a gentle smile to his young disciple. Li Yi nodded in understanding, steeling herself as she swallowed the washing marrow pill in one determined gulp. Initially, she felt a warmth in her belly, but soon after, an overwhelming wave of agony engulfed her. The pain was especially intense in her abdomen, akin to being sliced by thousands of knives. Not to mention the sensation of her bones being shattered one by one. Li Yi felt as if her muscles were being torn apart. The sheer intensity of the pain made her wish for instant death to escape this suffering. At that moment, Immortal Han could do nothing but watch his disciple endure this inhumane torment. After all, this was a unique opportunity for cultivators to use the washing marrow pill, an occasion that could alter their innate talents. Such a trial must be faced alone. It is impossible to rely on external assistance, which in a sense renders this experience fair for all cultivators. Just as mortals, regardless of their wealth or status, cannot escape the inevitability of life, aging, sickness, and death. Li Yi was unaware of how long she had endured this excruciating pain. Perhaps half an hour, perhaps an hour, or even a day. Regardless, she gritted her teeth and persevered. She understood that with each second she held on, she could slightly enhance her strength, thus increasing her chances of survival in the realm of cultivation. She did not believe in having any extraordinary advantages that would allow her to navigate the world of cultivation effortlessly or attain great heights without effort. She constantly reminded herself that in this world, she was merely a nameless pawn. Just as Li Yi felt she could no longer endure, the pain suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by an unbearable stench that threatened to suffocate her. She was enveloped in a thick layer of foul muck, reminiscent of the vilest sludge imaginable. She could barely open her eyes, her nostrils clogged with the nauseating substance. It appears that the effects of the exquisite washing marrow pill are quite remarkable. Mo Qinghan cast a cleansing spell, and Li Yi was instantly restored to cleanliness. The odor, however, was truly overwhelming. Mo Qinghan grimaced and cast another cleaning spell throughout the room. Finally able to take a deep breath, Li Yi exclaimed, "Wow, Master, this spell is incredibly effective." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at her master. How fortunate it is to be in the cultivation realm, learning such useful spells that allow for a bit of laziness. Child, rest for a moment, and then we shall commence your training in the foundational technique of drawing energy into your body, Mo Qinghan said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He had quietly assessed his disciple and found that her innate talent had improved significantly. You possess dual spiritual roots, and the talent previously measured was already commendable. Once you begin cultivating and draw energy into your body, you should immediately enter the qi refining stage. Unlike those with inferior spiritual roots who must endure long periods of hardship. While I currently lack the spiritual testing plate to measure your talents, I can preliminarily ascertain that your spiritual root has undoubtedly reached a level of 99, if not maximum, and your water spiritual root exceeds 90. Wow, Master, is your vision truly so keen that you can discern spiritual root talent just by looking? Li Yi exclaimed dramatically, marveling at her master's acute perception. With the eye of truth, she could easily discern her own talents, realizing her spiritual root had indeed reached its pinnacle of 100, while her water root's purity stood at 92. This is merely a simple spell. When you reach a certain level in your cultivation, I will gladly teach you such minor spells, Mo Qinghan replied with a faint smile, recognizing the youthful enthusiasm of his disciple. Are you ready, Yi? The effects of the washing are excellent, especially right after the process. Your cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. Master, are you saying I can begin my training now? I am absolutely ready. Li Yi nodded excitedly, thrilled that the moment she had long awaited had finally arrived. Very well. Let me first explain the fundamental knowledge. When you attempt to draw energy into your body, you will perceive the luminous points of spiritual energy. There are 11 colors. Gold represents metal energy, green denotes wood energy, blue signifies water energy, red symbolizes fire energy, yellow stands for earth energy, deep blue indicates ice energy. Purple represents thunder energy, cyan signifies wind energy, white corresponds to light energy, and black embodies dark energy. There is even a bright white energy, which surpasses light energy, representing a special spatial energy. However, over the years, no cultivator has ever been known to possess light, dark, or spatial roots. Even the spiritual testing plate cannot detect these three types of roots. Mou explained patiently, noting that if any disciple were to possess light, dark, or spatial roots, they would truly be favored by the heavenly Tao. Such abilities would far surpass even those of cultivators with maximum wind energy roots. There are three factors influencing talent: the number of spiritual roots, their purity, and affinity for spiritual energy. The first two factors primarily determine a person's aptitude, as the spiritual testing plate can only measure these. As for spiritual affinity, it is immeasurable until the cultivator begins their practice, allowing them to discern their connection with spiritual energy. The cultivation process involves absorbing external spiritual energy into the body. A high affinity for spiritual energy means that the cultivator is more favored by the energies of the universe, making it easier for them to absorb energy at a faster rate. This results in two advantages: the ability to draw energy into the body much more quickly than others with the same spiritual roots, and a greater capacity for storing and enduring energy during confrontations. The master has procured for you the supreme cultivation technique suitable for your water and with spiritual roots. One is known as the reverse water technique, and the other as the azure wood technique. These methods allow for simultaneous cultivation, each complementing the other, enabling one to cultivate continuously until ascension. Compared to other techniques, these are among the most powerful in terms of offensive capability. This opportunity was granted by our founding ancestor under fortuitous circumstances, specifically for disciples with the finest single wood and single water spiritual roots. You must remember, this is the pinnacle technique of our Kunlun Sect and must never be imparted to anyone without the headmaster's consent, not even to our fellow disciples. Initially, it was intended for you to practice only one of them. However, Given your exceptional dual spiritual roots, I believe you should pursue both techniques. With your aptitude, entering the core formation stage should pose no challenge. However, it is imperative that you heed my warning. Under no circumstances should you resort to elixirs to enhance your cultivation, even with the most superior ones. Firstly, the power gained from elixirs is often insubstantial. Secondly, the toxic residues from prolonged elixir use can be exceedingly difficult to expel and may lead to numerous adverse effects, including stagnation in one's cultivation. Furthermore, reliance on elixirs may hinder your inclination to absorb spiritual energy through your own efforts. Thus, remember this well, unless absolutely necessary. Do not consume elixirs or utilize any external aids to elevate your cultivation. Of course, if you find yourself in a life-threatening situation during a confrontation with other cultivators and face a lack of spiritual energy, you may use some high-quality elixirs. But moderation is key. Yes, Master, Li nodded earnestly. You must firmly ingrain my words in your mind. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed fruits and elixirs said to cleanse toxic residues. However, even if you acquire such treasures through serendipity, it does not grant you the liberty to consume elixirs for cultivation enhancement. Those items merely provide a marginally better effect than ordinary detoxifying elixirs, but will not completely eradicate toxins from your body. The esteemed Master Qinghan reiterated this notion with concern. For many disciples in the cultivation world dismiss it, including those with commendable spiritual roots. Yet, when they eventually discover the accumulation of toxins adversely impacting their foundation, it is often too late. Yes, Master, I will certainly remember your admonitions, Li Yi replied. Living in the modern world, she understood the principle that all medicine has its toxicity. Even when consuming pharmaceuticals laden with hormones during illness, the repercussions linger even after recovery. Traditional Chinese medicine is often said to have lesser side effects, but prolonged use may still leave one feeling weak. Ultimately, all forms of medicine contain various toxins and side effects, and one must resort to them only when absolutely necessary. The notion of relying on elixirs for cultivation enhancement is akin to hastening growth unnaturally. Master Mo Qinghan sensed that his little disciple had internalized his teachings and nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let us commence our cultivation now. Follow my instructions diligently. Step by step. Li Yi obediently nodded, striving to calm her mindset. Now, close your eyes and quiet your mind. Maintain clarity and perceive the water and wood spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Absorb it into your body, guiding it into your tying lung meridian. Upon hearing this, Li Yi settled into a meditative posture, closing her eyes and dispelling all distractions. She endeavored to achieve tranquility and feel the spiritual energy around her. Colorful motes of light began to coalesce around her, and gradually, she sensed the green and blue particles permeating her body, gathering in her dantian. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she also felt a bright white particle silently infiltrating her body, slowly collecting in her dantian. Master Qinghan observed with satisfaction as the surrounding spiritual energy increased and flowed into Li Yi's dantian. Focus your breath and follow my incantation, he instructed. Elated, he noted that she had successfully sensed the spiritual energy on her first attempt. It seemed that drawing energy into her body would be a straightforward endeavor. If all went well, she might directly enter the qi refinement stage this time. Li Yi guided the spiritual energy throughout her body, feeling an increasing warmth and comfort. A gentle current began to rise from her abdomen, spreading through her limbs. She continued to absorb the energy, experiencing a sensation of fullness. Under her master's guidance, she did not falter but persisted in drawing in the energy. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming wave of comfort, akin to being immersed in a hot spring, as her meridians opened. Yet, she continued to allow the spiritual energy to circulate through her body. It was not until the sky darkened slightly that she finally opened her bright, clear eyes. Oh no, I smell terrible. How could I be stinking again? She exclaimed. The cleansing elixir has expelled so much filth. How can there still be more? Li felt as though she might suffocate from her own odor. Before she could finish her lament, Master Mo Qinghan cast a cleansing spell upon her. The cleansing elixir can only remove a significant portion of impurities from your body. As you progress through each minor stage of cultivation, some impurities will continue to be expelled. Having lived in the mundane world, consuming ordinary foods, your current condition is entirely normal. You are fortunate to cultivate here at Kunlun Sect, especially at such a young age with commendable spiritual roots. The effectiveness of your first cleansing elixir is remarkable due to your strong will and resilience. Even with a good cleansing effect, it does not mean all impurities will be expelled. Disciples who start cultivating in their teenage years endure a far more painful process, and their results pale in comparison to yours. Master Mo Qinghan smiled as he explained. He held a particular fondness for Li Yi, even without her presence. He would prefer to mentor a young disciple who required his attention rather than an older, less challenging student. After all, older disciples often had fixed mindsets and found it challenging to cultivate effectively due to their age and aptitude. This is why the cultivation world has set a minimum age of 5 for disciples. Li Yi was well aware of this, even without her master's words. Otherwise, why do those who learn to dance begin their practice at such a tender age? It is said that as one matures, practicing in various aspects becomes exceedingly challenging. And even at great cost, one may not achieve desirable results. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as Li Yi was about to speak, her stomach emitted a protest in the form of rumbling sounds. This caused Li Yi, who possessed the psychological maturity of an adult, to feel a slight blush when confronted with her exceptionally handsome master. Unbeknownst to her, what she perceived as merely a brief period of cultivation had, in fact, spanned 2 days and 2 nights. Are you hungry, my dear? Your progress in cultivation has been quite impressive. In just 2 days and nights, you have reached the first layer of qi refinement. Such speed is comparable to that of a singular root. Come, eat swiftly. Seeing the little glutton, Mo couldn't help but chuckle as he handed a pair of chopsticks to the somewhat dazed Li Yi. While Li Yi was absorbed in watching his master speak, a sumptuous array of dishes, replete with spiritual energy, materialized out of thin air on the desk before them. The meal consisted of 4 exquisite dishes accompanied by a hearty soup, perfectly balanced with both meat and vegetables, along with a large basin of purple spirit rice. He continued, I shall prepare a few bottles of exceptional fasting pills for you. It would be prudent to consume them before your cultivation sessions. As you embark on your journey of cultivation, you may find that time becomes elusive, and you might inadvertently practice for several days without realizing it. The esteemed Master Qinghan sighed in exasperation. Although he advocated minimizing the use of elixirs, how could a cultivator possibly refrain from their utilization entirely? One can only express oneself to the best of one's abilities, striving to minimize excess. Master, do partake as well. Before Li Yi picked up her chopsticks, she expressed a courteous gesture. All right, I shall join you in enjoying a bit as well, she said. Mo Qinghan, with a smile on his face, cast a glance at Li Yi and delicately picked up a morsel of the fish, savoring it in his mouth. The flavor of this freshwater fish remains as delightful as ever. However, due to my overwhelming commitments, I have seldom had the opportunity to dine. Nevertheless, Binger, you should indulge in this freshwater fish more frequently. It is a water attribute spirit beast, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. Consuming it leaves no residue to hinder your practice. Mo Qingqing remarked elegantly while savoring her meal. Indeed, master, what you say is absolutely delightful. Li Yi nodded fervently, making an effort to maintain her dining etiquette, yet the dish was disappearing at a remarkable pace before her eyes. Slow down, my dear, she was advised. No one is competing with you for it. Besides, there is plenty more to enjoy here. Mo helplessly curled the corner of his lips into a smile, and with a wave of his hand, he retrieved 2 delectable meat dishes from his storage ring for Li Yi. Master, the meals you have brought are far more exquisite than those served in the cafeteria. I can even feel that after indulging in these dishes, a warm and delightful sensation envelopes my lower abdomen, bringing immense comfort. Li Yi, while savoring her meal, remarked, that was when you first arrived. You were unfamiliar with ordering dishes. The primary reason, of course, is that you have not practiced in a while, rendering you unable to perceive the effects of these delicacies. Since you enjoy them, I shall arrange for the master to have someone deliver water and would attribute spirit food to you daily. However, you must be obedient and remember not to be picky. Mo Qinghan observed that Li Yi was indulging in a meal of considerable quality. From his storage ring, he retrieved a bracelet. Here is a storage bracelet, akin to that storage bag. You need only drop your blood to acknowledge ownership. Li Yi, taken aback, widened her eyes in astonishment. Her master's storage ring was indeed of remarkable sophistication. One can actually store other storage devices within that ring. There is no need for astonishment. As your cultivation progresses, the world of immortality will unveil a plethora of treasures at your disposal. Furthermore, this storage bracelet possesses the capability to accommodate storage devices akin to that of storage bags, allowing you to place your storage bag within it as well. Mo Qinghan observed Li Yi, who innocently revealed all her thoughts, and could not help but smile wryly. However, while the bracelet given by her master was indeed exquisite, it was rather large. Yi's hands and arms were exceedingly slender. Li Yi gazed at him with a mixture of conflict and hesitation. "Silly girl, come here. Let me assist you. First, let your blood establish the bond." Mo Qinghan promptly placed the bracelet upon her delicate wrist. "Oh." Li Yi obediently retrieved a needle from her storage bag. She pricked her finger, allowing a drop of blood to smear onto the storage bracelet. Instantly, the bracelet emanated a dazzling brilliance. Before her very eyes, the bracelet diminished in size, shrinking to perfectly fit her wrist, ceasing to change any further. Remarkably, as the bracelet adjusted to a suitable size, the spatial dimensions within it imprinted themselves directly into her consciousness. Astonishingly, the interior of the storage bracelet was vast, comparable to the expanse of 2 football fields. Within this seemingly empty space lay 2 small heaps of spiritual stones, amounting to over 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones and approximately 1,000 medium-grade ones. Additionally, there were several pristine sets of robes belonging to the sect's direct disciples, alongside 2 exquisite ceremonial garments evidently designed for women. Pondering over these garments, Li Yi surmised they were likely accumulated by her master over the years. The remainder consisted of various medicinal pills necessary for qi-refining disciples, as well as an array of essential tools for their cultivation. The quantities of pills across the 3 grades were indeed significant. Yet, what truly captivated her was the abundant collection of diverse talismans, with a predominance of wind-attributed ones. Aside from the 2 female cultivators' robes, the remaining resources were evidently amassed by her master during his qi-refining stage. Most of the talismans had been personally crafted by him, applicable for combat or any other purpose as needed. Since her master had no other disciples, he generously bestowed everything upon her. These medicinal pills could also be exchanged for cultivation resources when necessary, but she was cautioned to refrain from using them unless absolutely essential. Mo Qinghan, observing the astonished expression on Li Yi's face, which reflected her newfound fortune, couldn't help but smile. "Moreover, Yi, this bracelet can also become invisible at your will. It is imbued with a concealment formation that prevents anyone below the nascent soul stage from discerning it as a storage device." "Really? That's splendid. Let me try." Indeed. As Li Yi concentrated, the bracelet rendered itself invisible. "Master, this bracelet is remarkable and utterly enchanting," she exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. After all, at her youthful age in the modern world, encountering such wondrous and formidable artifacts was undeniably exhilarating. "Yi, as long as you are pleased. Since you have already drawn the energy into your body, go ahead and recognize this magical artifact as your own. Yi, you should first." As MQNGHN spoke these words, a peculiar object materialized in his palm. From a distance, it resembled a green leaf, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a blade strikingly similar to a green leaf. "Master, what exactly is this?" Although Li Yi harbored doubts in her heart, she obediently pierced her fingertip with a silver needle to acknowledge ownership of the leaf-shaped blade. What appeared to be an ordinary green, slender blade was, in truth, a transformative artifact. In reality, it was composed of 490 individual blades. Within this green leaf treasure, there lay a concealed spatial array. Though what you perceive is a solitary, leaf-shaped blade, in truth, it is comprised of 490 such leaf-shaped blades. When they converge, they form an exceedingly sharp blade. Yet, once dispersed, they resemble leaves fluttering in the wind, each capable of delivering fatal harm. This creation serves to both deceive foes and unleash its maximum potential for annihilation. It is imbued with a triple formation, an offensive formation, a defensive formation, and an illusion formation, each intricately inscribed upon every individual blade by the esteemed Grandmaster Ouyang Tian. This verdant leaf is a growth-type treasure, accessible only to disciples who have attained the pinnacle of the wood spirit root. Presently, there are scarcely any disciples in the realm of cultivation who have reached this level. By a stroke of fortune, it has fallen into the hands of your master. Thus it is destined to belong to you. At this moment, you may only initiate a preliminary acknowledgement of ownership. However, remember to keep it close, continuously refining its essence. The blood drop ritual you attempted earlier was insufficient. It merely allowed for a rudimentary connection and usage of the leaf. True acknowledgement of ownership requires a drop of your vital blood. Allow me to teach you the incantation, Slowly extract a drop of your essence to initiate this process. Upon hearing this, Li immediately focused her mind, and after successfully extracting a drop of her vital essence, she established a preliminary bond with the green leaf treasure. As the drop of blood fell upon the leaf, she felt a profound connection forming between them. However, the loss of that drop left her acutely aware of her energy depletion. This is a precious blood-nourishing pill, Immortal said, promptly offering her the elixir, which restored much of her vitality, though her complexion still bore a pallor. Your current strength is quite feeble. At present, you can only momentarily summon a single blade. Yet, remember to practice with it whenever possible. In time, it will become an invaluable asset in your confrontations. The earlier you establish ownership, the greater its potential energy will be in the future. However, you must firmly remember this until you reach the foundation establishment stage. You must not use this artifact in public. Activating it will drain a significant amount of your spiritual energy, and you will not be able to harness even a fraction of its true power. Ordinary spiritual energy would yield greater effectiveness. Furthermore, given your current weakness, be cautious not to attract unwanted attention towards this growth-type treasure. Although I, Immortal, am your master, I cannot always be by your side for protection. Moreover, my own strength is merely at the golden core stage, which is not particularly formidable. Thus, it would be wise for you to proceed with discretion in your endeavors. As Immortal spoke these words, his expression was exceptionally serious. Yes, Master, Li replied solemnly, understanding the wisdom of keeping a low profile. Master, does the flying artifact that my uncle sent me also require blood acknowledgement? She inquired, recalling the near-fatal experience of establishing a bond with the green leaf, her face contorting in dismay. That one does not require such. A simple blood drop acknowledgement will suffice. However, since your magical power is currently too weak, it would be best to utilize spirit stones and elixirs to operate it. The flying artifact is not particularly picky about the type of spiritual energy it consumes. Even the energy contained within elixirs can suffice. Thus, the lower and intermediate grade elixirs sent by your master will prove useful after all. Of course, if you don't mind the hassle, you could exchange those elixirs for spirit stones at the shops outside the sect or the task hall. However, given your current abilities, it will only manifest as a rudimentary miniature lotus flying ship, and its speed will not be remarkable. Nevertheless, for a newly initiated disciple in the chi refinement stage, it is quite commendable. Master, that is a relief, Li exhaled, grateful that her vital essence would not be demanded again, as that drop had almost cost her life. Presently, her situation was precarious, with her vitality reduced to a mere trickle. Within our inner sect, there are daily lectures by Golden Core elders and Foundation establishment seniors for disciples like you, covering fundamental spells and their practical applications. When you have free time, I encourage you to attend these sessions. While I can guide you, you must also engage with others. After all, we cultivators are human beings, social creatures by nature. Immersing yourself solely in practice can be detrimental to your well-being. Classes are held daily from dawn till dusk, open to all cultivation levels, whether chi refinement or foundation establishment. Anyone wishing to learn spells can do so collectively at the spell hall, regardless of their rank. Seats are based on arrival, and most instructors are cultivators from the late foundation establishment stage. Their diverse backgrounds afford them rich experiences, as their resources are considerably scarcer than ours. Given your youth, it is beneficial to listen and observe. There is no need to rush your cultivation. Instead, cultivate a calm and tranquil mind while meditating to solidify your foundation. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your practice later on, feel free to seek me out. Here, take this message Jade slip, Immortal instructed, ensuring she received the vital information. Furthermore, if you find your living situation inconvenient, I permit you to seek another inner or outer sect disciple to assist you. Should you wish, you may also find a servant in the miscellaneous hall to attend to your daily needs. If you encounter someone to your liking, inform me after meeting them, as I must ensure their intentions are pure and that your safety is guaranteed. Immortal displayed a deep concern for his young disciple, permitting her the freedom to seek assistance. Even though Li was already under the care of Huang Yue and Han Shufeng, he still prioritized her well-being. Wait until your vitality is fully restored before meeting others to avoid unnecessary complications. Additionally, here are a few minor spells you can practice when you have the time. After clearly conveying all this, he imparted a series of glowing points into Li's consciousness. The spells included various offensive techniques of the wood element, such as binding technique, entangling technique, and thorn technique, among others, which she could practice interchangeably. There were also some low-level water element spells like water avoidance technique and rain technique, all practical spells. Li Yi, currently unburdened by sect tasks, could harness her water and would spirit roots to cultivate various spiritual plants, making them quite useful. Master, it seems you have adopted a nurturing approach towards me. Li Yi mused, shaking her head like a little adult as her master floated away after giving her these instructions. Yet, the significance of the green leaf and the necessity of concealing its power resonated deeply within her, illuminating the treasure's rarity in the realm of cultivation. After ensuring that Mo Qinghan had departed to a considerable distance, she finally lifted all the restrictions within her water cloud abode. Once she was certain that not even a mosquito could penetrate the sanctuary, she retrieved a spirit storage jade from her spatial realm, deciding to initiate a simple blood oath to claim it as her own. The moment her blood touched the jade, Li Yi realized that its capabilities surpassed her expectations. This spirit storage jade could infinitely store and filter spiritual energy. It possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy from the air whenever it was placed outside. Moreover, any spiritual energy stored within it would be of the utmost purity, especially if she was actively utilizing it. In moments of urgency, she could command the jade to absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones and elixirs, which would be filtered to yield completely pure energy devoid of impurities. Additionally, this jade functioned like a spatial pouch, easily transforming at her will, proving to be extraordinarily useful. The mere thought that it could continuously absorb spiritual energy for her use thrilled Li Yi immensely. Releasing the energy for her own absorption was equally effortless. Furthermore, this method of absorption, relying solely on the purest spiritual energy without the aid of elixirs or spirit stones, bore no adverse effects whatsoever. With such a remarkable opportunity at hand, why delay? The water cloud abode itself was rich in spiritual energy, and it was abundant in spirit fruits that Li Yi could scarcely consume. With this in mind, she promptly instructed the spirit storage jade to commence its absorption. As she settled into meditation to assess the energy, she found it gratifying. The spiritual energy in the abode did not appear diminished due to the jade's absorption. After all, though Mo Qinghan was merely at the golden core stage, he and the prodigious Xiao Qingling held the esteemed positions of the top disciples in Kunlun East. Naturally, they had access to the finest resources, and their master, the sect leader of Kunlun, would undoubtedly provide them with the best. Thus, it was no surprise that the spiritual energy on Zhanfeng was exceptionally abundant. However, Li Yi sometimes pondered whether her own low cultivation level might limit the jade's absorption capabilities. She resolved that once her cultivation grew stronger, she would take the jade to the vast mountains or other rich spiritual realms to absorb energy. She secretly made this decision, and it was rumored that a secret realm called Yangtian Water Cloud would soon open for lower-ranking disciples. Li Yi intended to request her master to secure her a spot before that opportunity arose. If her strength remained inadequate, she could simply choose to remain in a spiritually rich location to absorb energy instead of venturing out. This was indeed the advantage of being a direct disciple. After all, direct disciples did not need to compete fiercely with ordinary disciples for positions in secret realms. The sect would allocate several spots to the peak masters for their disciples. It was said that the peak masters at the nascent soul level had 10 spots, while those at the golden core level had 3. With this realization, Li Yi understood the urgency of her training. Yet, she chose not to rely on the energy within the jade for her cultivation. The spiritual energy in the water cloud abode was already quite plentiful, negating the need for the jade. Moreover, as her master advised, the chi refinement stage should be built on her own efforts, without external assistance. Although the energy from the jade would not harm her body, she felt that excessive reliance would not be beneficial. Thus, Li Yi dedicated herself to cultivating diligently in the water cloud abode for half a month, with provisions delivered by Huang Yue. She also became quite adept at the minor spells she practiced. The water cloud abode had become her personal sanctuary, where she could shape it as she pleased. However, she found it rather dull to remain alone in the abode for so long. Yet, her master had instructed her not to leave until her vitality was fully restored. To alleviate her boredom, she used her minor spells to gather a plethora of spirit fruits, knowing that they could be exchanged for a significant amount of spirit stones outside. Observing her little disciple reveling in her activities, Mo Qinghan smiled softly, choosing not to intrude. However, After spending a considerable time in such solitude, Li Yi found it unbearably tedious. Thus, she sent a message talisman to Murong Yunli to inquire about the happenings outside. Fortunately, her luck was favorable today, as Murong Yunli promptly responded. Through their exchange, Li Yi learned that among the newly admitted inner disciples, many with single or unique spiritual roots had successfully entered the Qi refinement stage, while Murong Yunli had just done so himself. However, numerous dual-root disciples in the inner sect had yet to achieve this milestone, leading to a sense of impatience among some. At this point, Li Yi discovered an unwritten rule. Any inner disciple who failed to enter the Qi refinement stage within 2 months would be relegated to the outer sect, only to re-enter the inner sect after establishing their foundation. The realm of cultivation was fiercely competitive and unforgiving. Everything was predicated on strength. Even if one had a commendable spiritual root, slow progress or poor affinity for spiritual energy could lead to dismissal. Murong Yunli, sensing Li Yi's curiosity for further information, informed her that even among the outer disciples, those with poor roots and qualifications would end up as miscellaneous workers. This year, over 20,000 three-root disciples had entered. Yet only 5,000 managed to join the outer sect. For the sect, the qualifications of disciples were of utmost importance. In summary, strength reigned supreme. Those with power would earn respect and admiration, while the weak would face disdain. After receiving Murong Yunli's insights, Li Yi recognized that her suspicions were indeed justified. Yet, she could not help but ponder another matter. How had Murong Yunli, with his 3 spiritual roots, managed to enter the inner sect? Perhaps he had a formidable backing, or had his roots nearly reached their full potential? Li Yi sensed that she was on the verge of uncovering the truth. Nevertheless, such considerations were beyond her current focus. A pressing urgency gripped her. She felt that if she did not apply herself diligently to her training, she might very well be expelled from Zhanfeng and the water cloud abode by Immortal. After all, even among dual-root disciples, those with exceptional qualifications were scarce. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yi resolved to remain focused on her training without awaiting further instructions from Immortal. She settled in, refraining from venturing outside, and began to cultivate earnestly, dedicating herself entirely to her practice. She consumed only the spiritual food that Immortal had sent her, truly shutting herself off from the affairs beyond her window, devoting her heart solely to cultivation. Perhaps her innate spiritual root was exceptionally gifted, combined with a cultivation environment rich in spiritual energy. After half a month, she successfully advanced to the 2nd level of Qi refining. During this period, she also practiced the fundamental spells corresponding to her spiritual root within the 5 elements foundational techniques. However, due to her current low cultivation level, she could only cultivate the wood system's binding technique, the wood system's growth technique, the water system's water ball technique, and the water system's light rain technique, as well as the universal control technique applicable to any spiritual root. Since Li Yi did not wish to exit her seclusion so soon, she sent a message to Huang Yue, requesting him to procure various seeds of spiritual herbs and rice. The payment was straightforward: a bottle of low-grade Qi nourishing pills in exchange for those seeds, with the remainder serving as Huang Yue's reward, which he exclaimed was more than adequate. This, however, motivated Huang Yue to diligently assist her. Upon inspecting the seeds Huang Yue had gathered, Li Yi found an impressive array. There were over 20 types of low-level spiritual herb seeds, each with dozens of grains. Additionally, there were about 10 types of low-level spiritual fruit seeds, and he had procured 10 grains of each type for her. The low-level spiritual fruit seedlings numbered over 10 varieties, with 2 to 3 seedlings of each. As for the high-level spiritual herb seeds, there were 4 or 5 varieties, each with 2 grains. The low-level spiritual rice seeds, which matured annually, totaled several hundred grains. He also managed to acquire a substantial number of purple rice, which matured in 5 years, and black rice, which took 20 years to mature. Not only that, but Huang Yue also brought her everything she needed to become a farmer. In her spare time from cultivation, Li Yi diligently planted all these items. First, cultivating these would enhance her application of spells. Second, it would increase the concentration of spiritual energy in her surroundings. Most importantly, growing these would also satisfy her cravings, wouldn't it? Moreover, Li Yi found time to use her universal control technique to gradually pick the ripe spiritual fruits from the trees, placing them into her space that could preserve them indefinitely. This method was far more efficient than merely picking them by hand. To avoid arousing suspicion, she also discreetly stored some in her storage bag. Thus, she cultivated for another month, reaching the pinnacle of the second level of qi refining, eager to break through to the third level. Yet, feeling a barrier preventing her from reaching that goal, she decided it was time for an outing. In fact, Li Yi had also contacted her master to express her current cultivation dilemmas. Her master suggested that it was indeed time for her to venture outside, as the intent of cultivation could not solely rely on seclusion, otherwise, her mental state would lag behind. Since her master had advised this, and with her vitality restored and her complexion now radiant, along with her stable cultivation at the second level of qi refining, Li Yi took the opportunity to conjure a mirror of water to inspect her appearance. The reflection revealed a girl with rosy lips and pearly teeth, her complexion delicately flushed, rendering her almost unrecognizable. She marveled at how, after such a relatively short time of cultivation, her physique and beauty had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Li Yi was certain that if she returned to Lijia village in her current form, not even the villagers, including her parents, would recognize her. Just as she was about to send a message to her master, stating her intention to go out, her master replied, "Wait a moment, I will come over." Mo Qinghan, who had been meditating, immediately responded to her message. This foolish girl, she thought, cultivating so quickly to the pinnacle of the second level of qi refining. I must provide her with some concealment. Yes, master, Li Yi replied, somewhat dazed, as she recalled that it was said that people in the cultivation world were perpetually busy, either in seclusion or out seeking tasks and opportunities. Especially someone like her master, a core elite disciple at the golden core stage, who must be exceptionally occupied. What are you dazed about, child? Your alertness is woefully inadequate. If you were outside, you might have already met with calamity or been captured as a furnace for others. Mo Qinghan admonished sternly. Yes, master, your teachings resonate with me. I acknowledge my faults, she said, lowering her head in chagrin. She never realized that during her moment of distraction, her master had instantaneously arrived. How had her master bypassed the restrictions in her cultivation space? Her master truly was an incredibly formidable figure. We will let this slide this time. But it shall not happen again. By the way, you should recognize this concealing spirit pearl and carry it with you. Your wit spirit is at its peak. If noticed by others, it could lead to significant troubles. With this concealing spirit pearl, your spiritual root aptitude will appear similar to when you first entered the sect, and it can mask your cultivation level to any tier you wish to present. I suggest you maintain your cultivation at the pinnacle of the first level of qi refining. This way, you will neither be underestimated nor attract undue attention. As she spoke, a small, gray pearl threaded with a red string appeared in Mo Qinghan's hand. Yes, master. I am grateful, Li Yi replied obediently, allowing her blood to recognize the pearl as her own and placing it around her neck. Fortunately, recognizing this pearl did not require spiritual blood, only regular blood. Now it's settled. Below the transformation stage, no one will discern your true aptitude. Rest assured, within our Kunlun Sect, the scale is beyond your imagination. With a larger populace, various characters will inevitably emerge, Mo Qinghan explained. Remember, even within the sect, always be vigilant. Go forth and broaden your horizons. Perpetual seclusion is not the way, she concluded. Yes, master. Li Yi nodded enthusiastically but hesitated, gazing at Mo Qinghan. What is it, Yi? Do you have something troubling you? Mo Qinghan inquired, surprised by the girl's demeanor. Master, Yi is unsure where to go. Moreover, I do not know anyone here, aside from a slight acquaintance with Murong Yunli. But, if I frequently seek him out, would it lead to misunderstandings? Li Yi pondered aloud, for deep down, she was a rather conservative girl who had never experienced romance. Child, you are still quite young, yet you are already overthinking. Mo Qinghan chuckled lightly. In cultivation, the heart is essential, and one should act in accordance with their feelings, without concern for others' opinions. However, given your current weak strength, approach any endeavor with caution. As long as you believe you can ensure your safety, feel free to act without fear of misunderstandings from others. Moreover, without my approval, who would dare to discuss your potential partners? In the cultivation world, a master possesses absolute authority over their disciples, far exceeding that of their biological parents or family. In a certain sense, a direct disciple is akin to the personal property of their master, as long as the master refrains from committing acts that would invoke the wrath of heaven and humanity. Even if the master wishes to cultivate the disciple as a furnace for their own aspirations, no one would question it. This explains why many female cultivators find themselves torn between the desire for a master and the complexities that arise. Master, the disciple understands, said Li Yi. fully aware of her status as a dual-element spiritual root, naturally inclined towards being a furnace and possessing exceptional talents. Her concerns were not what others might say, but rather ensuring she had sufficient capability to safeguard herself. Moreover, interpreting her master's words, it seemed someone wished to meddle in her affairs or comment on her lifelong decisions. They had no right to do so, and it appeared that Imo Qinghan was the one who could decide her fate. Go now, venture down the mountain and explore. You are my direct disciple, Imo Qinghan encouraged. The sect imposes few restrictions on direct disciples, ensuring their absolute protection. Whether she wished to explore the inner sect or the outer sect, few would dare to impede her. Within the sect, almost no one would risk harming a direct disciple, for the consequences would be unbearable, ranging from the loss of cultivation to being directly punished with soul extraction. However, given her youth, if she were to journey to remote places, she should bring Huang Yue along. Following his master's orders, he would always be there for her. Imo Qinghan smiled softly, regarding his precious as a delicate flower yet to weather the storms of life, allowing her to flourish joyfully and safely under his protective wing. Thank you, master. Is leaving now. She playfully winked at her master before descending the mountain with a sense of relief. Go have fun. At your age, you should truly enjoy yourself. Imo Qinghan replied gently, always exhibiting remarkable patience and good temper towards his young disciple. Although Imo Qinghan had provided Li Yi with a considerable number of swift talismans for transportation, she chose not to utilize them. Instead, she infused her feet with spiritual energy, darting up and down with remarkable speed. Li Yi believed this would not only strengthen her physique, but also enhance her agility in manipulating spiritual energy. Though this was her first attempt and slower than those who had practiced for a long time, she was still far swifter than the fastest sprinter in the mortal realm. However, the expanse of Zhanfeng was truly immense. Her master preferred solitude, leaving only the two of them to occupy this vast space. After a moment of reflection, Li Yi proceeded to the Deacon Hall to collect her rewards for cultivating her qi and successfully reaching the first level of qi training. Fairy Yi, here are your rewards and monthly stipend, the elder in charge of the Deacon Hall remarked enviously, handing her a storage bag. Indeed, direct disciples are remarkable. Within just 2 months of joining the sect, you have already achieved great success in your cultivation. Their rewards were significantly higher than those of outer sect disciples and servants. Not to mention the difficulty for ordinary servants to obtain even the most basic storage bags. Excuse me, elder. Could you assist me in exchanging for 2 sets of inner and outer sect disciple garments? Li Yi casually presented a bottle of low-grade qi-nourishing pills to the elder, well aware that this would suffice for her request. Yes, disciple garments were distributed annually. Any damages incurred during the year would require disciples to purchase replacements with spiritual stones or pills. Fairy Yi, please accept your garments. Would you prefer to convert your remaining pills into spirit pearls or qi-nourishing powders? The elder dutifully provided her with 2 sets of garments. Though direct disciples may look down upon such matters, it was still courteous to acknowledge the transaction. Keep the remainder. Farewell. Li Yi stuffed the garments into her storage bag and waved goodbye. Thank you. The deacon's staff were known to treat people according to their status. After all, even direct disciples like Li Yi were easy to serve, unlike outer sect disciples and servants who had little to offer. Of course, the most significant reason was that if a direct disciple was deemed agreeable, their casual gestures could fulfill tasks long overdue, potentially offering insights that could save them considerable time. As for why Li Yi acted this way, it was primarily because exchanging a bottle of low-grade qi-nourishing pills for disciple garments left her with little remainder, merely a few spirit pearls worth, which she truly did not mind. Furthermore, she believed that providing small favors to the deacon staff would open many doors for her. Li Yi found a secluded spot and donned her inner sect disciples' attire, beginning to wander between the inner and outer sections. Outer sect disciples lacked the privilege to enter the inner sect, while inner sect disciples enjoyed the freedom to explore the outer realm. The identity of a direct disciple was indeed conspicuous, especially amidst a group of envious individuals within the sect. There existed a faction resentful of the privileged inner and direct disciples, believing their hardships stemmed from the resources monopolized by these elite ranks. After meandering for a while and observing the local customs, Li Yi became more acquainted with the unspoken rules of the sect. The so-called inner disciples were essentially the cream of the crop, possessing exceptional spiritual roots. In the eyes of outer disciples, they were seen as individuals with promising futures, each exuding vigor and ambition. Unlike the outer disciples who struggled alone, Inner disciples received meticulous guidance from the sect, along with monthly stipends of spiritual stones and pills. However, despite their seemingly lofty status, those in the Qi training stage were regarded as insignificant in the eyes of the powerful. Only a rare few outer disciples, having endured numerous trials to enter the inner sect, were acknowledged by the powerful, and even then, only if they achieved remarkable feats or reached the yuaning stage. Without extraordinary opportunities, most outer disciples remained stagnant at the foundation establishment stage. After exploring, Li Yi headed to the spell hall mentioned by her master, where it was said that foundation establishment elders would take turns imparting teachings and resolving doubts for cultivators encountering challenges. When Li Yi finally arrived at the spell hall, she discovered that although the name of this place did not resonate with grandeur, the hall itself was impressively constructed against the mountainside, exuding a formidable presence. It was hardly surprising, for this was the place where disciples in the Qi refinement stage sought guidance and enlightenment. Unfortunately, Li Yi was a bit late. The spacious hall was already filled with over 100 disciples, all at the Qi refinement stage. However, there were few as young as she was, and nearly all of them had cultivation levels surpassing her own. Yet, despite her youth, no one dared to underestimate her. Clad in the humble garb of an inner sect disciple, she had nonetheless achieved the pinnacle of the first layer of Qi refinement by the tender age of 5. Her aura was remarkably steady, devoid of any hint of superficiality, indicating that her cultivation was profoundly solid. Thus, the other disciples speculated that Li Yi must possess exceptional spiritual roots. Such a prodigy was not only highly regarded by the elders of the sect, but also held great promise for establishing a foundation and even effortlessly achieving the golden core stage, becoming a more advanced practitioner. For Li Yi, with so many individuals seated before her, her diminutive stature relegated her to merely listen to the elders' lectures. Accordingly, she retrieved a meditation mat prepared by Imo Qinghan from her storage bag, crossed her legs, and began to absorb the teachings. The speaker today was a male cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, appearing to be in his 40s, embodying the ethereal grace of an accomplished practitioner. The path of cultivation is vast, encompassing myriad disciplines such as techniques, artifact crafting, alchemy, and talisman creation, each rich with profound knowledge. Today, he was to impart wisdom on talismans, specifically, how practitioners could seal spells within specific talisman papers. This technique allowed one to unleash spells without depleting spiritual energy and enabled instantaneous activation, with evident advantages. However, the crafting of talismans was an intricate endeavor, requiring not only specialized talisman paper but also significant spiritual energy and a low success rate. The higher the spell's grade, the more challenging the creation, rendering talismans rare and precious in the cultivation world. Yet, Li Yi grimaced. From her current position, she could hardly see anything at all. How could she learn under such circumstances? Did the spell hall not have any rules? Shouldn't seating be assigned according to height, much like in her childhood school days? Perhaps her dissatisfaction was too deep-rooted. Lin Zixuan, who was intently listening to the lecture, felt a presence behind him and turned to find that a little junior sister, already at the pinnacle of the first layer of Qi refinement, at merely 5 years of age, had appeared. "You can take my seat. I can see just fine from the back," he kindly offered to Li Yi. "Thank you, senior brother," she replied with a sweet smile, unceremoniously moving her mat to occupy his spot. Lin Zixuan's deep eyes flickered. This junior sister's mat was no ordinary item. It possessed a subtle ability to gather spiritual energy, something he had encountered in the treasured compartments of their sect. Such a mat was worth 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It seemed this little junior sister, Li Yi, had a favorable impression of the senior brother who had offered her assistance. Lin Zixuan appeared to be a refined young man of 17 or 18. Yet he was actually over 30. His talents lay in both earth and wood spiritual roots, with a moderate aptitude and a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, which placed him on the lower end among the inner sect disciples. For the past 6 months, his cultivation had stagnated, leading him to decide to explore other spells in hopes of finding an opportunity to advance to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. However, Li Yi was now wholly captivated by the day's lesson. Techniques such as fire spell, quicksand spell, rockfall, and thorn spell could all be inscribed on talisman paper, allowing even those at the 1st layer of Qi refinement to activate them effortlessly. The creation of talismans was no simple task, as it required specific talisman paper and rare materials like beast blood with a low success rate. The foundation establishment practitioner then demonstrated by drawing a fire talisman, his brushwork flowing like water, completing the talisman in a shimmering flash. He proceeded to explain the meticulous details involved in the talisman creation process. Li Yi was eager to try it herself. Fortunately, the lesson concluded, and she moved to a nearby table. She retrieved a mid-grade talisman brush, talisman paper, and beast blood from her storage bag, all of which had been provided by Mo Qinghan. While these cultivation resources were not particularly precious, they were exactly what she needed. Junior sister, is it not a waste to use mid-grade talisman paper and beast blood for practice? Lin Zixuan approached her again. If I am not mistaken, this is your first time learning to draw talismans, right? Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Li Yi replied politely. However, these are all I have, prepared by my elders. Perhaps some of the senior brothers and sisters here would be willing to part with some beginner's talisman paper and beast blood? Li Yi paused, contemplating. Lin Zixuan smiled lightly, noting her background. Ah, you are indeed fortunate. Our foundation establishment uncle has the most basic talisman paper and beast blood available. If you wish, you can approach his attendant to exchange for pills or spirit stones. Generally, one low-grade spirit stone or a low-grade qi-nourishing pill can be exchanged for 100 sheets of beginner talisman paper, while the beast blood can be obtained for 2 low-grade spirit stones a vial. As for your talisman brush, you need not exchange it. A higher-grade brush increases the success rate of talisman creation. Thank you for your help, senior brother. My name is Li, she responded obediently after expressing her gratitude. Afterward, she hurried to the attendant of the foundation establishment uncle to purchase the beginner supplies. However, she only sought the most basic materials for practice. Thus, she retrieved a small vial containing 3 low-grade qi-nourishing pills from her storage bag, which served as mere pocket change for her. It was unclear how her master and granduncle had acquired such a vast quantity of low-grade pills, but they seemed to have no qualms about using them liberally. If only Li Yi knew that these low-grade pills, with a 50% toxicity rate, were regarded as useless by the elite disciples who deemed them no different from discarded pills. Senior brother, could you spare me a few more? She asked, as low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 150 sheets of talisman paper at the market stalls outside. A slender young girl, appearing no older than her teens and practicing at the first layer of qi cultivation, was haggling with a boy at the 3rd layer. Sister, you are quite amusing. The talisman papers and beast blood from those street vendors are of varying quality. Our master uncle provides these talisman papers and beast blood at a fair price, you know? The boy, however, remained unmoved and refused to negotiate. Humph, what a miser. Very well, then. Just give me 10 sheets of talisman paper. The dark-skinned girl begrudgingly produced a spirit pearl, exclaiming, make sure to keep this safe. It's for 10 sheets of basic talisman paper. The boy swiftly counted out 10 sheets and handed them to her. Are you here to exchange for talisman papers and beast blood as well? He inquired, noticing Li Yi had already laid her items out before him. Hello, brother. I would like 100 sheets of talisman paper and a vial of beast blood. Li Yi replied, placing 3 low-grade qi-nourishing pills before him. The boy examined the pills, sniffed them, and nodded in satisfaction. He then promptly fetched 100 sheets of talisman paper and a vial of beast blood for Han Bing. For reasons unknown, after a moment's contemplation, the boy also produced a small notebook with only a few sheets of paper. Sister, I gift you this small notebook. Do not underestimate it. Although it is made of ordinary paper, it contains clear notes on the essentials of learning basic talismans, he said with a kind smile. Li Yi chuckled upon seeing the notebook. She truly felt lost and ignorant in her current situation. If someone were unwilling to share even a few simple tips, it could take her ages to discover the secrets on her own. Thank you, brother. Here, have this spirit fruit, Li Yi said with a grin, producing a first-grade wood-type Qiling fruit from her storage bag. The fruit was the size of a chicken egg, its green skin reminiscent of a tomato, with a sweet and sour flavor that Li Yi often enjoyed as a snack. After all, this kind of fruit was abundant in her water cloud valley, to the point she could never finish them all. Thank you, sister. If you encounter any confusion while practicing talisman drawing, feel free to ask me. My surname is Zhang. Just call me Brother Zhang, the boy said joyfully, accepting the Qingling fruit. Though not particularly rare, the fruit was beneficial for someone with a wood spirit root like him. Furthermore, who wouldn't want to befriend a kind-hearted young genius? Perhaps this little genius, dressed in the garb of an inner disciple, was merely a direct disciple from another peak who had swapped into ordinary disciple attire for a bit of fun. Regardless, even if she were not a direct disciple, her ability to cultivate at the first layer of qi at such a tender age, and her potential to touch upon the second layer, signified a bright future ahead. Being accepted as a direct disciple was surely just around the corner. In truth, this Qiling fruit was not particularly valuable. One low-grade spirit stone could purchase 2 or 3 of them. However, due to their low cultivation level and lack of elder supervision, they could not frequently visit the market for such treats. Moreover, being young, they would undoubtedly experience cravings. What a wasteful child. Giving away such a precious spirit fruit so casually, not even bargaining while buying. It's people like you that cause us to spend more spirit stones when acquiring resources. The resources provided by your family for your cultivation are meant for you to squander like this? The dark-skinned girl shot a fierce glare at Li Yi. Within the inner and outer sects, there were always many disciples connected to the elders, who had little to do yet monopolized a significant portion of resources. Look at this little girl. She was no more than a child, yet managed to surpass her own cultivation level. How many pills must she have consumed? The boy surnamed Zhang merely cast a sidelong glance at the dark-skinned girl, remaining silent. Li Yi touched her nose, wondering if she had offended her. However, it was not in her nature to argue with a child. Quietly, she returned to her table and began practicing her talisman drawing. The first talisman she attempted was the simplest thorn technique. Channeling her internal qi evenly to the tip of her brush, she started to draw. Yet, after just a few strokes, the talisman paper ignited spontaneously. After several failed attempts, she overheard a snicker from nearby. It was that annoying little girl again. "Hey, sister. Your drawing technique is all wrong." It was the slender, dark-skinned girl again, who approached to mock Li Yi's clumsiness. "How should the sister practice, then?" Li Yi asked, unashamedly seeking guidance. "Clearly, you are new to the sect," the girl replied, suppressing her jealousy. "Your progress is quite rapid. You are indeed a little genius. When we practice talisman drawing, we first use ordinary white paper to master the brush techniques before transitioning to talisman paper and beast blood. Furthermore, that little booklet Brother Zhang gave you contains tips that everyone is already familiar with. It is of little use. My surname is Wang. You can call me Wang Xiling," she added, casting a disdainful glance at Li Yi. Observing the girl's seemingly wealthy background, she pondered if it would be advantageous for her to befriend her. "Thank you for your advice, sister," Li Yi replied, feeling somewhat regretful for overlooking such simple and fundamental steps. "Hiki, there is no need to thank me. You would have figured it out eventually if you just thought about it a bit. By the way, that fruit you have looks quite delicious." Wang Xiling found herself blushing at the compliment. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Zixuan interjected, "Little sister, don't listen to this girl's misguided advice. Practicing on ordinary white paper is futile. The key to drawing talismans is to channel your internal qi evenly to the tip of your brush, allowing your strokes to flow uninterruptedly. A talisman can be completed in an instant if you manage that. The technique is all about the even application of qi, and her advice is irrelevant. She appears experienced, but you should ask her if she has ever successfully drawn a talisman," he added, pointing out the absurdity of Wang Xiling's claims. "Hey, brother, your talisman drawing skills aren't necessarily superior to mine. How can you be so sure my method is ineffective?" Wang Xiling retorted defiantly. "We are all merely starting out, are we not? Perhaps both of you have valid points." Li Yi grinned, realizing she would not have a peaceful practice session today. It was clear that Wang Xiling had been drawn in by her Qiling fruit. "Here, enjoy these 2 Qiling fruits," she said, pulling 2 from her storage bag. "I have other matters to attend to," she added, stowing her talisman papers and beast blood before slipping away. "Sister, how can we accept this?" Wang Xiling chuckled. Although Wang Xiling spoke these words, she quickly placed the fruit into her storage bag. "Stop pretending. Everyone has already left." At such a tender age, her mind was not focused on cultivation, but rather on these trifling thoughts. With this kind of mindset, did she truly aspire to achieve greatness? Lin Zixuan cast a fleeting glance at Wang Xiling before casually tossing the Qiling fruit into his storage bag and departing. "What is wrong with me?" she exclaimed. "If it weren't for my brother's poor spiritual roots, I wouldn't have had to allocate most of my cultivation resources to him. Would my cultivation be so abysmal and my finances so meager? I possess dual spiritual roots, you know. If I had utilized the resources bestowed upon me by the sect for my own cultivation, perhaps I could have reached the first level of qi refinement by now." Wang Xiling wiped her tears. When she left home, her father had forced her to make a vow against her inner demons, stating that if she did not allocate a significant portion of the resources given to her by the sect to her 3 spiritual-rooted brother, her cultivation would stagnate for life. Perhaps Wang Xiling and Lin Zixuan had not lowered their voices, for their conversation was easily overheard. But did Wang Xiling's familial tribulations have any bearing on her? In both this world and the earth she once inhabited, there were innumerable injustices, particularly within the family. Did that justify her outbursts towards outsiders? It was simply that she did not wish to engage with her. Despite her own lack of prowess, she could easily confront her if she chose to. Li, contemplating this, could not help but curl her lips in disdain. It seemed best for her to quietly retreat to her own secluded space, the water cloud pavilion, and focus on her practice. Initially, she thought that if she encountered any difficulties, she could seek guidance from others. Yet, here came the troublemaker, Wang Xiling. This little junior sister, to flee in such haste upon arrival is hardly commendable, Li Yi remarked. Unable to suppress a smirk at the overly sweet tone that was almost toothache-inducing, she raised her head to behold a strikingly beautiful young lady before her. Yet, what was this young lady's intention with her obstructive demeanor? The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, possessing dual spiritual roots of moderate quality. However, she seemed to be a novice, having just entered the first level of chi refinement, though her attire was exceptionally exquisite. Instead of the sect's disciple robe, she wore a light white double-sided embroidered collar and a flowing white dress adorned with lotus patterns. A pure white silk shawl draped over her shoulders, and her hair was elegantly styled with a jade hairpin that was, surprisingly, a mid-grade defensive magical artifact. Her ears were adorned with a pair of storage earrings shaped like the Hahuan flower, while her delicate fingers were adorned with a pale jade bracelet, which on closer inspection turned out to be a low-grade offensive magical artifact. Her slim waist was cinched with a matching white belt that was also a storage belt, and she had a spirit beast pouch hanging from her waist, adorned with a pale white flower pattern. Yet, how could one who had just entered the first level of chi refinement dare to address someone who had perfected the first level as junior sister? It was truly. Of course, Li Yi found this woman to be rather peculiar, though she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Dear elder sister, do you require my assistance? Li Yi's voice rang out, bright and melodious like a babbling brook, instantly evoking joy in those who heard it. Of course, dear sister. I merely noticed that you seemed to struggle with that talisman earlier. I have some knowledge in this area, Jin Yasi said with familiarity, leading Li Yi back to the spot where she had been practicing her talismans. This little girl, having just stepped into the realm of cultivation, surprisingly possessed considerable talent. Li Yi's innocent, round face, with her willow leaf brows and cherry-like lips, was undeniably captivating, and her bright eyes exuded an air of naivety. Li Yi stared blankly at the so-called elder sister as she began to instruct her. Truth be told, the knowledge being imparted was quite advanced for someone at her level. While she could comprehend the surface words and simple phrases, executing the tasks or understanding the methods remained elusive. After rambling on for a while, Chinyasi finally noticed the bewildered expression on Li Yi's face. She suddenly realized that the girl before her was merely a child. Yet, inexplicably, there was something about this little girl that drew her in, though she could not identify what it was. Little junior sister, where are you from? It seems you didn't quite understand, she said, her smile reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Li Yi merely offered a shy smile in response. Her own master had a warm, sunny smile, while this woman's smile held a disquieting aura. It seemed that this sect was far from tranquil. How shameless. You, at the first level of chi refinement, dare to address a perfected practitioner as junior sister? Wang Xiling's sharp voice shattered the awkward tension between the two. Chinyasi's expression momentarily darkened, but she quickly restored her cheerful demeanor. Oh, dear junior sister, I merely thought it more fitting to address you this way given our ages. Of course, if you were to advance to the second level of chi refinement, I would gladly refer to you as elder sister. Wang Xiling scoffed. Who are you calling junior sister? Dressed so ostentatiously, it's easy to mistake you for a direct disciple of the Qingyun true monarch. But in reality, you're merely an inner sect disciple, recorded under the name of the Qingyang true monarch. Have you considered that the Qingyun true monarch has hundreds of registered disciples? You likely secured your position through backdoor means, offering precious spiritual herbs to gain a place. Li Yi frowned, realizing just how much she was still unaware of in this place. It appeared that to gain the title of a registered disciple under a true master, one could indeed resort to bribery. Furthermore, Chinyasi's spiritual root aptitude seemed mediocre at best, barely meeting the standards for inner sect disciples. Glancing at the fortune-telling bell hidden on her wrist, she noted that the bell had shifted from its original pale red hue to a more vibrant orange, indicating that staying close to Chinyasi might bring her misfortune. There's no need to worry, dear sisters. Our cultivation levels are quite similar. Whether we address one another as elder sister or junior sister is inconsequential. Once our differences become pronounced, we can adhere to the sect's formalities. Li Yi smiled sweetly at both women. However, I must apologize. For my master has instructed me not to linger too long. Master? No wonder I sensed something off about you, little girl. It explains how you can so casually offer spiritual fruits. However, for someone like me, a disciple of the inner sect living in hardship, wealth is a distant dream. Wang Xiling's tone took on a sarcastic edge. Heh, what? Has having a master become a target for ridicule nowadays? Li Yi regarded Wang Xiling with a bemused smile. Despite her youth, Wang Xiling's jealousy loomed large, yet she feigned innocence and virtue, as if the world owed her a debt. It was truly repugnant. Had she not faced her share of unjust treatment? It was infuriating. I never said having a master is a bad thing. I merely questioned whether your extravagant lifestyle is justified. Do you think your master would approve of such wastefulness? What? Is being a direct disciple beneath you? Wang Xiling was nearly blinded by envy. Why was she, upon entering the sect, an inner disciple while others could be direct or registered disciples? It was perplexing. She saw no discernible superiority in that little girl, who, after all, also possessed dual spiritual roots. Indeed, Wang Xiling had noticed Li Yi standing among the dual-rooted candidates during her initial assessment. Little junior sister, I wonder how you perceive my wastefulness? This is merely standard expenditure. You are quick to slander me for disrespecting my master. What does it matter if I indulge? All disciples come to Kunlun Sect to cultivate. Being a direct disciple is nothing remarkable. That does not give you the right to harass me. Moreover, all my cultivation resources are provided by my master. Even if I were to squander them, it would be of no concern to you. Li Yi continued to regard Wang Xiling with that enigmatic smile. Wang Xiling, newly initiated, had already strayed from the righteous path, consumed by envy. Li Yi recalled that the treatment for inner disciples was indeed favorable. It was rather unusual for someone like Wang Xiling, who had just joined, to be so miserly. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Wang Xiling felt as though she had received a stinging slap. Here she was, brazenly seeking trouble with the direct disciples, believing she could bully them simply because they were new to the sect. Chinyasi, with a similar smirk, observed Wang Xiling before turning to Li Yi with a hint of reproach. Yi, you shouldn't venture out alone. Next time, bring Huang Yue along to avoid trouble. Oh, by the way, you might not know this, but Huang Yue is my cousin. Li Yi finally understood Chinyasi's motives for getting close to her. So that's it. Senior sister, she nodded, realizing she needed to familiarize herself with the people around her. It's not ideal to be unaware of who knows you. Wang Xiling's face alternated between green and white before she suddenly burst into tears and ran away. Li Yi, did I say something wrong? Why does it feel like I'm the bully here? Junior sister, there's no need to overthink it. In our sect, there are many who envy others for their superior spiritual roots or resources, spouting jealousy and disdain. But in a year or two, when they come to terms with the vast gap between us, they will cease such behavior. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Our master chose us as disciples, which signifies our superior spiritual roots compared to theirs. As Chinyasi spoke, an innate sense of superiority emanated from her. In her past, she had been a four-rooted cultivator, enduring the harsh realities of life. Who would have imagined she would come upon such fortuitous opportunities? Upon her return, she seized a cleansing elixir from another and transformed her four roots into dual roots. She also provided the coveted celestial herb sought by Qing and Jinjuan, ultimately becoming his registered disciple. With such foresight, it was only natural that she believed she could ascend to higher realms in her lifetime. Meanwhile, Li Yi, during her first 30 years in the sect, had seemingly enjoyed extraordinary fortune, acquiring coveted treasures and perhaps even a spatial artifact. Yet, in the end, she met a tragic demise, the specifics of which remained unclear, but it appeared all her possessions had been stolen. Li Yi's master, Imo Han, however, became the youngest Yuanying Jinjuan in the realm of cultivation at over 100 years old. Chinyasi found it hard to believe that there were no undercurrents involved. Senior sister, your words may hold some truth. However, it is said that on the path of cultivation, one must possess techniques, elixirs, artifacts, spiritual stones, and luck in equal measure. Who knows if those with inferior spiritual roots might not become great fortune bearers in the future? I have heard tales of a 5-rooted fortune bearer in the Yuntian sect. Li Yi offered a faint, apologetic smile to Chinyasi, which seemed to lighten the hearts of the surrounding disciples. Though their current spiritual roots or qualifications may not be impressive, who knows what the future might hold for them? Senior sister, I apologize. My master indeed urged me to return early. I must take my leave. Ah, should I accompany you to ensure you aren't troubled by those lacking discernment? Chinyasi wished to attach herself to Li Yi, but she declined. Thank you, senior sister. But there's no need for you to trouble yourself. My master insisted I learn to be independent. If I cannot survive in this sect, how will I manage on future missions? Li Yi had an instinctual aversion to Chinyasi, leading her to refuse, though she felt lonely as a newcomer. Befriending a toxic companion could be perilous. As the saying goes, love and friendship require fate. Chinyasi opened her mouth, wanting to pursue, but she reconsidered, realizing that excessive sentimentality might drive Li Yi away. There would be plenty of time, as long as she kept her focus on Li Yi. Fortune would surely come her way. As Li Yi strolled back through the serene Lingfeng forest, she encountered two flamboyantly dressed celestial maidens, one of whom was her acquaintance. Zhang Lingyun. Disciple Yi, where are you headed? Dressed in such ordinary disciple robes, are you going incognito? Today, Zhang Lingyun wore a pale pink high-grade robe made of silkworm silk, styled in a flowing cloud bun, adorned with matching lotus-shaped hairpins and earrings. Though still youthful, she exuded the vibrant charm of budding womanhood. Master, you look magnificent, Li Yi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, genuinely praising her. Hey, aren't you a direct disciple as well? Our sect places no restrictions on what direct disciples may wear. Why don ordinary robes? Given your earlier expression, you seem bothered, but you are quite impressive. Aren't you? Indeed, it is no wonder that the esteemed Qinghan Jinren has chosen you as a direct disciple. In a mere 2 months, your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. Come, Yi. Uncle Master invites you for tea, Zhang Lingyun chuckled. Hee. Yi is merely fortunate. Li Yi respectfully replied, conscious of the importance of maintaining her status. After all, Zhang Lingyun's grandfather is a formidable nascent soul elder. His backing is undeniably robust, far surpassing her own humble beginnings and lack of connections. Uncle Master, she is the little apprentice selected by Qinghan Jinren, and indeed, she is quite young. Another girl, appearing around 11 or 12 years old, observed Li Yi with interest. She was at the 4th layer of qi refinement and, like Li Yi, possessed dual elemental roots of water and wood, though her purity was comparatively lower. Dressed flamboyantly in a high-tier water blue robe and sporting a serpent bun adorned with a plum blossom hairpin and matching earrings, she exuded a future charm despite her youth. Li Yi, I forgot to introduce you. This is Lu Mingxiang, the beloved daughter of our Jianfeng Luyun Jinren, and she shares your elemental roots. If you have any questions, feel free to seek her guidance, Zhang Lingyun remarked, glancing at Lu Mingxiang. I have met senior sister Lu, Li Yi replied, greeting Lu Mingxiang with utmost politeness. They were all descendants of notable lineages, individuals not to be trifled with. Moreover, whether in the realm of cultivation or the modern 21st century, ordinary citizens would find themselves in dire straits if they offended the children of officials or the wealthy. You need not be overly polite, junior sister. I am merely a few years your senior and have grown up in Kunlun Sect. My cultivation is only slightly ahead of yours, while you are the true prodigy. You have progressed so swiftly in just a few days since joining the sect. If there is anything you do not understand, you can always ask me. Lu Mingxiang remarked casually, her laughter echoing as they walked. This little one has only been initiated for a short while and has already made such rapid progress. It won't be long before I must address her as senior sister. The discerning eye of Qinghan Jinren is indeed remarkable. The potential of dual elemental roots is comparable to that of single roots. The 3 of them quickly bonded, becoming a beautiful sight that attracted the attention of other inner disciples, though none dared to approach them directly. Before long, Zhang Lingyun led them to a quaint pavilion nestled on the mountainside. Although Li Yi had explored the inner sect extensively, she had never anticipated discovering such an exquisite and spiritually rich little pavilion. Junior sister Yi, you may not realize that there are many delightful places within our Kunlun Sect's inner door. Moreover, this spot is not one that just anyone can access. We are fortunate to benefit from Uncle Master's favor. Lu Mingfeng, noticing Han Bing's curiosity, explained, Mingfeng, you do tend to ramble. Please don't hold back. Enjoy whatever you wish. Zhang Lingyun chided with a playful glance at Lu Mingfeng. With a wave of his hand, several platters of exquisite second-tier spiritual fruits and a teapot with 3 teacups appeared on the table. At their current cultivation level of qi refinement, the highest grade of spiritual fruits they could safely consume was indeed second tier. Any higher could potentially overwhelm their meridians. Li nodded, then picked up a second-tier blue jade spiritual fruit to savor. This water element fruit tasted reminiscent of mangosteen and perfectly suited Han Bing's palate, albeit slightly smaller than a large cherry. Initially, she considered retrieving some of her own spiritual fruits from her spatial storage, but upon witnessing the quality of those presented, she hesitated, feeling a tinge of shyness. Uncle Master, this blue jade spiritual fruit not only tastes delightful, but I can also feel the rich water elemental energy permeating my lungs. It is incredibly soothing. If you enjoy it, feel free to indulge. For I only seek to satisfy my cravings with these. However, these fruits are more beneficial during our qi refinement phase, Zhang Lingyun declared extravagantly. You should know that such second-tier blue jade spiritual fruits can fetch a low-grade spirit stone in the market, and what I brought are the finest quality. Junior sister, do try this tea. Its flavor is exquisite. Lu Mingxiang offered a cup to Li Yi. Thank you, senior sister. Not only that, but the tea Zhang Lingyun brought is also of exceptional quality, first-tier spiritual mist tea. It is highly beneficial for wood elemental cultivators. Uncle Master, senior sister. This tea is indeed remarkable. It carries a hint of wood elemental energy. Li Yi giggled. In no time, the three of them were enjoying their meal and conversing merrily. Somehow, their discussion turned to hidden elemental roots. Junior sister Yi, the rest the grandson of an elder from the Fu Feng faction, Sun Weixing, who seems to possess extremely poor aptitude with 5 elemental roots. Unexpectedly, he has been discovered to possess a hidden fire elemental root. Lu Mingxiang exclaimed, a mix of admiration and envy in her voice. What is a hidden elemental root? Is it truly formidable? Does it not imply the existence of an additional concealed root? Wouldn't tea that be similar to those mixed roots, often appearing to progress slowly due to the sheer number of roots? Li Yi inquired, displaying her naivety, having overlooked some of her master's teachings. Certainly not. Cultivators with hidden elemental roots possess 2 sets of meridians and a dantian. Typically, a cultivator corresponds their elemental roots to a normal set of meridians and the first dantian, which are detectable by spirit stones or powerful cultivators. In contrast, hidden elemental roots correspond to an invisible, intangible set of hidden meridians and hidden dantian, running parallel beneath the normal meridians. The cultivator possessing the hidden spiritual roots is a rare dual root individual, endowed with numerous unparalleled advantages in their practice. At the very least, their dual spiritual roots and 2 dantian ensure that their reservoir of spiritual energy surpasses that of their contemporaries. Most importantly, their cultivation speed remains comparable to that of a single root practitioner, yet they can harness the benefits of multiple roots. Zhang Lingyun expressed her envy, confessing that she had even secretly invested considerable resources to determine whether she herself possessed hidden spiritual roots. Alas, the outcome was painfully clear. She did not possess such roots. Moreover, there are further complexities to consider. Sister Yi, being new here, there are certain matters you may not fully grasp. If a cultivator's dantian and meridians are utterly destroyed during a battle, it signifies the severance of their path to immortality. No celestial being, not even the great Luo, could intervene. However, a cultivator with hidden spiritual roots retains their path to immortality, even if their dantian and meridians are obliterated. This illustrates the formidable advantage they possess. The only downside of having hidden spiritual roots is that many individuals remain oblivious to their existence. Lu Mingfeng has evidently researched this phenomenon. Her true intent is to test whether she, too, harbors hidden spiritual roots. Unfortunately, she is merely an ordinary dual-root cultivator of water and wood. If there are those with hidden spiritual roots who are unaware of their condition, as you mentioned, the difficulty of detecting hidden roots is immense, almost impossible to ascertain. If such roots go undetected, might it not adversely affect their cultivation if they neglect their true spiritual root? Li Yi refrained from mentioning that her own situation was quite atypical. Her true vision had only recently been acquired, and not all secrets could be unveiled. She could discern treasures nurtured within the dantian by ordinary cultivators at a glance. Even many innate spiritual treasures, potentially celestial grade, could be perceived if nurtured in the dantian. However, if these treasures were irrevocably bound to their owner, her true vision could not unveil them. It was akin to the challenges she faced during the trials upon entering the sect. At the very least, her true vision, thus far, could not reveal her own concealed meridians and dantian. Furthermore, she could not detect the nature of her hidden spiritual root. She only faintly sensed that she absorbed 3 points of spiritual energy during her cultivation. She harbored a suspicion that her hidden spiritual root might indeed be the elusive spatial root, which many deemed impossible, if it were truly a spatial route. Finding appropriate cultivation methods in the realm of cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, thus far, this remained mere conjecture. In any case, that third point of spiritual energy did not impede her cultivation speed. In fact, she felt it had accelerated her progress. After extensive inquiry, Li Yi learned that her cultivation speed rivaled that of those with heavenly roots. Remarkably, this speed was achieved without the aid of any external substances or elixirs, relying solely on her innate ability to absorb spiritual energy. This is precisely why she hesitated to utilize the spirit cleansing pill. It is not that hidden spiritual roots cannot be discovered. Rather, the true potential of such roots remains elusive, yet it does not hinder cultivation. However, there are methods to discern them. When testing for spiritual roots, employing the finest spirit testing jade could reveal the faintest glimmers of light surrounding the beam of light. Yet, only a cultivator who has mastered the corresponding techniques of their hidden root could perceive its existence through introspection. I gathered this information after perusing numerous ancient jade scrolls. Zhang Lingyun elucidated. This is the advantage of being a second-generation cultivator. They grow up in such an environment, benefiting from the abundant resources of their elders. Thus, their insights and resources far surpass those of disciples from outside the sect. The three of them continued to converse extensively, allowing Li Yi to gain deeper understanding of various matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation. Despite the perception that Zhang Lingyun and Lu Mingfeng, born into privilege, were merely wastrels due to their familial connections, they possessed remarkable insights and knowledge. In a sense, Li Yi understood the envy, jealousy, and disdain felt by the sect's disciples, particularly those from outer sects and among the laborers, towards those who were born as direct disciples. They struggled at the lowest rungs, devoid of rights, receiving the most meager treatment. Conversely, direct inner disciples enjoyed advantages from the outset, reaching summits that others might never attain. After all, these direct disciples were afforded the privileges of foundation-building stage cultivators, allowing them the freedom to come and go from the sect without the rigorous constraints faced by second-generation cultivators. Naturally, this sparked a latent hostility among those less fortunate. This sentiment parallels the envy and resentment often directed at the affluent and the privileged in contemporary society. In truth, most of these individuals exhibit great self-discipline and excellence. However, should a wastrel emerge among them, causing trouble externally, it taints the perception of all. Yet, those born into privilege often remain humble and courteous, demonstrating diligence in both study and work. Although these two individuals may seem to possess low cultivation levels, Li Yi, with her true vision, could easily discern that their progress stemmed entirely from their own hard work, without reliance on any external aid. Their foundational cultivation was solidly established. In contrast, during her studies at the Spell Hall, Li Yi had observed many so-called inner disciples whose cultivation was frail and superficial. It was evident that they had relied on elixirs for their advancement. Eventually, as the day grew darker, the three reluctantly bid farewell, exchanging communication talismans for future correspondence. As the sky dimmed, Li Yi no longer lamented the cost of the swift wind talisman bestowed by her master. Activating one, she experienced a speed surpassing flight, returning to her water cloud abode in less than 5 minutes. Unbeknownst to her, her conspicuous display had incited a wave of envy and resentment among ordinary inner disciples. Indeed, a mere 5-year-old disciple could afford such an expensive talisman. How could that not discomfort them? Yet what could they do? They could only lament their inferior spiritual roots and lack of capable masters, coupled with the absence of a formidable family to support them. Upon her return, following her master's instructions, Li Yi indulged in a thorough bath with low-grade spiritual spring water, absorbing all its spiritual essence. She couldn't help but marvel at her water cloud abode, a paradise coveted by all. Not only was the water and with spiritual energy perfectly suited for her cultivation, but there was also a low-grade spiritual spring at her disposal. If the other disciples were to discover this, they might very well be driven to madness. Once she calmed her excitement, she retrieved her simple meal from her storage bag, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup, and consumed it all. However, it is indeed beneficial for Li Yi to cultivate her spiritual roots through such nourishing meals. She recalls, with a faint smile, the sour words of Wang Xiling from earlier in the day. Being a direct disciple is truly remarkable. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me. The meal she consumes may seem humble among direct disciples, yet they are still beyond the means of ordinary inner sect disciples. After all, the cost of a single meal could cover their monthly allowances. Li Yi once again marvels at the advantages of having a master, especially since she enjoys these meals without expending any spiritual stones. After finishing her meal, she sat in meditation for a brief moment. Once she absorbed all the spiritual energy from her food, she took out the talisman paper and beast blood to practice her talisman drawing. She attempted to create the most rudimentary thorn technique. However, as before, her efforts ended in failure as the paper ignited after only a few strokes. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself that it was acceptable to be slow. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Her school teachers had often stated that failure is the mother of success. Drawing from her previous experience, she began again with her second, third, fourth, and fifth attempts. Despite each effort culminating in failure, she managed to glean a bit of knowledge from each one. The mere fact that her subsequent attempts burned slightly later than the previous ones signified success in her eyes. Once her spiritual energy was depleted, she would sit in meditation until her energy was replenished before resuming her drawing. Thus, this cycle continued until only 2 sheets of low-grade talisman paper remained. Taking a deep breath, she steeled her resolve, calming her heart to achieve a state of tranquility. Gently, she picked up the talisman brush from the table, dipped it in vermilion, and repeated the same actions as before. She channeled her spiritual energy evenly into the brush, allowing it to flow from the tip with precision. In an instant, the brush danced fluidly across the paper, and without a pause, a low-grade talisman was successfully completed. Though it was merely a low-grade talisman, Li Yi could hardly contain her excitement. Her persistent efforts had finally borne fruit. This success, albeit modest, indicated that she possessed some talent for talisman drawing. Encouraged by her initial triumph, she approached the final sheet with renewed vigor, nearly achieving success once more. Yet, in the final stroke, her energy was unevenly distributed, resulting in another fiery setback. Exhaling sharply, she stretched her weary limbs, feeling utterly exhausted. It seemed she would need to procure more low-grade talisman paper and beast blood the following day. Li Yi recalled having heard in some cultivation novel that when one is particularly fatigued, engaging in cultivation could yield rapid progress. Determined to test this theory, she settled down to meditate. As the spiritual energy flowed into her body, she followed the prescribed path of her cultivation method, guiding the energy through her meridians and cycles. With each rotation, the energy intensified and grew more abundant. Li Yi reveled in the increasing comfort that accompanied the influx of spiritual energy, sensing a warm current rising from her abdomen and spreading throughout her limbs. It was no wonder that practitioners became enamored with cultivation, as the process was immensely pleasurable. Moreover, it promised the potential for extended lifespans and formidable power. As she continued to absorb spiritual energy, Li Yi felt a sensation of expansion in her dantian and meridians, signaling her impending entry into the third layer of qi refinement. She intensified her efforts, and suddenly, she felt a euphoric wave wash over her, akin to soaking in a hot spring. The experience of reaching the third layer was distinct from the previous 2, yet it was most gratifying. To her astonishment, she could now perceive the surroundings of her bamboo dwelling with clarity. The various spiritual herbs flanking her doorway, the distant fruit trees, and the small stream formed by the low-grade spiritual spring all came into view. It dawned on her that reaching the third layer of qi refinement granted the ability to project one's consciousness outward. Just then, a thunderous growl from her stomach reminded her that it was time to nourish her body. Realizing she had been cultivating for 3 whole days, Li Yi noted the necessity of consuming some nourishing pills before her next session. She stepped outside to disable the barrier and brought in the meals delivered by the attendant. Fortunately, the food containers were inscribed with simple protective formations, ensuring the contents would remain unspoiled for days. Upon seeing the rice, she was momentarily taken aback. It was made from the incredibly precious purple crystal spirit rice. It appeared that her master had arranged for this special treat. She recalled that even when Huang Yue assisted her in procuring rice seeds, they had been unable to find any of the coveted purple crystal variety. This underscored the rarity of its seeds. Not only did the cultivation of purple crystal rice demand stringent conditions, but it also yielded a meager harvest every 20 years. Clearly, this was another special arrangement by her master. Otherwise, her meager monthly allowance would have been insufficient to sustain such a lavish diet. Gazing at the exquisite rice and the carefully prepared spiritual cuisine, Li Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Her master had provided her with the familial love and care she had long been deprived of. Yet, this was not the time for sentimentality. Her primary concern was to satiate her hunger. Moreover, she had realized that her appetite had significantly increased. Indeed, reaching the third layer necessitated greater spiritual energy, which in turn heightened her consumption. In just 3 days, she had nearly devoured half of her meal. Although she attributed her voracious appetite to her current hunger, she felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding her capacity for food. Nonetheless, she did not waste any leftovers. Carefully, she stored the remaining dishes in her spatial storage, where they would remain fresh indefinitely. As someone who had endured hardship, Li Yi was not one to squander any resources. After her meal, she resumed her meditation to solidify her cultivation. Once she had thoroughly stabilized her qi refinement at the third layer, she utilized a hidden spiritual jade to revert her cultivation to the second layer. Then she opened the barrier, retrieved the 1,000 sheets of low-grade talisman paper and several vials of beast blood that Huang Yue had procured for her, and began her journey of talisman drawing anew. Li Yi understood the principle that the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. In just 2 months, she had ascended to the third layer of qi refinement. Such rapid advancement surpassed even those with slightly slower spiritual roots. Given this, she believed it prudent to refine and solidify her foundation, fortifying her cultivation while simultaneously honing her skills in talisman drawing. This would also help temper her mindset, as she sensed a hint of restlessness arising from her swift progress. This girl is advancing at an astonishing pace, remarked Mo Qinghan, surprised as he observed the developments within Shuiyun Pavilion. As Li Yi's master and the architect of all formations in Shuiyun Pavilion, he was keenly aware of her progress. He possesses the capability to observe the training progress of his disciples at any time without restrictions. However, once his disciples have established their foundation, he would no longer monitor them so closely. This does not imply that he wishes to surveil his disciples incessantly. Rather, it is essential for him to keep an eye on them due to their inexperience during the qi refinement stage. A minor error could lead them astray in their cultivation or result in various injuries from a momentary lapse in guiding their qi. Thus, his vigilant observation of their circumstances is indeed necessary. This is one of the primary reasons why they are reluctant to accept direct disciples. Unlike nominal disciples, taking on a direct disciple is akin to raising a child, which comes with a significant responsibility and demands constant attention. Mo Qinghan briefly utilized his spiritual sense to observe Li Yi, discovering that she had reached the third layer of qi refinement without consuming any elixirs. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a mere 2 months, his disciple had achieved this milestone without any medicinal aid, laying a solid foundation in her cultivation. It seemed his judgment had proven to be remarkably astute. His little girl's aptitude and affinity for spiritual energy were indeed impressive. Yet, he pondered why she was practicing talisman drawing with inferior materials such as low-grade talisman paper and beast blood, which inherently possess a low success rate. Given that she was just beginning, it was necessary for her to stumble a bit to learn that not all advice is trustworthy. By saving a meager amount of spirit stones on cheap materials, she was expending an excessive amount of time and effort, which ultimately could lead to greater losses. He wondered who had offered her such misguided counsel. Mo Qinghan smiled faintly, deciding to remain silent for the moment. Meanwhile, Li Yi remained unaware of the situation, diligently practicing her talisman drawing, repeating the process day after day. After exhausting her spiritual energy, she would meditate, continuing this cycle for nearly 10 days. Of course, as someone who had come from Earth, she required her nightly 8 hours of sleep. After depleting her stock of low-grade talisman materials, she stretched and gazed at the few successful thorn talismans she had managed to produce. After consuming 1,000 pieces of talisman paper over 10 days, she had only managed to create 20 low-level thorn talismans. How could she not feel disheartened? The only silver lining was that the process of restoring her spiritual power through meditation had some benefits for her cultivation. Is it possible that I lack the talent for drawing talismans? Li Yi murmured to herself in frustration. Perhaps I should take a break and clear my mind. However, recalling her previous encounter with the prince, she resolved not to act discreetly this time. She understood that sometimes being too low-key could lead to greater trouble if things did not go as planned. Now that she had reached the third layer of qi refinement, her resources adjusted to the second layer, her cultivation was considerable. Yet, as a direct disciple, she felt that if she progressed too slowly, it would bring shame to her master. Consequently, she believed that wearing the attire of an ordinary inner disciple might attract unnecessary attention. leading others to suspect she possessed hidden treasures or a stash of elixirs to achieve her rapid advancement. Such assumptions could lead to potential troubles, including robbery or extortion. Conversely, as a direct disciple, her cultivation level would be deemed normal. After all, those who are direct disciples are often regarded as geniuses by ordinary disciples. If her progress were slow, she might be labeled a spoiled failure. Ordinary disciples would dare not voice their grievances openly but would criticize her behind her back, resenting her for occupying resources they believed should be theirs. Yet, they failed to realize that any resources she might possess were gifts from her parents, not from the sect. With these thoughts in mind, Li rummaged through the storage table her master had provided and pulled out 2 sets of high-grade robes. One was a white palace-style robe made from 1,000-year-old white jade silk, while the other was a pink long dress crafted from 1,000-year-old spirit silkworm silk. Her eyes sparkled with excitement upon recognizing the value of these exquisite garments. Each high-grade robe could be altered in style and size at will, adorned with defensive formations that not only cleaned themselves but also offered protection from 3 powerful strikes from a perfected golden core cultivator. Realizing their worth, she decided to indulge herself by taking a refreshing bath in the spirit spring. Afterward, she donned the pink long dress and styled her hair into 2 playful buns. She then inserted a white jade hairpin, also embedded with a defensive formation, into her hair before deciding to venture out and register her cultivation level at the duty hall. Before leaving, she sent a message to her master to inform him of her plans. Wait a moment, I'll come take a look at you, Immortal said, pleased to see his little disciple finally emerge. He appeared beside her in an instant, smiling. Well done, Your foundation in the 3rd layer of Qi refinement is remarkably solid. You truly are a disciple worth choosing. Immortal examined her closely, chuckling. However, my dear silly girl, now that you've just reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, concealing your cultivation level isn't as crucial as you might think. You are in the inner sect and my only disciple. It's quite normal for you to progress rapidly, perhaps even with the aid of some rare treasures, or with my assistance in elevating your cultivation. Your achievements are a result of your own hard work, so why fear the envy of others? Moreover, the spiritual energies of the water cloud realm are comparable to the caves utilized by nascent soul cultivators. Coupled with the top quality resources I provide for you, even without elixirs, the spiritual fruits and food you consume here are far superior to the effects of regular inner disciples who rely on constant medicinal consumption. Therefore, your current cultivation level, while impressive, is not entirely unexpected, so there is no need to be overly cautious. Immortal chuckled at his little disciple's overly cautious demeanor. His previous advice had been intended to guide her, yet it seemed to have led her to conceal her cultivation level excessively. He understood that she had progressed quickly to the perfected 1st layer of Qi refinement, which drew attention, but having cultivated for so long, the difference between the 2nd and 3rd layers was not substantial. The transition from the 2nd to the 3rd layer was relatively simple, and it was unlikely anyone would pay much attention unless she reached the 6th layer. Oh, so that is how it is. Li laughed, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since your spiritual roots are exceptionally high and your affinity for spiritual energy is remarkable, ensure that during your cultivation, the spiritual energy within you is refined to its utmost purity. Achieving a purity of 99% in cultivation paves the way for a seamless advancement in one's practice. In truth, this heavenly root represents a singularly perfected spiritual foundation, akin to a disciple who has reached the pinnacle of their potential. Such standards are the expectations set forth by the master. During the cultivation process, not only is the consumption of medicinal pills prohibited, but one must also engage in relentless refinement until the spiritual energy reaches an absolute purity. When the time comes for foundation establishment, these practitioners will seamlessly break through to the 12th level of Qi training with remarkable ease. It is only disciples of this caliber who can be regarded as the true elite within our sect, distinctly superior to those who hastily utilize foundation pills to force their advancement to the foundational stage at the 10th level of Qi training. These adeptly established disciples possess a reservoir of spiritual energy that is approximately double that of their peers, significantly enhancing their chances of victory in battles, and enabling some to triumph even against opponents of higher levels. This elucidates why external disciples, despite entering the inner sect, do not hold high status. Their practical experience is outweighed by the detrimental effects of excessive reliance on singular medicinal pills, which ultimately leads to stunted growth on the path of cultivation. The master has observed you closely, and you possess the prerequisites for achieving a flawless foundation. You have only just begun your cultivation journey. It is not a race to see who can progress faster, but rather a contest of who can lay a more solid foundation. Oh, so that is the reason for their elevated status within the sect. Li Yi pondered, casting a curious glance at Mou, uncertain of how to voice her thoughts. Why had her master not imposed such rigorous teachings upon her before? Furthermore, how had her master, so young, already attained the late stage of golden core? Was her master still refining herself in the same manner? The master explained, "The reason I did not impose such demands upon you previously is that you are a dual spiritual root. If I had required you to cultivate as if you possessed a heavenly root, it is likely that your progress would have been too slow, leading to the depletion of your lifespan without the establishment of your foundation, a fruitless endeavor. Therefore, I merely urged you to avoid medicinal pills and to solidify your foundational skills." Mo Qinghan, sensing Li Yi's confusion, provided clarification. "So, can I really achieve this, master?" Li Yi asked, a hint of doubt creeping in. "As long as you are willing to dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation, there should be no issue," Mo Qinghan reassured her. "By the way, that dress looks delightful on you, just the embodiment of a lovely young lady. It is commendable that you have shown such perseverance in your seclusion at such a young age. Now, go out and explore, broaden your horizons, and lighten your spirits. While we, as cultivators, must endure rigorous training, a change of scenery can greatly enhance our progress." Mo Qinghan affectionately ruffled Li Yi's hair, smiling. "Yes, master." With her heart lifted by her master's words, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Make sure to register your cultivation level before you go," Mo Qinghan added, waving her off. However, despite her efforts, Li Yi was still at the second level of qi training. If she continued to refine her spiritual energy for too long, her progress would indeed be slow. She feared being looked down upon, which would be a regrettable outcome. Yet, transitioning from the second to the third level of qi training could take considerable time for many. Determined, she sent a communication talisman to check if any of her acquaintances were available. Fortunately, after completing her registration, she received a response. "Senior Sister E, I happen to be free. I was just planning to visit the marketplace as well. Shall we go together?" Unfortunately, apart from Murong Yunli, no one else replied. "All right. Wait for me at the Deacon Hall. Once I finish registering my cultivation level, we can head to the marketplace together," Li Yi replied. With a surge of spiritual energy, she swiftly made her way to the Deacon Hall. The difference after entering the third level of qi training was palpable. She felt faster and more agile than before. However, she refrained from using her small white lotus as a flying artifact, as flying was prohibited within the sect. Just as she completed her registration and collected her monthly allowance and rewards for reaching the second level of qi training, Murong Yunli arrived. "Little senior sister, congratulations on reaching the second level of qi training," Murong Yunli said with a hint of envy. "Oh, it was merely luck. Let us hurry and go," Li Yi replied, feeling slightly bashful. "And please, don't call me little senior sister. It makes me feel old. We are familiar enough that we can simply use each other's names." "All right, Li Yi. Let us move quickly. We can use our names privately, but we must adhere to the formalities in front of the elders," Murong Yunli stated, slightly uncomfortable with the hierarchical titles. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered the sixth princess, Murong Shiwing, who possessed a chaotic heavenly spiritual root. Accompanied by her male attendant, a fully established foundational practitioner, Murong Shiwing, like Li Yi, had also reached the third level of qi training. At just 12 years old, she donned an exquisite robe crafted from 10,000-year-old golden spiritual silk, specially made by her master. Her hair was styled in a complex and beautiful manner, and though still young, she radiated an early charm of unparalleled beauty. Notably, a shadow loomed over her dantian, suggesting that she possessed a powerful artifact yet to be fully recognized. Disciple Li Yi pays her respects to the ancestor. Li Yi greeted respectfully. Disciple Murong Yunli pays her respects to the ancestor. Murong Yunli echoed, both showing deep respect despite their previous familiarity. Murong Shiwing acknowledged their greetings, but was puzzled by how Li Yi had advanced so rapidly to the second level of qi training. Shouldn't she still be at the first level at this stage? Furthermore, her cousin, Zhang Kaiping, was also a mystery. Hadn't she gained immense fortune by transforming her spiritual root into a single gold element through the use of 4 cleansing spiritual pills? How was it that she was still struggling in the servant hall? Where had those cleansing pills gone? Were they in Li Yi's possession? If Li Yi had indeed acquired them, shouldn't she have transformed her dual roots into a single one by now? Why then Did she still retain her dual spiritual roots? So many changes had occurred in this lifetime. What could be amiss? Perhaps it was the result of her rebirth causing ripples in the original timeline. Zhang Kaiping had remained under her watchful eye, yet she had seen no remarkable talents in her, so different from the extraordinary luck she had exhibited in her previous life. Li, I must ask you, how have you managed to advance so swiftly? Have you perhaps stumbled upon some fortunate opportunity? Murong Yunli inquired, genuinely curious. We all started together. Do not forget your ancestor when good fortune comes your way. Murong Yunli, with a smile in her eyes, jested, Ah, disciple, you may pay your respects to my esteemed granduncle. Yi is able to take Master Mou as her mentor. With abundant resources and the rich spiritual energy of Shuyunjian, it is only natural that she diligently cultivates day and night to elevate her cultivation swiftly. Lest she disappoints the venerable Qinghan for accepting her as a disciple. Li Yi implied that her spiritual energy was exceptionally plentiful. Moreover, her master and sect had provided her with a substantial number of elixirs and spirit stones. If she did not expedite her cultivation, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment. I see, so you are indeed under my granduncle's guidance. Murong Yunli nodded. In the inner sect, disciples with dual spiritual roots were often treated as lesser beings. However, if they possessed ample elixirs, those like Li Yi, who came from humble backgrounds rather than prestigious cultivation families, were typically overlooked. They had never encountered anything of value, let alone knowledgeable disciples. It was akin to indulging in candy, consuming elixirs daily, so it was hardly surprising that their cultivation advanced rapidly. Li, it is commendable that you can cultivate at such a pace. Even if these elixirs require refining, time is still necessary. You must have been quite diligent and have secluded yourself for a considerable duration. Since we rarely meet, here are 10 vials of superior Puan Dan. Take them and cultivate diligently. Murong Yunli's gaze flickered slightly. This girl possessed both water and wood spiritual roots, with exceptional aptitude in the wood element. It was quite possible that her master intended to cultivate her as a furnace for future use. As such, the cultivation derived from consuming elixirs would not pose any issues for absorption. Upon this realization, Murong Yunli retrieved 10 vials of superior Puan Dan from her storage ring and presented them to Li Yi. The disciple gratefully thanked her granduncle and, with unreserved delight, stowed the vials into her own storage ring. Regardless of Murong Yunli's ulterior motives, these superior Puan Dan were indeed valuable spirit stones. However, dear granduncle Murong, are these superior Puan Dan meant solely for me? Li Yi feigned innocence, gazing at Murong Yunli with wide, curious eyes. She was currently relying on her youth. In another decade, such navet would be unacceptable. Murong Yunli touched his nose, realizing that Li Yi was seeking to gain benefits for herself. Well, Murong Yunli, you are also from our Murong family. I shall bestow upon you 10 vials of superior Puan Dan as well. Reluctantly, Murong Yunli presented 10 vials from her own storage ring to Murong Yunli. After all, he was her cousin, and she could not appear overly harsh in front of outsiders. Although she did not require elixirs for her cultivation, bestowing them upon those who served her was certainly necessary. Who could have anticipated that this little debt collector, Li Yi, would claim 20 vials in one go? Murong Yunli expressed his gratitude for the bestowed elixirs, bowing respectfully. Regardless of whether his cousin Murong Yunli truly intended to gift him these superior Puan Dan, it was certainly advantageous to receive such a boon. Please, no need for formalities. By the way, how did you two come to be together? I recall your peaks are quite distant from one another. Murong Yunli inquired, casting a suspicious glance at Murong Yunli. Was he harboring any ill intentions towards Li Yi? However, with Mo Qinghan as Li Yi's master, what benefits could Murong Yunli hope to gain? In response to my esteemed granduncle, we agreed to visit the market to procure some cultivation necessities, Li Yi chirped cheerfully. I see. Since I have nothing pressing today and find staying within the sect rather dull, I shall accompany you both. Yet, the two beside her remained silent. What? Are you unwilling? Murong Yunli smiled. Indeed, that would be splendid. To accompany my esteemed granduncle to the market brings us immense joy, Li Yi exclaimed, seizing the opportunity before Murong Yunli could respond. Of course, being able to accompany my esteemed granduncle to the market is a fortune I have long awaited. Murong Yunli added with a beaming smile, though his true thoughts remained known only to him. Then let us go together. Murong Yunli's previously tense expression softened into a smile. She wished to cultivate a closer relationship with the rapidly advancing Li Yi. In her past life, although Li Yi's cultivation speed was not particularly remarkable, she had indeed navigated her path smoothly. However, Subsequent events were shrouded in mystery, as Murong Yunli had already departed. Moreover, by a stroke of fortune, Li Yi had recognized the Qinglian as her master. Although this fire ranked low among, it endowed her, a dual-root cultivator, with considerable alchemical and defensive capabilities. Yet, when and how she recognized this fire remained a mystery to Murong Yunli. All she knew was that Li Yi had possessed it since her foundation establishment. Li Yi discreetly glanced at her fortune bell, noting that her luck, which had initially been a deep crimson upon her emergence, turned a lighter shade whenever Murong Yunli approached. It seemed prudent to exercise caution regarding Murong Yunli's intentions. Furthermore, Murong Yunli's demeanor towards her was decidedly peculiar, and her mannerisms certainly did not resemble those of a mere girl in her teens. However, even with her true sight, Li Yi could discern no signs of possession. What could possibly explain this? Perhaps children from royal backgrounds, when entering the realm of cultivation, exhibited a remarkable maturity and cunning. Or perhaps Murong Yunli was indeed a reincarnated soul. Wow, look at those two, they're impressive. After years of cultivation, we've only reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Yet those three, having just entered the sect, have already attained the 2nd or 3rd level. Li Yi observed a young woman with deep-set eyes, a clear gaze, a prominent nose, and plump cheeks, who was gazing in awe at 3 external disciples who appeared to be in their 20s. Did you not realize they are direct disciples? Can we even compare ourselves to them? Do not belittle yourself. Although our aptitude may not match theirs, diligent cultivation will surely yield results. While we may lack their shortcuts, we can still attain the path in due time. However, if you continue to harbor unrealistic expectations of surpassing genius disciples in a day, it is folly. A tall, handsome man with a gentle smile playfully tapped the young woman's head. It was clear that both were external disciples, yet their exceptional strength was evident. Murong Yunli paid no mind to them, and led Li Yi and Murong Yunli away. Li Yi rolled her eyes internally, recognizing that Murong Yunli, born of royalty, held an air of superiority, dismissing commoners and those weaker than herself without a second glance. Moreover, upon exiting the sect, Murong Yunli produced a flying magical artifact, soaring into the sky with Li Yi and Murong Yunli in tow, leaving the other disciples agape at the spectacle. Compared to riding a flying device, traveling via magical artifact was far more comfortable, albeit considerably more expensive. Li Yi could discern that Murong Yunli's flying artifact boasted impressive defensive capabilities and remarkable internal configurations. Enhanced by a spatial formation, it offered an abundance of room, complete with various functional spaces, providing comfort akin to being at home. However, compared to her own little white lotus, this artifact lacked the ability to change shape and size at will. Yet, it was understandable. Murong Yunli's master was a formidable figure, and she herself possessed a chaos celestial root, a prodigy among prodigies. Nonetheless, she was confident that her little white lotus could transform similarly, though it would not match the luxury and array of functions found within this flying treasure. It was undeniable that during the flight, even someone like her, who had a fear of heights, felt utterly at ease. In fact, if the journey were lengthy, one could even cultivate within its confines with ease. This artifact proved to be exceptionally practical. Once one inserted a spirit stone and set the destination, there was no further concern. Li Yi keenly observed that Murong Yunli's attendant had affixed a high-grade spirit stone to the flying artifact. However, it was merely an ordinary flying tool. Did the two of them truly need to gaze at it with such astonishment? Murong Yunli's large, opulent eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Murong Yunli, was it common for your royal family to travel with such grandeur? Li Yi dismissed Murong Yunli's comment and turned her attention to Murong Yunli. Not at all, little Shirshu. You are mistaken. In the mortal realm, Yunli is just a mere heir. Such extravagance is unheard of. However, it is true that the royal family as princesses and princes enjoy such grandeur. Murong Yunli smiled self-deprecatingly. What is this? Li Yi, have you taken a liking to my flying artifact? I happen to have 2 of such flying treasures in my storage ring. If you have something I find appealing, perhaps one day I may consider a trade. Your outfit is exquisite, and your storage bracelet is quite refined as well. It seems to be a gift from your master. Surely, your storage device must contain numerous valuable items. How about we trade something from your collection for a flying artifact? Murong Yunli gazed intently at Li Yi's storage bracelet. Murong Shizuzu, you jest. My storage bracelet holds nothing of value. Even if I emptied its contents, it wouldn't equate to the worth of a single flying artifact. Li Yi blushed, feeling embarrassed. In truth, The most valuable items, a small white lotus and some high-grade spirit stones, had long been transferred to her own space. Come now, Li Yi. Surely you're not so stingy? Could it be that your storage bracelet contains some extraordinary treasures? Would you show your Shizuzu what you possess? I promise to select just one item, regardless of its value, and I will gift you a flying artifact in return. Murong Shiwen enticed with a charming smile. Murong Yunli furrowed his brow. Being of royal lineage, he could see that Murong Shiwen harbored ulterior motives. No one aside from the disciple's master had the right to inspect her storage device. However, in both the mortal world and the realm of cultivation, he often found himself overshadowed by Murong Shiwen, leaving him unable to speak up for Han Bing or even offer her a subtle hint. Li Yi puffed her cheeks, contemplating whether this trade was worthwhile. But Murong Shizuzu, my spirit stones and elixirs are reserved for enhancing my cultivation. You mentioned you only wanted one item. You aren't taking everything. Rest assured, I have no interest in spirit stones or elixirs. I can acquire as many as I desire. Murong Shiwen replied, her smile radiant. Murong Yunli, however, grimaced. Murong Shiwen, is it appropriate to deceive a child? Even the sect leader wouldn't boast as you do. Very well, I shall show you my storage bracelet. Li Yi, rather novelly, granted Murong Shiwen access to examine her storage bracelet. Given her ability to see through everything with her true sight, she had already perused its contents and was not about to let her find any hidden treasures. From the outset, Li Yi had been acutely aware of Murong Shiwen's subtle scrutiny, her gaze carrying an evaluative weight that left Li Yi apprehensive and on guard. You are quite lazy, my dear. Many items remain unclaimed. Murong Shiwen frowned, realizing there was nothing within that piqued her interest. Evidently, this disciple of a golden core master was indeed of humble means. However, I must not go back on my word. Li, I find your exquisite white palace-style garment made from a millennium-old white jade spider silk quite appealing. Let us trade that high-grade robe, Murong Shiwen suggested, believing that such a beautiful garment might hold more significance for a young girl than a flying artifact. Perhaps this Navi child would hesitate to part with it. Allowing her to, as anticipated, Li Yi frowned, reluctantly retrieving the exquisite robe from her storage bracelet, gazing at it longingly. Oh, you little one. I didn't expect you to be so reluctant. But if that's the case. Murong Shiwen's words were cut short by Li Yi. Murong Shizuzu. Here's the robe. Now, please hand me the flying artifact. Li Yi placed the garment before Murong Shiwen with evident reluctance. Murong Shiwen paused for a moment before her face broke into a radiant smile as she presented Li Yi with a flying artifact, resembling a splendid little palace but only the size of a child's fist. Yet, her fingertips subtly brushed against Li Yi's hand. Thank you, Shizuzu, Li Yi exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Murong Yunli sighed inwardly. This girl was too transparent in her delight. Regardless of her talent, could she truly thrive in the world of cultivation? Well, as long as you are happy. But looking at your slender frame, I suspect you've been consuming too many fasting elixirs. We could also enjoy some spiritual food, especially those various eggs from spirit beasts and demons. Consuming them not only enhances your cultivation, but could also add some much-needed flesh to your delicate face. As Murong Shiwen spoke, she generously retrieved several already cooked, slightly reddish spirit beast eggs from her storage ring. Murong Shizuzu, you are so kind to Yi. However, I had already consumed a fasting elixir before coming out, so I can't eat anything now. Li Yi giggled, placing the spirit beast eggs into her storage bracelet. These were all fire attribute beast eggs. While she could eat them, it would be quite troublesome afterward, offering no benefits. Among them was even an egg from the divine bird Shke, which fortunately had only been cooked using ordinary methods, preserving its vitality. Li Yi could discern that the Zhuke egg still retained some life force. Her body, possessing both water and wood spiritual roots, was inherently cold in nature. Although it was not as severe as those with purine bodies, it was still best nurtured by water. Li Yi seemed to have an epiphany at this moment. No wonder her name was absent from that novel. Without the eye of truth, had she unintentionally consumed the divine bird's egg, the vermilion bird, she would surely have been incinerated to ashes. Yet, all of this was merely Li Yi's conjecture. Murong Yunli, I shall bestow upon you a few as well. For we are, after all, of the same lineage. Murong Shiwen, with a casual flick of her hand, produced several spirit beast eggs for Murong Yunli. In truth, it was unfathomable for Murong Shiwen to harbor ill intentions towards Li Yi at this moment, as she remained blissfully unaware of the situation. However, had she known of the divine bird's egg in her possession, she would have certainly claimed it for herself, After all, even her master might not possess a beast that recognizes its master. Nevertheless, she was cognizant of the fire attribute of the beast egg. For Li Yi, who possessed merely the dual roots of water and wood, consuming it would not only be futile but detrimental. Yet, she could not bear to see that once unremarkable girl from her past now cultivating with such rapidity in this lifetime. Moreover, she understood that even if she were to ensnare Li Yi today, should the latter cause a stir within the sect, she held no fear. Li Yi was merely a direct disciple of a golden core stage cultivator, lacking offensive capabilities, while she herself was a one-in-a-million chaos celestial root. A direct disciple of the esteemed Grand Elder of Kunlun Sect, Jintian. Surely, the sect leader would discern which to favor? Furthermore, even the sect leader would refer to her as his little granduncle. Before long, they arrived at the market aboard their flying artifact. Murong Yunli and I plan to peruse the stalls. Do you have any intentions of your own? Upon disembarking, Li Yi smiled at Murong and said, "It is quite all right. I am not in want of anything. I have never browsed such stalls before, so I shall accompany you." Murong responded nonchalantly, while the foundation-building cultivator assigned to ensure her safety furrowed his brow but remained silent, diligently playing the role of a discreet bodyguard. Presently, he was merely an emotionless protector for Murong. As an unfeeling guardian, what right did he have to admonish the actions of the one he was meant to safeguard? Especially when they were rather unbecoming? Indeed, Murong was a rare talent, yet she seemed to forget a crucial point. There were countless prodigies in the realm of cultivation. However, how many truly achieved greatness? Most perished for various reasons. Murong, so young, so audacious, so brazenly confident, should she attract the ire of another, who might seek to rectify her arrogance? Li Yi feigned indifference. Their previous visit had been rushed, compounded by the presence of those she found intolerable, leaving her unsatisfied. This time, she intended to thoroughly explore. As for Murong, Li Yi resolved to ignore her. Like a naive rustic visiting a city for the first time, she found herself intrigued by every trinket, eager to examine and inquire about everything she encountered. The stalls offered a plethora of goods, elixirs, various formations and their accompanying texts, artifacts of all shapes and sizes, talismans, and even peculiar remnants of divine treasures. Soon, Li Yi had amassed a considerable collection of low-tier talismans and beast blood. Yet, a peculiar feeling nagged at her, a growing suspicion that something was amiss with Murong, who displayed an unusual interest in all that Li Yi purchased. With no choice but to yield to Murong's desires, Li Yi begrudgingly complied, knowing that her companion would provide ample compensation. Despite her inner frustration and anger, Li Yi forced herself to maintain a facade of nonchalance. In the realm of cultivation, it was well known that casually inspecting another's storage device was a grave taboo. Not even the sect leader, should he have no cause for suspicion, would dare demand to examine her belongings. However, this woman, under the guise of jesting with childlike innocence, wielded her formidable status and rare talent to pressure Li Yi into revealing her storage device. How could Li Yi not be incensed? Yet, constrained by circumstance, she chose to bide her time, unwilling to trouble her master. It was no wonder that ordinary inner disciples, or even outer disciples, harbored deep-seated biases against these privileged direct disciples. The emergence of someone like Murong, who exploited her powerful lineage and exceptional talent to dominate those beneath her, could easily lead many to generalize that such was the nature of all direct disciples. As the saying goes, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. Surely, Murong embodied that sentiment. Every time they visited a stall, Murong insisted on inspecting items of interest to Li Yi, even attempting to seize some for herself. This clearly indicated her intent to usurp Li Yi's opportunities. Born a princess of royal blood, Murong undoubtedly possessed cunning. Yet, her schemes were laid bare before Li Yi. After all, Li Yi was merely a dual-root cultivator lacking offensive prowess, fortunate enough to have a golden core master, while Murong was a rare chaos celestial root, a disciple of a formidable cultivator in the integration stage. Even Li Yi's own master referred to her as granduncle. In Murong eyes, Li Yi must seem akin to an ant. Would one conceal their machinations from an ant? Likely, no one would see the necessity. Naturally, Li Yi was not alone in her perceptions. Both Murong Yunli and the foundation-building protector recognized Murong's peculiar behavior, yet none dared to speak of it. Come all. Behold the treasures unearthed from ancient secret realms, brought forth at great cost. A rogue cultivator of the 12th layer of chi refinement shouted from a nearby stall. Li Yi had already grown weary of browsing, yet she could not forsake Murong Yunli's enthusiasm. Indeed, Murong Yunli rushed ahead to examine the wares first. Perhaps the items held no inexplicable allure for her, as she seemed disinterested and prepared to depart with Han Bing and the others. Shizu, let us take a look over there. These are artifacts from the ancient secret realm. What if we stumble upon something valuable? Li Yi exclaimed. Pulling Murong Yunli down to inspect the merchandise, Murong Yunli's brow twitched. Her intuition regarding her spatial device was seldom wrong. If there were treasures within reach, they would signal her. Since nothing had stirred her interest, why bother with the pile of rubbish? Was it possible that Li Yi possessed some hidden opportunity? Han Bing retrieved a black orb from the stall, his excitement akin to that of discovering a priceless treasure. However, in truth, it is merely an ordinary object. A simple black bead. Many claim that while the ancient secret realms harbor numerous treasures, they are also rife with useless items. Yet who is to say that the wandering cultivator, who asserts this item was procured from such a realm, is lying? Furthermore, it is unlikely that this wandering cultivator is entirely devoid of discernment, allowing others to seize opportunities from him. Esteemed elder, how much for this bead? Inquired Li Yi. Seeking a price. 100 low-grade spirit stones, fixed price, the old Taoist replied, casting a glance at Han Bing. Isn't 100 low-grade spirit stones a bit excessive? Could we perhaps negotiate a lower price? Li Yi cautiously asked. My dear little fairy, 100 low-grade spirit stones is hardly extravagant. This is a true treasure. The old Taoist, noticing Han Bing's demeanor, recognized yet another fish caught on the line. Recently, he had observed a peculiar influx of new disciples entering the sect. Believing that the mundane items displayed in the market might be extraordinary treasures, even leading to frenzied attempts at acquisition. Thus, he had taken it upon himself to carefully package some mundane objects and display them, hoping to entice the next unsuspecting buyer. Indeed, had he not just landed another? Li Yi, if you find it too costly, allow me to take it off your hands. I happen to need such an adornment for a garment, Murong Yunli remarked. Observing Han Bing's indecisive demeanor, she promptly produced a piece of superior spirit stone from her storage ring, tossing it to the old man, and claimed the black bead. This black bead now belongs to you, esteemed fairy, the wandering cultivator exclaimed, nearly revealing his delight at the sight of the superior spirit stone. These direct disciples were so easily deceived. Despite his years of cultivation, he had never encountered a superior spirit stone. Who would have imagined that this worthless black bead could be exchanged for such a valuable item? He had previously offered 2 medium-grade spirit stones in vain. With no one willing to trade for a superior stone, Li Yi exchanged a resigned glance with Murong Yunli, both sharing a bittersweet smile. How could one find joy in shopping under such circumstances? It was indeed a disheartening experience. Thus, under Murong Yunli's influence, the group's mood soured. Yet they were compelled to maintain their smiles as they wandered for the better part of the day. Aside from the talisman paper and beast blood she had initially acquired, Li Yi had managed to procure nothing else. It was futile. Whatever she aimed to buy was swiftly snatched away by others. It was utterly disheartening. Li Yi felt a horde of metaphorical llamas stampeding through her heart. The phrase "one must bow their head under a roof" resonated with her now. As she began to understand the resentment and bitterness that brewed within lower-ranked disciples, who were often oppressed, she even found herself contemplating a day when she would rise above, harboring a desire to exact vengeance on those who had wronged her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Murong Yunli finally consented to return to the sect with the others. Li Yi let out a deep sigh, gaining clarity about the situation. It became evident that Murong Yunli was indeed a reincarnate, yet she seemed oblivious to many details, leading her to act with such audacious arrogance. Li Yi, possessing the eye of truth, was acutely aware that when Murong Yunli had gifted her the flying artifact, she had clandestinely affixed something to her dantian. Fortunately, the object left behind by those who had previously attacked her had rendered that particular item ineffective. Furthermore, Murong Yunli had tampered with the flying artifact itself, installing a sort of monitoring device. Master, I feel quite uncomfortable in my dantian. Am I going to be crippled? Upon returning to Zhanfeng, Li Yi rushed to her master Imo Shan, her eyes red and her demeanor frantic. You think your chaos heavenly root is something remarkable, Murong Yunli? You may have an impressive master, but my master is also a rare wind heavenly root. Moreover, your chaos heavenly root is still quite weak. It is uncertain whether it will develop in the future. My master, on the other hand, is already at the late golden core stage at a young age. A genius even within the Kunlun Sect and the entire cultivation world. As Mo Qingshan sensed Li Yi approaching, he opened the barriers to grant her entry. Upon seeing her distressed state, his expression shifted from sunny warmth to a mask of seriousness. He detected a faint glimmer in his eyes as he directed his gaze towards her dantian. "Fear not, Yi, your master is here. Besides, didn't I mention last time? Since the ambush, tracking methods are ineffective against you. Yet, to be honest, even if those methods fail, having something affixed to your dantian at your tender age and low cultivation poses significant harm to your body. More importantly, this is a blatant affront to me." Those who dared to challenge Mo Qingshan's limits were in for a rude awakening. He was well aware of whom his disciple associated with. The foundation stage cultivator beside Murong Yunli could not possess such capabilities, and even if they did, they would not dare to act in such a manner. The only one capable of such trickery was interesting. A mere girl of a dozen years possesses divine sense comparable to the golden core stage and can meddle with another's dantian. Although I could remove the mark, I refuse to suffer such a silent humiliation. "Yi, come, your master will take you to find your Sherbois," Mo Qingshan declared, lifting Li Yi as he set off to locate Xiao Qingli. "But master, why?" Li Yi was bewildered. Had there not been an incident? "Foolish girl. We cannot allow ourselves to be ambushed without consequence. Most importantly, if I were to deal with that old ancestor's prodigious chaos heavenly root disciple, I must have a reason. Even if done discreetly, a witness is necessary." Xiao Hong, deep in meditation, was surprised to see his usually untroubled junior brother entering with his little disciple. He sensed something amiss. Could it be that someone dared to provoke Mo Qingshan within the Kunlun Sect? The last individual to openly offend Mo Qingshan had done so over 30 years ago. At that time, a mere teenager in the qi refining stage had managed to make a foundation cultivator's life a living hell, all without a single reproach. Since that incident, no one had dared to cross him. Who could forget the seemingly affable Mo Qingshan? Those who truly offended him would find that he could strike with deadly precision, and they would willingly fall into the trap he set. Upon arrival, Mo Qingshan wasted no time and directly stated his intentions. The primary reason was to enlist Xiao Qingli as a witness, to prevent Murong Yunli from twisting the narrative. After all, she was the disciple of a powerful being in the integration stage, was she not? Mo Qingshan, do you suspect that girl Murong Yunli is up to something? Xiao Qingli's eyes narrowed, and at that moment, Li Yi felt a powerful divine sense purging the mark affixed to her dantian. Xiao Qingli believed that Mo Qingshan could also eliminate the mark attached to Li Yi's dantian. However, Mo Qingshan's cultivation is currently inferior to his own. Perhaps he is concerned that if he fails to eliminate the threat completely, it might leave a hidden danger for his young apprentice. After all, to possess a consciousness comparable to that of the golden core stage at merely the third level of qi refinement is indeed quite intriguing. Yet, to silently target my disciple? Does she truly believe that Mo Qingshan is powerless? With a slight squint of his eyes, Mo Qingshan smiled like a cunning fox. Achieving a consciousness akin to the golden core stage at merely the third level of qi refinement, the chaos heavenly spirit root, is indeed remarkable. However, whether her chaos heavenly spirit root can genuinely mature remains an uncertainty. Xiao Qinghong coldly chuckled, for although Murong Yunli is the only chaos heavenly spirit in the sect, those elite disciples from prominent families are well aware that even the more precious light elemental spirit root would not exhibit such prowess at the first or second level of qi refinement. A consciousness that rivals the golden core stage? Murong Yunli is undoubtedly suspect. Her current demeanor is excessively arrogant and dismissive of others. These so-called genius disciples, whether possessing singular or even unusual spirit roots, theoretically could progress to the golden core stage without barriers, but such instances are exceedingly rare. In reality, many prodigies have faltered along the way. He and Mo Qingshan, along with their fellow disciples, all possess extraordinary talents, be it through unusual spirit roots or singular spirit roots. Yet, how many can truly progress smoothly to the golden core stage? Nonetheless, it seems that our little senior uncle Murong Yunli has suffered considerable setbacks. The mark I removed will undoubtedly backlash upon her, allowing her to experience the sensation of self-sabotage. Does she genuinely think that having a master in the integration stage grants her immunity to retribution? Moreover, the ancestor of the Zhentian sect is currently in seclusion, leaving her under the care of the sect leader. However, Li Yi, you should also consider yourself fortunate. Although you have been ambushed this time, any future attempts employing similar tactics will have no effect on you. This can be viewed as a form of balance within the heavenly order. Xiao Qinghong's icy smile hinted at the fierce competition among the direct disciples of the Zhentian ancestor. If you do not demonstrate exceptional prowess and strength in your cultivation, you may very well be abandoned, especially as a female disciple. Should you fail to exert diligent effort after becoming a direct disciple, your progress will be insufficient, leading to a situation more challenging than that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Yet, Xiao Qinghong himself displays a flaw in his meticulousness. He, who is hailed as the foremost genius of the Golden Core stage, has failed to realize that his junior brother has outsmarted him. Li Yi has developed an immunity to the mark on her dantian. Yi, tell your master what you have been up to all day? Imo gently inquired as he held Li Yi on his lap. Naturally, Li Yi seized this opportunity, eagerly recounting her day's events, including the flying artifact Murong Yunli had gifted her and the few cooked spirit beast eggs, along with the divine bird Shke egg and 10 bottles of elixirs. How insidious of Murong Yunli to act so maliciously right after her cultivation. Not only did she place a tracking mark on Yi's dantian, but she also tampered with this flying artifact. She truly intends to monitor my disciples' every movement closely. How fascinating. Imo Qinghong chuckled, waving his hand towards the flying artifact. With a surge of powerful consciousness, the artifact ignited with a flicker of blue flames. Strangely, after the flames subsided, the artifact appeared even more pristine and vibrant than before. All right, Yi, you can now use this flying artifact for your excursions. Rest assured, Master has removed all the impurities from it. This is a delightful gift from your senior uncle, and you may proudly display it within the sect. Master, how can this be considered a gift from Murong's senior uncle? She even took my beautiful robe. Li Yi pouted in dissatisfaction. You speak truthfully. You need not conceal this matter. It was indeed a ruse by your senior uncle to exchange for your lovely robe. Imo Qinghong chuckled. Nevertheless, Murong Yunli is indeed quite cruel. Look at these spirit beast eggs, all of which possess fire attributes. Keep them safe. You may use them in the future for other cultivation resources or offer them to those disciples with mixed spirit roots. Li Yi remained silent, clearly aware that even Imo Qinghong and Xiao Qinghong, both Golden Core experts, had failed to notice the presence of a Shke egg among them. Xiao Qinghong observed the interaction between the master and disciple, feeling somewhat perturbed, but it was not his place to intervene. He silently hoped that Imo Qinghong had no ulterior motives regarding the young girl. He casually opened the 10 bottles of elixirs, carefully inspecting and sniffing them. Fortunately, they appeared untouched. Master, my dantian still feels uncomfortable. Is it going to rupture? Will I be unable to cultivate in the future? Li Yi whispered, furrowing her brows as she felt a more pronounced pain in her dantian. Wasn't it said that the tracking mark would have no adverse effects on her? Why does her dantian still ache despite the removal of the mark by her uncle Xiao Qinghong? You are still too young, having just begun cultivation. The discomfort following the removal of the tracking mark is a normal reaction. However, it is not a significant issue. With some time for self-recovery and nurturing through water, and with spiritual energy, you will be just fine. Imo Qinghong reassured her with a gentle pat on the back. Yet, could it be that the Murong family or Murong Yunli obtained some method to perceive fortunes through sheer coincidence? Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to target your disciple. Her behavior today is indeed quite abnormal. Xiao Qinghong furrowed his brows, exclaiming, not only that, I have received information that she has been covertly monitoring several disciples, including one who is merely a servant disciple. Murong Yunli harbors considerable ambition. Imo Qinghong chuckled, intrigued. But is my Yi truly that fortunate? Is her fortune strong enough to incite such jealousy in that woman? Just moments after returning to her cave abode, Murong Yunli felt a surge of pride as she gazed upon her spoils, but suddenly, she was overwhelmed by an unbearable wave of pain. Her body trembled violently, and she fell to the ground, clutching her head in agony as blood spurted from her mouth. Damn it! My mark has been eliminated? How could my concealed mark be discovered? This person is ruthless enough to nearly shatter my foundation. Murong Yunli realized that her consciousness had suffered a grievous blow, destabilizing her cultivation foundation. In her previous life, she possessed only ordinary 5-element roots, and her cultivation had been largely reliant on the abundant spiritual herbs and elixirs within her spatial realm. Alongside the various opportunities and elixirs she had seized from disciples of her home nation, leveraging her status as a princess. After all, she was a princess, and those disciples' families had to continue living in that country, inevitably falling under her threat. In an unforeseen turn of events, her personal space was unexpectedly exposed. Pursued relentlessly by several formidable figures from the realm of cultivation, she ultimately had her spatial bracelet seized through their arcane methods. To add to her misfortune, these individuals cruelly took her life and even extracted her soul, just when she believed she was destined for eternal despair. She found herself inexplicably returned to the moment of her spiritual assessment, reminiscent of her past. This time, however, her spatial abilities had undergone significant transformation. She adeptly utilized the abundant spiritual springs and milk within her space to transmute her 5 elemental roots into the rare chaos celestial root. Yet, in her previous existence, she lacked a formal mentor. The Murong family, in the grand scheme of the cultivation world, was merely a modest lineage. Consequently, she remained oblivious to numerous fundamental concepts commonly understood among elite disciples. Although she had taken the formidable Gentian as her master, who had reached the stage of integration, he was perpetually in seclusion. Furthermore, with over 1,000 direct disciples under his tutelage, he simply lacked the capacity to attend to his minor apprentice, Murong Yunli. The chaotic heavenly root is indeed a rare treasure, yet how many can claim to be the disciples of the esteemed Elder Gentian? Each of them is undoubtedly a prodigy within the realm of cultivation. Therefore, Elder Gentian merely imparted the chaotic technique, enabling her to cultivate this extraordinary root, and entrusted Murong Yunli to the guidance of the sect leader, Zishu Jinjuan. However, the sect leader is preoccupied with numerous affairs. Where would he find the time to mentor her? Furthermore, he himself does not possess a chaotic heavenly root and, quite frankly, is not in a position to offer substantial advice on her cultivation. In the end, he assigned a fully established foundation establishment cultivator to oversee and instruct her. Nevertheless, to demonstrate his regard, Zishu Jinjuan indeed provided her with abundant resources for cultivation, granting her a status within the sect that rivals that of a golden court true person. Otherwise, how could she afford to be so generous as to press Li Yi into revealing her storage device amidst their banter? Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly placed a venomous tracking mark upon herself. Such methods are well documented in the annals of ancient cultivation families. Elite disciples emerging from these prestigious lineages are trained extensively from a young age and are familiar with such insidious tactics. Moreover, what she considers a unique tracking technique is trivial in the eyes of those seasoned elite disciples. Qing Han, regardless, Murong Yunli is the direct disciple of an ancestor of the integration stage. It would be unwise for us to probe her mind or send her to the law enforcement hall, remarked one of the brothers. As for this dream induction technique, you excel in its practice among us. While I could invoke it on her, you know my thunder spirit is rather domineering with its original energy. I fear that should I attempt to cast the technique, her foundation might be utterly destroyed. After all, she possesses a rare chaotic heavenly root, does she not? If she were to encounter a serious mishap, her master, the Elder Gentian, would certainly intervene. Indeed, if it comes to that, we could always reserve her for a certain nascent soul true person, or perhaps offer her to our master for his own ascension. Xiao Qinghang suggested with a knowing smile, transmitting his thoughts discreetly. Imo Qinghan maintained his cheerful demeanor, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. However, there's no need for haste. Such matters will eventually unfold. After all, the monk may flee, but the temple remains. We shall proceed with caution, as there may be more intriguing developments ahead. Yet, brother, you seem to take certain things for granted. I believe Murong Yunli may very well be a pawn left by Elder Gentian for his own purposes. Therefore, it is prudent for us to act with care, even consulting our master before undertaking any actions, he cautioned. Xiao Qinglu smirked slightly, relaying through thought. Brother, our master has grown quite weary of this so-called princess-like Murong Yunli. As long as we do not overstep our bounds and keep our actions discreet, our master will not oppose us. Nonetheless, Li Yi, being young and physically frail, lacked vitality as the two exchanged thoughts. Yi, what troubles you? Are you still unwell? Come, let us return to the master for your healing, Imo Qinghan said, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Qinghang as he cradled Li Yi back. Xiao Qinglu pondered, finding his disciple's actions increasingly inscrutable. Master, please do not leave. Yi is afraid, Li Yi implored, clutching his hand as he attempted to depart. Very well, master will stay. You may rest easy, Yi. Rest assured. This is merely a minor injury. You will be fine, Imo Qinghan reassured her gently, patting her little hand. His young disciple's dantian was still tender. Apart from nurturing it, there was little else to be done. Fortunately, the damage inflicted was minimal. Li Yi softly closed her eyes. Yet her small hand remained tightly grasping Imo Ching Han. Be good, Yi. Sleep soundly. A good rest will benefit your cultivation. Once your level increases, such peaceful slumber will become a rare luxury, he encouraged, gently patting her to lull her into a deeper sleep. Ultimately, Li Yi succumbed to the weariness that accompanied her frail state. Master, why would that sixth princess, Murong Yunli, wish to harm Yi? I have never wronged her. She was always so lofty in the mundane world, while I am merely an unloved little girl, and she, a highborn princess. Now in the realm of cultivation, she is the disciple of an ancestor, and many must address her as little granddad, though Li Yi felt utterly exhausted. Her little mouth pouted in grievance. Indeed, Elder Gentian's lineage is exceedingly high, so much so that even many golden core true persons must refer to Murong Yunli with deference. Yet, she seems to forget that the higher one's status, the more scrutinized one becomes. Moreover, her current position is merely a result of her innate root and her master's influence, not a reflection of her own accomplishments. In truth, those with exceptional spiritual roots in the cultivation world tend to be diligent in their training and exhibit humility towards ordinary disciples. Rarely do they resort to oppression, as even the most talented scions disdain such behavior. After all, ordinary disciples harbor deep-seated envy, making it unlikely for them to provoke those of higher standing. That night, Imo Ching Han gently held Li Yi, allowing her to sleep soundly in his warm embrace. Yet, his gaze upon the slumbering girl was tinged with unease, as if a dark shadow loomed within him, threatening to destroy something. Ah, is it my lack of power that renders me vulnerable? He mused. When Li Yi awoke the next day, she found herself drooling in her master's arms. Her face flushed crimson, yet she feigned ignorance, wiping her mouth and rubbing her eyes. Ah, master cannot see me. I cannot see you. Indeed, at that moment, Imo Ching Han was meditating with his eyes closed. Yet, unbeknownst to Li Yi, he had spent the entire night watching over her, troubled by her restless sleep. Imo Ching Han, harboring concern for his young disciple's tender age and frail constitution, feared that repeated betrayals could give rise to inner demons. Yet, seeing her innocent pretense made him smile softly. Master, you're unbearable. You're actually laughing at Yi. She pouted, her cheeks reddening further, akin to a ripe apple. Hee, you're awake, Yi. Imo Ching Han's eyes sparkled with warmth. How do you feel? Is your dantian still uncomfortable? Li Yi took a moment to assess and shook her head gently. Master, my dantian no longer hurts. Ah, Yi, you mustn't display such joy so openly. Your eyes are shining brightly, betraying that you are indeed well. Imo Ching Han shook his head in resignation. Yet, from his hand, a small, remarkably soft garment materialized seemingly out of thin air. This is a protective armor that your master received from his mentor long ago. It is crafted from the tendons of the ancient spirit-devouring serpent, infused with a plethora of protective treasures. Henceforth, you shall wear this close to your body. This armor can almost entirely isolate you from the prying eyes and malicious intentions of those who wish you harm. Furthermore, as long as it remains in your possession, it can even withstand the desperate strikes from individuals below the nascent soul stage. However, Li Yi shook her head, recognizing the unparalleled kindness of her master towards her. This treasure was clearly a life-saving artifact meant for her master's own protection. How could she possibly claim it for herself? Given the profound kindness my master has shown me, I fear that I may never be able to repay such generosity, even if it costs me my life in the future. Master, such a precious armor is not something I can accept. This is indeed a valuable item for preserving your life, especially considering you have yet to reach the nascent soul stage. Silly girl, to thrive in this realm of cultivation, one must rely on their own strength. After entering the golden core stage, I, your master, have long ceased to wear protective armor. Moreover, I possess various means and treasures for safeguarding my own body. Imo Ching Han smiled helplessly and directly assisted her young apprentice. She squeezed a tiny drop of essence blood from her fingertip and, upon recognizing its master, affixed it to Li Yi, who would wear it closely. This armor is impervious to heat and cold, and invulnerable to blades and bullets. In the future, it would be prudent for you to wear it even while bathing. It will not hinder your cleanliness. Besides, as cultivators, a simple cleansing technique suffices to address our hygiene needs. However, Li Yi was utterly bewildered by her master's swift actions. She thought little of it. After all, a 5-year-old child hardly has much to contemplate. Yet, as soon as the armor adhered to her skin, it adjusted to fit her form perfectly. The most remarkable aspect was that she could hardly feel its presence against her skin, nor could she see it with her eyes. Only by using her true vision could she detect the existence of this invisible armor, akin to the Emperor's new clothes. It was simply astonishing. You must promise to obey. Without my command, you are absolutely forbidden to remove it. Do you understand? Moreover, it shall not impede any of your actions. Imo let out a gentle sigh. He realized that he had indeed overlooked a crucial detail. He never imagined that someone would dare to conspire against him within the sect. As the disciple commands, Li thought to herself, the die is cast. If I were to refuse any further, it would truly be an act of folly. Although you no longer feel pain in your dantian, your body has indeed suffered harm. Therefore, for the time being, you must refrain from venturing outside and diligently cultivate within your water cloud abode. Remember, do not utilize any external aids for your practice, not even that fasting elixir. Yes, master. Imo fingertips sparkled with a radiant light that penetrated directly into Li's mind. This is the insight I gained while practicing talisman drawing. Should you encounter any confusion, refer to this. When you tire from your cultivation, try your hand at talisman drawing. Furthermore, do not concern yourself with the costs associated with practicing talismans. Focus solely on honing your skills in this art. I have never intended for you to become a master talismanist. Yet the practice of talismans will indeed benefit you by instilling tranquility and tempering your impulsive nature. As Imo imparted these teachings to his disciple, his expression remained serious, akin to that of a cold-faced assassin. Yes, master, I shall remember. Li promptly acknowledged her master's command. In the days that followed, Li quietly began her cultivation within the water cloud abode. Whenever she felt fatigued or found the practice too monotonous, she would engage in drawing talismans. It became apparent to Li how invaluable her master's experiences were to her own journey. However, being her master, endowed with a wind elemental spiritual root, it seemed that much of his wisdom was beyond her current grasp. Accordingly, Li adhered to her master's guidance, establishing a remarkably regular routine. Each day, Huang Yue personally delivered her 3 meals, preventing her from fully immersing herself in seclusion for cultivation. Instead, she slowly refined her spiritual energy and, in her spare moments, practiced drawing talismans. Initially, her success rate in talisman drawing was rather low. However, gradually, her proficiency began to rise. At this juncture, Li could finally comprehend her master Imo Qinghan's teachings. The talisman paper, if of a higher grade, coupled with a superior talisman brush and the pure essence of spirit beast blood, significantly enhances the success rate of talisman drawing. Even in the event of failure, one could clearly discern the reasons behind it. Insights unattainable with the most rudimentary materials. During this time, Li also honed her material absorption technique, becoming increasingly precise. She would gather ripened fruits from the trees in the water cloud abode using her technique, categorizing them meticulously. It was during this process that Li gradually discerned that even the spiritual fruits borne by a single tree could vary greatly in quality. The distinctions among superior, medium, and inferior grades were indeed based on the fruit's growth conditions, its inherent spiritual energy, and its compatibility with the human body. Thus, Li began to classify the fruits accordingly, storing them in different bags for safekeeping. After all, she had been raised in a frugal manner and could not bear to see even a single fruit go to waste, even those of the lowest grade. The most inferior fruits Li did not discard. However, these fruits are not entirely devoid of efficacy. While they may hold little value for cultivators, for ordinary people, they can indeed promote longevity and bolster health, making them less susceptible to illness. Li pondered that if she were to venture into the mortal realm for experience in the future, upon encountering kind-hearted mortals who suffer from the afflictions of illness, she might indeed offer them some assistance. After all, the pursuit of spiritual cultivation is rooted in compassion. It does not imply that one should cultivate a heart of stone. Upon contemplating this, Li suddenly experienced a moment of inspiration and entered her own space. Gazing at the Taba interface within her realm, she promptly applied to open a store, naming it E's Otherworldly Cultivation Boutique. She proceeded to list the spiritual fruits that even the most ordinary mortals could consume, setting her prices astonishingly high at 100,000 yuan per fruit. The fruits were casually named longevity fruits by her, yet she provided no further description. In her view, these fruits would not only strengthen the body and prolong life for mortals, but would also bear no adverse effects. After all, The water and wood spiritual energies contained within were notably gentle and beneficial to the human body. The question lingered, however, whether there would be discerning individuals willing to make a purchase. Li Yi believes that this can only be left to fate, as there are few who possess such fortune. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, Li Yi ventured out once more, procuring some of the most rudimentary and unappealing spiritual plants. To put it bluntly, these plants existed in the realm of water cloud like mere weeds. Subsequently, she proceeded to list them for sale online, targeting the impoverished practitioners of the cultivation world. Naturally, Li Yi, who was dedicated to delivering meals, had no intention of consuming them herself. She set exorbitant prices for these plants, pricing a diminutive, succulent leek-like vegetable at an astonishing 1,000 yuan. Li Yi spread the plants out, allowing the system to scan them, indifferent to whether anyone would make a purchase. As she returned to her cultivation, unbeknownst to her, her modest shop somehow found itself featured on the homepage of Taobao under the section for quality goods, provoking much derision from potential buyers. After all, the prices for these so-called fruits and vegetables seemed nothing short of extortionate. Many buyers voiced their complaints, suggesting that the proprietor of Yi's cultivation shop was clearly out of touch and had perhaps been overly influenced by the marketplace, resorting to deception. Amidst the chatter, a user named Cat who loves fish and another called Beautiful Snow of the Dark Night Stars found themselves entangled in the absurdity, with the latter unexpectedly clicking to purchase one of the leek-like spiritual vegetables. Meanwhile, Li Yi had long since silenced the Taobao notifications, engrossed in her cultivation. Beautiful Snow, feeling foolish, couldn't shake the feeling of being deceived. Yet, oddly enough, she found herself unwilling to return the item. To her surprise, the leek-like spiritual vegetable was delivered within a day, albeit in the most rudimentary of plastic packaging, done with little care. Upon opening the package, Beautiful Snow was greeted by an unexpectedly refreshing aroma that invigorated her senses. Without even washing it, she devoured the vegetable raw. In an instant, she was captivated by the exquisite flavor of the spiritual plant. Although it resembled a leek, its taste was indescribably delightful. She felt an overwhelming sense of vitality coursing through her. My goodness, this is simply exquisite. Oh no, my stomach, it aches. How can products lacking any certification be sold on Taobao? The beautiful flying Snow suddenly sensed an urgent need to relieve herself. She dashed to the restroom, which instantly became filled with an overwhelming stench. However, the beautiful flying Snow felt no discomfort. Rather, she found herself increasingly invigorated. As she vigorously washed herself, she pondered the peculiar situation. It appears that Mimi Feishue, freshly emerged from her half-completed bath, hastily returned to the living room. With determination, she grasped her phone and once again clicked to purchase the enticing water spirit vegetable. Gritting her teeth, she proceeded to order 10 of them. However, her gaze was drawn to a singular green fruit displayed in Yi's cultivation shop. The price was exorbitant, a staggering 100,000 yuan. TSK. Alas, we mere mortals cannot afford such extravagance. As Mimi Feishue lamented her impoverished state, she discovered that the enchanting items displayed in this otherworldly cultivation shop were being rapidly purchased by others. Mimi Feishue. Good heavens. Could it truly be that my poverty has constrained my imagination? Just now, it seems that the seller's actions have caught the attention of some affluent individuals who have discerned the unique offerings of this otherworldly cultivation shop. Recently, Franz acquired Taobao and discovered, to his astonishment, that an enchanting mystical shop had appeared on the app without incurring any costs, occupying a prime position that typically required substantial advertising expenditure. Infuriated, he ordered its removal. However, the shop remained stubbornly affixed, as if it had been copied and pasted. Frustrated to the point of laughter, Franz, in a moment of inexplicable impulse, clicked to purchase a mystical herb known as water spirit grass. Subsequently, he decided to experiment with it, akin to the lovely Feishue. Yet, Franz, being a top-tier magnate, possessed insights far beyond those of an ordinary girl like Feishue. Without hesitation, he proceeded to purchase every item from the mystical shop, amounting to a staggering 500 million. However, Franz found it to be quite inexpensive. His grandfather was none other than the world-renowned gambling deity, Yi Jifeng. Due to his advanced age, he had long been bedridden. Yet, after consuming the 2 spiritual fruits, one blue and one green, along with several water spirit vegetables sent by Franz, his condition underwent a remarkable transformation. He soon regained the ability to walk and, astonishingly, some of his hair darkened naturally without any dye. His speech became fluid, as if the nearly 70-year-old man had reverted to the vigor of his 50 years. Consequently, Franz, having achieved such a miraculous recovery for his grandfather, became the only non-blood descendant of Yi Jifeng entitled to inherit alongside the Yi family's progeny. In gratitude, the gambling deity gifted him an immeasurable casino in Southeast Asia. Concerned about the remaining spiritual fruits and vegetables spoiling, Franz consumed most of them himself, leading him to experience immense benefits to his health. This prolonged use of such potent substances healed his previous assassination injuries and their lingering effects, even enhancing his martial prowess. Unfortunately, despite repeatedly browsing EE's otherworldly cultivation shop, Franz found no new items available for purchase, which left him as restless as an ant on a hot pan. After all, due to his grandfather Yi Jifeng's sudden recovery, whispers circulated that the reason for this miraculous healing was the spiritual medicine provided by Franz, prompting a constant stream of affluent individuals seeking remedies from him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Li Yi, during her secluded training, she, the sole direct disciple of the esteemed second disciple of Kunlun Sect, Master Qing Han, was ensnared in a trap at the market, resulting in a tracking mark being inscribed within her dantian. Ultimately, it took the combined efforts of Master Qing Han and Master Qing Heng to remove the tracking mark from her dantian. Nevertheless, she still suffered some harm from the ordeal. In his fury, Master Qing Han vowed to uncover the true culprit behind the sinister plot against his only direct disciple. She threatened that once the culprit was discovered, she would extract their soul and refine their essence, ensuring that the wicked individual would never be reborn. This stirred a wave of panic throughout the Kunlun Sect, particularly Li Fengyue, who was already gravely injured and on the verge of being expelled from the inner sect, trembled in fear. The notion of soul extraction and essence refining, the prospect of being ground to dust. Indeed, Li Yi's master. The true man of Lingon is truly ruthless. She never anticipated that she had just placed a tracking spell on Li Yi. Upon returning, Li Yi promptly dispelled the spell, which resulted in her sustaining even more severe injuries. However, what Li Fengyue failed to consider was that several days had passed since the incident, and she believed she would no longer be scrutinized. Yet, that Master Li Huan, a true immortal, persisted relentlessly. A search warrant had been issued throughout the entire sect. Reflecting on her past, she recalled being a remarkable genius with a pure fire spiritual root, yet she never felt that her master, Liushang Jinjuan, held her in particularly high regard. Especially now, as she suffered at the hands of the demonic clan, her master remained indifferent to her plight. Wasn't it merely a disagreement with the son of the esteemed Master Lushang, who possesses the dual elemental roots of water and fire, a rather ineffectual offspring? Given that Master Lushang has numerous descendants, he would scarcely deign to acknowledge that waste of potential. Yet, there he was, scheming to bind our fates together in a dual cultivation, a proposition that anyone would reject outright. The son, with his dual elemental roots, is even less competent than those with the notoriously weak 5 elemental roots. After all, water and fire are inherently conflicting elements, and that so-called spirit cleansing pill is as elusive as it is coveted. Not everyone enjoys the fortuitous luck of Zhang Lingyun, who managed to transform a 3-element root inept into a dual elemental root. Perhaps it is fate that during this period of trepidation, Li Fengyue found solace in the realization that no one was pursuing her. How amusing it is to think that she once believed the prodigious talent, Immortal Han, was of great significance. After all this commotion, it turns out they couldn't even locate her. Had she not faced those unforeseen circumstances, she might have already reached the Golden Core stage, or even transcended to become a Golden Core true person. Yet here she stands, reduced to nothing, enduring the relentless oppression within the inner sect like a mere dog. Recently, Murong Yunli has been in high spirits, as Immortal Han has been consistently extending his goodwill towards her. At just over 60 years of age, he has already entered the late Golden Core stage. His aptitude and cultivation speed surpass even that of the chief disciple, Xiaoqi Hang. Murong Yunli is contemplating her future partners for dual cultivation, and Immortal Han indeed presents an excellent choice. It is worth noting that in her previous life, Immortal Han advanced to the nascent soul stage before Xiaoqi Hang. The esteemed Qing Han truly stands as the most renowned cultivation genius across the entire Yanhuan continent. If Immortal Han is so amiable towards her, what would be the harm in accepting him? Furthermore, if she could also recruit Xiaoqi Hang as her close confidant, That would be splendid. For one destined to dominate the realm of cultivation, having 3,000 suitors is hardly excessive. Little Master Uncle. This exquisite robe crafted from a millennium's worth of gold and spider silk was painstakingly acquired by Qinghan for you. Do you find it to your liking? Qinghan's smile directed at Murong Shiwen was so gentle it could almost be described as dripping with sweetness. Murong Shiwen, emboldened by this attention, found herself blushing, feigning a coy demeanor. Yet, in her past life, she had encountered countless men, and to maintain such a youthful facade required considerable skill. Behind her back, Qinghan couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of the situation. An ancient crone engaging in such nauseating theatrics was indeed remarkable. If Murong Shiwen were merely an ordinary disciple, he could have easily extracted her secrets through soul-searching. However, out of respect for his master, he had to resort to the gentler dream induction technique. This technique requires the recipient to be completely unsuspecting for it to be effective. Thus, Qinghan resolved to approach Murong Shiwen gradually. Moreover, using an intact primordial yin or the chaotic celestial root as a vessel for cultivation is simply too enticing. As long as he exercises caution and avoids depleting her primordial yin excessively, even if her master were to witness it, he would remain unable to articulate any objections. After all, who decrees that wealth must always accompany such affairs? Initially, Qinghan had little interest in the matter of harvesting energy. But given that Murong Shiwen had brazenly encroached upon his territory, he could not afford to be courteous. Her blatant affront to his dignity could sow seeds of inner demons in his future cultivation. Did she truly believe that her chaotic celestial root was something to be proud of? He was well aware of the upper echelon's intentions, yet no one intervened. Qinghan chuckled coldly at this thought, feeling a surge of anger. His resentment towards Murong Shiwen stemmed not from Chun Yassi's machinations, but rather from the humiliation she had inflicted upon him. Meanwhile, Han Bing found herself perplexed as her master. The esteemed Mou had suddenly developed a fervent rapport with Murong Shiwen. As Mou's sole direct disciple, she had received numerous benefits from Murong Shiwen: exquisite robes, abundant spirit stones, and an array of high-grade elixirs that Murong Shiwen seemed eager to bestow upon her. However, Han Bing felt an involuntary shiver at the overly amicable demeanor of Murong Shiwen. What was transpiring? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Han Bing, what troubles you? Why do you appear so despondent? The atmosphere at Ziyu Peak felt unsettlingly strange, prompting Han Bing to seek solace at Zhang Lingyun's side. Compared to Murong Shiwen, Zhang Lingyun was far more endearing. Are you feigning ignorance? I cannot believe you are unaware of how I was injured last time. Han Bing shot a glare at Zhang Lingyun. Impudent girl, your behavior is becoming increasingly outrageous. Call me Master Uncle next time. Zhang Lingyun pretended to be furious, playfully scaring Li. Some matters are best left understood in silence. After all, you have certainly profited from this arrangement. Just consider the exquisite robe Murong Shiwen gifted you. If sold, it could fetch a handsome sum of spirit stones. How can you still be so glum? My ideal partner has been snatched away, and yet I remain unperturbed. Sometimes, we must confront situations beyond our control, learning to turn a blind eye and feign ignorance. You have reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, correct? How is your spell practice progressing? Oh, I believe my practice is satisfactory. I have mastered all the spells available at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. However, I still feel my offensive capabilities lack strength. At times, I find myself envious of you. Your fire and wood dual roots are far superior to my water and wood combination. At the very least, your attack power surpasses mine significantly. And you can also refine elixirs, truly enviable. Li Yi glanced at Zhang Lingyun with a hint of frustration. Spirit roots are an innate gift. They cannot simply be acquired through envy or aspiration. Talent is an immutable aspect of one's being, and no amount of yearning can alter that. Zhang Lingyun replied with a proud smile, though she secretly did not regard herself as particularly formidable. She indeed possesses both fire and wood spiritual roots. However, her innate talent is rather mediocre. In terms of cultivation, she will undoubtedly progress more slowly compared to Li Yi. Particularly, her dual spiritual roots were achieved through the use of a spirit cleansing pill, which is fundamentally different from those who are naturally born with dual roots. Zhang Lingyun preferred to keep this information to himself, as the process of cleansing a spiritual root with the pill inevitably affects one's foundation. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, her cultivation speed and the treatment she receives within the sect are significantly superior to when she had 3 spiritual roots. Many disciples would covet what she possesses. For instance, the son of the true monarch, who is considered a failure, has water and fire dual roots. Despite being in his 40s, he struggles at the 6th layer of qi refinement, barely stable in his foundation. Were it not for the abundant resources provided by true monarch Liushang and the youth-preserving pills, this incompetent Guojie Chisue would have long been expelled from the sect. However, what does it matter if such a failure occupies valuable resources? It seems predestined otherwise. His grandfather would not have resorted to using a spirit-cleansing pill, which altered their relationship with true monarch Liushang to such an intricate state. Yet, there is only one spirit-cleansing pill. This situation is unavoidable, as it is only natural for his grandfather to hope for a dual-root descendant. After all, acquiring a foundation with 3 spiritual roots is no easy task, let alone achieving golden core status, which is exceedingly rare. Li Yi, infuriated by her boastful demeanor, turned her head away, choosing to ignore her. Deep down, Li Yi harbored some worry. The longer she spent in the realm of cultivation, the more she recognized its harsh realities. Even with a relatively powerful master to protect her, she still encountered numerous challenges. She could only imagine how difficult it must be for those with no offensive capabilities or those deemed failures to survive in this world. Li Yi, you should count your blessings. The true son of true monarch Liushang, Guojie Chisue, is already over 50 years old. His poor spiritual roots, being of the conflicting water and fire dual roots, have forced him to toil diligently in his cultivation, employing vast quantities of elixirs and resources, and he has only just reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Zhang Lingyun nearly laughed at Li Yi's frustration. This young girl, despite her qualifications being inferior to those with single or extraordinary spiritual roots, still possessed commendable talent within the sect. Why should she feel discontent? If anyone should feel disheartened, it ought to be her grandfather, the esteemed true monarch Hao Yin, the head of the Sword Peak. But so what? With so many offspring, he has not a single disciple with even a single spiritual root. Instead, Li Yi has emerged as a standout among the lesser talents. Zhang Lingyun jested. I don't have any complaints. I was merely teasing you. At that moment, Li Yi forgot to refer to him as Master Uncle. However, given their similar cultivation levels, they could converse as friends without the need for excessive formalities. Yet, it surprised her to learn that Guojie Chisue, the son of true monarch Liushang, possessed water and fire dual roots. How was she unaware of this? Moreover, wasn't there a spirit-cleansing pill available? True monarch Liushang, being a nascent soul true monarch, should have been able to procure one for his son. She suddenly recalled the spirit-cleansing pill resting comfortably in her own space. Alas, theoretically, it should be simple. But reality is rarely so accommodating. If it were easy, true monarch Liushang would have already provided one for Guojie Chisue. The price of a spirit-cleansing pill isn't particularly exorbitant, yet such items are exceedingly rare. The moment they surface, they are swiftly snatched up by cultivators. Zhang Lingyun sighed, pondering how, if his grandfather possessed 2, he could cleanse his own roots to become a single-root genius. However, he dismissed the thought, reminding himself that one must learn to be content. It seems he had been too presumptuous. Yet, one could sense that Guojie Chisue's life must be quite arduous. Wouldn't many find amusement in his plight? Perhaps not. At least outwardly, no one would dare mock Guojie Chisue. After all, true monarch Liushang is still in his prime. And even if he fails to achieve the transformation, he boasts nearly 500 years of lifespan. Unless significant changes occur, no one would dare show disrespect towards Guojie Chisue within that time frame. Moreover, whether Guojie Chisue can establish his foundation is one matter. Even if he manages to do so, without extraordinary luck, he will likely remain at the foundation stage. The foundation stage only grants a lifespan of about 300 years, with the maximum at 500 years at its peak. In truth, how long can Guojie Chisue truly expect to live? Perhaps only around 300 years? Oh, so that is the case. However, I have heard that many disciples of the nascent soul stage with poor qualifications tend to take multiple wives, or rather, dual cultivation partners. Indeed, you are correct, but those relationships are akin to that of furnace cauldrons. Guojie Chisue currently has dozens of concubines. Yet most possess only 4th-level roots and lack any significant background. Otherwise, who would willingly submit to a water-fire dual-rooted individual, even with a true monarch father? Concubines. What difference does that make from being a furnace? It appears that the realm of cultivation also distinguishes between primary wives and concubines, Li Yi mused. her eyes flickering with realization. It seems that, just like the mortal realm, the cultivation world is rife with chaos among large families. Indeed, it has always been this way. However, those in such relationships are not entirely the same as furnace cauldrons. At the very least, they possess a degree of freedom. Guojie Chisue does not dare to handle matters too excessively. Of course, for those with poor qualifications, it becomes a different story. Zhang Lingyun sighed again, recalling that his mother was a concubine. From his earliest memories, her health had never been robust. It is understandable. Guojie Chisue had kept the position of his legitimate wife open, hoping to marry a woman with excellent spiritual roots as his true dual cultivation partner. Unfortunately, true monarch Liu Shang had suffered severe injuries, and one of his single fire root disciples, Li Fengyue, had resolutely refused to engage in dual cultivation with Guojie Chisue. Zhang Lingyun smirked with a hint of mockery as he recounted this. This single root genius, despite being severely injured and having his foundation compromised, remained unyielding. Li Yi merely nodded in agreement. She felt no sympathy for Li Fengyue, as she had no personal connection to her. After all, Li Fengyue had directly targeted her with a tracking mark. Perhaps she hoped to seize an opportunity to rob her when she was alone. Nevertheless, these hypocritical cultivators, especially those so-called powerful beings, were deeply flawed within. Their hearts were dark, engaging in plunder and intrigue at every turn. Li, I know you're feeling down. Come, let us take a stroll to lighten our spirits. Recently, there have been daily sparring sessions at the Disciples' Hall. The top 10 disciples can ascend directly to the outer sect, and the competition is currently fierce. As inner disciples, especially as direct disciples, our spiritual roots and talents are undoubtedly commendable. However, when it comes to combat experience, we truly cannot compare to those. Amidst the harsh environment, the servant disciples and outer disciples toil and struggle, Zhang Lingyun lazily suggested. Having now reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Yet, she found herself in a bottleneck, having practiced for a considerable duration without any noticeable progress, which left her feeling somewhat defeated. Since that is the case, let us go and take a look. I, too, feel as though my cultivation has reached a standstill. The path to advancement seems limited to merely refining my spiritual energy with greater precision, and I truly feel reluctant to pursue further growth. Li nodded, acknowledging her own minor obstacles in cultivation. Her master had also remarked that confining oneself to solitary practice was not particularly beneficial. The two of them decided to set off, though the sect forbade the use of flying artifacts for servant disciples. Otherwise, they would have simply soared through the skies upon their magical vessels. However, they were permitted to use the wind talisman to hasten their pace. Thus, they sped along, attracting the envy and resentment of numerous disciples. Where there are people, rivalries abound. In a vast forest, all manner of beings can be found, and while one may oversee the heavens and the earth, one cannot govern what lies within the hearts of others. After the duration of an incense stick, the two finally arrived at the servants' hall. Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, this servants' hall is bustling with a sea of people, and the competition is truly lively." As the servant disciples noticed the two of them, clad in the attire of direct disciples, they instinctively made way. It seems that the perceptive nature of those struggling at the bottom is commendable. Meanwhile, the brawls among the servant disciples on stage grew increasingly intense. Originally, there were hundreds of thousands of servant disciples. Yet only the top 10 could directly enter the outer sect. Their enthusiasm, however, was not particularly high. In Li Yi's view, the competition among the servant disciples resembled a contest of external martial arts rather than a display of magical prowess. Although she had never practiced martial arts, her elevated cultivation allowed her to discern their techniques effortlessly. Nevertheless, irrespective of how formidable one's external martial skills may be, those who possess a higher cultivation level by even a single minor realm would find it impossible to be defeated. This is the epitome of rank suppression. Merely being a level higher can render one breathless in combat. Consequently, successful challenges across levels are indeed rare. As she watched, Li Yi noticed a few exceptional performers. One practitioner at the first layer of qi refining, despite lacking remarkable external martial skills, managed to completely overpower a master at the 9th layer of innate cultivation. Ah, Lingyun. Look at that man. He possesses quite the flair. Li Yi pointed to a fellow with ordinary features, appearing to be in his 30s. Yet only at the 5th layer of innate cultivation. Yet, through his agile and decisive movements, coupled with his extensive combat experience, he achieved victory over a practitioner at the 1st layer of qi refining. Subsequently, this individual challenged a practitioner at the 2nd layer of qi refining. His external martial arts were devoid of any embellishments. His actions were swift and decisive, capable of delivering fatal blows. Had his opponent not been significantly higher in rank, the possibility of being severely injured or even killed by him would have been quite high. Remarkably, the man relied entirely on skillful techniques, embodying the essence of using a mere ounce of strength to move 1,000 pounds. However, it was regrettable that despite his prowess, he encountered a practitioner at the second layer of chi refining. Apart from suffering a severe beating and risking damage to his foundation, he achieved nothing of note. Li, what are you so intently watching that man for? He is merely a practitioner with 5 spiritual roots, and only at the innate stage. No matter how skilled his external martial arts may be, what use is agility? Zhang Lingyun inquired, puzzled by Han Bing's focus. Lingyun expressed her frustration, feeling her own offensive capabilities were lacking, while she admired the man's exceptional external martial arts. If only he were more handsome. It would be understandable for you to be infatuated. Lingyun, I wonder what style of martial arts he practices, or if it's merely self-taught. Nonetheless, his techniques are quite formidable and difficult to defend against. Li Yi, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Lingyun's underlying thoughts, continued to express her admiration. What? Are you smitten by his skills? It is true that our combat experience pales in comparison to that of the young man. Realizing the validity of Li Yi's observation, Zhang Lingyun came to a revelation. The young girl had a discerning eye. However, her grandfather, the esteemed Lord Haoyan, had already prepared methods for her to cultivate external martial arts and had also provided her with a capable mentor. The prowess of both his methods and teachings significantly surpassed that of this nascent servant disciple who had yet to enter the chi refining stage. Indeed, I have already reached the 4th layer of chi refining, marking my entry into the realm of cultivation. My master has indicated that I will need to occasionally undertake tasks, such as hunting small creatures. Li Yi lamented, expressing her displeasure at her master's insistence on forcing her to kill those adorable little animals, only to skin and butcher them. Haha. Li Yi, those creatures you refer to are not merely small animals. They are actual demonic beasts and spirit beasts. If you were a mere mortal, a single attack from one of them could cost you your life. Remember, in both the realm of cultivation and immortal life, we exist in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. The reality is often bloody and harsh. Those so-called cute little animals you speak of will take your life if you do not kill them first. So, consider whether it is better for you to perish or for them to meet their end. Moreover, many materials needed for cultivation are derived from those very spirit and demonic beasts. Furthermore, contemplate what you consume and utilize on a daily basis. You have merely avoided the stains of blood. Those resources were traded for with your master's spirit stones. Even if you reside on Zihan Peak, you would not have to part with your own resources or labor for anything. Yet, in truth, all those provisions were earned through your master's efforts. If your master lacked the capability and decisiveness, even reaching the golden core stage would not have secured a position on Zihan Peak. You may not yet know, but far from this main peak lies another peak known as Lingjing Peak. It once housed a powerful figure in the nascent soul stage, Lingjing Zhenjuan, a formidable being. However, the disciples and offspring under him proved to be disappointments. After Lingjing Zhenjuan's failed attempt to break through to the transformation stage, exhausting his lifespan, his disciples and offspring were relegated to the outer and inner sections. Even his own progeny possessed only 5 spiritual roots and achieved little, ultimately becoming servants. Those who had grown accustomed to their lofty positions could not bear the ensuing disparity and chose to abandon the sect. You should be well aware of the fate that befalls those who abandon their masters. Zhang Lingyun sighed, recognizing that the struggle for survival in the realm of cultivation involves constant contention against both heaven and humanity. One must remain steadfast. Stagnation or retreat leads to a decline in status and potentially even death. Alas, should your cultivation stagnate, it does not imply that others will remain idle. The progress of others is, in fact, your own regression. Furthermore, the lineage of her grandfather, the Sword Peak Master, Haoyan Zhenjuan, is in a similar predicament. Presently, there are hardly any outstanding disciples, and the pressure she faces is indeed monumental. It is merely an external manifestation of one's own thoughts. Otherwise, how could one be so eager to court and even aspire to cultivate alongside senior brother Qing'an? Alas, the unfortunate reality is that both my grandfather's influence and my own capabilities are rather limited. I was outmaneuvered by that chaotic celestial root, Murong Yunli. However, Murong Yunli should not be too complacent. What does it matter if you possess a chaotic celestial root? Can you truly guarantee that you will achieve the great Tao? Furthermore, with her current low cultivation and bone age, if she were to cultivate with senior brother Qing Han, who knows whether she would become a mere elixir furnace or a true partner in cultivation? My grandfather once said that if there is a significant disparity in strength between male and female cultivators, even if the male cultivator does not intend to exploit the female, the latter would suffer greatly. Should the male cultivator harbor even a slight malicious thought during their shared cultivation, it would be akin to a calamity for the female cultivator. Master Uncle, I understand this principle, though I find it difficult to reconcile it within my heart. Fear not, when the time comes, I shall strive fiercely against the demonic beasts. From the moment I stepped into this realm of cultivation, I was aware of the challenges I would face. Indeed, Li Yi is not a naive child. She is well aware of this truth. However, for a girl raised in a peaceful era, accustomed to having everything readily available, transitioning to this ruthless world of cultivation, where lives are at stake and treasures are fought over, is indeed quite jarring. Yet, Li Yi could never have anticipated that in such a fleeting moment, Zhang Lingyun would contemplate so much. Is it true that people in this ancient cultivation world mature more quickly? It is essential to remember that Zhang Lingyun is merely a girl with a bone age of just over a decade. You understand. But if you plan to undertake tasks or trials, it would be wise to wait a while. After all, you have only just entered the 4th layer of qi refining. Your waterwood spiritual root lacks offensive power. You must first hone your abilities within your water cloud realm before venturing out. Otherwise, I fear the initial blow may be too much for you to bear. Zhang Lingyun responded instantly, covering her mouth with a laugh. She recalled her own sheltered upbringing, the absurdity she faced during her first encounter with those demonic beasts, which now seemed like a source of embarrassment. Indeed, being overly protected can have its drawbacks. It is only when one steps outside that they realize even the first-tier fire element long-eared rabbits can be so ferocious and agile. Those adorable white rabbits in your eyes can unleash a fireball that could injure a disciple like you, who is in the 3rd or 4th tier and lacks combat experience. Master Uncle, you mustn't be so cruel. When Yi goes out for trials, she will definitely bring you along, Li Yi insisted, gritting her teeth, fully aware that Zhang Lingyun was secretly reveling in her anticipated embarrassment. However, it is true that her spiritual root's offensive power is rather weak at this point. Although she possesses several weapons in her space, few are suitable for her use. No more dwelling on it, she cannot help her low cultivation. According to her master, once she reaches level 6, her offensive capabilities will increase. Oh, wretched waterwood spiritual root. Why could the heavens not grant me a root with offensive power? If not, then at least one of wood gold or gold water would suffice. Enough lamenting, do not be angry. I will accompany you when the time comes. Zhang Lingyun smiled, knowing that whenever Li Yi felt even a hint of anger, she would refer to her as Master Uncle. Li Yi, the person you wish to meet, Huang Yue, has been summoned. Indeed, following recent events, even within the sect, there are those who protect Li Yi, both openly and covertly. Mo Qinghan did not wish for his young disciple to be harmed during her formative years. Yang Jingyu felt a mix of surprise and flattery at being summoned by 2 inner disciples. These 2 young girls were quite youthful, the eldest barely in her teens, while the youngest was still a toddler. Yet, despite their youth, he dared not underestimate them. Currently, due to their lack of experience, these 2 young disciples were unable to restrain their aura, and Yang Jingyu felt as though he was being suffocated by their presence. He could distinctly sense that both young ladies possessed formidable cultivation. Even the younger one could easily crush him with a mere finger. Given his low cultivation level, no matter how refined his movements, he stood no chance against those of significantly higher cultivation. Thus, he realized he would not stand out in this competition, let alone gain admission into the outer sect. However, the fact that these 2 esteemed disciples summoned him could signify some elusive opportunity might befall him. Are you Yang Jingyu? 35 years old, a miscellaneous disciple with a mixed spiritual root? Li Yi inquired, her gaze fixed on him. As a direct disciple, she had many conveniences, such as obtaining all personal information about Yang Jingyu with ease. While they spoke, Zhang Lingyun's companions swiftly gathered all the necessary information on him. Disciple Yang Jingyu. At your service, esteemed disciples, he said respectfully, bowing to both girls. Indeed, he had not yet reached the qi refining stage. While they were both already disciples of that level, and furthermore, they held the status of direct disciples. Yang Jingyu, would you be willing to return with me to Zhanfeng as an attendant to assist me? Initially, I shall provide you with a low-grade qi nourishing pill each month as remuneration. You will also be allowed to reside on the periphery of my water cloud realm and cultivate there. Naturally, should you serve me well and teach me effectively, I may increase your remuneration based on your performance. Li Yi wasted no time and directly articulated her purpose for visiting. After spending some time in the realm of cultivation, she understood that most individuals here do not enjoy beating around the bush. Moreover, since she intended to take a stranger with her, it was best to be forthright. Disciple is willing. I will impart all my skills if the master ancestor deems them worthy, Yang Jingyu replied without hesitation. Such a fleeting opportunity to soar to great heights would be foolish to decline. However, he was adept at concealing his emotions, and despite his overwhelming joy, he maintained a facade of indifference. His ability to remain composed stemmed from his background. Before his cultivation journey, Yang Jingyu was a top assassin in a mundane world. By sheer chance, he entered the realm of cultivation at the age of 20 and managed to join the prestigious Kunlun Sect as a servant. Yet, the hardships and difficulties of the cultivation world, combined with his limited talent, had left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the yearning for power and immortality compelled him to endure and persist in his arduous training. After over a decade of effort, he remained at the very bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. This experience had taught him that success in cultivation is not solely determined by hard work or skill. Those with better aptitude might reach the coveted qi refining stage in just a day or two, while he struggled for years to barely reach the 5th layer of innate cultivation. Although his current cultivation is among the lowest in the realm of immortality, he is acutely aware that if he were to return to the mortal world, he would undoubtedly be the youngest and most formidable expert therein. Yet, what significance does that hold? After witnessing the world of cultivation, who would willingly return to the mundane realm? Moreover, one cannot even begin to compare the lifespan of a cultivator to that of mortals in the mundane world. For these ordinary beings, their lifespan barely exceeds a century, and living to the age of 60 is considered an extraordinary longevity. Now, at the age of 35, how many more years can one possibly expect to live? In the realm of cultivation, the situation is markedly different. Once one enters the qi refinement stage, one must. This is not permissible. You must first obtain your master's consent. Do not be deceived by the current demeanor of Yang Jingyu, who appears as docile as a cat before us. Are you aware of the fierce rivalries and cunning intrigues among the servant disciples today? Their conflicts have escalated to an almost feverish intensity, and you would find it difficult to navigate the labyrinth of their scheming minds. Moreover, considering this individual's age, he could very well be your father or even your grandfather in the mundane world. Zhang Lingyun speaks the truth in the realm of ordinary mortals. Individuals typically marry around the age of 15. Consequently, by the time they reach 30, their children are also likely to be wed. Presently, Li Yi is merely 5 years old, while Yang Jingyu's age is indeed sufficient for him to be considered her grandfather. Moreover, Zhang Lingyun could also perceive that the individual before him, Yang Jingyu, despite his commendable cultivation level, was ruthless in combat. Although he appeared somewhat simple and unassuming, his posture and stance were strategically advantageous to him. All these factors indicated that this man was astute in handling affairs, possessing a profound cunning. However, if Yi insisted on relying on this person for guidance, she should first seek her master's counsel to ensure her safety. Zhang Lingyun gazed at Yang Jingyu. Furrowing his brow as a compromise took shape in his mind. His esteemed senior, the young yet formidable Qing Han, undoubtedly possessed an array of strategies to ensure these lesser disciples would devote themselves entirely to his service, precluding any notions of rebellion. In terms of cunning and guile, who could rival a youth of his age who had already ascended to the latter stages of the golden core? Rest assured, dear apprentice, such trivial matters are easily accommodated by my master. Moreover, I would never permit him to reside within my water cloud abode. At most, I would allow him to find shelter just beyond its confines. Naturally, when I bring individuals to the purple cold peak, my master will ensure their proper conduct. Li Yi smiled, fully aware that her master, Mo Qinghan, would not object to such minor issues. Undoubtedly, Mo Qinghan possesses the means to regulate the disciples who enter his mountain. This is something Li Yi has never worried about. If Mo Qinghan lacked such confidence, he would not be able to express his preference for whom to bring into the water cloud abode to serve him. However, in the past, she had lived under the banner of equality, never contemplating the idea of having someone to serve her. Yet, for those who could enhance her own capabilities, she was indeed willing to bring them back to the inner sect, fostering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, she is not a child. She understands the complexities and unpredictable nature of human hearts. How could she genuinely place her trust in the individual before her, Yang Jingyu? You understand? And as your elder mentor, I too am concerned about the possibility of you being deceived, for it would bring me great embarrassment as well, would it not? Zhang Lingyun, with an air of pride, averted her gaze, yet she did not forget to admonish Yang Jingyu on behalf of Li Yi. Since my little junior disciple has taken a liking to you, it would be best for you to accompany us. Without discussing anything else, the spiritual energy within the inner sect far surpasses what you experience here in the Deacon's Hall by countless measures. Consider yourself fortunate, for it is indeed a stroke of luck to have caught the eye of my little junior disciple. Indeed, the teachings of the Grandmaster resonate profoundly. It is a rare fortune for me to serve the young master. Yang Jingyu quickly replied, striving to soften the coldness of his demeanor. After years of operating as an assassin, he had grown accustomed to concealing his emotions, ultimately rendering him expressionless, perceiving the world through a perpetually frosty lens. Very well. You may tidy yourself up first. We shall await your return here. However, be advised that there will be a thorough inspection upon your entry into the inner sanctum. So I trust you will refrain from carrying any prohibited items, Li Yi remarked with a nod. Yes, Grandmaster, Yang Jingyu responded with reverence before proceeding to gather his belongings. After all, he currently held the status of a mere servant and lacked the means to accumulate sufficient spirit stones to purchase a storage bag. Young Master Yang, what are you tidying up your belongings for? A disciple residing with Yang Jingyu, who was at the first level of qi refinement, inquired with a hint of surprise, yet maintained his composure. This disciple was considered fortunate, for despite entering the sect several years after Yang Jingyu, he had already managed to attain the auspicious status of being in the first tier of weapon crafting. Oh, this is merely a moment of negligence. Are we not engaged in a contest with one another? Coincidentally, two direct disciples arrived here to witness the spectacle. For some unknown reason, the truth caught the attention of that esteemed disciple. Meanwhile, the direct disciple insisted that his nephew serve as a menial attendant in the inner sanctum. Yang Jingyu spoke in a casual tone, yet he did not cease the actions of tidying up in his hands. Yang Jingyu, you are quite impressive. I never expected you to be so formidable. Without making a sound, you have actually connected with that inner gate's direct disciple? Lin Wangsong secretly envied Yang Jingyu's good fortune, though he attempted to suppress his discontent. However, recalling his own secret weapon, he managed to quell the turmoil within, for he too possessed his own hidden advantage. Even if someone from the inner circle urged him to go, he remained apprehensive about being discovered, fearing that his secret weapon might be seized. Junior disciple, come here. Allow me to assist you. When a favorable opportunity arises in the future, do remember to lend a hand to your junior disciple. As Lin Wangsong assisted him in tidying up, he remarked, when the opportunity arises, it will happen naturally. Yang Jingyu, with succinct yet profound words, replied, very well, junior brother. I shall help you transport these items. Indeed, having resided here for such an extended period, Yang Jingyu had accumulated quite a substantial collection of belongings, filling 2 large bags with various items. Li Yi gazed at the 2 large bundles that Yang Jingyu had brought in, her lips twitching slightly. She recalled that she possessed a small storage bag, a mere 2 cubic meters in size, which she had received as a bonus during a purchase. Without hesitation, she retrieved the diminutive storage bag from her spatial bracelet and tossed it to Yang Jingyu. Yang Jingyu, this storage bag can be activated with a drop of blood. Use it to store your belongings. Yes, I am deeply grateful to my esteemed master. For many years, Yang Jingyu has navigated the realm of cultivation. Thus he is well versed in the usage of storage bags. Yet, despite this knowledge, he could scarcely contain the elation swelling within him. After all, something he had long coveted was effortlessly bestowed upon him. Even his eternally stoic visage betrayed a flicker of joy. Moreover, the young girl before him possessed a spatial bracelet of considerable quality. Under ordinary circumstances, it is improbable for a basic storage device to accommodate additional storage functionalities. It seems that the young girl's master is indeed an extraordinary figure. To my esteemed uncles, my junior brother may not be particularly articulate, yet he is remarkably sincere. If he has committed any missteps, might you be so gracious as to overlook them? Lin Wangsong gazed intently at Li Yi and Zhang Lingyun, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He envisioned a day when he could fully harness his secret treasure to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle, thereby placing these 2 exceptionally gifted prodigies beneath his feet. Particularly the younger one, who, despite her innocent appearance akin to a delicate confection, could only be imagined as a breathtaking beauty in her maturity. Moreover, it exuded a pleasant aura that enveloped him entirely. It seemed as if this was meticulously prepared for himself. Upon casting a glance at the disciple accompanying Yang Jingyu, Li Yi discerned that there was something peculiar about him. It appeared that this fellow had consumed numerous elixirs to elevate his cultivation to the first level of qi refining. Having merely entered the qi refining stage, he was already afflicted by the toxins of the pills. Yet, it was indeed intriguing that he could refine waste elixirs into usable potions. However, the malevolent glint in his eyes was utterly repulsive. Should she treat this individual as if he were invisible, or devise a way to engage in the ruthless antics characteristic of those in the world of cultivation, indulging in murder and treasure seizing? Although such activities were of no use to her, this person was undeniably not a benign character. If she were to allow him to grow stronger, it would likely. Lin Wangsong would have never imagined that his inability to suppress his own thoughts would reveal a disgusting gaze that this little girl, whom he looked down upon, could see through. If he had known, he might have regretted coming here today. Master, your little darling has returned. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lingyun, Li Yi rushed back to Zihan Peak, first arranging for Yang Jingyu to wait outside before darting towards her master's training area. At that moment, Mo Chihan was meditating. His eyelids fluttered slightly before he gradually concluded his session. As he opened his profound, smiling eyes, Li Yi had already leaped into his embrace. "Yi, I heard you've been mischievous today. What about the outside world has you so exhilarated?" Most matters could hardly escape Mo Qinghan's keen perception. Nevertheless, he relished teasing his little disciple. Li Yi stared at her master, still seated on the ancient rosewood chair, while she found herself perched on his lap. Truly, her master was formidable. "Master, look, your good disciple has brought back a servant named Yang Jingyu to train with." Without a hint of self-awareness, Li Yi clung to her master's neck, acting adorably. Mo Qinghan, however, smiled knowingly. "He, Yi, you are indeed my disciple, but whether you are a good disciple remains to be seen." Li Yi bit her lip, knowing her master's disdain. Why wouldn't he play along with her teasing? Wasn't he the discussion about her bringing him a mentor to teach her external techniques? "Master, I must tell you, that servant disciple, Yang Jingyu, is formidable. Despite only possessing a foundation of innate level 5, he can defeat someone in the qi refining first stage. If I learn his skills, won't he become quite impressive in the future?" Li Yi earnestly introduced Yang Jingyu, who awaited outside Zihan Peak, to her master. Mo Qinghan chuckled helplessly. "Yi, you little rascal, hasn't your master taught you well? Is Huang Yue lacking in skill? However, if you wish to seek another mentor, why should I object? Master, you are the best." Li Yi's face lit up with joy, resembling a little bear that had just stolen honey, her rosy cheeks adorably plump. Indeed, during this period of training, Mo Qinghan had forbidden Li Yi from consuming any nourishing elixirs, instead providing her daily meals of spirit plants and spirit beast meat from the water and wood elements. As a result, her petite frame had gained some flesh, making her appear as cute and plump as a traditional auspicious doll in a belly band. "Yi, consider this a warning. Should you act on your own accord again next time, do not blame your master for punishing you. At your age, how can you discern the treachery of human hearts? Do not assume those who smile at you and treat you kindly are virtuous, while those who are slightly cold or indifferent are wicked. As you grow, you will realize that the nature of humanity cannot be judged solely by your feelings. In fact, there is no absolute good or evil in this world. Those who appear kind to the majority may very well be the villains in your eyes." Mo Qinghan sighed. "Yi, you should go and practice diligently. Your master will take the time to properly educate this servant disciple. If he can withstand my tests, he may serve you closely in the future." "Yes, master, thank you." Li Yi promptly climbed down from his lap, respectfully bowed, and thought to herself how frightening it was that her master could change his demeanor so swiftly. Observing his little disciple seemingly startled by his sternness, Mo Qinghan chuckled, reminiscent of the first time he had seen her, a smile that brought delight to the soul. "Yi, as my personal disciple, not just anyone is worthy of serving you. No matter where you go, do not undervalue yourself. Being my disciple alone is enough to earn the admiration of ordinary disciples." Mo Qinghan's words echoed with arrogance, yet to Li Yi, they sounded exceptionally pleasant to the ear. Having such a powerful, protective master who placed her comfort as his utmost priority was indeed a stroke of fortune. Just as Li Yi was about to utter a few more words, Mo Qinghan waved his hand, sending her away. "Hurry back and train diligently. You've already squandered nearly a day. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." Li Yi respectfully bowed once more and obediently withdrew. Li, your master truly cares for you, personally guiding the training of your subordinates to protect you from deceit. Murong Yunli appeared, having just emerged from her own masteress quarters. Greetings, ancestor. Li Yi respectfully bowed to Murong Yunli. However, it was evident that something was amiss with Murong Yunli. Li Yi could sense that her energy was not fully intact. Despite her rapid cultivation progress, she seemed rather hollow. This was quite abnormal for someone with exceptional chaotic heavenly spirit roots. Moreover, Li Yi distinctly felt that Murong Yunli's foundation was not very stable. What could have gone wrong? It was truly perplexing. All right, rise, little Li. Murong Yunli nodded at Li Yi with indifference. For one destined to be a vessel for others, why should she offer her any kindness? Perhaps she was merely sparing her feelings out of respect for Mo Qinghan. Nevertheless, it was also noteworthy that several members of her family had expressed interest in this promising young talent with dual spirit roots. Indeed, little Yi, although you are still young, I believe it is prudent to arrange an early dual cultivation partner for you. Our Murong family boasts many talented cultivators, and they would not disdain your spirit roots' perceived weakness. Murong Yunli gazed at Li Yi's exquisite countenance and suddenly spoke with an enigmatic expression. Disciple Li Yi has expressed her gratitude to her esteemed uncle, yet she has never contemplated seeking a dual cultivation partner. As a female cultivator, I believe that excessive engagement in romantic affairs can significantly hinder one's cultivation. In fact, I have even considered pursuing the path of absolute detachment in the future, relying solely on my own abilities to ascend the path to enlightenment. This statement was, of course, a mere fabrication from Li Yi, who had not truly entertained such thoughts. She simply wished to live a solitary life. Yet, love is often a serendipitous encounter, not something one can actively pursue. Moreover, the male cultivators in the realm of cultivation are notoriously inscrutable, making it exceedingly difficult to trust them wholeheartedly. Thus, for her, choosing a dual cultivation partner seemed even more daunting than her gradual ascent to the Yuaning stage. Furthermore, her fortune seemed to wane upon approaching Murong Yunli. As her once bountiful luck diminished in its presence, it appeared she must exercise greater caution around her. After all, Murong Yunli clearly harbored ulterior motives, did she not? With her current physical age barely 6 years, was it not absurd for Murong Yunli to arrange a dual cultivation partner for her? To phrase it more delicately, was she not merely seeking to offer Li Yi as a furnace for some powerful individual? Li, do you truly believe that such matters can be dismissed simply by refusing them? As your elder, I am introducing you to the path of dual cultivation. And you dare to object? You are but a girl with dual spiritual roots from a remote village, yet you have the audacity to regard yourself as a princess? The oppressive aura emanating from Murong Yunli bore down on Li Yi, causing her to feel a tumultuous surge in her chest. Esteemed uncle, forgive me, but I am still quite young and truly have not contemplated future matters. Our cultivation realm differs vastly from the mundane world. The necessity of dual cultivation between male and female cultivators is not absolute, is it? Li Yi understood that she should feign submission while secretly devising her plans, all the while feeling a simmering frustration and an unwillingness to comply. At times, she lamented why her previous life had been so dismal. Perhaps it was due to her stubborn temperament and unwillingness to adapt. Murong Yunli, I implore you to be cautious with your words. Mo Qinghan had already overheard Murong Yunli's intent to find a dual cultivation partner for his cherished disciple, and he immediately stepped forth. As he moved, the oppressive aura surrounding Murong Yunli dissipated entirely. Regardless of how formidable her spiritual consciousness was, akin to that of a golden core cultivator. Mo Qinghan was a powerful wind elemental cultivator, with his cultivation firmly established in the later stages of the golden core realm. Moreover, his spiritual consciousness could easily overwhelm Murong Yunli's. This time, Mo Qinghan was thoroughly provoked by Murong Yunli. Thus, the respectful titles he usually bestowed upon her were now cast aside. Listen well, Murong Yunli, my direct disciple is not to be meddled with in her significant life choices. Not even my master or ancestors have the authority to arbitrarily assign a dual cultivation partner to her. He continued, let this matter end here. But if there is a next time, even if your master reaches the tribulation stage, I, Mo Qinghan, shall not let it slide. Mo Qinghan, are you truly losing your temper over this insignificant girl with dual spiritual roots? Moreover, the disciple you selected is hardly impressive, lacking any offensive capabilities and being rather ineffectual. If you wish to take on a disciple, I can assist you in finding one with a single spiritual root next time. Murong Yunli's countenance darkened significantly. She had not anticipated that Mo Qinghan would be so angered over a seemingly inconsequential child. Your words are flippant. In our realm of cultivation, the selection of a disciple entails a profound responsibility for their future. The obligations of a master towards their disciple often surpass those of parents towards their children. How can you trivialize this? Regardless of whether you deem my disciple's talents to be superior or inferior, to me, Li Yi is a treasure I hold dear. No one shall dictate her fate. The gravity of Mo Qinghan's words underscored his protective stance. Your recent remarks and attempts to intimidate my disciple threatened to shatter her resolve. At merely 5 years old, she should not be subjected to such humiliation. If Li Yi occasionally faltered in her behavior, it was incumbent upon you to address it with me as her master. She is but a child, even if you find her lacking. There is no need for such malevolence. Mo Qinghan's demeanor shifted, his typically radiant smile replaced by a frigid glare that sent a shiver through Murong Yunli. I was merely jesting, observing the tension between you two, she stammered. But time in the cultivation world is relentless. A decade can pass in the blink of an eye. In that time, your precious disciple will bloom like the most vibrant flower, and I assure you, many suitors will come knocking at your door. Do you believe you can refuse them all? Murong Yunli chuckled awkwardly, unwilling to sever ties with Mo Qinghan. He had a reputation for being ruthless towards those who crossed him, employing methods more brutal than those of demonic cultivators, yet remaining inscrutable. Murong Yunli, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. If I cannot perceive your schemes, I would have perished long ago in the trials of this realm. Mark my words. I, Mo Qinghan, may not consider myself exceptionally powerful, but I will not allow anyone to meddle with my possessions. His icy gaze bore into Murong Yunli as if she were already a corpse. Perhaps others fear the chaotic nature of your spiritual roots, but I, Mo Qinghan, am not intimidated. I am also a rare wind elemental cultivator in this realm, and my growth is unparalleled. I possess the potential to achieve the Yuaning stage within a century, and my combat prowess is on par with that of the most formidable lightning elemental cultivators. Thus, to me, your chaotic roots are inconsequential until they mature. Should you truly provoke me, I could extinguish you with a mere flick of my finger. Mo Qinghan, do you presume you hold any authority to demand my respect? Murong Yunli seethed, ready to unleash a spell against him. However, despite her superior spiritual roots and formidable master, she was still merely a fledgling in the qi refinement stage, far from matching the seasoned golden core cultivator that Mo Qinghan was. Nevertheless, Mo Qinghan had no desire for his little disciple or the sect to discover that he had resorted to disciplining a novice in the qi refinement stage, and thus he discreetly evaded her attack. Yet, Murong Yunli mistakenly believed that Mo Qinghan was afraid of her, and his earlier remarks were merely a facade to conceal his trepidation. After all, I'm a direct disciple of the formidable ancestor of the convergence period, who commands the heavens. Many of my senior brothers and sisters have already ascended to the transformation stage, and as for those in the nascent soul stage, the number is indeed significant, not to mention the numerous individuals who have reached the golden elixir stage. However, Murong Yunli overlooked a crucial matter. Her formidable senior brothers and sisters merely shared a nodding acquaintance with her. In fact, many of them did not even recognize which individual Murong Yunli was. Moreover, those ancient beings who have existed for hundreds, even thousands of years, cannot possibly harbor any fraternal affection towards a mere child like Murong Yunli, whose age is barely in the teens. Moreover, if they truly valued the matter, would it be so difficult for a couple of individuals to undergo a health examination? Could Murong Yunli still prance about with such self-importance at the East Gate? Murong Yunli's current arrogance and disdain for others have indeed caught the attention of many. However, the true path to greatness is not necessarily reserved for those practitioners with exceptional spiritual roots. Initially, those with single or dual spiritual roots do experience a remarkably rapid cultivation speed. Yet, upon reaching the golden core stage, their progress bears little distinction from those with multiple spiritual roots. In fact, due to the limitations of their singular roots, many spells may be utilized less effectively in combat compared to their multi-rooted counterparts. Furthermore, these self-proclaimed prodigies often lack sufficient trials and tribulations, leading to their premature demise. Undoubtedly, Murong Yunli possesses an extraordinarily rare chaotic spiritual root, which mitigates the issues faced by those with singular roots upon reaching the golden core stage. Nevertheless, many remain watchful. testing the true character of Murong Yunli. At present, the self-satisfied Murong Yunli remains oblivious to the fact that many are, in truth, quite disillusioned with her. Otherwise, had they not been disappointed, assistance would have been rendered long ago in response to her current predicament. She is a prodigy with a developed wind elemental affinity, while the other is merely an uncertain child, still in their teenage years, with an unpredictable future ahead. How shall they choose? Isn't it self-evident? Immortal declared that those with divergent paths shall not conspire together. I, Murong Yunli, shall henceforth never set foot upon your Zihan Peak again. Furthermore, there are many who harbor affections for Li. I trust you do not intend to keep her merely as a vessel for your own pursuits. I fear that by then, you may not be able to compete with them, and you will be unable to keep this young girl. Although Murong Yunli claimed to depart, she did not hesitate to utter harsh words. Heh, Murong Yunli, at such a tender age, you exhibit such malice. Do you not fear that these sentiments may transform into inner demons when you strive for greatness in the future? Alas, Murong Yunli, at such a tender age and being a young lady of royal descent, I find it rather perplexing how you have come to speak with such audacity. Even if your lineage surpasses that of myself, Immortal, it does not grant you the prerogative to meddle in the affairs of Zihan Peak. Remember this. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Should the day arrive when your power eclipses mine, then perhaps you may voice such sentiments without delay. Immortal's smile remains as radiant as ever, yet the tone of her speech continues to exude a gentle warmth. However, for some inexplicable reason Murong Yunli, couldn't help but shudder. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled, even breaking the sect's rules in the process. She took to the skies on her own flying apparatus. Master, Yi is frightened. Upon hearing Murong Yunli's words, Li trembled in fear. This time, it was not an act. She was genuinely terrified. Who had she offended to provoke such a reaction? Is it merely a dual spiritual root that renders one a lamb awaiting slaughter? Previously, I contemplated transforming my dual spiritual roots into two singular spiritual roots. If such a transformation were to occur, it seems that retaining either the wood or water spiritual root would indeed render me more susceptible to being regarded as a vessel for others, wouldn't it? Li was acutely aware that her hidden strengths were not to be underestimated. However, regardless of what the future held, she found herself in a state of profound vulnerability at present. While she could indeed devote herself to rigorous training, the distant waters could not quench her immediate thirst. This was particularly evident after Murong Yunli had uttered those words, as Li distinctly sensed that her bracelet had transformed into a pale shade of red. Immortal regarded Li with a complex expression, gently embracing her trembling form, which quaked from fear. Do not be afraid, Yi. You have your master here, she reassured softly. As a child, your current task is simply to play and cultivate yourself diligently. Such matters need not trouble your mind. Yet, Li remains anxious, truly concerned. Moreover, can the master who holds her close and has always showered her with affection truly be relied upon? Can one truly place trust in oneself? Fortunately, in the presence of my master, the color of my bracelet has transformed into a deep crimson. Does this signify that I am safe by my master's side? Upon the emergence of this notion from Li, she found herself vehemently berating her own thoughts. What are you doing, Li? You must not let the accumulation of negative experiences from your past life lead you to doubt the kindness of this master who has treated you with such warmth from the very moment you met. What can your master impart to you? She possesses the wind elemental root, a prodigy of the Kunlun Sect, renowned as one of the finest talents in the entire realm of cultivation, even among those of the Golden Core stage. Do not be afraid. Although Murong Yunli is the direct disciple of the venerable ancestor Zhentian, she does not truly represent him. Ancestor Zhentian, our esteemed elder of the Kunlun Sect, seldom emerges from his secluded cultivation unless it pertains to the life or death of our sect. He possesses a profound sense of honor for our sect. Should he become aware of the situation, learning that his beloved disciple remains in the chi refinement stage while attempting to coerce my sole disciple, Immortal, into a union with the Murong family, he would undoubtedly expel Murong Yunli from his teachings. When Immortal spoke these words, a cold smile crept upon his lips. The Kunlun Sect is the paramount sect in the world of cultivation, undeniably a superlative sect. Such matters demand a semblance of dignity. Many unsavory actions are conducted discreetly, ensuring they do not tarnish the reputation of the sect. Given your extraordinary talents, the law enforcement hall might turn a blind eye. However, For someone like Murong Yunli to brazenly seek to make my disciple a mere vessel for her family's ambitions would not go unnoticed by the law enforcement hall. They would certainly take action, for the honor of the sect surpasses all else. There was once a fire elemental root cultivator who committed a grave transgression against the sect's prohibitions, and their cultivation was likewise obliterated by the law enforcement hall. I fear that in this lifetime, not only is the attainment of the great Tao a distant dream, but even the foundational establishment may become an elusive aspiration, akin to a fleeting vision for one with a single fire affinity. However, Master, I possess merely the dual spiritual roots of water and wood. While Murong Yunli boasts the exceedingly rare primal chaos spiritual root that is seldom encountered in a millennium, when the time comes for a confrontation, our esteemed leader of the Kunlun Sect will undoubtedly opt for Murong Yunli, as she would bring the greatest benefit to our sect. Do not let it become a difficult situation for you, Master. Li is still somewhat troubled these days, alas. The realm of cultivation proves to be even more ruthless than the modern world. In contemporary society, survival hinges not only on one's inherent background, but also on skill and intellect. However, during my time in the modern world, I possessed none of these attributes, merely fortunate to have acquired a space. Yet, I was betrayed by those closest to me. In the realm of cultivation, intellect and martial prowess are also paramount, yet one's background and the quality of one's spiritual roots hold considerable significance as well, especially in matters of talent. It is not simply a question of wishing things to be as one desires. It seems that from the moment of one's birth, the nature of one's spiritual roots is predetermined, establishing a hierarchy among individuals. Do you not remember that this sect leader is your ancestral master? Rest assured, those who have stumbled are often the most protective, and as for me, your master, I have never caused him any shame. Moreover, what of Murong Yunli, who possesses the chaotic celestial spiritual root? She is merely an undeveloped so-called genius. Whether she will truly mature remains uncertain. Is it not common for exceptionally gifted cultivators in the realm of cultivation to meet untimely ends? Besides, how can you be certain that your future achievements will pale in comparison to hers? Immortal's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Seemingly confident that everything was under his control, Master Li gazed at her master's radiant smile, feeling a shiver of fear. Surely, her master did not genuinely think that way. If he wished to nurture her solely for the purpose of becoming a furnace for him, that would be dire indeed. Although she was still quite naive in the ways of the cultivation world, she had witnessed the fate of many timid female cultivators who ultimately became mere furnaces for others. What are you so afraid of? There are countless female cultivators with dual spiritual roots in the cultivation world. If they were all as timid as you, many would perish before they even began their training. What does it matter that you possess dual water and wood spiritual roots? Many with single water or wood roots are not only surviving, but have also attained the golden core stage. Let us not forget our very own Qingyin fairy of Kunlun Sect, who not only has a water celestial root, but is also a pure yin body. Yet, she has successfully ascended to the status of a nascent soul ancestor. Immortal could easily discern his little disciple's thoughts and chuckled. Li blinked, realizing that she need not indulge in such melancholic reflections. While she may have looked down upon her own spiritual roots, what of those with 4 or 5 roots who struggled in the menial halls? And what of those girls without any roots, forced to endure a life of hardship in the mortal realm, living only a mere 4 or 5 decades before entering the cycle of reincarnation? Rather than fearing the potential for harm from others, it would be wiser to focus on your cultivation and hone your martial prowess. Furthermore, with your excellent spiritual roots, your training speed is certainly not inferior to that of those with single roots. What is there to fear? Yes, Master, understands, she replied earnestly. Recently, she had been disheartened, but from now on, she vowed to train diligently, ensuring she would never bring shame upon her master or provide others with an opportunity to harm her. Li reminded herself to strive for greatness, recalling her numerous advantages and protective measures. Why should she fear a reborn individual with malicious intent? This 6th Princess Murong Yunli, with her nefarious thoughts, despite being reborn, would undoubtedly be entangled in karmic consequences. My dear disciple, remember this. If you do not wish to become meat on the chopping block, you must transform yourself into a blade. This blade is not meant for harm, but for self-defense when others seek to harm you, whether overtly or covertly. You must strike first to ensure your survival. Immortal nodded in satisfaction, knowing that his young disciple was like a blank canvas. ready to be guided onto the righteous path, allowing her to thrive in the future cultivation world just as he had. Yes, master, I will keep this firmly in mind. Li Yi bowed solemnly to Mo Qinghan. Merely remembering is not sufficient. You must consistently remind yourself. The cultivation world differs greatly from the mortal realm, rife with life and death struggles at every turn. Our sect values strength above all. As long as disciples do not commit grave taboos, the sect will not intervene in their disputes. Thus, many weaker disciples suffer long-term bullying, with some perishing before they even leave the sect. Are you not aware of this? The sect merely turns a blind eye. If you cannot survive within the sect, how can you expect to thrive in the cultivation world? Mo Qinghan's words were not meant to deceive his little disciple, but to lay bare the harsh realities and dangers of the cultivation realm before her. He had initially thought to allow her a leisurely decade or so before she began her cultivation, but fate had intervened. And she had already faced numerous challenges shortly after joining the sect. With a soft sigh, he resolved to prepare her for the brutal rivalries among disciples. That Yang Jingyu should be properly trained under my guidance. If possible, alongside your cultivation, you should also focus on physical training. Thank you, master. Li Yi responded with utmost respect. Life does not permit laziness or indulgence. It demands that you push yourself to grow stronger and more resilient. Under the looming threat of potentially becoming a furnace for others, upon returning to her water cloud abode, Li Yi devoted each day to rigorous training or sparring with Yang Jingyu. Indeed, she was unaware of the methods her master employed to ascertain Yang Jingyu's suitability to assist her. Regardless, Yang Jingyu had become an outer disciple of Zhanfeng, a remarkable elevation for someone who had yet to reach the qi refining stage. Yang Jingyu generously imparted his knowledge and skills to Li Yi, and she found her days exceedingly fulfilling. After her daily meditation and training, she would tie sandbags to her legs and run 10 laps, ensuring she did not utilize her spiritual energy, relying solely on her physical endurance. This was akin to covering a distance of 20 miles in modern terms, and the weight of the sandbags gradually increased. As Li Yi spent more time with Yang Jingyu, she became increasingly aware of his exceptional abilities. He began teaching her fundamental techniques, all practical and aimed directly at vulnerable points. She marveled at her own foresight and the potency of her fortune-telling bracelet that had led her to such a formidable sparring master. For practical combat, as long as one did not use their cultivation, Yang Jingyu was among the best. Eventually, as their camaraderie deepened, Li Yi learned that Yang Jingyu had once been the top assassin of a mortal realm organization, only to enter the cultivation world by chance after discovering his spiritual roots. Naturally, Li Yi was generous to her capable mentor, especially upon learning that he had not undergone the cleansing of his marrow. She offered him the high-grade marrow-cleansing pills bestowed upon her by the sect for his use. This also led to Yang Jingyu, after enduring considerable hardship, to suddenly leap into the realm of qi cultivation. Moreover, each month, Li Yi would generously provide him with a vial of low-grade qi-nourishing pills as remuneration. Of course, Li Yi extended similar treatment to Huang Yue and Han Shufeng. After all, the monthly distribution of pills to these direct disciples, especially those of middle to low grade, was quite substantial. It was not that Li Yi was unwilling to furnish them with superior pills. Rather, his master had cautioned him that providing excessive resources to those in servitude could foster a mindset of entitlement and lethargy. The adage of a grain of rice rewarded breeds a bucket of resentment holds its truth. The realm of cultivation is deeply rooted in the principle of cause and effect, and their status merely reflects that of employer and laborer. Ordinary disciples, constrained by their limited spiritual roots, are destined to exert 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, more effort than others. To be overly generous could ultimately undermine their resolve. 8 months later, a cherubic child, as delicate as jade, danced gracefully in a garden of spiritual fruits that resembled a celestial realm, engaging in some form of practice. Suddenly, a vivid green tendril, adorned with sharp thorns, materialized in her delicate hand. It soared with a fierce gust toward the spiritual fruit, transforming it into a spectacle akin to blossoms dancing in the wind. As it descended, the young girl swiftly turned her hand, causing the spiritual fruits to vanish entirely. In a mere quarter of an hour, Li Yi collected all the spiritual fruits scattered across the vast expanse of the water cloud realm, categorizing them meticulously into her spatial storage. Naturally, she employed the same method to gather these spiritual plants. However, the most rudimentary ones, which she deemed useless for herself and even for the lower-ranking disciples, were promptly listed for sale in her modest cultivation shop. To her astonishment, even Li Yi, the proprietor herself, had not anticipated the remarkable success of her shop. She was acutely aware that the prices she set were considerably steep for modern individuals. Yet, paradoxically, her most elementary spiritual fruits and plants would sell out swiftly once posted. It was only after Li Yi gradually engaged in conversation with the people around her that she discerned that her so-called Taobao system bore no relation to the famed entity run by Ma Baba. Instead, this Taobao system was a global platform, adhering to the regulations of whichever country one made a purchase from. Elated, Li Yi discovered that she could procure any commodity available in that world. This revelation prompted her to acquire numerous practical items from the interface, ensuring she was well prepared for any eventuality, even capable of rivaling various military supplies. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to revise. Firearms and similar weaponry can be effortlessly conveyed to oneself through robust conveyor belts, enabling the transport of purchased goods. During this period, Li Yi also became acquainted with the formidable young heir of an international arms conglomerate, Shangwan Locke, who procured numerous compact yet immensely powerful firearms. Grenade. Such a hand grenade. The grenade may be comparable to the celestial thunderbolt of the cultivation realm. However, although its power does not quite match that of the celestial thunderbolt, its affordability is undeniable, as it can be procured with mere mortal currency. Over the past 8 months, Li Yi has amassed a staggering fortune exceeding hundreds of billions. However, of course, the pomegranate. The price of such items is indeed quite exorbitant. They have assured themselves that they will not utilize that interface again, nor will the items they dispatched appear in those peaceful nations before consenting to the transaction. Moreover, Li Yi has procured numerous high-end armored vehicles and Boeing aircraft designed for combat from that interface. He has also acquired a substantial quantity of premium gasoline. Through clandestine experimentation, Li Yi has discovered that for those below the golden core stage, it is not an easy task to dismantle these vehicles and aircraft. It is noteworthy that this officer, Shangwan Locke, is actually the true proprietor of that interface, known as Franz. He has been subtly connecting Li Yi to the right parties, as the benefits of Li Yi's offerings to humanity are immense. However, even for individuals of their stature, the monopolistic acquisition of such goods would be overwhelming. Franz is acutely aware that he cannot possibly consume such a vast quantity of spiritual fruits and vegetables. Additionally, he finds himself unable to withstand the relentless scrutiny and inquiries from various factions regarding his actions. Consequently, he has partnered with his old college friend, Shangwan Locke, to nearly deplete Li Yi's remaining stock. They have even expressed a desire to inquire about Li Yi's specific needs, although Li Yi diligently practiced every day. Wishing to split each minute into two, there were moments of fatigue that necessitated rest. The requests made by these two individuals were, in fact, quite ordinary for Li Yi. Naturally, their transactions were always consummated with great satisfaction. After all, to Li Yi, the so-called millennium ginseng and other ancient herbs like the 1,000-year-old Hishou or Lingji were merely akin to inferior spirit stones, capable of purchasing several such items. Nevertheless, those two fellows persistently expressed an interest in acquiring storage bags and similar items from Li Yi. However, Li Yi was wary of indulging their appetites and was acutely aware of the significance such storage bags held for mere mortals. For the time being, Li Yi has yet to acquiesce to their requests. She merely expressed that her abilities are rather modest, and she is currently unable to assist them in this regard. After all, Li Yi believes that overindulging this creature could lead to unfavorable consequences. Splendid work. At merely 8 months, you have already ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. Your offensive techniques are commendable, and with the bloodthirsty vine in your arsenal, you possess a reasonable capacity for self-defense. Mo Qihan swiftly approached Li Yi, feeling quite pleased with the results of her diligent cultivation. Master, please refrain from such flattery. Your praise will only embarrass Yi, she replied with a playful grin. However, she continued, but master, I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. No matter how I practice, I cannot seem to break through. As she spoke, a frown creased her young face. Having diligently cultivated for over a month after reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, her progress had stagnated, as if her cultivation were eternally trapped at this stage. Dear child, be content with your achievements. You are merely 6 years old, yet you have already attained the 7th level of qi refinement, which is a remarkable feat in the realm of cultivation. Typically, disciples find it exceedingly challenging to advance beyond this level. Otherwise, Those with exceptional talent would not remain stuck at the 7th level for such an extended period. Mo Qinghan smiled helplessly, realizing that her little disciple was simply too greedy. Master, at what age did you successfully establish your foundation? Li Yi asked with great curiosity, gazing at her ever-gentle and warm-hearted master. I achieved it at the age of 16. I entered the foundation building stage at that age. And your current cultivation speed is not inferior to mine. Indeed, the master diligently honed his spiritual power in his early years, achieving a flawless foundation at the 12th level of qi refinement without the consumption of any elixirs. In the realm of cultivation, it is quite remarkable for someone as young as 16 to have successfully established their foundation. Otherwise, he would not have secured the position of the second senior disciple among the elite members of the Kunlun Sect. Currently, Li Yi is merely a direct disciple of Mo Qinghan. As for being classified as an elite disciple, she certainly lacks the qualifications to enter, let alone to be ranked. Master, I have heard that a secret realm called Ya Tian Shuiyun will soon be open to the lower-ranked disciples in half a month, Li Yi said. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation as she gazed at Mo Qinghan. Do you wish to go? Mo Qinghan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. As the leader of a peak, he naturally had quotas available for his disciples. However, prior to this, Li Yi had only engaged in combat against low-tier demonic beasts and spirit creatures, or sought out spiritual herbs, all while accompanied by Huang Yue and Yang Jingyu. Master, I wish to experience it. I assure you, I will not bring danger upon myself, Li Yi pleaded, looking earnestly at her master. The Yangtian Shuiyun secret realm is designated for lower-ranked disciples at the 5th level of qi refining and below foundation establishment. Thus, Yang Jingyu and Huang Yue would not be able to protect Li Yi during the event. The teleportation into the Yangtian Shuiyun secret realm is random. You cannot predict where you will be sent, Mo Qinghan expressed, his gaze complex as he regarded Li Yi. Despite being his disciple, it was indeed appropriate for her to participate in the Yangtian Shuiyun secret realm. Master, you and my uncle have given me so many protective artifacts. I do not seek to gain any fortune there. I merely wish to witness it, and I promise I will not let myself be harmed. Li Yi then produced her storage jade for Mo Qinghan to see. Upon examining the jade, Mo Qinghan was initially puzzled, but after scanning it with his divine sense, he paused momentarily and then broke into laughter. Haha, my disciple truly possesses good fortune. In that case, you may go. Every fledgling must eventually grow, and in the process, they will inevitably stumble a few times. Thank you, Master, Li Yi exclaimed, joyfully leaping into his embrace. Master, should I bring back something good for you? She asked, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Mo Qinghan gently shook his head, regarding her with a softness that she could not comprehend. I do not require you to bring anything back for me. The only thing I ask is for you to return safely. Do not concern yourself with the spiritual plants or treasures within the secret realm. I lack nothing of that sort, and I can arrange everything for you. Remember, once you arrive, do not be greedy, for such short-sightedness may cost you your life. Yes, Master, you can rest assured. For me, life is of utmost importance, and I will not take unnecessary risks. Mo Qinghan, shaking his head in resignation, resolved to forge additional protective artifacts for Li Yi upon their return. He even reached out to some senior brothers with whom he had not communicated in a while, integrating Li Yi into their elite disciple team for the secret realm. Upon hearing this news, the disciples were visibly displeased, yet they had no choice but to accept it, rather than introducing a younger sister for them to team up with. It felt more like they were tasked with guarding her, especially since they all knew of Mo Qinghan's formidable abilities and his tendency to protect Li Yi fiercely. He had once offended Murong Yunli, a direct disciple of the formidable Jintian ancestor, just to safeguard her. Li, you have advanced to the 6th level of qi refinement. But what are you thinking participating in a secret realm? Zhang Lingyun questioned. Uncle. I just want to broaden my horizons. Li Yi replied with a grin. However, as she prepared to enter the secret realm, Zhang Lingyun confronted her. Do not act foolishly. Those who promise to protect you may not be able to find you once the teleportation occurs, as it is entirely random. Furthermore, you might encounter unforeseen dangers upon your arrival. With a sigh, Zhang Lingyun prepared himself for the secret realm expedition. Having received strong bodyguards from his grandfather, disciples at the 12th level of qi refinement. Yet, despite his preparations, he felt unease about the trials ahead. Murong Yunli will also be participating in this secret realm. She has already reached the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement, and is on the verge of foundation establishment. Be cautious not to cross paths with her or her subordinates, as they may not hesitate to deal with you. Li Yi smiled knowingly and clung to Zhang Lingyun's arm. Uncle, my master will not allow anyone to harm me. Zhang Lingyun, observing Li Yi's unwavering faith in Mo Qinghan, felt a complex mix of emotions. Yi, let us establish a means of communication within the secret realm. Should you encounter any danger, reach out to me, and we shall form a united front. Yes, yes. Hee. Uncle, I knew you would look after me. Finally, the day arrived for the Yangtian Shuiyun secret realm to open. Leading the expedition was an elder at the peak of the nascent soul stage, alongside the Kunlun Sect's first and second senior brothers, Mo Qinghan and Xiaoqing Luo. Their prominence commanded the attention of disciples from other sections. Li Yi watched as thousands of disciples boarded the massive flying vessel stationed in the square. Once the ship took flight, she stood with her companions, noting their elite demeanor. Their expressions were cold, and they seldom spoke. However, it was understandable, as these individuals were not only of aggressive single-element roots, but also possessed the confidence that came with their abilities. Li Yi sighed quietly. The aura of these youths was overwhelmingly intense, despite their youth. Little junior sister Yi, have you prepared everything? Inquired a 16-year-old girl with a wind elemental root, named Mo Qinghuai, who forced a smile at Li Yi. Yes, senior sister Ji, I have prepared everything, Li Yi replied obediently, assuring her that she would not cause any trouble. Master Qinghan, what is happening here? Why must such a young one be sent into the secret realm? Questioned a strikingly handsome young man clad in white, slightly furrowing his brow. The man clad in white, known as Shangwan Rui, possesses an ice-type spirit root and is 18 years old. In preparation for entering the secret realm of Yangtian Shuiyun, he has deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 12th level of qi refinement for the past 6 months. Rui, you are quite talkative. Let us do our utmost to protect our junior sister from harm when the time comes, remarked another man, his demeanor as frosty as his fire-type spirit root. Despite being at the same cultivation level, he is already 30 years old due to joining the sect later. Li, on the other hand, could only feign humility in this company. Truth be told, she had no intention of forming a team with them. However, they bore her no ill will, their expressions remaining impassive. While this did induce a slight sense of frustration, it was not unbearable. After all, in the eyes of these prodigies, she was merely a defenseless, dual spirit root novice. Zhang Lingyun frequently cast glances in her direction, but, for reasons unknown, refrained from approaching. Nevertheless, they had already exchanged communication jade tokens, allowing Li Yi to observe Murong Yunli, who was surrounded by a group of elite disciples, drawing envious looks and furtive glances her way. At a mountain gorge within the Yangtian Shuiyun secret realm, the flying vessels of several sects arrived almost simultaneously, carrying the elite disciples handpicked by each sect. Yet, the ensuing events were unremarkable, akin to the cliches found in the tales of cultivating immortals that Li Yi had read. Each leader present was a figure of significant repute within the cultivation world, yet their interactions were as juvenile as those of ordinary folk, engaging in banter, boasting, or feigning humility. Li Yi had no desire to listen or observe their antics. Among them, a striking figure in black caught Li Yi's attention. This male cultivator, at the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement, possessed a consciousness comparable to that of the nascent soul stage. Despite his youthful appearance that belied his over 100 years of age, feeling a gaze upon him, Mo Fifan glanced at the youthful girl who was staring at him intently. He contemplated using his consciousness to reprimand her, but, upon noticing her innocent and clear gaze, he chuckled to himself and refrained from attacking. Had Li Yi known that her innocent curiosity had spared her life, she might have reflected on her good fortune. In the cultivation world, even a fleeting glance could lead to dire consequences. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, Li Yi was enveloped in a blinding white light as the Yangtian Shuiyun secret realm manifested before her. Suddenly, an ancient door, inscribed with mysterious symbols and exuding an aura of profound antiquity, appeared, rippling with waves that sent shivers through those familiar with its presence. All right, the secret realm has opened. Hurry and enter. The cool voice of Mo Qinghan echoed through the air. Following her command, the disciples began to step through the luminous portal. Mo Qinghan, how can you allow your young apprentice to enter such an unpredictable realm? Xiao Qinglong protested as the disciples continued to pass through. Indulgence breeds harm, not love. As Yi's master, I cannot strip her of her autonomy. I firmly believe she will emerge safely. Mo Qinghan's gaze remained inscrutable. Indeed, the Yangtian Shuiyun's secret realm only opened once every 100 years. If her apprentice missed this opportunity, she would never return. However, those who could safely navigate its challenges were undoubtedly more resilient and fortunate than ordinary disciples. Still, Xiao Qinglong felt it was unreasonable to cast such a young and inexperienced disciple, barely at the 6th level of qi refinement, into such peril. Yet, he resigned himself to the thought that she was merely a dual spirit root disciple, and should she perish, he could always take another apprentice. Mo Qinghan could sense the unspoken implications in her master's words, but merely smiled in silence, trusting in the protective measures she had provided. As long as Yi was not excessively foolish or disobedient, she would be safe. After a disorienting transfer, Li Yi found herself sitting on the ground with a soft exclamation. She quickly scrambled to her feet, her eyes scanning her surroundings with astonishment. She was in a verdant expanse teeming with aquatic flora. Without hesitation, she donned the specially crafted garment her master had given her, designed to conceal her presence. She then applied several high-grade talismans to further mask her aura before cautiously observing her surroundings. Before her lay an endless field of spiritual herbs, each glistening with rich spiritual energy, making even ordinary edible plants seem extraordinary. Li Yi wasted no time in setting up her master's most advanced equipment, then opened her storage jade to begin absorbing the abundant spiritual energy. After completing her preparations, Li Yi leisurely began to excavate valuable spiritual plants, carefully placing them into the numerous jade boxes she had brought along. Anticipating a shortage of storage, she could easily transfer excess items into her spatial realm, which naturally preserved their freshness. Although her master assured her that she need not worry about her tasks, she felt no pressure, knowing he would assist her in fulfilling her obligations. Understanding that this opportunity arose only once every century, Li Yi collected everything she deemed even slightly valuable. Employing a 3-light policy, she gathered every low-tier edible herb, all of which would yield positive effects for mortals, and promptly listed them in her store on Taobao. As news of her new offerings reached eager customers, they flocked to purchase her goods with fervor. Fortunately, her store had yet to attract a vast clientele. Otherwise, the rush could have left many empty-handed. After all, once someone had experienced the quality of her wares, they would be willing to exhaust their resources for another chance. Li Yi had grown accustomed to such outcomes and paid them little mind. These spiritual herbs, less valuable than chicken ribs, were put to good use for mortals, transforming waste into utility. Moreover, they provided her with some income to reminisce about her current life. Meanwhile, she continued to observe the foolish spiritual beasts that wandered into her array, occasionally opening a small gap to let them in and commence her playful torment. In a certain sense, this has also served as a valuable exercise for Li Yi. After all those creatures had perished, Li Yi, taking advantage of her spacious domain, gathered everything directly into her space, thus sparing herself the trouble of skinning and dismembering the beasts. Everything would be addressed once she exited this secret realm. In a short span of time, Li Yi thoroughly cleared the spiritual plants within the formation. Fortunately, she had exceeded the requirements of her first task assigned by the sect, which involved collecting 10 500-year-old, nourishing foundation grass for the refinement of foundation establishment pills. It is noteworthy that she had amassed dozens of 1,000-year-old herbs and over 100 of the 500-year-old varieties. However, she regretted not finding the 800-year-old, calming spirit grass, required for another task. Recalling something, Li Yi sought out several jade boxes, each containing 10 500-year-old. Her intention was to potentially trade these if she fell short of meeting the tasks. Meanwhile, her spirit storage jade continued to voraciously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Thankfully, the formation did not isolate the spiritual energy. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite dire. With newfound courage, Li Yi ventured out of the formation, carefully collecting the spiritual plants in close proximity. Should she encounter any significant danger, she could swiftly retreat back into the formation or her space. Thus, within a radius of about 5 miles from the formation, Li Yi meticulously harvested everything available for excavation. However, as she ventured further, she noticed the color of her measuring luck bell had lightened. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to return to the formation. At that moment, her stomach grumbled, reminding her of her hunger. Having slain numerous beasts, Li Yi waved her hand and produced a state-of-the-art multifunctional solar cooker from her space. After setting it up, she tossed a low-tier spirit beast into the cooker. Under its operation, the meat and hide of the spirit beast were expertly processed, Li Yi collected the skin and bones, initiating the cooking process. Before long, dishes such as braised wood spirit rabbit and steamed water spirit deer were prepared, along with stir-fries made from the local edible spiritual plants. Within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the feast was ready. Li Yi eagerly took up her bowl and chopsticks, indulging in the delightful flavors. Fortunately, the isolation formation was of the highest quality, impenetrable even to those of considerable strength. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enjoy such a leisurely picnic. Having prepared an abundance of food, Li Yi stored the leftovers in her space, contemplating the possibility of encountering teammates or other humans. After all, she could not very well reveal her modern cooking apparatus. Yet, once her strength grew, why not allow her fellow disciples to craft items using her methods? Perhaps she could even establish a small workshop for crafting in the future. After satisfying her hunger, Li Yi realized she could not waste the rich spiritual energy surrounding her. She began to meditate and cultivate, even though she had reached the threshold of the 7th layer of qi refinement, making further advancement challenging. However, refining her cultivation would yield purer energy, enhancing her combat effectiveness and increasing her success rate for future foundation establishment and core formation. Li Yi sat in meditation for 6 hours, and upon finally opening her eyes, she felt invigorated and refreshed. Stretching her body, she retrieved culinary tools from her space to create more delicacies while relishing her earlier preparations. Thankfully, her space preserved the food in its original state indefinitely. After a satisfying meal, Li Yi tidied up and recognized it was time to depart. The spiritual energy in the area had noticeably thinned, even detectable to a qi refinement novice like herself. Moreover, her indicated that the stored spiritual energy was less than 1/10 of what she had here. Li Yi pondered how powerful an individual must have been to fill such a with pure spiritual energy. Yet, she understood the need to avoid overindulgence should someone discover her. It could lead to dire consequences. After all, many disciples had perished in this secret realm, and she could easily become a victim of treasure theft. Her master might remain oblivious to her fate, leaving her with no place to grieve. Outside the realm of cultivation, encountering death at the hands of others might lead to her complete obliteration, leaving no room for lamentation. With a sigh, Li Yi shivered at the thought. She slowly inspected her invisible cloak, finding it in good condition, and applied several invisibility and breath-concealing talismans to ensure her safety before disbanding the formation to explore elsewhere. Glancing at her luck bell, she noted the southwestern direction displayed a light purple hue, while the northwestern direction appeared a soft orange. The path was apparent, and without hesitation, Li Yi shouldered her pack and mounted her small electric vehicle, not a swift movement spell, but a compact solar-powered vehicle, heading southwest. Thanks to the invisibility formation on her garments, her small vehicle went unnoticed, allowing her to traverse faster than walking. In the sunlit water cloud secret realm, flying was prohibited for disciples, though a wind-based movement spell could circumvent this restriction. However, using such spells often resulted in energy leakage, exposing her position to those who might be watching. As she continued on her path, she sensed a growing chill enveloping her, a stark contrast to the previous warmth. The landscape became increasingly desolate, resembling a barren wasteland. The ground felt as hard as asphalt, evoking a sense of apprehension within her. Checking her communication jade, she found no signs of her companions, indicating they were far away. She felt disoriented, uncertain of her location, and the map her master had provided did not indicate this area. Casting a wary glance at her luck bell, she found solace in its persistent light purple glow, suggesting favorable fortune. With renewed determination, Li Yi bravely propelled herself forward on her little electric vehicle, thanking her for continuously supporting her endeavors. Otherwise, it would indeed be challenging to sustain the prolonged gaze of the genuine eye. Regrettably, despite the eye being open, the scene before her remained unchanged. Though Li Yi felt an overwhelming fear within, she could not fathom why she continued to forge ahead with determination. This place, reputed to be the most fortuitous for her, still emanated an aura of terror. One could only wonder what dangers lurked in locations deemed unfortunate. Yet, Li Yi overlooked an essential truth. Good fortune might bestow favorable opportunities, but it certainly did not guarantee immunity from peril. Suddenly, she sensed a tremor within her space, and upon closer inspection, she discovered that the vermilion bird egg was pulsating vigorously. Feeling a peculiar compulsion, she retrieved the egg, which seemed to thrum even more energetically once freed. Frowning slightly, she placed the vermilion bird egg into a small pocket of her compact electric vehicle. and it appeared to settle down somewhat. However, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Despite her master's gift of a robe designed to insulate against cold and heat, Li Yi found herself questioning the egg's influence. She scrutinized the vermilion bird egg once more before deciding to withdraw it, abandoning her vehicle to return it to her space. Gradually, she proceeded forward, but the egg seemed impatient, leaping spontaneously from her palm and bouncing ahead. Li Yi sighed, conceding that such fantastical occurrences were not surprising in the realm of cultivation. After all, what was a mere egg bouncing forward? Yet, as she ventured further into the chilling air, she began to suspect that the egg was siphoning warmth from the surroundings. Indeed, while the environment had always been cold, it had never been this piercingly frigid. As she walked, Li Yi soon found herself enveloped by a thick fog, realizing she had entered a formation. While she possessed the skill to arrange formations, her understanding of them was limited. Egg, do you know how to breach this formation? She mused, acknowledging her own desperation. Not expecting a reply from the egg, she utilized her fortune-telling bell and the genuine eye to pinpoint the formation's weakest point, coincidentally finding that the egg had bounced right to that location. Uncertain if it was merely a trick of her mind, Li Yi thought she heard the egg emit a sound. Sensing something amiss, she instinctively retreated and stepped back into her space. In that moment, she felt the egg unleash a wave of energy potent enough to melt anything in its path. Thank goodness I acted swiftly. Otherwise, I might have been reduced to ashes, she thought. In the realm of cultivation, even an egg could attain sentience. Truly, the vermilion bird egg was formidable. Yet, she pondered, why did she lack a fire affinity? If she had possessed one, would the egg have recognized her as its master? Would she then dominate the realm of cultivation? Lost in thought, the formation suddenly collapsed, prompting Li Yi to hastily emerge from her space and enter the formation. With keen intuition, she arranged the formation her master had taught her, encircling the area before collecting the remaining materials from the disrupted formation. The materials of this formation are peculiar, consisting solely of small formation flags. Beneath each of these flags lies a top-tier spirit stone, each one seemingly untouched by the passage of time, retaining all its exquisite properties. The flag's surface is crafted from the hide of a nine-tailed spirit fox, possessing centuries of cultivation. As for the purpose of these artifacts, Li Yi cannot ascertain at the moment. Once Li Yi removed the small formation flags, an extraordinary scene unfolded before her eyes. Two groups of people appeared, one clad in red and the other in white, moving closer together. The group in white seemed to be in mourning, exuding an eerie chill akin to temperatures plummeting to 100 degrees below zero. In stark contrast, the group in red radiated warmth, emanating a heat so intense it felt as though it could incinerate anyone nearby. Li Yi sensed that without the superb protective garment bestowed upon her by her master, she would likely be reduced to mere ash. Oh heavens, what should she do? Li Yi was suddenly filled with urgency, as if her fortune-telling bell had encountered a malfunction. Whether to the left or to the right, whether white or red, all manifested a pale pink hue. Oh my goodness! Li Yi steadied her mind, casting several protective talismans upon herself, preparing at any moment to flee into the space. Yet, she still closed her eyes, silently reciting the Heart Sutra while her consciousness remained acutely attuned to her surroundings. Remarkably, Li Yi could sense that her spirit storage jade had spontaneously activated, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy that enveloped her. She was unconcerned about the jade. Regardless of the type of spiritual energy it absorbed, it would filter it impeccably for her. However, the atmosphere here felt truly extraordinary. What could possibly be the cause of this phenomenon? The authentic gaze of one's own eyes perceives two distinct factions, though I find myself at a loss for words to accurately describe them. However, it appears that these entities bear no connection to the essence of existence, for reasons unknown. This spatial transformation led Li Yi into the midst of these two groups. Remaining motionless, Li Yi was nonetheless poised to enter the realm of space. Suddenly, the previously tranquil egg ventured towards the crimson pair. In an instant, this red entity erupted into a ferocious blaze, reducing everything to mere ashes. Yet, oddly, Li Yi felt no warmth emanating from this inferno. A flicker of realization crossed Li Yi's eyes. It seemed that the egg had absorbed the heat radiating from this fiery assembly. Meanwhile, the white faction continued to advance toward this direction, leaving Li Yi in a state of uncertainty about how to proceed. In that moment, the egg returned, prompting Li Yi to call out. However, the egg refused to come back, for it was, after all, the egg of the vermilion bird. Li Yi dared not claim dominion over this remarkable egg. Thus, The only recourse was for Li Yi to plunge into the spatial realm alone. With a heart full of hope, Li Yi prayed. For the egg was indeed the offspring of a divine creature. Surely, it would not perish so easily, would it? Thus, Li Yi irresponsibly fled. Meanwhile, Dan Dan bounced with even greater vigor, seemingly expressing some resentment towards Li Yi for abandoning him. The white creature appeared to sense that the egg before them posed a significant threat, prompting it to attempt an escape. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to flee, they remained tethered to this place. Li Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the perplexing situation at hand. The grinding just now was particularly reminiscent of the infamous duo, the Red and White Devils. However, should such figures truly manifest within the realm of cultivation? As Li Yi pondered, the white-clad group of individuals seemed to transform into another form. Suddenly, these figures morphed into disciples of the cultivation realm, engaging fervently in combat using their respective schools of magic. Li Yi exhaled deeply. Indeed, was this a formation within a formation? Is it possible that there exists something that even my own true eyes cannot perceive? Indeed, is this place truly a realm of divine artifacts? Somehow, Li Yi, in a moment of inspiration, inspected the protective garment adorning her form. Fortunately, thus far, it bore no signs of damage. To ensure her safety, she also prepared the protective shield bestowed upon her by her master, one capable of withstanding the full force of a nascent soul, true monarch's 3 strikes, maintaining it in a state ready for immediate activation. With a swift motion, she emerged once more, seeking a relatively clean spot to settle. She began to silently recite the Wangxing Jing, hoping to offer assistance to the group who held its verses dear. It is said that the souls of these cultivators would eventually dissipate into the cosmos. However, even in their dissolution, they do not cease to exist. For instance, the lingering attachments of humanity. Li Yi pondered whether these might indeed be the very attachments in question. Though she could not fully comprehend the situation, Li Yi sensed that the entity known as Dan Dan had already assisted her in vanquishing one side of the conflict. It was the other side that required her own resolution. With her eyes closed, Li Yi recited the Rebirth Sutra, oblivious to the scene around her. Gradually, the disciples, who had been fervently engaged in combat, began to cease their fighting, casting puzzled glances in her direction. One disciple, breaking the silence, softly uttered 2 words, "Thank you," before vanishing, followed closely by the second, third, and fourth in kind. Sensing a shift, Li Yi continued her recitation with renewed fervor. Time slipped away unnoticed, as even Dan Dan floated serenely in the air, while the spirit storage jade ascended, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The white figures continued to dissipate one by one, and upon closer inspection, it became apparent that their faces bore smiles. Li Yi tirelessly chanted, even as her body craved nourishment. Only when the need became urgent did she toss a supreme fasting pill into her mouth, executing the action seamlessly without interrupting her recitation of the Rebirth Sutra. She did not even open her eyes, remaining unaware of the remnants left behind, a ground strewn with bones and storage bags. Eventually, she felt a warm presence nudging her, prompting her to open her eyes, yet she insisted on finishing the last round of the sutra. Upon finally gazing at the hellish scene surrounding her, she gasped in shock. The ground was littered with the skeletal remains of humans and various creatures, posed in grotesque contortions. Some of the skeletal frames were even draped in ceremonial robes. In a modern context, this sight would have terrified Li Yi to her core. However, having undergone extensive training in the realm of cultivation, she found herself unafraid. For the true threats had vanished, leaving only the remnants that posed no danger. With a gentle sigh, she lamented that these lingering souls offered her no guidance. To the eyes of reality, they appeared to have existed for nearly 10 millennia. Perhaps they were disciples from a bygone era, or victims of some past conflict that had transpired here, resulting in their complete annihilation. They too have had their struggles, and it is uncertain how many years they have languished here. Given this, shall we grant them the peace of a proper burial? Li Yi, upon contemplating this matter, immediately conjured her Taba interface out of thin air. Indeed, with her enhanced cultivation, Li Yi was now capable of summoning this Taba interface at any moment and from any location. Naturally, this interface was visible solely to her. As Li Yi accessed the Taba interface, she proceeded to purchase a cremation urn, pondering that she likely needed several of them. Without hesitation, she ordered 6,000 units, subsequently opting for the expedited delivery option, despite the exorbitant shipping fee associated with it. It is indeed a parcel system that can be accessed in times of urgency. In an instant, these 10,000 urns materialized within this hellish scene. Moreover, these countless urns, along with the densely packed human and animal bones surrounding them, create a rather fitting atmosphere. Li Yi remained indifferent to these matters, numbly donning a pair of specialized isolation gloves. To be candid, she harbored a certain aversion to them. Yet, she felt an undeniable reluctance to abandon the skeletal remains, leading her to meticulously separate and arrange them one by one. At that moment, the peculiar egg seemed to sense something, emitting a small flame from its shell, igniting one of the skeletons. A smile graced Li Yi's lips. This egg was indeed remarkable, intuitively aware of her intentions even before she had claimed it as her own. Subsequently, she proceeded to methodically tidy up the second, third, and fourth skeletons. Naturally, she accepted without hesitation the storage devices and weapons left behind by those remains. However, most of these items disintegrated into dust upon her touch, a testament to their age, having succumbed to oxidation over the years. However, the remaining quantity is quite substantial. Nonetheless, Li Yi is not inclined to inspect the contents of these storage bags for the time being. After all, time is of the essence, and she can only remain in this secret realm for a month. The speed of the task was remarkable. Li Yi could be likened to a swift worker, deftly managing the skeletal remains. After meticulously arranging everything, she felt an overwhelming fatigue that threatened to cause her back discomfort. Of course, considering she was merely 6 years old, the notion of back pain seemed rather absurd. Straightening her back, Li Yi began to transfer the ashes into the urns, one by one. She had resolved that once she emerged from the sunlit water cloud secret realm, she would find a picturesque location to inter these urns. Her modern sensibilities still clung to the notion of resting in peace. While sorting through the ashes, Li Yi also discovered several exquisite artifacts. After cleansing them with water, she carefully stored them away. Among her findings was a skeleton that, upon burning, had not calcified but instead exhibited a crystalline appearance. To her astonishment, this skeleton was exceptionally sturdy. Moreover, it bore a shimmering black ring. Li Yi furrowed her brow, perplexed by this phenomenon. She retrieved a separate storage pouch and placed the skeleton within, intending to store it in her space. However, she encountered a peculiar issue. The ring could not be accommodated in her storage. Frowning, she glanced at her fortune bell. Fortunately, her luck appeared to be a soft lavender hue, which seemed to have deepened slightly. Gritting her teeth, Li Yi bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring. The ring's brilliance momentarily dimmed before it flew onto her little finger, vanishing from sight. Li Yi was utterly bewildered. Despite using her true eye, she could discern no extraordinary qualities about the ring. Even with her blood offered, the nature of the ring remained a mystery. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside her curiosity and return to her tasks. Li Yi let out a deep sigh and continued to gather the ashes. Later, she discovered that one of the ashes contained a small finger that had not been completely burned. It sparkled with a peculiar brilliance, yet felt remarkably soft and resilient to the touch. Li Yi carefully tucked it away and resumed her task. By the time she finished collecting everything, an hour had already passed. She quietly exhaled, and with a swift motion, swept the ashes into a storage pouch, which she promptly cast into her spatial realm. In that very instant, she noticed the surroundings shifting once more. Within the barren landscape, a towering dead grass, as tall as 10 men and as thick as a human waist, sprouted forth. Most significantly, this withered grass bore 11 spirit fruits, each resembling a curled-up infant, albeit in various colors, each weighing no less than 4 to 5 pounds. The spirit fruits were endearingly shaped, reminiscent of innocent children. Li Yi furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering the peculiar turn of events. I certainly did not notice this withered grass just now. Moreover, there is not a single blade of grass growing in the vicinity. How has it managed to grow so large? Li Yi stepped into the withered grass, and it was at that moment that the true eye discerned the extraordinary nature of the situation. This sprawling expanse of withered grass rendered the true eye powerless. However, Li Yi also uncovered something remarkable within it. Beneath her feet lay a patch of earth that was intertwined with the withered grass, astonishingly becoming one with it. This very ground beneath her was, in fact, a magnificent jade of vitality. Yet, this revelation left Li Yi in a state of perplexity. If it was indeed a jade of life, why was it so enshrouded in lifelessness? It appears that possessing the eye of truth alone is insufficient. For my understanding of this realm of cultivation is woefully inadequate. Li Yi recognized that it was time to depart from this place. However, leaving behind this withered grass and the remarkably large life stone felt inconceivable. The peculiar necks resembling those of children evoked an extraordinary sensation within her. Reluctant to concede, she wandered aimlessly, her gaze fixated on the fate bell. As she meandered, she found herself once more before the withered grass. Li Yi realized that attempting to draw forth her essence to claim this withered grass as her own might result in unforeseen consequences that could overwhelm her. Yet, an inexplicable feeling gripped her. Abandoning this place would lead to a lifetime of regret. Initially, she experimented with her vines, attempting to strike a spirit fruit. As anticipated, despite exerting her utmost strength, the spirit fruit remained utterly unresponsive, and her bloodthirsty vine exhibited signs of wilting. Hastily, she retracted the vine and began to contemplate her next move. Perhaps that which eludes us is the most precious. The difficulty in obtaining this childlike spirit fruit rendered it all the more desirable. Ultimately, Li Yi gritted her teeth, resolved to follow her instincts and employ the traditional method of bloodletting to establish dominion over it. This approach, of course, bore the potential for substantial peril. Nevertheless, she felt as if she were ensnared by a spell, unwilling to relent until she secured what she perceived to be a momentous opportunity. Thus, with unwavering determination, Li Yi forced her essence forth, allowing it to drip onto the withered grass. Instantly, she was beset by dizziness, as if her very soul were on the verge of ascending to the heavens. A wave of nausea engulfed her chest, and her head felt particularly heavy. In an instant, the scene before her struck her with such terror that 2.5 of her 3 souls seemed to flee. It was no mere illusion. She was truly suspended in midair, while the ground beneath her shrank rapidly. In that moment, she retrieved the small white lotus her master had given her. Though the lotus could not fly due to the absence of spiritual energy, it was capable of anchoring Li Yi, alleviating the sensation of weightlessness she experienced. This state endured for what felt like approximately 1 minute. Li Yi felt as though she and Zybalion were swept away into a tumultuous current of time and space. As Li Yi regained consciousness, she discovered herself suspended from a massive tree branch. That was not all. The dull and supposedly enormous jade had already manifested in her mind. Li Yi silently chanted, and the minuscule jade, along with the condensed withered grass and those little dolls, appeared in the palm of her hand. Upon seeing these items with her true vision, Li Yi understood their significance. She took a moment to compose herself, covering her heart that raced with excitement. Attempting to store these items in her space, she had prepared herself for the possibility that they might not integrate. To her surprise, they effortlessly entered her space, even merging seamlessly with it, creating another realm altogether, leaving Li Yi in astonishment. Now, apart from the palace-like structure, her space seemed to encompass an expansive area. However, this land remained barren and hard, save for the single withered grass. After her initial joy, Li Yi sighed softly and stepped into her space. She understood that achieving a genuine planting space was no simple feat yet. As she traversed this land that mirrored her recent exploration, she felt a sense of tranquility, especially as the atmosphere here was quite cool. The withered grass bore the renowned name of Shengxian grass, while the notable fruit it bore was called Kaowaden. As the name suggests, if a person suffered severe injuries or was nearing the end of their lifespan, simply plucking a leaf from this grass could swiftly restore their health and extend their life by 1,000 years. Conversely, the fruits, while not as potent, could significantly enhance a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, even reaching the divine transformation and ascension phases. The 11 fruits represented different spiritual roots, with each root usable only once. Li Yi naturally understood the immense value these fruits and the grass held for cultivators and the dire consequences if this information were to leak. The thought of such a scenario was too beautiful to bear. In her space, she recited the Heart Sutra multiple times to calm her emotions before exiting, only to find the Zhuke egg bouncing back into her arms. It seemed the egg had nestled against her, prompting a sigh from Li Yi as she tossed it back into her space, only to discover it happily accompanying the Shengxian grass. Li Yi was perplexed. Why would a fire-type divine beast seek out the cool Shengxian grass? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, focusing instead on the shifting energies surrounding her. She felt the bottleneck of her 8th layer of chi refinement loosening as spiritual energy surged towards her, striving to maintain control. She set up an exquisite protective formation and sat at its center, beginning her breakthrough into the 8th layer. The presence of the formation drew the attention of nearby disciples, as the spiritual energy was wildly converging in that direction. Who was the fortunate individual managing a breakthrough in such a manner? Knight Bingyu, with his sharp brows, approached the formation where Li Yi was situated. "Senior brother, what are you doing standing here?" asked a girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17, despite being 30. Her gaze, filled with admiration, was fixed on Knight Bingyu, a genius of the wind spirit root, who was currently at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Though his actual age was only 25, the girl, for the sake of simplicity, could be referred to as by Linger, the sole daughter of Knight Bingyu's master. The head of Shushan Sect, Knight Yu, who possessed the water, fire, and wood spiritual roots. This is a formation, a barrier formation. It seems someone is breaking through inside. Knight Bingyu succinctly stated. Then what are we waiting for? Let's break this formation. Bai Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. A formation that catches my eye must be of high caliber. Yet, Bai Linger was not as innocent as her name suggested. Senior brother, even if you had the ability to break it, why bother with a disciple who poses no threat to us? Despite her words, Knight Bingyu remained captivated by the spiraling spiritual energy rushing toward the formation. I simply wonder how the person inside is managing their breakthrough. Unbeknownst to him, the primary reason for this phenomenon was Li Yi's spirit storage jade, which had leaped forth to assist her in refining pure spiritual energy for her use. Naturally, Li Yi sensed the presence of others outside the formation but remained focused on her breakthrough, feeling the purity of the energy surpass that of top-grade elixirs, even though she had never consumed such elixirs. Senior brother, what exactly are you doing? I find you increasingly inscrutable, Bai Linger remarked, visibly discontented with Knight Bingyu's mysterious demeanor. Knight Bingyu merely smiled enigmatically. Sister, are you not curious why the individuals in this secret realm have chosen to break through without seeking a cave? Surely, they must have encountered a significant opportunity. Knight Taoist, what a coincidence to meet you here, said a familiar voice. Though it belonged to the group of disciples led by the infamous Murong Shiwen, whom Li Yi found particularly irksome. Murong Taoist, a pleasure to meet you. Knight Bingyu replied nonchalantly, aware of Murong Shiwen's reputation as a genius with a chaotic spiritual root. He did not feel inferior, being a rare genius of the wind spirit root himself. Bai Linger frowned, disliking Murong Shiwen's pretentious demeanor. Oh, we just witnessed a disturbance here. It seems a significant piece of land has vanished. We hurried over to find someone breaking through under this barrier formation. Murong Shiwen's eyes lit up with intrigue. Does this mean the person inside has encountered a remarkable opportunity? Knight Bingyu chuckled at Murong Shiwen's feigned ignorance. Was she trying to ensnare him in her scheme? As Li Yi smoothly transitioned from the 7th to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, the scheming of those outside inadvertently aided her progress. Upon opening her eyes and surveying the gathering crowd beyond the formation, she felt a wave of dismay wash over her, swiftly retreating back into her space. Let them play their games. I have more pressing matters to organize within my realm. It was most convenient for Li Yi to observe the unfolding events from within her space. As Li Yi busied herself with organizing the storage bags she had collected from the enormous jade stone, a sudden realization struck her. No good, he has broken through. Murong Shiwen exclaimed inwardly. So what if he breaks through? In the end, the monk can run, but the temple cannot, bellowed the robust man beside her. A cultivator with dual fire and wood roots at the 12th level of Qi cultivation. Yet, Yi Bingyu merely smiled wryly. It was said that Murong Shiwen hailed from royal lineage, yet she appeared so petty. To possess such extraordinary array talents, her status and experience were indeed remarkable. Who knows? They might even encounter old acquaintances upon emerging. Murong Shiwen shot a furious glare at Yi Bingyu. If you are unwilling to intervene, do not expect us to share our spoils later. Let me take action. Even if he reaches the peak of the 12th level of Qi cultivation, what of it? With so many of us, I refuse to believe he can escape. Murong Shiwen's eyes gleamed with excitement as the prospect of immense fortune ignited her fervor. However, she failed to consider whether her formidable bodyguards would comply, nor did she ponder if the equally powerful Yi Bingyu would agree. Nonetheless, this group was singularly focused on breaking the array, including Hao Shigang, a genius of earth and wood dual roots. As Li Yi observed from her concealed space, these individuals were on the verge of dismantling her formation. A surge of anger welled within her. Although they belonged to the same sect, being captured by them would undoubtedly spell disaster. In a moment of desperation, Li Yi scattered an immense quantity of beast-attracting powder she had traded for at the market, showering it over the array as if releasing a celestial offering. No wonder the ancients coined the phrase, one must act for oneself. lest heaven and earth conspire against them. These people approach the array with ill intentions, so they cannot blame me for being ruthless. The instant they breached the formation, Yi Bingyu sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, she activated a teleportation talisman, whisking her little junior sister, Bai Linger, away. Yi Bingyu, you scoundrel! Murong Yunli cursed under her breath. Momentarily stunned by the onslaught of various spirit beasts and monsters that surged forth. Who dares to be so ruthless? If I catch them, they shall face dire consequences, shouted the earthy-toned, single-rooted giant. The tidal wave of beasts surged forward, driven by a frenzied energy, their fierce eyes glinting with madness. Striking fear into the hearts of those present, the spirit beasts and monsters trampled their own kind in their reckless charge. Though formidable, the group sustained injuries in their desperate struggle. Sensing the shift, the more astute among them fled in panic, as if each individual exhibited their unique prowess in a chaotic bid for survival. The cacophony of the beast tide persisted, resembling a one-sided massacre. Despite the chaos, the disciples suffered varying degrees of injury, with some left crippled. Li scoffed. Ah, it is you who have left me no path to survival. What choice do I have? I have done nothing to wrong you. I merely sought to break through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation here. Yet, you wish to slay me and seize my treasures. As she witnessed Murong Yunli desperately slaying several monsters, despair washed over her, prompting her to retreat into her space. Disregarding the possibility of being discovered. Li, it appears my master's words hold truth. One must avoid excessive greed. Curse you, Murong Yunli, muttered Hao Shigang, the array genius, as he plastered himself with talismans, cloaking his presence with a special formation. However, Li Yi could scarcely bear to watch the ensuing battle. Yet, recalling her master's admonitions, she forced herself to endure the nauseating scene. At last, the disciples fled, some wounded, some dead, while the surroundings transformed into a scene of carnage. Li Yi observed as the bodies of fallen disciples were trampled into a bloody pulp by the beasts, their blood only serving to invigorate the frenzied tide. The vibrant eyes of the beasts glimmered with a savage intensity as they clashed and tore at one another. In the midst of chaos, Hao Shigang affixed another teleportation talisman to himself and vanished from the scene. Li Yi remained vigilant, awaiting the retreat of the beast tide. She was far from an inexperienced cultivator. She understood well that spirit beasts and monsters were treasures in their own right, with their materials serving as essential components for the artifacts and elixirs utilized by cultivators. The inner cores of these beasts were particularly prized for alchemy. Alas, due to her reckless scattering of beast-attracting powder, the tide had escalated too quickly, and she feared little would remain for her. After a day and night, the beast tide finally receded, leaving behind only scraps of fur and bones. Finally equipped, Li Yi emerged from her space, swiftly dispatching a few lingering monsters before unleashing her bloodthirsty vine to absorb the spilled essence of the beasts. She hastily collected whatever remains of materials, be they good or bad, into her space before activating her teleportation talisman to leave. Just as Yi Bingyu reappeared using her own teleportation talisman, she was struck by the stark emptiness of the surroundings. Oh dear, that little brat managed to escape, she mused. How true it is that the weaker creatures possess a heightened sense of danger. Li Yi's teleportation had not landed her in a favorable location, instead thrusting her into a scorching desert. She could not help but lament, the soft sand threatening to swallow her whole unless she utilized her spiritual energy to resist. Yi, my junior sister, I finally reached you. How did you end up in the desert? Li Yi was struggling against the heat when her communicator finally crackled to life. To her relief, it was her beautiful and adorable senior sister, Jima Qinghua. Junior sister, do not move. I will come to find you, Jima Qinghua called out, summoning her companion, Shangguan Shenrue, to rescue Li Yi. Oh, it is unbearably hot here. What kind of secret realm is this? Sunny heaven water cloud? What do sand and scorching sun have in common? Li Yi cursed, tossing a water ball into her mouth to alleviate her discomfort. Being of wood and water dual roots, she dreaded such extreme heat. To make matters worse, she felt a sudden urge to relieve herself. Rolling her eyes, she reluctantly complied. Li Yi was perplexed. What is a fire-type divine beast like you doing? Wherever there is an abundance of warmth, you instinctively gravitate towards it. Is it perhaps due to an innate deficiency that compels you to seek out and absorb additional heat? Fortunately, the presence of the egg here to absorb heat offered Li Yi a measure of comfort. Naturally, in such a desert, it was impossible for her to remain entirely unscathed. For instance, the native fire spirit scorpions swarmed towards her, launching their attacks. Thankfully, the egg took the initiative to leap out and deal with those scorpions, leaving the remaining stragglers for Li Yi to confront alone. She understood that in such dire circumstances, maintaining her composure was paramount. Drawing upon the special footwork techniques imparted by her master, she deftly evaded the advances of the fire spirit scorpions and various other venomous insects. Having been discovered, Li Yi's gaze hardened. With unwavering resolve, she cast her grenades with reckless abandon. The ensuing explosions decimated the insects, leaving them in disarray. However, she did not lower her guard. She swiftly deployed her bloodthirsty vine to ensnare the remaining survivors, dispatching those that lingered on the brink of death. As for the corpses of the poisonous creatures, she did not hesitate to collect them all into her storage pouch. The matter of extracting demon cores and collecting blood could wait until she reached a safer location. Just as she finished her task, and before she could catch her breath, she spotted her senior brothers and sisters emerging in the distance. She had just deactivated the concealment feature on her robe. "Eee, it is such a relief to see you unharmed," one of them exclaimed. Within the span of a minute, GMO Qinghuai and Shangguan Xingrui approached, appearing somewhat disheveled. At that moment, the egg nestled snugly in Li Yi's embrace, as if nothing had transpired. "Senior brother and sister, it is truly wonderful to see you." Tears welled up in Li Yi's eyes. "We must leave quickly. This place is no sanctuary. Encountering a fire spirit scorpion could be fatal," Shangguan Xingrui urged. Li Yi promptly applied a speed-enhancing talisman and followed closely behind her two companions. It must be said that, without a guide, finding an exit in this desolate expanse was far from an easy endeavor. However, this also implies that one cannot indulge in solitary gaming within this secret realm. "Oh, junior sister, you have made remarkable progress, having ascended to the 8th layer of Qi training. At merely 6 years of age, and being a dual spirit root, you are indeed a prodigious talent among our cultivation community." When they arrived at a relatively secure location, GMO Qinghuai expressed his astonishment, while Shangguan Xingrui discreetly began to establish an exceptional protective formation around the two. "Hehe, when I first arrived, I was transported to a place abundant with lush aquatic vegetation. I then discovered a cave, set up a formation to encircle it, and commenced my cultivation." Li Yi, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her head and subtly stuck out her tongue. GMO Qinghuai chuckled softly, realizing the reason behind it. "No wonder this little girl bears no visible scars. She appears rather unscathed. How is it that you seem so pristine, with not a single injury on you? However, you have done quite well in safeguarding yourself, which spares us the trouble of having to explain to our master if we venture out." Li Yi was somewhat taken aback. "GMO Qinghuai, a girl not even 20 years old. Why do you adopt such a demeanor of elder satisfaction? Junior sister, with such remarkable luck, I suppose the elixirs you possess must be consumed sparingly. Am I correct?" After Shangguan Xingrui arranged the formation and approached, he smiled at Li Yi with a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Li Yi couldn't help but shiver. Indeed, Shangguan Xingrui was of the ice element, and his presence made her feel an unmistakable chill. "Yes, senior brother Shangguan, the elixirs here have not been utilized much," she replied. Li Yi cast a skeptical glance at Shangguan Xingrui, contemplating whether she should activate her Eye of Truth to discern the reality. "Junior sister, do you still have many healing elixirs in your possession? Your senior sister, GMO Qinghuai, has barely managed to stabilize her injuries." However, Shangguan Xingrui can only shake his head in helplessness, observing his junior sister still persisting despite her condition. Naturally, his own wounds are not trivial either. Even though he has exhausted all healing elixirs, they merely conceal the visible signs of his injuries. "Ah, but there is indeed a remedy with Li Yi." She nods, retrieving from her storage pouch a precious bottle of rejuvenating elixirs, and after a moment's contemplation, she presents another exquisite bottle of vitality-replenishing potions. "Senior brother, senior sister, do you think this is sufficient?" These were all prepared by the junior sister's master. Li Yi took a glance and realized that her two senior brothers and sisters had not been having an easy time lately. "That's enough. Thank you, junior sister." Shangguan Xinrui's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. "Jimmick, you should also take some quickly, right? Who knows what other encounters await us in the near future? We certainly cannot remain concealed within this array indefinitely, can we?" Upon receiving the news, it has come to our attention that our esteemed Kunlun Sect has suffered considerable losses among its disciples. Consequently, Shangguan Xingrui promptly allocated a portion of resources to Jima Qinghuai. Although Jima Qinghuai hesitated momentarily, the looming dangers ahead compelled her to swiftly consume these elixirs. Dear junior sister, you are fortunate to have evaded peril. Meanwhile, your senior brothers and sisters, upon their arrival here, were thrust into fierce and life-threatening battles. Your senior sister Jima Qinghuai was immediately transported to a nest teeming with venomous creatures, each possessing nearly foundational cultivation levels. It was a matter of surviving against overwhelming odds to eliminate those threats. As for myself, I was directly sent into the midst of a beastly onslaught. The intensity of that moment is beyond description. Li Yi was taken aback to discover that her senior brother Shangwan was quite the loquacious fellow, effortlessly engaging in conversation while consuming elixirs. However, senior brother, did you not don the enchanted robe designed to conceal one's presence and form, coupled with several gravity talismans for further protection? Li Yi humbly seeks knowledge. Do you regard us as mere children? We came here for the purpose of honing our skills. How could we resort to shortcuts? Moreover, if one were truly to be transported to such a place, even invisibility would prove futile. After all, invisibility does not equate to non-existence, especially in the treacherous lair encountered by your senior sister, where countless venomous creatures swarm, leaving no safe haven. The moment you brush against one, wouldn't your presence be betrayed? You are indeed a brother. And I too find myself in this unfortunate predicament of facing the beast tide. I must admit that Shangwan Xingrui possesses a remarkable fortitude, able to speak of the harrowing battles he has just endured as if they were mere jest. But what of our fellow brothers and sisters? Have we been unable to establish contact with the others in our team? Jima Qinghua shook his head. Most of them have not received any news. Although this Yangshanxian secret realm can be considered a hidden domain, according to the elders, it is as expansive as our Kunlun continent. It is only natural that communication is difficult when the distance is so great. Jima Qinghua sighed, surprised that among all those involved, only he and Shangwan Xingrui managed to establish contact. However, you might still be unaware of this, right? Murong Yunli's team has indeed received news. Yet they have suffered significant losses. Shangwan Xingrui, while reflecting on his own wounds, took the opportunity to enlighten Li Yi about the significant events that had transpired within this mystical realm. GMO Qinghua also smiled faintly, raising a hand to conjure 4 jade boxes. Just in time, junior sister Yi and senior brother Shangwan. For the past 800 years, I have been fortunate to possess the dragon's nightshade, and for the last 700 years, the fran grass. There is an abundance here, perfectly allowing me to share one portion with each of you. Thank you, senior sister. I am truly grateful, junior sister. The two did not hesitate and promptly accepted their shares. Now, as for the remaining would attribute demon core. It should suffice if everyone has one that is at least 500 years old, correct? Shangwan Xingrui articulated another task that seemed easily achievable for many. Indeed. Senior brothers and sisters, I have more than enough here, do you? Li Yi had gathered plenty during the beast tide, so she had long since amassed enough. I have also collected sufficient supplies, which means we can consider our task at the East Gate accomplished. GMO Qinghua smirked. Completing the task in Chinese was manageable, but the one assigned by the master proved to be quite challenging. However, the master's instructions were not inflexible mandates. Yet, there remained no trace of the legendary herbs, the grass of immortality, and the elixir of life. Even the longevity fruit that the master tasked her with finding remained elusive. Senior brothers and sisters, we only utilized a fraction of the medicinal pills here, she suggested. Let me distribute these among you. It would be inconvenient to need them later. Li Yi was aware that she had greatly benefited from her senior brothers and sisters, thus she remained silent about it. In truth, even the finest medicinal pills were quite costly within the sect, and their prices only escalated following the aftermath. Without waiting for their response, Li Yi retrieved several bottles of both superior and medium-grade healing pills, as well as vitality-enhancing pills from her storage ring. After all, once one stepped outside, if gravely injured with no means of healing, it would be prudent to consume pills to elevate one's cultivation. Elevating cultivation naturally bestowed an automatic healing function. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and take them, she urged. Rest assured, I have plenty left. Firstly, to reach this place, aside from the ample single herbs bestowed by the master, she had exchanged most of her resources for these. Li Yi pushed several bottles of pills towards them. Come on, junior sister, thank you. GMO Qinghua insisted. Just accept them without being coy. We still have many days ahead before we can return. It was wise to prepare in advance, for one could never predict what challenges lay ahead. Shangwan Xingrui readily accepted his share. That is as it should be. One cannot be treated differently merely because of youth. Cultivation is fundamentally about refining the mind, and accumulating too much debt can lead to unforeseen consequences. Though still young, the junior sister understood this principle. Indeed. Finally, GMO Qinghuai gathered the pills. Thank you, senior sister. However, since everyone had nearly finished organizing, shall we seize this opportunity to rest well? As Shangwan mentioned earlier, who knows what we may encounter shortly. Although the two had nearly healed their injuries with the medicinal pills, they still could not exhibit their full strength in comparison to others. GMO Qinghuai made it clear that they were not at their peak. Moreover, they had the responsibility of protecting the petite Li Yi. Shangguan Xingrui merely nodded in acknowledgement before closing his eyes to meditate. Li Yi understood the gravity of the situation and obediently followed suit, even consuming a premium fasting pill as a precaution. Is there an exquisite defensive array here? She mused. Was it not true that misfortunes often lead to unexpected encounters? The ever-persistent Murong Yunli was once again amidst several male cultivators from the beast-taming sect, her laughter enchanting. Indeed, Murong Yunli, the apprentice of the esteemed elder of Kunlun, is truly remarkable to perceive such a concealed array. One burly man remarked, adorned with a coiling third-tier green heart-devouring python around his neck, grinning wickedly. Li Yi shuddered within the array. The third-tier python could easily corrode a foundation establishment disciple with its venom. Not to mention, its formidable physique could constrict and suffocate a foundation establishment cultivator. Shangguan Xingrui, however, scoffed disdainfully. Murong Yunli should not be among us in Kunlun Sect. If she were to join the Hahuan Sect or the Joyful Sect, she might very well become a dual cultivation partner for their leader. Junior Sister Yi, do stay close to your senior sisters, and do not wander off. GMO Qinghuai said with a slight smile, rising to her feet. Li Yi nodded. She was indeed too small. Might we gather with the friends within the array? The burly man called out. Shangguan Xingrui smirked and waved his hands, opening the array. Li Yi, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Within the sect, your master protects you, and here in the secret realm, you have your senior brothers and sisters watching over you. While her peers fought for survival in the secret realm, she had fortuitously elevated her cultivation level. Murong Yunli regarded Li Yi with a bemused expression, feigning affection towards the junior sister. Such insincerity was particularly grating, especially among the astute individuals present in the cultivation world who could easily see through her pretentious act. Sister, in the cultivation realm, strength is paramount, not the scheming of a harem filled with intrigue and deceit. Reporting to the esteemed elder, junior sister Yi is too timid to undertake missions and fortuitously arrived at a place rich in spiritual energy and abundant resources, with no formidable foes around. She took refuge in a small cave, sealing it with an array to cultivate. Had it not been for the arrival of her senior brothers and sisters, she might still be inside. Li Yi laughed shyly. The others, however, paid little mind to her. Such a small figure in a secret realm was indeed an intriguing notion. After all, the spiritual energy in this secret realm surpassed even the most densely packed mountains, especially since most of those present were elite disciples. Elite disciples tended to be straightforward and devoid of unnecessary complications. Yet, each elite had their own standards for judging others. Presently, Murong Yunli cast a skeptical glance towards Li Yi, while others had already sensed something amiss. Li Yi, have you not encountered any significant opportunities during your cultivation? Hehe. Murong Junior Aunt, are you inquiring about opportunities? Shangguan Xingrui replied with a playful smile. Haha. Murong, sometimes jokes require the right context. It seemed not everyone was suited for levity, as the burly man laughed heartily. This robust man, aged 35, was at the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement. All present were of similar cultivation levels, and this man, being a dual-element cultivator, had indeed achieved commendable progress at such a young age, indicative of good fortune and diligence. GMO Qinghuai too smiled, waving his hand to reveal 4 jade boxes. How fortuitous, junior sister Yi and senior brother Shangguan. I have indeed been fortunate with the 800-year-old dragon's nightshade and the 700-year-old fring grass. There is plenty here, just enough for each of you. Thank you, senior sister. And thank you, junior sister. The two of them, unreserved, hurriedly accepted their portions. Now, regarding the remaining would attribute demon core, which should be sufficient for 500 years. I believe everyone has won by now, right? Shangguan Xingrui mentioned another task that seemed easily achievable by many. Yes, senior brothers and sisters, I have enough here. Do you have enough? Li Yi had gathered numerous resources during the beast tide. Naturally, She had long since collected enough. I too have gathered sufficient resources, which means our task at the East Gate can be considered complete. Jima Qinghuai smiled slightly. Completing the tasks in Chinese was manageable, but the tasks assigned by the master proved to be more challenging. However, the directives from the master were not rigid commands. Yet, the legendary herbs like the grass immortal pill and the life extension herb remained elusive. Even the longevity fruit that the master instructed her to find remained undiscovered. Oh, senior brothers and sisters, the elixirs here were only minimally consumed. How about this? I will share some with you, so it won't be inconvenient when you need them later. Li Yi, aware that she had indeed benefited from her senior brothers and sisters, remained silent. In truth, the price of these exceptional elixirs was considerably high, even within the sect. Moreover, the price would only escalate after this. Without waiting for a response, Li Yi retrieved several bottles of premium and medium-grade healing elixirs, along with vitality elixirs, from her storage ring. After all, should one suffer severe injuries outside, having elixirs to aid recovery would be beneficial. Increasing cultivation level naturally enhances one's self-healing capabilities. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and take them. Rest assured, I have plenty left to prepare for this journey. Besides the substantial amount of single herbs provided by the master, I also exchanged most of my possessions for these. Li Yi pushed several bottles of elixirs towards them. All right. Thank you, junior sister. Jima Qinghuai urged. Don't be so coy. We still have many days before we can return. It is wise to prepare, as we never know what challenges lie ahead. Shangwan Xingrue readily accepted his share. That's right. We cannot treat you differently just because you're younger. Cultivation emphasizes the refinement of the heart. Incurring too many debts may lead to karmic repercussions. Although the junior sister was young, she understood this principle well. Jima Qinghuai finally accepted the elixirs. Thank you, senior sister. Since we have gathered our supplies, let us take this opportunity to rest. As you just mentioned, who knows what we may encounter shortly. Although both had nearly healed their wounds with the elixirs, they would still be at a disadvantage compared to their full strength. Jima Qinghuai's words were clear. They were not at their peak condition, especially with the need to protect the little one, Li Yi. Shangwan Xingrue merely nodded and closed his eyes to meditate. Li Yi recognized the gravity of the situation and obediently followed suit, beginning her meditation. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, she even consumed a premium fasting elixir. Here exists a remarkable defensive formation. Truly, it is no coincidence that we meet again. The unrelenting Murong Yunli was seen laughing and chatting with a few male cultivators from the Beast Tamer sect. Is that so? Murong Yunli, as expected, is indeed the disciple of the esteemed Elder of Heaven's Guardian. Such a concealed formation is effortlessly discerned by you. One of the burly men, adorned with a green, coiling third-tier Tianqin python around his neck, chuckled wickedly. Li Yi trembled slightly at the sight of the third-tier Tianqin python. Its mere venom could easily corrode a Foundation Establishment disciple. Not to mention, the formidable physique of the Tianqin python could suffocate a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Shangwan Xingrue, however, scoffed disdainfully. Murong Yunli should not have come to our Kunlun Sect. If she had gone to the Hehuan Sect or the Huan Yuan Sect, she might have quickly become a dual cultivation partner to their sect leader. Junior Sister Yi, stay close to your senior sisters and do not wander off. Jima Qinghuai smiled slightly, yet stood up. Li Yi nodded. She was indeed still quite small. Can we gather with the friends within this formation? The burly man called out again. Shangwan Xingrue lightly waved his hands, and the formation opened. Li Yi, your fortune is remarkable, within the sect. You have your master to protect you, and now in this secret realm, you have your two senior brothers and sisters looking after you. While others are struggling in the secret realm, you have even managed to elevate your cultivation. Murong Yunli watched Li Yi with a half-smile, feigning affection for the junior sister. It was truly nauseating, especially since those present were all astute individuals within the cultivation world, easily seeing through Murong Yunli's pretentious act. Sister, this is the cultivation world, where strength is paramount, not a court of scheming and plotting. Reporting to my esteemed elder, junior sister Yi, being small, hesitated to undertake tasks. However, upon arriving, she found herself in a place rich with spiritual energy and abundant resources. Fortunately, there were no formidable enemies, allowing her to hide in a small cave and cultivate, sealing it with formations. Had it not been for the arrival of senior brothers and sisters, she might still be in there. Li Yi smiled shyly. The others paid little mind to the petite figure. It was indeed a good idea to cultivate in the secret realm. as the spiritual energy here surpassed that of any mountain range. Moreover, most present were elite disciples, and when elite disciples gathered, there was little room for subterfuge. However, these elites had their own standards for evaluating others. At that moment, Murong Yunli continued to scrutinize Li Yi skeptically, while the others had already sensed something amiss. Li Yi, it appears you have been quite fortunate. Have you not encountered any significant opportunities? Hee, Murong Jr. Aunt, is it not curious to inquire about others' opportunities? Shangguan Shengrui observed Murong Yunli with a smirk. Haha, Murong, my friend, jesting requires an appropriate setting. It seems not everyone is suited for humor. The burly man laughed heartily. At 35 years old, he had reached the 12th level of qi refinement. All present shared similar cultivation levels, and this man, possessing both fire and water spiritual roots, had achieved such a level at his age, showcasing both fortune and diligence. Hongxia, you speak truly. However, it seems our Kunlun Sect's disciples evidently lack your broad-mindedness. Murong Yunli appeared uncertain whether she was clever or foolish. She openly criticized the elite disciples of Kunlun Sect in front of the disciples of the Beast Tamer Sect. Hongxia, you speak wisely, but there is indeed a limit to jesting, particularly when it concerns our young junior sister, who is still in her tender years. A careless remark could very well tarnish her resolve. Neither of us can bear the wrath of her master, the esteemed Zhenren Qinghan. GMO Qinghuai's lips curled slightly, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Murong Yunli, a prodigy of exceptional talent bestowed with the rare and chaotic spiritual root. Yet, her cultivation appears alarmingly superficial, seemingly reliant on the excessive use of elixirs to elevate her prowess. Such a person still wishes to flaunt their advantages derived from their spiritual roots. Parading before me with arrogance? I see. How does Hongxia describe this young Taoist? As possessing an aura of compelling spiritual energy. So you are indeed a direct disciple of the esteemed light, cold master. Bao Hongxia couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for having maintained his composure and refrained from acting impulsively. Had he inadvertently offended any of the three individuals, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the wrath of the Kunlun Sect. For a moment, the group appeared to share an oddly harmonious atmosphere. Li Yi was rather displeased by this, yet regrettably, being of lesser status, she had no choice but to comply obediently. Taoist Shangguan. It is said that the southern region is the most likely place to find the longevity fruit, suggested another male disciple from the beast-taming sect, who was at the 12th level of qi refinement. He was adorned in a white robe made of celestial silk, not only striking in appearance, but also exuding an exceptionally noble aura. Not to mention, beside him lay a remarkably large double-tailed white fox, even bigger than an adult water buffalo, with an astonishingly beautiful visage. What was even more extraordinary was that this white fox possessed a pair of wings. It was evident to all that this was his tame spirit pet, known as the double-tailed flying fox. Despite this, the notion of venturing south seemed perilously daunting. Shangguan Shengrui furrowed his brow. His entire team had yet to arrive. The prospect of embarking on an adventure with these individuals was akin to courting disaster. Bao Hongxia appeared to be somewhat tempted by the idea of exploring the southern region as well. After all, he possessed both water and fire spiritual roots. Even with diligent and tenacious cultivation, it was evident that his progress was considerably slower. Without the backing of his family, he might have fallen short of even the weakest of the 5 spiritual roots, as those roots complement one another, whereas his water and fire roots were inherently antagonistic. It is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals to fathom the process by which one cultivates the dual elements of water and fire to achieve advancement. Would you like to accompany your senior brothers and sisters to the south? There lies a remarkable opportunity. It could even enable you, my dear girl, to effortlessly transcend from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Murong Yunli's eyes flickered momentarily as she donned a benevolent expression while gazing at Li Yi. Shangguan Shengrui furrowed his brows, casting an unhappy glance at Murong Yunli. Master Murong, please refrain from jesting. My junior sister Yi is still quite young and lacks significant cultivation. The dangers in the southern regions are numerous. How could she possibly venture forth and risk herself? Do you not comprehend this, Shangguan Shengrui? Your junior sister, Li Yi, is indeed relying on her fortune, is she not, little Yi? Master Uncle knows that your skills in movement are unparalleled. Murong Yunli's smile resembled that of a cunning wolf. Yet Li Yi merely shook her head. Was she really so eager to accompany this Murong Yunli on an adventure? As if she were an old immortal seeking a noose for her long life? Master Murong, when entering the secret realm again, my master had instructed me. He strictly forbade me from venturing into those perilous places, and even more so from being disobedient and hindering my senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Shangguan Qingrui let out a significant sigh of relief. As for Murong Yunli, this woman has laid bare all her malicious intentions for the world to see. It baffles me how she, possessing a rare and extraordinary chaotic celestial root, would seek to torment a mere 6-year-old girl with dual spiritual roots. Is it truly worth it? Even if it is merely out of jealousy? Master Qihan has always been one to shun the allure of women, and given his scholarly disposition, it is unlikely that he would harbor any genuine interest in feminine charms. This has little to do with you, Murong Yunli, does it? After all, Master Qihan has already expressed his lack of interest in Murong Yunli. Even the venerable Zhentian cannot coercively demand that Master Qihan engage in dual cultivation with anyone. After all, Qihan has a master, and it is worth noting that her master has achieved remarkable success. Neither her family nor the sect could compel her master to enter into a marriage alliance. Li Yi, have you forgotten the distinctions of rank once more? I am indeed your granduncle. Do you dare to disregard my command? Murong Yunli's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly indicating her irritation. GMO Qinghua furrowed his brow intensely and remarked, Master Murong, while it is true that you hold a significant position within our lineage, it appears you lack the authority to demand anything of our junior sister. Does it not? Only our junior sister's master and the sect leader can make demands of her, can they not? Shangguan Qingrui's expression was indeed rather grim. Many with exceptional spiritual root qualifications have sought out powerful mentors in the integration and transformation stages. However, individuals like Murong Yunli, who leverage their master's reputation to intimidate others, are a rarity. At the very least, such brazen behavior is seldom displayed openly. Moreover, Murong Yunli dared to confront GMO Qinghua in front of the disciples of the Beast Control sect, dismissing him as nothing more than a being destined for downfall. After all, he was merely an unestablished foundation cultivator, merely a wind-type spiritual root of singular nature, with an uncertain future ahead. Murong Yunli was immediately incensed, nearly uttering words that should have remained unspoken. Nevertheless, her half-spoken words were enough to convey a different meaning. Although Li Yi feigned terror, she began to comprehend the underlying truths. It appears that the exceptionally gifted and kind-hearted Qinghua from Jima is destined for tragedy in the future. Yet, why do I lack any recollection of it? Is it possible that Jima Qinghua is merely a minor character, often overlooked or scarcely mentioned in that particular book? Indeed, it appears that in the realm of cultivation, the more exceptional the talent of a woman, the more tragic her ultimate fate tends to be. After all, most are rendered ineffective, compounded by the various narratives of resurgence through fortuitous advantages. The countenance of GMO Qinghua suddenly turned grim, as she appeared to sense an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Shangguan Qingrui, however, smirked devilishly while gazing at Murong Yunli. Esteemed Master Murong, it appears we have inadvertently offended you. Under the commands of the authorities, we find ourselves compelled to comply. Regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize the safety of our junior sister. In truth, his earnestness in safeguarding Li Yi was rather superficial. It was merely that Murong Yunli's authoritative demeanor had provoked this proud scion of the ice spirit root. Murong Yunli, in her previous existence as a mere 5th-grade root, had now become excessively inflated with self-importance since her ascendance to the realm of chaos spirit root. She seemed to have forgotten that those before her were predominantly prodigies, were individuals of extraordinary caliber. The advantages she perceived in herself were not as infinitely magnifiable as she fancied. Fellow Taoist Murong, as we observe, the assertions made by these two companions from Kunlun hold merit. Given the treacherous nature of the southern region, how can one justly compel anyone to partake in the trials? In the future, one must not ascend to a certain pivotal stage and become the catalyst for inner demons to arise. Although Bao Hongzhe appears to be a robust figure, resembling a formidable giant, he possesses a remarkably delicate mind. He is wary of inadvertently offending Imo Qinghan, who currently reigns supreme in the realm of cultivation. Murong Yunli harbored a deep resentment within, yet maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. After all, she is of royal lineage and has navigated the complexities of the cultivation world for many years. In a brief moment, she grasped her own predicament. Indeed, she had yet to attain sufficient strength, relying solely on her master's guidance and the advantage of her spiritual roots. It remains a challenge to fully win over those who consider themselves the chosen ones. Indeed, Hongzhe, your words hold great truth. Murong was just contemplating whether it would be more perilous to leave the little girl Li alone here. Yet, we cannot forsake our training for the sake of a mere child. Thus, I proposed bringing her along. As Murong Yunli spoke, a poised smile graced her lips, and her tone shifted. Moreover, both Jima Qinghuai and Shengwan Xingrui, why must you regard me, your junior uncle, in such a derogatory light? We hail from the same sect, and our ages are not vastly different. How could I harbor any unsavory thoughts? As far as I know, you have also arrived at the Yantian Shuiyan secret realm with a task bestowed by your master, have you not? Would you truly abandon your master's mission for the potential danger faced by our junior sister? With our numbers, we can aptly care for Li, can we not? Furthermore, where in this secret realm is devoid of peril, even if we set up an exquisite protective formation for Li. The disciples permitted to enter the realm are all exceptionally gifted. If those adept at formations were to breach it, would that not place our junior sister in even greater jeopardy? Murong Yunli's change in demeanor caused the two to hesitate. Indeed, they had only just entered the secret realm and were burdened with missions. Moreover, given the rare opportunity to partake in this secret realm, it would be unthinkable to merely accompany a child within the formation. Li furrowed her brows, choosing to remain silent for the moment, her gaze drawn to the strikingly beautiful, pure white, two-tailed flying fox. This fox, seemingly intrigued by Li, audaciously strayed from its owner, scampering over to her side. Nudging her hand with its head, its owner, Bai Zifeng, shrugged with a bemused smile. Since my spirit beast Baiyun and our little friend Yi seem to share a unique bond, let my two-tailed flying fox, Baiyun, look after her. Baiyun is a fire-type spirit beast, boasting combat prowess comparable to that of a foundation-level practitioner. Li felt a flush of embarrassment. As a water and wood dual spirit root practitioner, why was she attracting a fire-type spirit beast? Not to mention, she had a vermilion bird egg hidden in her space. However, upon glancing at her fortune-telling bell, she noticed its hue had shifted from a light purple to a slightly deeper shade. Baiyun, the two-tailed flying fox, could naturally comprehend its owner's words and affectionately rubbed its head against Li, gently licking her hand in a gesture of friendliness. Shengwan Xingrui immediately felt overwhelmed. Could these individuals from the Beastmaster sect be trusted? Although the Beastmaster sect may not rival the Kunlun Sect in prestige, their combat strength, coupled with their spirit beasts, was formidable. Should Bai Zifeng issue a command, would the two-tailed flying fox not devour his junior sister in an instant? Bai Zifeng seemed to sense their concerns and slightly curled his lips. I, Bai Zifeng, can swear an oath of Hard's demon. If during this expedition to the south, I secretly command my two-tailed flying fox Baiyun to harm our little friend Li, then I, Bai Zifeng, shall not progress a single step in my cultivation. This vow is indeed potent. Bai Zifeng was a rare dual spirit root practitioner of ice and thunder, his cultivation speed rivaling that of a single spirit root, and his combat prowess was exceptionally fierce. After all, ice and thunder are considered among the most formidable forces in battle. Thank you, Zifeng. Shengwan Xingrui finally nodded in gratitude before turning to Li. Junior sister, what are your thoughts? Of course, if you prefer not to participate, your senior brother shall provide you with the finest protective formation from his collection. However, let me state beforehand that even the best formation cannot guarantee complete invulnerability. At this point, Li could only nod emphatically. Fellow brothers and sisters, if that is the case, I shall trouble you all. In truth, I am also eager to witness what lies ahead. Rest assured, I will protect myself and not become a burden to you. Li considered that if she did not accompany these individuals, she might find herself isolated and potentially vulnerable to Murong Yunli's covert schemes. After all, Murong Yunli, a reborn practitioner of the chaotic spirit root, had amassed many sycophants. If she were to issue a command, would it not spell disaster for Li? Furthermore, she could not remain hidden in her space indefinitely. It was crucial to understand that if the time came for everyone to be teleported out of the secret realm, she would be trapped within her space. Moreover, no one in the world of cultivation is a fool. Each possesses keen perception, their eyes almost akin to those of a hawk. Should she continuously exploit her space, discovery would lead to chaos. Given these considerations, shall we proceed? Bai Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Very well, let us embark. With that, the group made their way southward. To keep pace, Li affixed a swift movement talisman to herself. She smiled, saying, with this talisman, to use it sparingly. Moreover, employing such a talisman could attract unnecessary trouble. Perhaps you should allow my Baiyun to carry you? As soon as Bai Zifeng's words left his mouth, The two-tailed flying fox Bai Yun obediently lay down. Li Yi blushed as she climbed onto the fox's back. Its fur was remarkably soft and smooth, providing a comforting sensation. Thank you, Bai Daoyu. There is no need for such formality. However, the titles of Daoyu feel overly distant. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Junior Sister Yi, and you may call me Brother Bai. Bai Zifeng was not only a practitioner with an extraordinarily rare spirit root, but he also possessed a high level of cultivation and exceptional abilities. Moreover, he was known for his high emotional and intellectual intelligence. Thank you, Brother Bai. Li Yi giggled, feeling a fondness for him. While he might not bring her good fortune, at the very least, he would not bring her misfortune. Let us hurry along. Murong Yunli suddenly felt exasperated. This insipid little girl, devoid of any offensive capabilities, seemed to attract affection wherever she went. Bai Zifeng, in the future, would become a notorious figure in the cultivation world, his wicked reputation rivaling that of the evil cultivators. How could he extend kindness to the little girl Li Yi? However, in her past life, Li Yi had not participated in this secret realm, leaving her unaware of whether this exceptionally fortunate girl might gain some benefits. Past misfortunes taught her that by aligning with those fortunate individuals, she would not only avoid calamity, but might also reap unexpected rewards. Thus, the sixth princess, Murong Yunli, observed the peculiar harmony among the group. Naturally, within this secret realm, encounters with danger were inevitable. However, for these exceptionally gifted individuals, dealing with threats was as simple as waving a hand, effortlessly dispatching foes, and storing their spoils within storage bags. Hence, their journey resembled an excursion. Li Yi, too, enjoyed remarkable luck, uncovering various spiritual herbs of commendable age and efficacy. After all, her true eye was quite useful, prompting Bai Yun, the two-tailed flying fox, to occasionally halt its stride. However, essentially it was all the same. Once everyone paused, Li Yi would extract what she deemed valuable. Perhaps they all belonged to the affluent class, for no one competed with Li Yi for the spiritual herbs they considered of little worth. Thus, when Li Yi insisted on sharing equally, they all declined. Murong Yunli felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After all, she had navigated the cultivation world for many years before her rebirth, yet she found her knowledge paled in comparison to that of the 6-year-old Li Yi. Many items she dismissed as weeds turned out to be spiritual herbs, albeit of lesser quality and value. Some were even rarely utilized. Li, you clever little girl. Your discerning eye is impressive. Have you perhaps stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune? Murong Yunli, these are quite easy to identify. In the first level of our scripture repository, there are numerous texts on various spiritual herbs. Those are accessible for external disciples without the need for spirit stones. And you know, that external disciple Han Shufeng, before he arrived in the cultivation world, was a great scholar in the mundane realm, and after coming here, he dedicated himself to studying those texts. Consequently, Yi has absorbed a great deal from her surroundings. Li Yi smirked, recognizing spiritual herbs is merely a matter of effort. Anyone can do it. After all, any cultivator who has entered the realm can achieve a memory that rivals photographic recall. If one is willing to put in the effort to review a few times, nothing will remain unclear. Murong Yunli's expression darkened further. While this was true, the records on these spiritual herbs numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Who had the leisure to memorize all that? Moreover, wasn't that insufferable girl always locking herself away to cultivate? Something felt amiss. She sensed an anomaly. Yet, Murong Yunli did not realize that her current demeanor was being quietly observed by a few others. I did not expect you to be so studious. It seems your master has a keen eye. Murong Yunli forced a smile. Li Yi rolled her eyes in silence, pulling out numerous bottles of fasting pills and various healing elixirs from her storage ring, as well as a transparent, soft water storage orb, placing them into her self-made sleeve pouch. She even took out several bottles of low-grade pills to prepare for Bai Yun. Senior Brother Bai, I heard that spiritual beasts can consume pills, right? And they aren't picky about the grade. Indeed, while the impurities in these pills pose a nuisance for us human cultivators, they have no adverse effects on spiritual beasts. However, little junior sister, you might want to save these low-grade pills for yourself. What you have is hardly sufficient for my Bai Yun. Bai Zifeng chuckled, acknowledging that the girl was considerate enough to consult her master's opinion before feeding her spiritual beast. That's all right. I don't consume these low-grade pills anyway. They can serve as snacks for Bai Yun. Li Yi smiled brightly as she mounted Bai Yun's back, continuing to follow the group. Indeed, Bai Yun devoured the low-grade pills as if they were mere jelly beans, seemingly unaffected by their efficacy. However, It was evident that Bai Yun was quite pleased as they walked and munched. Naturally, Murong Yunli was incensed by Li Yi's disregard. Yet, she refrained from displaying her anger. Perplexed by her own emotions, watching Li Yi's carefree demeanor stoked her ire. In her previous life, acquiring pills was an arduous task. Yet this impudent girl freely offered them to her spiritual beast. It was easy to imagine that whether in her past life or this one, Li Yi had led a remarkably comfortable existence. Such a person, upon entering the cultivation world, seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune. If someone were to deplete such good fortune without consequence, it would surely invite the wrath of the heavens. Murong Yunli's thoughts were evident on her face. But the other disciples, preferring to avoid conflict, chose not to expose her. They silently regarded Murong Yunli as someone to avoid. As they ventured further south, an increasing sense of ominous danger enveloped them. They felt the spiritual energy dissipating rapidly, and their bodies grew wearier. The heat intensified with each step southward. Li Yi sensed this too, even realizing that her spirit stone could no longer replenish her energy. With a thought, she returned the spirit stone to her spatial realm, feeling that even this task required considerable effort. Everyone, be cautious. We must stay close. Something feels wrong. No one mentioned the southern region would present such a desolate land. Shangguan Shenrui's expression darkened significantly, especially since he was of the ice element. Arriving in such scorching heat, even utilizing his spiritual energy became a strenuous endeavor. Li, possessing both water and wood elemental roots, also found her circumstances dire. The aridity and heat were catastrophic for her elements. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively huddled together, marching forward with the tension of impending conflict. Jima Qinghuai stealthily approached Li Yi. Soon, they heard a distant rumbling akin to thunder, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Indeed, the artifacts in their hands could only be regarded as weapons now. In this place, where spiritual energy was absent, their artifacts could not function at full capacity. Li Yi unsheathed the flying sword gifted by her master, as she was still unable to wield the green leaf sword due to her current cultivation. Mo Qinghan had provided her with this exceptional wooden flying sword, which could be upgraded indefinitely. Most importantly, even without spiritual energy, the sword's material was capable of cutting through iron like mud. Suddenly, frenzied demonic beasts charged towards them. Though their numbers were few, they appeared to be of the first and second levels. Unfortunately, the disciples were currently unable to utilize their spiritual powers. In an instant, a bloody storm erupted. Li Yi fought fiercely, wielding her sword against the demonic beasts, once again expressing gratitude to her master, Yang Jingyu, for teaching her lethal techniques that could swiftly vanquish opponents. And so it continued, the tumultuous struggle against the beasts, with the ever-looming presence of Murong Yunli. These techniques are far more effective than those taught by the so-called masters of martial arts. With a swift motion, the flying sword can easily slice through the vital points of the demonic beasts, leading to their instant demise. However, when faced with an overwhelming number of these beasts, one might observe a slender golden thread emerging from your sleeve, darting towards their vital spots. Even if the beasts do not perish, they will sustain deep wounds, rendering them less threatening and more agitated. Remarkably, this fine thread is crafted from a material considered rather inconsequential in the realm of cultivation, black gold. This idea originated from Yang Jingyu, who had it specially made for Li Yi. Although this black gold cannot channel spiritual energy, its inherent toughness and sharpness rival that of lower-tier flying swords in the cultivation world, capable of vanquishing foes in an instant without the need for any spiritual power. Li Yi recalled that there are indeed several locations within the realm of cultivation known as places devoid of spiritual energy. Thus, she unhesitatingly fashioned this seemingly trivial yet compact golden thread weapon. As expected, it proved useful today. While others initially engaged with their adversaries with confidence, they gradually began to falter. The injuries sustained by the others began to manifest as crimson stains, which was truly alarming. Li Yi's gaze flickered as she flicked a small explosive talisman, about the size of a thunderbolt, enhanced with beast-attracting powder towards the distant beasts. To onlookers, it appeared as if the talisman had soared away, resulting in an explosion that injured several second- and third-tier demonic beasts. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the beasts attacking their companions seemed irresistibly drawn forward. Gmo Qinghuai, with a quick strike, dispatched a nearby purple lightning rabbit, adept in the wind element. Sensing the distinct nature of Li Yi's talisman, especially with its added enhancement, yet She said nothing and threw herself into the fray beside Li Yi, slaying more demonic creatures. Li Yi understood GMO Qinghuai's intentions and threw her talismans with even greater fervor towards the larger beasts. The two-tailed flying fox, Bayun, of considerable strength, nearly succumbed to the allure of the beast-attracting powder, becoming increasingly agitated and fiercely attacking the demonic beasts. After all, Bayun was acutely aware of the consequences of defying its master's commands. The atmosphere among the disciples was thick with an almost tangible bloodlust. Yet, the likelihood of injury among them diminished. Naturally, Li Yi had expended a significant number of her talismans. "You clever girl, Li Yi. Managing to conceal those talismans within your sleeve," remarked Murong Yunli after expending considerable effort to dispatch several explosive long-toothed beasts and black gold pigs. Wiping the blood from her face, Li Yi merely smirked, pondering whether Murong Shizu would wish to exchange some with her. Though she was aware that her own supply was limited, Murong Yunli's expression darkened further. It was evident that the few talismans she had left were solely for her own survival. "Enough, everyone, let us hasten our cleanup," Bai Zifeng interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Murong Yunli. The tone of his words was far from pleasant. Murong Yunli felt a pang of injustice when someone exclaimed, "Wait, it seems our storage bags are usable. In that case, let us gather these demonic beasts into our storage bags for later division," suggested Li Yi, realizing her storage ring had become operational as well. Although the space had always been functional, it had previously required considerable effort to access. "I agree, let us proceed." Soon, the group eagerly began to collect the corpses of the beasts without hesitation. Ultimately, someone remarked, "What is there to divide? These are hardly valuable. Whoever collects them keeps them." No one disputed this assertion, and it was suggested that perhaps Li Yi should receive a larger share, for without her talismans, they might not have escaped so easily. After distancing themselves from the area, Bao Hongzhi commented, "No need for that. We all face difficulties. Without all of you, even with my talismans, I would have been at a loss." Li Yi was not one to take undue credit. Many in the cultivation world believed that these so-called talented disciples possessed little genuine skill, relying instead on their superior spiritual roots and adept mentors. Yet today had opened her eyes to the wealth of experience these individuals possessed in combat. Even devoid of spiritual energy, their fighting prowess remained formidable. Take, for instance, her senior brother and sister, whose external martial skills were exemplary. Interestingly, amongst them, the one with the most exceptional spiritual root, Murong Yunli of the chaotic heavenly spiritual root, demonstrated lesser combat experience than Li Yi, who was younger and had spent less time in the cultivation realm. "Let us discuss this further later. This place feels rather peculiar," she suggested, noting that those items were not worth more than a few spirit stones. Shangwan Xingrui waved his hand, urging the group to concentrate. Strangely, none of them countered, despite their collective status as prodigies, as there truly was no hierarchy among them. However, GMO Qinghuai proposed, "Perhaps we should follow Li Yi's lead and refrain from storing everything in our storage devices." This raised a serious concern during their recent perilous encounter. They had been stripped of their spiritual support. Who could guarantee that such a situation would not recur? Your point is well taken. It was evident that some disciples had already discreetly placed their medicinal pills and essentials outside their storage devices without prompting. Of course, they could not store too much, considering the risk of losing items during battles. As they continued, a thick fog enveloped them, accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. Those of higher cultivation found it somewhat manageable, but even Li Yi felt the chill, rendered speechless. Ordinarily, her exquisite robe should have insulated her against the cold, indicating that the current climate was indeed bizarre. Unable to endure, Li Yi retrieved the cloak her master had prepared, reportedly made from the pelt of a millennium-old snow marten, wrapping it around herself for some relief. Others also sensed something amiss and hastily donned their warm garments. While their higher cultivation afforded them some resilience, it still consumed their spiritual energy. "Be cautious, little sister. Stay close to your senior sister." GMO Qinghuai and Shangwan Xingrui subtly positioned themselves nearer to Li Yi. Feeling the pervasive chill that even their exquisite robes could not mitigate, Li Yi nodded thoughtfully. She sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding her, particularly as the fog thickened. It felt as if something was amiss. Even more perplexing was the fact that the white cloud, a twin-tailed flying fox, had its fur bristling with alarm. Animals are often more attuned to impending danger than humans. Meanwhile, the vibrant green snake coiling around Bao Hongzhi appeared to be listless as well. However, this was to be expected. It is said that snakes enter a state of hibernation when confronted with extreme cold. Is it not? Shangguan Xingrui furrowed his brows tightly. As one attuned to the ice element, he was expected to feel most at ease in colder environments. Yet, he too was acutely aware of the penetrating chill surrounding them. Everyone, be cautious. I sense something amiss here. As you know, I possess a singular ice affinity, yet even I am experiencing this bone-chilling cold. Upon hearing these words, the others adopted expressions of heightened vigilance. However, given the circumstances, they could only press onward with determination. Li Yi discreetly glanced at the fortune-telling bell adorning her arm. To her surprise, it had shifted to a pale pink hue as they ventured southward. She immediately began to test the bell's guidance in all cardinal directions. It became evident that moving southwest caused the bell's color to darken slightly, transforming to a deeper shade. Gritting her teeth, Li Yi halted her steps. Dear fellow disciples, I cannot quite articulate it, but I feel that if we continue in that direction, it may lead to dire consequences. Little girl, I understand your fear. But in our current predicament, we have no choice but to advance, sighed Bao Hongzhe. Yet, Li Yi shook her head. Brother Hongzhe, truly, I find it increasingly difficult to breathe as we proceed further. In the past, during missions, I encountered similar sensations. And it was only after altering my course that I found relief. Conversely, the areas I previously sensed as troubling revealed themselves to be safe. Yet now, I perceive that heading southwest might yield a more favorable outcome. Child, cease your fanciful talk. You are still quite young. Who do you think you are? How many missions have you undertaken? I dare say the number of your missions pales in comparison to ours. Another imposing disciple of the Beastmaster sect did not hesitate to confront Li Yi. Indeed, it seems rather futile for us to change our course now, does it not? Another disciple's voice was equally unpleasant to hear. However, Shangguan Xingrui furrowed his brow tightly, pondering that whether to the southwest or directly south, we would proceed in this manner regardless. Even we cannot precisely articulate what challenges lie ahead. So what harm is there in indulging my junior apprentice? Indeed, I concur with the sentiments expressed by Shangguan Xingrui. It is often said that children and certain animals possess a remarkable ability to perceive danger. Perhaps our dear Yi possesses an astute sense of perception. It is, surprisingly, Princess Murong Yunli who speaks. It is well known that the most superstitious among them is none other than Murong Yunli herself, who possesses the most extraordinary luck. Moreover, as she contemplates the pervasive dangers that lurk everywhere, it becomes evident that none can discern the way forward. In such circumstances, it may be wiser to place one's faith in Li Yi. Bai Zifeng observed his white cloud, which trembled pitifully its first standing on end. He was acutely aware that his white cloud possessed the keenest sense of danger. He gently approached and patted the head of the two-tailed flying fox, who obediently turned its head toward the southwest, conveying its intention. Given this, it seemed prudent for everyone to heed the suggestion of the young disciple, Li Yi, and proceed in the southwestern direction. After all, we find ourselves at an impasse, so it is best to leave our fate to chance. Bao Hongzhe's eyes flickered, and he too acquiesced to this proposal. The others, upon hearing this, fell into a brief silence before following suit and heading southwest. Li Yi was somewhat taken aback. Why were these individuals so agreeable? Yet, as one ventures southwestward, the chill remains palpable. Moreover, the mist thickens progressively, becoming ever denser. In such obscurity, it is indeed true that if individuals do not hold hands, they may struggle to discern one another's presence. Thus, Li Yi sat upon the back of the double-tailed flying fox, grasping the hands of her senior brothers and sisters, feeling a slight alleviation in her unease. Meanwhile, Murong Yunli, in her own thoughts, tightly clutched the other hand of Jima Qinghua. Li Yi observed with a glimmer in her eyes that Jima Qinghua had presumably emerged unscathed from what Murong Yunli referred to as her past life within this enigmatic realm. Gradually, the pervasive chill began to dissipate, and the dense fog receded. A father embraced a remarkably beautiful little boy, adorned in resplendent attire. Good. I shall hold you close. The man was strikingly handsome, adorned in an official uniform. Mother, I long for an embrace. This was a delightful little girl, elegantly attired. Moreover, it appeared everyone was in high spirits. Dear, please do not run around. Be cautious not to fall. She seemed to be the lady of the house, possessing an exquisite beauty and a temperament that radiated kindness and grace. Father, I too desire a hug, another little boy dashed out. Li Yi blinked, observing that these children appeared to be of similar age. Notably, they bore resemblances to the couple, some resembling their father, while others mirrored their mother. Li Yi mentally counted, astonished to find there were 13 children. This couple certainly had an extraordinary capacity for procreation. Something feels amiss, but what could it be? Li Yi gazes with wide eyes. Yet she fails to uncover any clues within. Then, a multitude of people arrived, presumably all couples as well. They appeared remarkably youthful, each accompanied by a cluster of children. The children's appearances and attire were quite similar. Notably, these individuals exuded a sense of joy, relishing the blissful bonds of family, regardless of their attire's quality. It was truly a portrayal of filial piety and marital harmony. Among them, a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly the wife of an official, spotted Li Yi and her companions from a distance. "Dear guests, whence do you hail?" she inquired. "Welcome to our illustrious city." Li Yi opened her mouth, at a loss for words, unwilling to speak. Meanwhile, the egg was bouncing vigorously in the space. Li Yi pondered that the storage device was still somewhat functional. So she took the egg out and nestled it in her embrace. Indeed, while the storage device was usable here, retrieving items from it required considerable effort. "Madam, greetings. We seem to have lost our way and stumbled upon this place," Bai Zifeng said with a graceful smile towards the lady. "I see. So you were looking for a place to stay? However, our locality is rather small, lacking accommodations, yet you are welcome to stay at our home." "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. My husband's surname is Zhou." Mrs. Zhou smiles warmly, appearing no older than 16 or 17, the most enchanting age for a woman. Adorned in such opulent attire, she is accompanied by a remarkably handsome and capable husband, alongside a delightful brood of understanding children. Given this, we shall intrude upon Mrs. Zhou's hospitality. Bai Zifeng, with an air of grace, bows respectfully. "Mother, look, someone has brought flowers to our home again. They are truly exquisite." A charming little girl with a rosy complexion, her hair styled in two delightful buns, cradles a stunning bouquet of white chrysanthemums. The disciples soon engaged in conversation with an official named Zhou. This Zhou gentleman appeared to be in his 20s, yet he was already the governor of a city. Clearly, he was a shrewd and astute character, well versed in the nuances of officialdom. "It has been quite some time since outsiders visited our small town. We shall ensure you are well entertained," he expressed with evident delight. Li Yi observed the bustling shops around her, filled with numerous patrons purchasing various items. Along the streets, numerous vendors had set up stalls, yet it was peculiar that the crowd consisted predominantly of young people and children, most of whom appeared to be around 20 years old, while the little ones were about 2 or 3, full of energy and playfulness. Li Yi noticed that the currency in use was akin to that which she employed in the mundane world, comprising silver and copper coins. She diligently retrieved some small silver pieces from her discreet storage pouch and cheerfully distributed them among the children of Zhou's household. After all, it is said that kindness begets kindness. One cannot simply visit someone's home without offering a token of goodwill. Since it is my first visit, I have no grand gifts. So please accept these." A well-behaved little girl shook her head. "Sister, I cannot accept this. Mother instructed me not to take money from strangers." "Oh, dear little sister, you are so virtuous. But we are not strangers anymore, are we? Come, take these and buy some candied hawthorn." Despite her insistence, she continued to distribute the silver coins to other children as well, feeling an inexplicable urge to share with them. Li Yi thought to herself that since she no longer needed the mundane silver, why not give it to those children who, like her younger self, craved pocket money? Her genuine kindness did not go unnoticed, as Zhou's wife smiled approvingly. After all, a wealthy family does not lack for funds, and the coins she offered were merely small change. "In that case, you little rascals should take these. Go buy something you like to eat or use." "Thank you. Thank you, miss," exclaimed the children, their eyes wide with wonder. "Wow, this silver is so heavy. It feels different from what we usually use." They scattered excitedly, rushing to the stalls to purchase their favorite treats. "How could you be so generous?" Zhou's wife suddenly approached Li Yi. "How old are you, little girl? Have you left your parents at such a tender age?" "Greetings, Madame Zhou. I left my family long ago to study at Kunlun," Li Yi replied. "You have raised your child splendidly. She is both polite and remarkably lovely." Li Yi smiled, though an unsettling feeling stirred within her. Nevertheless, she sensed no threat from Zhou's wife. Everything here felt remarkably harmonious and warm. Familial bonds were strong, children helped one another, and joy abounded without sorrow. There was no indication of favoritism between genders. Parents treated sons and daughters with equal regard. As they continued on their way, many disciples engaged warmly with the locals, seemingly enjoying their interactions. It appeared that there was no conflict or corruption among officials here. All was amicable, devoid of jealousy or intrigue. Everything was delightfully idyllic. In contrast, Shangguan Shenrue maintained a somber demeanor, even as two strikingly beautiful young women approached him, attempting to engage him in conversation. He remained aloof, focused solely on his path. Having never contemplated matters of romance, Li Yi discreetly stuck out her tongue, noticing Jima Qinghuai in animated discussion with a remarkably handsome and cultured gentleman. She furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Little sister, are you truly intent on pursuing the path of cultivation? For a girl, isn't that a bit too harsh? In 7 or 8 years, you should be seeking a suitor. Zhou's wife approached Li Yi again with a smile. Madam, the greatest happiness for me is to cultivate, Li Yi replied earnestly. My master treats me exceptionally well. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Zhou's wife hesitated for a moment, then smiled even more sweetly, realizing that this little girl could never truly belong here. In her subconscious, being with her master constituted the utmost happiness, and she already felt she had attained it. Shangguan Shenrue, discerning Li Yi's response, reflected on how close she seemed to be with her master, though he himself did not share such a profound dependency. Was it typical for young girls to feel such attachment, especially one so young as Li Yi, who had already joined Kunlun? Jima Qinghuai appeared indifferent to their interaction, continuing to converse joyfully with the handsome gentleman. Shangguan Shenrue frowned and approached Li Yi. Are you missing your master after a few days away? Li Yi nodded obediently. Yes, I'm thinking of him. I imagine he is. Yet, she stumbled over her words, unable to articulate where her master might be. It felt as though he awaited her in a place she was familiar with, but she could not recall where that might be. Just remember that your beloved master is always waiting for you, Shangguan Shenrue said cryptically. Jima Qinghuai chuckled, filled with happiness. Brother, what are you talking about? What master? Isn't he safely at the sect? It seemed as though she had been away from the sect for a very long time, so long that it felt like a lifetime. Zhou's residence indeed lived up to the reputation of a high-ranking official, with its high walls and exquisitely constructed pavilions, exuding grandeur and solemnity. Perhaps Zhou truly was renowned as an upright official. While the structure was impressive, it lacked decoration, offering only the bare necessities. The walls stood 3 meters high, entwined with vibrant green vines, which, despite their vigor, cast a shadow of gloom. Amid the corridors and walkways, numerous young servants, also in their 20s, hurried by. Yet, for reasons unknown, this seemingly idyllic courtyard evoked a sense of eerie desolation in Li Yi. Upon entering, Zhou and his wife welcomed everyone warmly, offering an array of exquisite delicacies. Li Yi blinked but refrained from partaking in the food. Possessing the eye of truth, she could discern that while the food was indeed real, it lacked the freshness it purported to possess. Why aren't you eating, little girl? Is it not to your liking? Inquired the beautiful and gentle Zhou's wife, approaching Li Yi once more. Madam Zhou, Li Yi has just consumed this fasting pill and now feels no hunger at all. Yet she finds herself unable to eat anything. With a gentle smile, Li Yi courteously addresses Madam Zhou. I see. Then let us find you some fruits to enjoy. Madam Zhou's smile remains as sweet as ever. Oh, there's no need to trouble yourself. Before Li Yi could finish her sentence, she noticed Madam Zhou's delicate finger move slightly, summoning 2 exquisitely charming maidens who brought forth a small plate adorned with vibrant red fruits. There were only 9 of these fruits. Dear girl, you needn't be polite. We have plenty of these fruits here. Feel free to indulge. As I believe all young girls adore these tangy sweet delights. The more she gazed at Li Yi, the more pleased Madame Zhou felt. It truly was delightful to have this lively little sprite accompanying her. It had been far too long since fresh energy had graced this place. Thank you, Madame Zhou. Li Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, but quickly adjusted her expression. The fruits appeared identical, yet they comprised 3 distinct varieties. One of them was the renowned longevity fruit, known for extending one's life by 60 years with each piece consumed. Among the other 3 were the cleansing fruits, which, as the name implies, share the same effect as the cleansing elixir, capable of erasing a single spiritual root from a person's being. If Li Yi were to consume them, she would be left without any spiritual roots. The third type, however, was the shortening fruit, which, when eaten, would cause a loss of 60 years of lifespan. They looked remarkably alike, the same size, yet their effects were profoundly different. Madame Zhou, these fruits are truly beautiful. Just thinking of them makes my mouth water. Li Yi giggled, her cheeks flushing at the thought. Yet, she genuinely could not bring herself to eat them, despite her fondness for them. If that is the case, may I store them in my pouch to savor later? Of course. Madame Zhou replied without a moment's hesitation. Children your age are always fond of fruits. It appeared as though everything was perfectly normal, akin to visiting a typical household where guests are served an enticing platter of fruits, only to encounter a greedy and impolite child who insists on taking some home, even when they cannot possibly eat any more. Hee, thank you, Madame Zhou. With a beaming smile, Li Yi carefully placed the fruits into her storage pouch. Although it required considerable effort and mental focus, she managed to do so successfully. From her pouch, she produced a collection of about a dozen jade pendants, each intricately carved from mid-grade with spirit stones. Madame Zhou, thank you for your hospitality. I would like to present these as gifts. This is far too kind of you. Madame Zhou's expression turned somewhat perplexed. The aura emanating from the jade pendants brought her a sense of comfort. Since you have graciously accepted such precious fruits, why must you be so polite with me? These should be kept for your little ones to enjoy. Li Yi insisted. These pendants were crafted by the senior brothers in the artifact hall when I first arrived at the sect. I have always treasured them for cultivation purposes. Now, seeing Madame Zhou's adorable children, she felt they rightfully belonged to them. Li Yi sincerely stood up and distributed the pendants among the children, leaving the remaining two for Madame Zhou. Madam, since this little fairy has such good intentions, why must you decline? Mr. Zhou intervened, alleviating his wife's discomfort. After all, as the lady of the house, accepting gifts from a child could feel quite awkward. Look at how much our little junior sister has grown in just a year. She has become quite thoughtful, Shangwan Xingrui remarked, his gaze flickering. These little trinkets were mere toys given to her by the younger disciples from the East Gate. Therefore, you two need not feel burdened. Such items are quite ordinary in our sect. Indeed, for direct disciples, mid-grade spirit stones are rather commonplace. Yet, for those of lower rank or outer disciples, the misfortunate may never possess even a single mid-grade spirit stone throughout their lives. Murong Yunli's eyes glimmered with unease. Something felt amiss. Furthermore, she had been reminded to refrain from accepting any gifts or consuming anything from this place. Yet, why did she feel that the fruits Li Yi had accepted were extraordinarily precious? However, in the presence of so many, she felt too embarrassed to ask Li Yi for them. Meanwhile, Bao Hongzhe quietly took a seat next to Li Yi. The plate of fruits before him evoked a complex, almost eerie sensation. It seemed as if some were desperately needed, while others posed a risk of being permanently bound to this place. What was truly happening? Li Yi understood the profound yearning for the cleansing fruit, especially for one with dual spiritual roots of water and fire. Somehow, she instinctively reached out to pat Bao Hongzhe, a disciple from the beast-taming sect, whose presence was rather intimidating. Brother Hongzhe, I suddenly recalled something my master once said. When faced with great opportunities, one must also contend with perilous trials. And such circumstances often require immense luck. My master even mentioned that many things may appear identical on the surface yet can be vastly different in reality. Bao Hongzhe's eyes flickered. He was arguably the most experienced among those present. Though Murong Yunli had been reborn, she had previously possessed 5 spiritual roots, which, despite being formidable, were still easier to cultivate than Bao Hongzhe's dual roots of water and fire. Moreover, Murong Yunli enjoyed the advantage of spatial support. In a sense, both in her past and present life, she had been favored by fate. She could never have endured the extreme hardships Bao Hongzhe faced in his arduous cultivation journey, nor the countless challenges he encountered. Thus, it was no wonder that Bao Hongzhe, with his dual roots, had attained such a high status within the beast-taming sect, achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement with great difficulty and peril. The effort he had invested behind the scenes was unimaginable to ordinary people. Junior sister E, your master speaks wisely, Bao Hongzhe acknowledged. It is indeed remarkable that someone as gifted as Li Yi has such insightful life reflections at such a young age. Indeed, he was well aware that Imo Qinghan had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment at her age. This is due to Imo Qinghan's desire for perfection, striving to achieve the golden dance solely through his own capabilities, refusing to consume any auxiliary elixirs. Many have remarked that, given Imo Qinghan's abilities, he could have entered the golden dance stage by the age of 30. At this moment, Murong Yunli suddenly sensed something peculiar in the interactions between Li Yi and Bao Hongzhe. However, she dared not offend Bao Hongzhe, for she was aware that in the years to come, he would ascend to the golden dance stage solely based on his dual elemental roots of water and fire, becoming an unparalleled force among his peers, known for his ruthless demeanor in battle. It is likely that Bao Hongzhe ultimately perished after exhausting his life force in the golden dance stage, having consumed no less than 10 golden dan elixirs to forcibly attain this level. It turns out this little fairy holds a significant position within the sect. which explains why the matron felt an overwhelming aura emanating from her. Lady Zhou gazed at Li, her eyes growing increasingly fervent. Indeed, Lady Zhou, you are unaware that our despite her roots being considered mediocre, water and with dual elemental roots with little offensive capability, possesses exceptional potential, nearly reaching full capacity in both. Moreover, her master treats her as a cherished treasure. As for why they came here, Murong Yunli felt a fleeting thought flit through her mind, yet she could not grasp it. Regardless, Yi's presence always attracts numerous disciples for protection, including the most gifted prodigies with outstanding elemental roots, such as those with wind and ice affinities. Jima Qinghuai frowned, finding Murong Yunli excessively talkative. Although the Zhou couple exuded a favorable aura, revealing one's entire background seemed unnecessary. What did her words imply? It was as if she insinuated that he and Shangguan Qingrui had become mere servants to Li Yi's dual elemental roots. Did Murong Yunli believe that by sowing discord between him and Shangguan Qingrui, she could manipulate them? Shangguan Qingrui cast a discreet glance at Murong Yunli, questioning her intellect despite her claimed royal lineage. However, she did possess a commendable elemental root, which could be deemed a stroke of luck. For the first time in the sect's history, a measuring device capable of assessing the chaotic elemental root's potential had emerged. Otherwise, with someone like Murong Yunli, who might have been relegated to a mere servant disciple, it was possible that her rise could be snatched away by another. After all, she scorned Li Yi's water and wood dual elemental roots, deeming them as mere furnace qualifications. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, water and wood dual elemental roots were abundant. Furthermore, even if Li Yi's elemental roots were commendable, if her master truly sought a furnace, he would not resort to using his own disciple, rather, someone like Murong Yunli, with her naturally purine constitution, would pose a greater danger. In truth, individuals of comparable talent, with sufficiently strong roots, would not pursue the notion of being a furnace, as it would only leave them with inner demons that could hinder their future progress and cultivation. Regardless of their underlying thoughts, the group maintained a cordial facade, and soon they decided to venture outside for a closer look. Naturally, Lord Zhou and Lady Zhou were exceptionally hospitable. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Mo Qinghan furrowed his brow tightly. The flickering soul lamp of Li Yi had dimmed, indicating her perilous predicament and the draining of her life force. However, Mo Qinghan found himself powerless to enter the secret realm, as only Qi refinement disciples were permitted within. Upon exiting, they discovered that the garden of Lord Zhou's estate was lush with thriving trees and a vibrant array of flowers. Strangely, most of the willows swayed gently in the breeze, and a pool of resplendent red lotuses bloomed, exuding an enticing fragrance. As Li Yi inhaled deeply, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, yet inexplicably, she found herself increasingly enamored with the surroundings. However, as she ventured further, the once brilliant light became obscured by layers of branches and leaves, leaving only a chilling shadow. Li Yi furrowed her brow, pondering why the light felt so unlike the sun. Why was the sun absent from her perception? The only oddity was the abundance of flowers with no visible fruits. She recalled the fruits she had cultivated in her own space, wondering if they were not meant to have ripened by now. At that moment, Murong Yunli's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Murong Shizu, are you unwell? Jima Qinghua inquired with genuine concern. Regardless of her thoughts, Murong Yunli's status warranted respect, especially since they all hailed from Kunlun Sect, a sentiment Jima Qinghua grasped keenly. Miss Murong, what troubles you? Perhaps we should fetch a healer? Lady Zhou suggested, her gaze laden with an unusual intensity. Something feels amiss, she thought. It shouldn't have manifested so quickly. Moreover, keeping these individuals here required their voluntary agreement. Murong Yunli shook her head, her pallid complexion betraying her discomfort. Thank you all for your concern, but I am fine. I simply wish to return and rest a while. Jima Qinghua hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Li Yi's gaze flickered. Lady Zhou, I apologize for the disturbance we have caused. Shangguan Qingrui adopted a humble demeanor, aware of their position on unfamiliar ground. Murong Yunli expressed her gratitude toward him, responding, since that is the case, I shall accompany you back. Li Yi sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. Her fortune-measuring bell had turned a pale orange, indicating a rapid decline in her luck since arriving. This place undoubtedly harbored secrets, and her instincts were not to be underestimated. Given Murong Yunli's apparent malaise, the group lost interest in the external scenery. Yet, some disciples remained captivated, primarily due to the presence of numerous exquisitely beautiful maidens accompanying them. Most of the disciples, particularly those from the Beastmaster sect, were rather unsophisticated and found themselves entranced by the allure of these beauties. They hesitated to leave, only being coerced back by Zifeng's stern demeanor. However, one rather rugged disciple from the Beastmaster sect, characterized by his coarse features, disregarded the warnings and lingered in the garden. Li Yi's eyes flashed, realizing Zifeng was no ordinary individual, especially with the presence of her dual-tailed fox, Yun, who kept close by, providing warmth. Otherwise, she would have felt unbearably cold. Wait, why was she feeling cold despite the radiant sunshine? After returning and arranging rooms for everyone, most gathered in the guest room where Murong Yunli resided. Perhaps this week, the lady could discern that Murong Yunli held the highest status among the disciples, which justified her having the most luxurious quarters. For some inexplicable reason, I sensed that many things felt amiss. You must believe that my instincts have never led me astray. Although Murong Yunli's intentions may not be entirely virtuous, and she tends to take shortcuts and bully others, she is, after all, a reincarnated being who has experienced much in the realm of cultivation. Especially, her spatial spirit repeatedly urged her to flee this place of turmoil, lest it become her eternal resting ground. As Murong Yunli finished speaking, Li Yi gazed out the window at the moonlight, which appeared blood-red, casting an eerie glow on the windowsill. No, that does not resemble moonlight. Is the moon truly like that? Is it such a ghastly crimson? The outside was eerily quiet, save for the faint sounds of the disciples' breathing. Aunt Murong, I too feel that something is amiss here. Shangwan Xingrui furrowed his brow. Is there something wrong? I find this place quite delightful. Shangwan Xingrui exclaimed. What is wrong with you? Why are you acting irrationally? We have cultivated for so long. It is rare to find such a peaceful, secluded paradise. However, Jima Qinghuai disagreed vehemently with Shangwan Xingrui's sentiments. The strikingly handsome man had evoked within her a long-lost warmth and sense of kinship. Wait, why do I feel such warmth and affection emanating from a man? Jima Qinghuai, you possess a single spiritual root and even an exceptional wind attribute. How can you lack any sense of danger? Do you not sense the strangeness here? Do you not feel the profound difficulty in wielding spiritual energy? Shangwan Xingrui bluntly criticized Jima Qinghuai for her sluggish response. Murong's companion echoed her sentiments. Even my twin-tailed flying fox, Yun, senses something amiss. Observe how lifeless it has become. Clearly, Zifeng also recognized the underlying tension. It is said that young maidens like you possess a heightened sensitivity to such anomalies. What do you perceive? Murong Yunli directed her gaze toward Li Yi. I feel so cold here, almost unbearably so. I cannot explain why, but I am gripped by an inexplicable fear, an overwhelming dread as if I might meet my doom at any moment, Li Yi confessed, voicing her current thoughts. Qinghan, do not act recklessly. I know you care deeply for your little fox, but none of us can enter this secret realm. Have you forgotten the fate of those who forcibly entered with forbidden techniques? They disintegrated upon entry. Xiao Qingluo's expression grew increasingly troubled as she observed Imo Qinghan's furrowed brow. Li Yi's potential demise within this secret realm did not concern him. What mattered to him was his long-standing camaraderie with his younger brother, Imo Qinghan. Imo Qinghan merely chuckled self-deprecatingly. Senior brother, you underestimate me. Am I such a sentimental fool? However, to be honest, I do feel a tinge of regret. I should not have succumbed to this little girl's whims. Just as I began to find this amusing, danger has now descended upon us. Look at her soul lamp. It grows dimmer by the moment. It's not only your disciple whose lamp has faded. Even those with exceptional spiritual roots are extinguishing. And those two soul lamps are also dim, just like your little disciples. Xiao Qingluo frowned. The loss to the Kunlun Sect this time was indeed significant. If Jima Qinghuai, with her wind attribute, and Shangwan Xingrui, with his ice attribute, were to perish, it would be a tremendous blow to the sect. Not to mention, many disciples had already lost their soul lamps. Those who could enter the secret realm were all exceptional disciples, yet the circumstances within remained a mystery. Were those foolish individuals truly seeking the longevity fruit? Do they even comprehend its origins? It forms from the life essence of disciples with considerable cultivation and exceptional talents, as well as from the vitality of spirit beasts. A low-grade longevity fruit can only extend one's life by 60 years, yet it requires the lives of 6 disciples to mature. Imo Qinghan's countenance darkened ominously, a rare display of emotion for someone typically inscrutable. This expression was only perceptible to his senior brother, while others still perceived him as wearing a gentle, warm smile. Yet beneath that facade lurked a bloodthirsty urge to obliterate everything. Qinghan, remain calm. Your little disciple should come to no harm. The ancestor of Jin Tian has expended 10 years of his own lifespan to read your disciple's fortune, predicting that a great calamity will befall her in 30 years. Until then, her luck should be extraordinarily favorable. The ancestor even believes she might bring back something beneficial for the sect. Do you not recall that the ancestor gifted your precious disciple a protective jade pendant? That pendant can withstand a full-force strike from a transformation stage cultivator. Moreover, it can shield your disciple from the encroaching, malevolent spirits. Even a ghostly cultivator at the soul-devouring stage would struggle to harm her. I doubt even your treasured disciple Murong Yunli possesses such a treasure. When Xiao Qingluo spoke, his expression was peculiar. Who would have thought that the ancestor of Jin Tian would show such indifference toward his exceptionally rare spiritual root disciple, Murong Yunli, and instead express concern for Li Yi? The dual-rooted girl? Let us hope that is the case. Senior brother, unless you have personally raised a disciple, you cannot fathom the sentiments I harbor for this little one I have nurtured for so long. Mo Qinghan suddenly smiled, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. This is also the master's fault. It is as if we are bound by the sect's rules, which insist that upon reaching the golden core stage, one must take on disciples. What a bother! Disciples only bring chaos and distraction, hindering our cultivation, do they not? Moreover, you and I are naturally gifted. We learn effortlessly. How could we possibly teach a disciple well? You, who seem astute, have become rather obstinate this time. Is it necessary to nurture a disciple with more care than one would a daughter? Despite understanding that Li Yi may be somewhat naive, Xiao Qingluo still did not agree with his junior brother's excessive investment in her. After all, what does it matter if she is a soul from another realm? She has not lived long anyway. Mo Qinghan regarded his senior brother with a hint of complexity in his gaze. Senior brother, one day, when you too raise a disciple you find pleasing, you will understand the mindset I possess today. However, one must exercise caution when it comes to taking on disciples. By accepting that young one as my apprentice, I naturally bear responsibility for her life. There is something I must confess to everyone. Murong Yunli currently perceives that her viewpoints are somewhat acknowledged by the others. Yet, no one has made a determined effort to find a way to leave this place. Growing increasingly anxious, she gritted her teeth and revealed her so-called trump card. Murong Shizu, you see how serious Jingma Qinghuai appears in the face of Murong Shiwen's daunting demeanor. After all, her master is the venerable Jin Tian Laozu. However, to be frank, my own master is also a remarkable figure in the realm of cultivation. Murong Yunli pressed her lips together and continued, to be honest, when I decided to partake in this trial of the secret realm, my master bestowed upon me a jade pendant capable of safeguarding my life. Yet, upon arriving here, the pendant has grown increasingly dim, even alerting me time and again. This fills my heart with unease, proving that our surroundings are indeed strange and perilous. As she spoke, Murong Yunli glanced at Li Yi, feeling that her persuasiveness alone might not suffice. Moreover, she believed that even if discovered, she would have to drag Li Yi down with her. Li Yi, I recall that your master also provided you with a similar jade pendant intended to protect you in this secret realm. Logically, you should also sense that something is amiss. Indeed, Murong Shizu, I do feel a profound fear, though I cannot discern why. Everything here appears so beautiful, yet a lingering sense of dread remains. Your reminder has made me realize that it must be the jade pendant from my master that is signaling a warning. Li Yi did not wish to contradict such matters, but she pondered why her true vision could not perceive if this place was an illusion. Furthermore, her own fortune-telling bell indicated that moving in this direction would yield the best outcome for her. Yet, encountering such situations raises questions. Does it imply that other paths would lead to even greater peril? Bao Hongzhi's expression darkened. If that is the case, how do we break through this illusionary formation? And what are those entities we have encountered? Are they ghostly cultivators or shape-shifting beasts? If they were indeed ghostly cultivators or transformed beasts, they should logically be detectable. Bai Zifeng's face was equally solemn. It appears we must tread carefully here. I cannot shake the feeling that this may be a secret realm within a secret realm. As many speculate, this secret realm might actually belong to an independent space of mustard seed. Thus, the location we currently inhabit could be another world within this independent space. It is also possible that we inadvertently activated a teleportation array within this secret realm, transporting us to another small world. Bai Zifeng's words left Li Yi feeling even more unsettled. However, fear was now futile. They had to actively devise a means to escape. Suddenly, Everyone sensed they were being watched. Li Yi instinctively glanced toward the window, discovering a beautiful young boy peering in. The child appeared pale. Yet he seemed no older than 2, with remarkably bright and clear eyes. Taken aback, Li Yi approached and scooped the boy into her arms. "Why are you still awake at this late hour, little one?" "Ah, beautiful fairy sister, I have a name. My name is Zhou Longling." The boy blinked, clearly fascinated that this mother figure was not frightened by his presence. "But your scent is so delightful, Zhou Longling. What a lovely name. It has a beautiful meaning as well. However, little one, you must be a good boy and sleep when it is time, otherwise you won't grow tall." Li Yi playfully tapped the tip of Zhou Longling's cool nose. On a sweltering summer day, keeping Zhou Longling by her side would suffice for shade. Yet, he appeared to possess far less information than others. Observing their interaction, the surrounding individuals wore expressions of grave concern. It was generally unwise to engage with such beings, yet they realized they had conversed with similar entities many times before. "From now on, you cannot call me beautiful fairy sister. I have a name too, Li Yi. You can simply call me Sister Yi." Li Yi's innocent demeanor only heightened the tension among those present. Even Murong Yunli began to doubt her judgment, contemplating whether Li Yi could indeed live to see 30 in this lifetime. "Sister, I love being held by you. Will you stay here with me forever?" Zhou Longling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "If you agree, we can always be happy together." Li Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Yet the prospect of a long-lasting bond with Zhou Longling seemed enchanting. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind, snapping her back to reality. "No, I cannot. Yi has a master waiting for her to return to the water cloud realm. How could I remain here with you?" "Is that so? But why not?" Zhou Longling's expression shifted to one of hurt, his large eyes brimming with tears, as if on the verge of spilling over. "Of course not. Sister Longling knows you surely do not wish to part from your parents. But I too have a master and do not wish to leave mine. However, since you are so kind and adorable, let me give you a gift." As Li Yi's eyes sparkled, she retrieved a jade tablet made from soul nurturing wood aged 500 years from her space. She had acquired it out of boredom while wandering the market in Dongmen, hoping it would prove useful to Zhou Longling. Zhou Longling's eyes widened as he fixated on the wooden tablet, a toothless grin spreading across his face. "Thank you, Sister Yi. I really shouldn't accept your gift, but I like this wooden tablet so much that I will have to accept it against my better judgment. Your kindness will surely be rewarded." In an instant, Zhou Longling snatched the tablet and dashed away. "What's happening? Why do I suddenly feel something is amiss? Yi, why did you give that creature a gift? A wooden tablet that piques its interest must be extraordinary, right?" Bai Zifeng furrowed his brow. Yet he felt the room had grown slightly warmer. "Indeed, it is a piece of 500-year-old soul-nurturing wood," Li Yi confessed without reservation. "Soul-nurturing wood?" Bai Zifeng pondered. As a favored child of heaven, he did not view the 500-year-old wood as particularly precious. Yet, certain thoughts crossed his mind. Yes, everyone felt cold and uneasy. The gift Li Yi offered had been swiftly snatched by that little being. Did this imply it would prove relatively beneficial to Zhou Longling? "Yi, my dear, your youth renders you unaware of the arduous nature of acquiring such cultivation resources. This soul-nurturing wood is indeed a prized possession that many esteemed families covet. You casually bestowed upon us those things that may prove detrimental." For some reason, Murong Yunli felt a sourness in her mouth, as if her heart would not find peace unless she pricked Li Yi with a few biting remarks. Li Yi merely cast a detached glance at Murong Yunli, remaining silent. Reminiscent of a child who, having been admonished, recognizes their error yet chooses not to respond. Bao Hongzhi furrowed his brow. At such a time, Murong Yunli still sought to uphold the airs of her senior uncle. Did she not realize that the majority of those rare talents with exceptional spiritual roots had little to gain from such pretensions? Moreover, the more formidable the individual's abilities, the more humble their innate talent tends to manifest externally, does it not? Given Murong Yunli's current demeanor, it is evident that her future prospects are rather limited. The oblivious Murong Yunli, inexplicably, still desires to engage in further conversation. "Li, do ensure to share a couple of those crimson fruits with Master Ancestor," she insists. "Rest assured, I shall not request them without offering something in return. I will exchange them for cultivation resources." Internally, Li Yi could not help but scoff, though her exterior remained composed. I fear that should you reclaim this item, you may find yourself unable to bear the consequences." "Very well, esteemed Master Murong. There is truly no need for you to bestow anything else upon Yi. She has a particular fondness for those exquisite spiritual stones." However, upon hearing this, Not a single individual present refrained from casting disdainful glances at Murong Yunli. Strangely enough, despite their apparent desire for the crimson fruits, they hesitated to voice their wishes. For pride often governs their actions. Among them, Bao Hongzhe harbored the greatest yearning for these treasures. Nevertheless, he understood that he lacked the authority to request such a fruit from Li Yi. Master Murong Yi suspects that these red fruits must be of exceptional quality. In truth, she intended to return them to her master without the intention of sharing with anyone. Yet, since you express an interest, I would be willing to part with one fruit for the sake of your esteemed status as my master's elder, in exchange for 10 exquisite spiritual stones. Although I possess a dual affinity for both water and wood elements, I would accept any category of premium spiritual stones. Li Yi's words nearly caused Murong Yunli to choke on her own blood, yet she swallowed her indignation. Just as she was about to utter some sharp retort, she noticed several individuals regarding her with faintly amused expressions. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. She was well aware that those vibrant red fruits likely represented longevity. Consequently, even though the price of 10 exquisite spiritual stones was rather steep, it remained within the realm of acceptability, given that the longevity fruit is priceless and rare. As Li Yi spoke, she produced 2 longevity-reducing fruits for Murong Yunli's inspection. After scrutinizing them closely, Murong confirmed they were indeed the same fruits offered to Li Yi moments ago, and she promptly placed them into her storage ring. Reluctantly, she then retrieved 20 fire element premium spiritual stones. To claim that Murong Yunli was not intentionally trying to vex Li Yi would be rather implausible. My apologies, Yi. I should have provided you with water-wood dual-element stones. However, I currently possess none, only these fire element spiritual stones. Nonetheless, you may exchange them for your desired cultivation resources in the future. As long as Murong Yunli does not encounter significant difficulties, her surroundings lack the energy to alert her. This ultimately led to Murong Yunli's oblivion to the fact that the functions of those few fruits were entirely distinct. Ah, dear junior sister Yi. This elder brother has come here with a mission. It appears that the red fruit you possess is precisely what I require. I am willing to offer you 20 exquisite spirit stones in exchange for one of those fruits. What do you think? In the end, Bao Hongzhe steeled his resolve and expressed his innermost thoughts. However, as he was not in want of spirit stones, he naturally doubled the price. Li Yi cast a glance at Bao Hongzhe, her expression a blend of complexity. Perhaps it was indeed true that he possessed such fortuitous luck. Isn't 20 exquisite spirit stones rather excessive? Hasn't junior sister taken undue advantage of senior brother? What is the price of the spirit cleansing fruit? It is essential to acknowledge that Zhang Lingyun's grandfather made tremendous sacrifices to acquire the cleansing elixir back in the day. Then let us observe whether this senior truly possesses sincerity. How could it be otherwise? This is indeed a matter of brotherly willingness. Bao Hongzhe did not anticipate that Li Yi would be so straightforward, and he was instantly filled with joy. Shangguan Qingrui and Jimu Qinghua exchanged glances but remained silent. If this fruit truly is the longevity fruit, then 20 exquisite spirit stones are not exorbitant. Junior sister, elder brother speaks with genuine willingness. In truth, this fruit is a favor that elder brother has shamelessly taken from you. Bao Hongzhe's speed was remarkably swift. Upon sensing an opportunity, he promptly produced 20 exquisite water attribute spirit stones. Junior sister Yi, you need not feel any psychological burden. Your senior brother would never compare himself to your esteemed Uncle Murong. Indeed, such words carry a hint of provocation, yet they articulate the unspoken thoughts of many. Li Yi pressed her lips together and presented a cleansing fruit to Bao Hongzhe. Since you insist, senior brother, I shall shamelessly accept this gift. However, I must confess that I am unaware of the nature of this fruit. Do not let it come to a point where such precious spirit stones lose their worth. How could that possibly happen? Little sister Yi, we engage in this transaction of our own volition. Truly, if it were not for the longevity fruit, senior brother would have accepted it as well. Bao Hongzhe, seemingly fearful that Li Yi might reconsider, hastily stowed the spiritual fruit into his storage ring. However, the others remained silent. Bai Zifeng furrowed his brow, but did not speak. This vibrant red fruit is presumed to be the longevity fruit, yet it is merely speculation. Despite its appearance being identical to that of the longevity fruit, I cannot shake the feeling that the aura it exudes is amiss. Moreover, even if it were genuine, it would still be Li Yi's fortune. It is rather shameless for 1 or 2 individuals to attempt to take advantage of her with premium spiritual stones. Li Yi blinked, noting the presence of 3 others in the room: Ji Imo Qinghua, Bai Zifeng, and Shangguan Qingrui. It would be rather unfair to favor one over the others. After some contemplation, she said, "Senior brothers and sisters, if you are interested in this fruit, I am willing to part with one for 20 premium spiritual stones each." She smiled apologetically, having already accepted premium spiritual stones from Murong Shizu and Baohangsha. Though these stones are indeed precious, they are within the means of these talented individuals. Even if parting with them stings a bit. Bai Zifeng raised an eyebrow and promptly retrieved 20 premium wood-type spiritual stones from his storage bag. "In that case, I thank you, junior sister, for your generosity." Li Yi smiled and handed him a longevity fruit. Bai Zifeng suppressed a rising brow. This fruit undoubtedly radiated the essence of longevity. This implies that while the fruits given to Li Yi appear identical, their true effects may vary. It seems I have successfully completed the task entrusted by my master. Shangguan Xinrui and Mo Qinghuai exchanged glances, each producing 20 premium spiritual stones, which they had treasured for many years without using. Li Yi then took out a longevity fruit and a cleansing fruit from her storage bag, offering them to the two of them. Indeed, the three individuals treated themselves quite well, and naturally, they were willing to grant them a personal favor. Otherwise, no matter how many exquisite spirit stones they offered, one would be disinclined to oblige. After all, the life-prolonging fruit and the spirit-washing fruit would undoubtedly cause a stir among various factions if presented at an auction, becoming exceedingly sought after. As for the remaining 3 fruits, I plan to present 2 to my master, as a token of gratitude for his unwavering kindness towards me. Regarding the death-shortening fruit, I shall keep it hidden for a future opportunity to exploit. To be candid, the spirit-washing pills I obtained during my recent excursion remain untouched in my space. I truly lack for such items. Although the life-prolonging fruit only extends one's lifespan by 60 years, it may prove useful to my master, especially since the elite disciples of our sect are tasked with seeking such fruits. However, I am curious whether my master will discern the true nature of these fruits, particularly the death-shortening fruit. When Shangguan Xinrui received the spirit-washing fruit, he instantly recognized it due to a prior encounter with the spirit-washing pill. Yet, he skillfully concealed his thoughts, merely nodding slightly and discreetly storing it in his spatial device. Upon receiving the life-prolonging fruit, Jima Qinghuai did not ponder much and simply tossed it into her storage ring. She decided to wait until they returned to have her master authenticate its nature. Murong Xuan observed how these individuals paid her double the price for what she believed to be the life-prolonging fruit. Internally, she felt a twinge of satisfaction, despite claiming not to care about such matters. With her noble lineage, she enjoyed certain privileges wherever she went. The fact that they had to pay double and still depended on Li Yi's goodwill to acquire it pleased her greatly. Even if she were to refuse the exquisite spirit stones, Li Yi would not dare confront her due to her status. The thought alone brought her immense gratification. However, Murong Xuan failed to consider that such advantages in this world do not come easily. The 2 fruits she possessed would not yield benefits unless consumed or given to someone knowledgeable about their true nature. Otherwise, they could bring about significant trouble. One wonders how Murong Xuan would react if she were to discover the actual effects of these 2 fruits. Would she be driven to madness? The mere thought made Li Yi's lips curl into a smile. Bai Zifeng keenly noticed Li Yi's mischievous expression, realizing that she was far more astute than he had anticipated. From her demeanor, it was evident that she was aware of the fruit's true properties, a testament to her exceptional discernment, a trait instilled by Mo Qinghuai. Yet, he had been somewhat distant, failing to grasp the subtleties earlier. What, then, could those 2 fruits be? And would the mysterious entity truly gift Li Yi the entire life-prolonging fruit with such benevolence? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. After spending considerable time together, it was time for everyone to retire to their respective chambers. Yet, Murong Xuan did not wish for them to disperse. Murong Shizu, have not the other disciples long since retired? Bai Zifeng remarked, surprised by her unusual reluctance and timidity. I believe it is better for us to stay together. The other disciples possess merely ordinary spiritual roots. Her words sent a chill through the air, yet they spoke to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. My fellow senior brothers and sisters, I too believe it is preferable for us to remain united. It would be best to summon those senior brothers who went astray back to our side. Who knows what might transpire in the next moment? Li Yi wholeheartedly supported Murong Xuan's suggestion. Bai Zifeng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall use my voice to summon them. Yet, Murong Xuan was not entirely satisfied, though she had no means to articulate her discontent. As they gathered, it became apparent that 3 individuals were missing. Even when several went to search for them, their whereabouts remained elusive, casting a pall over the group's countenance. What had occurred, or what was yet to occur, was evident. The hours passed until dawn broke, yet for reasons unknown, Lord Zhou and his wife did not appear. In contrast, the children frolicked about, making noise. At that moment, Li Yi began to sense something was amiss. Lord Zhou and his wife had a multitude of children, all around 2 or 3 years of age, and a striking resemblance to their mother. Moreover, there was no indication that Lord Zhou had taken concubines. What did this imply? It suggested that all these children were born by Lady Zhou. However, how could one woman give birth to so many children in such a short time? It raised suspicions. Perhaps the children had all perished. It was conceivable that Lord Zhou and his wife, along with their servants, had also met their demise. If that were the case, what a tragic fate it would be. What then of the skeletal remains I had encountered? Were they connected to Lord Zhou and his family, or were they entirely separate? I sensed no traces of cultivation within those individuals, yet the bones I collected were evidently from those who possessed spiritual roots, fallen in this place. What could I possibly do for them without jeopardizing my own safety and interests? Alas, I am not a practitioner of Buddhism. If I were, perhaps I could find a solution. Yet, there were indeed Buddhist cultivators participating in this trial. I merely wondered where they had gone. As such a strange place would be ideal for their skills. I recalled a formidable Buddhist cultivator named Xingqi. I pondered whether he could resolve the issues here, though I had not left any means of contact with that monk. Little sister, what troubles your mind? Jima Qinghua inquired, attempting to reassure her. Do not fear. With our senior brothers and sisters present, we shall surely find a way to escape this predicament. What concerns you, little sister? She repeated, offering comfort. However, Jima Qinghua herself felt uncertain. In the face of such ominous occurrences, even a prodigy like her found little recourse. Senior sister, I sense something is amiss here. Li Yi confessed. It feels as though we are not merely trapped in an illusion, but rather have inadvertently wandered into this place. Why do we not venture out together and explore? She suggested. Let us search for an exit. Li Yi felt that among their group, there were indeed some exceptional individuals. Not to mention, her own Kunlun Sect had 3 formidable members, including the not-so-pleasant Murong Yunli. The Beastmaster Sect possesses several formidable individuals, each with extensive experience in various domains. Particularly noteworthy is Bai Zifeng, the master of the two-tailed flying fox, who is exceptionally powerful. I believe that this two-tailed flying fox, Bai Yun, possesses a remarkable spirit of its own. By combining this with my fortune-telling bell to discern the paths of fate, I should be able to identify weaknesses here and devise a strategy for attack or escape. Since junior sister Yi mentioned the urgency of the matter, shall we join forces? Jima Qinghua directed this remark towards Li Yi, though his voice was not subdued. Shangguan Xingrui nodded in agreement, stating that taking the initiative to seek an opening is indeed a sound strategy. The others promptly concurred, and thus they boldly ventured forth in search of this so-called exit. Murong Yunli, this time, did not hold back. She even produced an exquisite Taiji Bagua plate and softly recited, Taiji begets duality. This artifact, obtained during her previous life, is excellent for discerning negative energies. Although it consumes spiritual energy rapidly, Murong Yunli is not lacking in spirit stones. Upon exiting, the atmosphere felt peculiar. They had heard the sounds of children playing inside the room, yet outside, silence enveloped them. The eerie stillness was unsettling, especially as this large group quietly followed Murong Yunli forward. As they walked, Murong Yunli led them into a vast forest filled with exotic and precious flora. Yet, despite the abundance, none of the disciples showed any desire to gather them. Li Yi's eyes flickered. Murong Yunli's chosen path seemed entirely correct, and her fortune-telling bell indicated favorable luck. However, the surroundings grew increasingly dark and ominous. Fortunately, they could still harness spiritual energy, prompting Li Yi to activate her true eye, allowing her to draw an infinite supply of spiritual energy from her storage jade. Indeed, while the environment appeared idyllic, the spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce, even more so than in the mortal realm. Upon activating her true eye, images of the surroundings were instantly etched into her mind. Shangguan Xingrui, embodying ice, and Jima Qinghua, embodying wind, both noticed Li Yi's subtle yet significant anomaly. Was it a talent? Mo Qinghan had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Yet, Li Yi's expression darkened as she sensed an intensely cold and sinister energy nearby, paradoxically emanating from the area of her greatest fortune. Could it be that the most perilous places are, in fact, the safest? As this chilling energy approached, palpable as a tangible force, Shangwan Shengrui swiftly unsheathed his flying sword, unleashing a formidable and frigid blade of energy against the sinister force, engaging it in battle. Witnessing the sheer power of his swordsmanship, Li Yi felt a thrill of fear. Her senior brother truly possessed remarkable skill. The other disciples quickly employed their respective techniques to fend off the encroaching malevolent energy from all directions. Naturally, this sinister force would not spare Li Yi. She unleashed a flurry of thunder talismans, sending them hurtling towards the cold energy. Simultaneously, her companion, the egg, emerged to breathe fire at the dark force. In an instant, a brilliant explosion of thunderous flames erupted beside Li Yi, illuminating the dim forest. To her surprise, she discovered that the egg could also render itself invisible. Meanwhile, Bao Hongzhu's spiritual pet emitted a blazing red light, akin to flames, directed at the cold energy. Bao Hongzhu, wielding a longsword, fiercely battled against the oppressive chill. Li Yi, however, found herself at a disadvantage, her limited combat experience weighing heavily upon her. Gritting her teeth, she hurled a multitude of thunder talismans, recalling that thunder could vanquish dark energies. The sheer volume she unleashed yielded impressive results, causing a massive explosion that obliterated the surrounding trees. Amidst this chaos, Li Yi also threw numerous grenades that bore a striking resemblance to her thunder talismans. The resulting conflagration illuminated the night sky, accompanied by the haunting wails reminiscent of countless children cruelly perishing in the blast. The chilling sound sent shivers down the spine. Li Yi, devoid of mercy in this moment, relentlessly bombarded the area with all manner of explosive materials from her spatial storage. The others quickly recognized the shift in their surroundings and began hurling their own thunder and fire talismans without restraint. The cacophony of despair grew louder, blending with the heart-wrenching cries of what seemed like thousands of newborn infants. Yi, be careful. Jima Qinghuai, perceiving the imminent danger, rushed to Li Yi's side and swiftly propelled her several dozen meters away. Suddenly, they found themselves in a vast open field, strewn with bones, the stench overwhelming. A deep pit had inexplicably manifested, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Jima Qinghuai enveloped Li Yi in a protective barrier of true energy, anxiously applying multiple protective talismans to both of them. Yi, stay here quietly. We cannot avoid the impending battle. Don't be reckless. Remember, survival is paramount. As he spoke, another wave of sinister energy surged forth. Jima Qinghuai immediately joined the fray. Li Yi observed as Jima Qinghuai moved with a swiftness that rivaled the wind, his longsword materializing with formidable energy to counter the attacks. With her true eye, Li Yi discerned the source of the assault, a tall man cloaked in a green aura, his features obscured by long hair. The ominous energy radiating from him signified that he had reached the realm of the Ghost King. Who would have anticipated that this Ghost King could create numerous clones to confront the disciples? While most of the disciples were embroiled in combat with various manifestations of the Ghost King, the forest was beset by howling winds and chilling gales. Despite Li Yi being shielded by protective talismans, the sinister winds pierced through them. Now, Li Yi could only desperately hurl the grenades she had procured, aiming to fend off the overwhelming malevolence.